I rubbed my eyes at the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling. The soft hum of people's chatter filled the air, layered with the occasional scrape of chairs against the floor. A mild scent of paper and ink lingered around me, mixing with the faint breeze coming from an open window on my left side. I blinked, letting my gaze wander of my surroundings. Rows of desks, students in black uniform, and a large blackboard at the front. This is a classroom. The realization settled in quickly. I was seated at a back row desk, my hands resting on an open notebook filled with neat but unfamiliar handwriting. My fingers twitched slightly as I tried to recall how I got here. Nothing came to mind. I frowned. Okay, let's take this step by step. First, I confirmed I was in a school. Now, what else? I glanced down at my uniform, neatly pressed, formal, a design I didn't recognize but fitting in with the students around me. Wait a sec, I seem to have forgotten most important thing. Who was I again? What is my name? A sharp chill crawled down my spine. No name surfaced, no past, no identity. It was as if my mind had been wiped clean, leaving behind only. I narrowed my eyes. There were some things, not about myself, but about story tropes, cliches, web novels, games, stories. My head felt like an archive of fictional settings and their overused patterns. I could recall them in absurd details, but nothing about who I actually was. Was this amnesia? Reincarnation, transmigration, a dream? Eek, before I could dig deeper, the classroom door slid open with a smooth click. A woman stepped inside, radiating authority resembling a strict character. Dressed in a professional attire, her gaze scanned the room and us as she strode toward the front. She must be our teacher, probably, but it wasn't her that caught my attention. A girl followed behind her. She was beautiful, long golden hair cascading in soft waves, bright blue eyes carrying an innocence that made her stand out. The moment she stepped into the room, a strange sensation crept over me, like a script unfolding right before my eyes. Something about this felt familiar. I hope it's not what I think it is. Maybe I raised a red flag. A subtle chime echoed in my head. Event triggered. Fated encounter the new transfer student. I mumbled, my eyes widening. A glowing blue window popped into existence right above my desk. I almost flinched but held back, because obviously hallucinating on my first day at a mysterious school wouldn't be the best look. But a system. The text on the screen glowed softly, crisp and readable, like the thousands I'd seen in stories before. My pulse quickened, the absurdity of the situation clashing against the undeniable familiarity of it all. This was an event, a cliché one at that. If not the most in the current setting, the elegant, seemingly perfect transfer student in our case. Usually the moment a heroine arrives, the gears of the story begins to turn. Whether it's romance, rivalry, or an eventual disaster, this type of event usually marks the start of a protagonist's journey. But why am I seeing this? I'm not the protagonist, right? The teacher's voice broke through my thoughts. Class, we have a new student joining us today. Please introduce yourself. The blonde girl stepped forward, offering a graceful smile. My name is Amelia von Aveline. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The class responded with murmurs of admiration and curiosity. I, however, was busy staring at the floating system window in front of me. My brain rapidly pieced things together. I was an unknown individual in an unfamiliar school, armed only with extensive knowledge of fiction. Now, a system was throwing events at me straight out of a Chessy novel's plot. Most importantly, I hope I'm not the protagonist. I can't stand all these cringe stuff. Event, fated encounter the new transfer student. The fated meeting between two individuals bound by past connections has begun. The gears of fate begin turning as their intertwined history resurfaces. What, you aren't helping me at all. Just say you aren't the protagonist instead of such nonsense lines, I complained to the system. I'm not right. Just as I was internally screaming about my potential protagonist status, the answer to my silent plea arrived. The transfer student, Amelia von Aveline, gracefully swept her gaze across the classroom, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. But I already know what she is doing. As if confirming my guess, she suddenly stopped. Her expression flickered, shock, recognition, hesitation all packed into a single breath. Her lips parted slightly. I tensed. No, please, no. Her hand lifted. Yes, it is not me. It is the boy sitting right next to me. While I was bathing in joy, the entire class froze, the murmurs died down. Their first interaction had already begun. I let out a slow, measured breath, fighting the urge to sag in relief. I wasn't the protagonist. Think scenario, a reunion written in the stars. Two paths once intertwined cross once more. But time changes all things. How will this meeting unfold? Objective, react appropriately to the unfolding event. Failure penalty, full memory erasure. Rewards, determined by the course of events. My fingers twitched as a new system message appeared, its words cutting through my temporary relief. Why are we already adding the childhood friend trope? Aren't we making it more cringe? I nearly ran my fingers through my hair, my thoughts racing. And react appropriately. What does that exactly mean? Is it asking me to participate in this? If I wasn't the protagonist, was I still getting a participation notice? I squinted at the screen. What kind of nonsense was this? Putting my thoughts aside, how was I even supposed to participate? Then I looked at the warning, full memory erasure. Strangely, cold chill settled over me. That sounded ominous, because this wasn't just some minor punishment, this was serious. If I lost even these fragmented memories, I would be left with nothing. No sense of self, no knowledge of tropes, no understanding of what the hell was happening. Nothing. Then, wouldn't I be doomed to die? Erg. That meant one thing, I had to participate, but how? I shifted my attention to the so-called protagonist. A black-haired boy, probably about my age, how old even are we, sat next to me. His uniform wasn't as crisp as mine, though his features were sharp and well-defined in some, as expected. He had that main character aura, the kind that naturally attracted trouble and heroines alike. But then, he lifted a hand and pointed to himself, his brows furrowing. Me, he asked, clearly confused. I closed my eyes. Of course. He was also as dumb as I expected. Even though this might be a natural reaction, I still couldn't help but be disappointed. Meanwhile, the invisible tension in the room thickened. The class, previously buzzing with murmurs, had fallen into an expectant silence, waiting for Amelia's answer. She gave a small, hopeful nod. Yes, don't you remember me? I resisted the urge to bury my face in my hands. A deep, suffocating wave of second-hand embarrassment hit me like a truck. This is bad. This is so bad. The classic childhood friend reunion trope, a staple in countless stories. If the boy failed to respond correctly, this could lead to a misunderstanding arc. If he did recognize her, which he probably wouldn't, then the entire class would instantly see him in a new light. And me, I was right next to him. I could already predict a possible secondary disaster. The well-known sitting problem, or more simply, heroine wants to sit with the protagonist situation. According to what I know and given her noble-sounding name and appearance, Amelia was probably a high-ranking lady. She might know she would request a specific seat arrangement. That meant someone would be asked to move. And I was that unlucky soul sitting closest to the protagonist. A lamp lit up in my head. There was a way to solve this before it became a disaster. I calmly raised my hand. Miss, I called out. The teacher, who had been watching the exchange with mild curiosity, turned to me. Yes, if Miss Amelia is familiar with classmate, may I switch to the seat by the window? I gestured casually to the empty desk beside me. It might be more comfortable for her. For a moment, the teacher considered my words. She seemed even surprised at my proposal. Amelia, too, blinked in surprise. Then a soft smile tugged at her lips. That would be wonderful, she said, nodding gracefully. The teacher gave a small approving nod. That seems reasonable. Go ahead. I wasted no time. Grabbing my things, I slid into the new seat without hesitation, effectively dodging all possible disasters. No forced interaction, no awkward seating conflicts, no unnecessary entanglements. I had successfully sidestepped the first scenario. Or so I thought, because as soon as I sat down, ding, a new message appeared. Hidden condition achieved, smooth operator. You have skillfully altered the event without breaking it. Your method has been acknowledged. Continue shaping the narrative in your own way. I stared at the message. What the hell does that mean? Is it telling me I did good? I took a deep breath and forced myself to focus. Whatever that weird message meant, I could think about it later. Right now, there was a class to get through. Amelia already took her seat to my right, her noble aura radiating like a halo. The moment she sat down, the teacher, ever professional, addressed the class. Now then, she said, as you all know, the new term started just 2 weeks ago. That means student Amelia won't have too much trouble adapting to our curriculum. She paused briefly, her gaze flickering over the room before resting on me for the slightest second, too quick for most to notice, but just enough to make my instincts sharpen. It was gone as soon as it came. However, she continued smoothly, turning back to Amelia. The books and materials for your subjects may take a week to arrive. Until then, you'll have to manage without them. Amelia nodded with a composed smile. That won't be a problem, miss. I can use my friend's books for now. I felt a twinge of second-hand embarrassment before she even finished speaking. Ah, of course. I glanced at the protagonist beside her. This was another one of those scenarios. The sharing textbooks with the protagonist tropion of the classics. Again, it was a staple in rom-coms, fantasy settings, and pretty much any school-based story where the heroines needed an excuse to interact with the male lead. Would they end up leaning in too close? Would their hands accidentally brush? Would she giggle at something while the protagonist remained oblivious to the atmosphere? The possibilities were endless. Suppressing a sigh, I turned my attention back to the teacher. Very well, she said. Class, be sure to help Miss Amelia settle in. That will be all for now. With that, she gathered her notes and left the classroom. The moment the door clicked shut, it began. A group of students, mostly girls, immediately swarmed my form. Miss Amelia, it's a pleasure to meet you. You're from House Aveline, right? I've heard a lot about your family. You really know him. Since childhood. That's amazing. The protagonist, on the other hand, looked a little overwhelmed by the sudden attention but remained relatively composed. He responded to a few questions with polite confusion while Amelia smiled gracefully, answering with the ease of someone used to social interactions. No forced interactions. No awkward relationship problems. No involvement in whatever cringe-inducing romance events would undoubtedly occur in the future. I had successfully dodged a disaster. Still, I wasn't just going to ignore everything. Even if I had zero interest in participating, it didn't mean I wouldn't listen. Information was everything. And right now, aside from this massive knowledge, I had nothing else to work with. So I leaned back, feigning disinterest, and simply listened. However, it was also cut short quickly. The classroom chatter quickly died down as the door swung open again, revealing a broad-shouldered man with neatly combed black hair and square-framed glasses. His expression was sharp, no nonsense, and exuded the kind of authority that made students sit up straighter on instinct. He carried a thick book under one arm and strode to the front of the classroom with deliberate steps. Everything about him, from his crisp uniform to the measured way he adjusted his glasses, screamed strict discipline. The protagonist, still slightly dazed from the earlier attention, snapped out of it as the teacher reached the podium. Emilia, ever composed, folded her hands on her desk, ready to listen. I also turned my attention forward. He surveyed the class for a brief moment before finally speaking, his deep, steady voice carrying effortlessly across the room. For those who don't know me, I am Professor Calder, and I will be teaching imperial history. Our subject will focus on the rise and evolution of the Ardentes Empire, its major conflicts, and the figures who shaped its destiny. He placed the heavy book onto the podium with a dull thud before adjusting his glasses once more. Now, turn to page 27. Today's theme: the War of the Silver Thrones. Empire, huh? Am I stuck in some kind of medieval rom-com? The War of the Silver Thrones was a defining conflict in the history of the Ardentes Empire. A war spanning decades, marked by betrayal, political upheaval, and bloodshed between rival factions, it ultimately led to the unification of the scattered kingdoms under one banner. I blinked. But I stared at the lines in the textbook, dense paragraphs, unfamiliar names, and a complicated timeline that looked like it belonged in a university thesis. My eyes traced the words, but my brain refused to process them. Who, where, when? I tried reading the same paragraph again, hoping repetition would make things click. Maybe I would remember something. Nope, still gibberish. This was bad. It was one thing to not understand advanced magic theories or weird fantasy concepts, but history. That was supposed to be simple. Stories of the past, dates, key figures. Warsit was just like a game's lore dump. But the problem was, I didn't have the memory of them. My grip tightened on the textbook as I fought the urge to sigh. If this was a proper fantasy setting full of swords, magic, dungeons, and adventure, at least I'd have something cool to look forward to. But no, I was stuck in an academy-based setting, and judging by the tropes running wild, it had a heavy rom-com influence too. What was I supposed to do in a place like this? Learn, graduate, get roped into unnecessary drama? I glanced to my right. As expected, the main characters were at it again. Emilia and the protagonist, whose name I still didn't know, sat next to each other. She had subtly shifted her chair just a little closer, while the protagonist, bless his soul, remained blissfully unaware or was pretending to. Every now and then their shoulders would almost brush, and she'd steal a glance at him. The cliché slow burn romantic setup. I nearly rolled my eyes. Turning my gaze forward, I tried to focus on the lesson. I might not get anything, but learning at least one thing was better than nothing. Professor Calder continued. The turning point of the war came when the youngest prince, betrayed by his own half-brother, gathered the remnants of his forces and launched a final counterattack at the Battle of Hollow Vale. Right, so someone betrayed someone. Some prince led an army. Great. What I did understand, however, was that this empire, the Ardentes Empire, was a big deal. The academy we were in was directly supported by the empire, meaning it had prestige, influence, and probably a strict curriculum. I sighed internally. So this was where I was stuck. For now, I will eventually leave this place. Meanwhile, the lecture dragged on. I had long since given up trying to make sense of it, opting instead to listen to bits and pieces, storing away what sounded remotely important. Then finally, that concludes today's class. Professor Calder shut his book with a thud. For a brief moment, relief washed over me. But then, before you leave, your assignment, a detailed essay on the impact of the War of the Silver Thrones on today's governance, due by the end of the week. Minimum 5 pages. A collective groan swept through the classroom. I also nearly choked. 5 pages, on a war I barely understood. This school was brutal. No, the professor was. As students grumbled and started closing their books, I took a moment to listen. Why do we need to write so much? 5 pages, I don't even write that much for literature. We have other classes too. Does he think history is the only thing that matters? So that was it. Classes were over. I exhaled slowly. Good, I survived the day. A part of it. Quickly I packed my things, eager to leave before anything happened. But as I did, Miss Emilia, would you like to tour the academy with us? I paused, fingers tightening around my bag strap. I didn't need to turn to know it was a group of girls, the same ones who had crowded around her earlier. I looked up. For the first time, I finally got the protagonist's name. Aaron, huh? At that exact moment, I turned my head just in time to catch Aaron's stunned expression. His face screamed. When did I do that? I almost snorted. Then our eyes met. I nodded subtly, acknowledging his suffering, before looking away and speed running my packing. A bad feeling crept up my spine. I needed to leave. Now, the classroom was slowly clearing out, the disappointed students filing out one by one. Soon, the doorway was clear. I stood up, ready to bolt. But then a hand landed on my shoulder. Hey, oh no, event triggered. Crap, I turned to face Aaron, suppressing the urge to sigh. What's the matter? I asked. Aaron hesitated for a second before flashing an easygoing smile. Why don't you join us? I blinked. A pause, my brow twitched slightly. Aaron continued. You also transferred this year, right? You haven't had the time to tour the academy properly either. Why not use the chance? Come on, let's do it together. He looked at me with a subtle help me out expression. I stared at him, my brain restarting for a sec. But wait a sec, transfer? I'm also a transfer student. Event, academy tour. The transfer student's journey. A routine introduction turns into an unavoidable entanglement. The academy's newest arrivals are drawn into the expected traditions of student life, whether they wish to be or not. You mean that I'm a transfer student too? The realization settled in as I processed Aaron's words. That explained the look the homeroom teacher gave me back then, like she was implying something, though I didn't get it. But why? Why was I also a victim of the cliché? And more importantly, why didn't any of my classmates react just now? Shouldn't someone have mentioned it, given me a passing glance, even a casual, oh yeah, him too? Was I a loner? A sigh almost slipped past my lips, but I held it in. No use dwelling on that now. Before I could decide what to say, another screen materialized in my vision. Scenario: a walk through the halls of fate, a new school, unfamiliar halls, and an invitation that cannot be refused. Will this journey be a simple tour or the start of something far greater? Objective: accompany the group on a tour of the academy. Failure penalty, memory erasure, rewards. Determined by choices made during the tour, I mentally groaned. Of course, the school tour cliché. How predictable. Why don't you join us? Aaron repeated, his smile holding a faint trace of desperation. Come on, dude, are you that much of a coward? And sorry, I had enough of your cringes. So just as I was about to decline, Amelia cut me short, tilting her head slightly. It would be better if we had someone similar to me on the tour, she said, her tone graceful and composed. I would like you to join us as well. Sharing the joy of discovery is pretty good after all. I studied her for a second. Was she just saying that for the sake of politeness, or did she actually mean it? Either way, I quickly weighed my options. Pros. I could learn more about the academy, since I would eventually need to do it. I could stay in the protagonist's group and avoid being suspiciously isolated. If something important happened, I wouldn't be left in the dark. Cons. I would be stuck in a walking, talking rom-com scenario. High chances of witnessing or suffering through second-hand embarrassment, etc. Considering the balance and the penalty, it was safer to just go with the flow. For now, I nodded calmly. All right. Aaron visibly relaxed, flashing a relieved smile. I knew I could rely on you, Ammon. I blinked. Ammon, so that was my name. Pretty decent, actually. At least it wasn't John Doe or some other painfully generic name. Before I could dwell on it, Aaron clapped his hands together. Then shall we go and have lunch first? It's already lunchtime, and I'm really hungry. Amelia let out a light chuckle. That does sound like a good idea. I nodded subtly, choosing not to comment. If food was involved, I wouldn't complain. All right, our first destination is the cafeteria. With that, I and the MC duo set off. Aaron and Amelia walked side by side, engaged in casual conversation, while I followed silently behind them, hoping I wouldn't have to suffer through another cringeworthy scene. Unfortunately, knowing how things were going so far, I probably wouldn't be that lucky. As we made our way through the academy halls, I remained a step behind the two, letting them take the lead. Aaron and Amelia exchanged casual remarks about the academy, its facilities, and the grandeur of its architecture. I tuned out most of it. Not that it wasn't interesting, okay. It actually wasn't interesting, but more because I had a feeling that this wasn't going to be a simple, quiet walk. And I was right. Just as we turned the corner leading to the cafeteria, the inevitable happened. Aaron. Bright, cheerful voice rang through the hallway, followed by hurried footsteps. I slowed my pace instinctively. Here we go. A moment later, a girl with soft pink hair and twinkling green eyes practically launched herself towards us, or to Aaron. She had an air of boundless energy, the kind that made it impossible for her to blend into the background. I could already tell she was one of those characters. Aaron, she repeated, her voice dripping with familiarity. Where have you been? I was looking for you after class. Aaron scratched his cheek, looking a little sheepish. Ah, sorry, Livia. I got caught up with some stuff. Livia, another name to remember. Her eyes then flickered to Amelia, and for a split second something unreadable crossed her expression, but the smile remained. Oh, and you must be Amelia, right? I've heard a lot about you. Come on, she just came today. How do you already know about her? Amelia, ever composed, gave a polite nod. Likewise, it's nice to meet you. You too, you know her as well, right? Your eyes' expression already betrayed you. Livia beamed. I've been meaning to introduce myself properly. Aaron and I are good friends, you see. Of course they were. I sighed internally. The best girlfriend character. If this really was a rom-com setting, she was probably an important part of the protagonist's love interests, maybe even the girl next door type. but seeing her personality, she was far from it, and as expected, she turned her attention to me next. And you are? Livia tilted her head slightly, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Ammon, I answered simply. She blinked. Ammon, a pause. Wait, you're also new, right? I don't think I've seen you around before. I transferred this year, I confirmed as if it was obvious. Really, that's funny. I don't remember hearing anything about another transfer student, she mused, tapping a finger against her lips. But I guess that makes sense. It's a big school. Yes, let's go with that. You guys have only your perspective after all. Aaron, eager to shift the topic, chuckled. Anyway, we were just about to grab lunch. You want to come along, Livia? I resisted the urge to groan. No, she didn't. She absolutely did. Of course, she chirped. I wouldn't miss it. Wonderful. The protagonist party was expanding. Aaron led the way as we continued toward the cafeteria, with Livia now enthusiastically chatting away beside him. Amelia responded gracefully when addressed, while I just kept walking, hoping I wouldn't get pulled into whatever nonsense was bound to happen next. We finally arrived at the cafeteria, a spacious hall filled with students, long tables, and the scent of freshly prepared food. The atmosphere was lively, filled with chatter and laughter. Aaron gestured toward an empty table. Let's sit there. We settled down, and Aaron was about to suggest what to get when, hey, isn't that the transfer student? I tensed slightly. Wait, which one, me or Amelia? Before I could even process that thought, another voice chimed in. Yeah, that's Amelia. She's supposed to be some kind of noble, right? Ah, so it was her. Figures. But then, and who's that sitting with them? That guy in black. Oh, how smart. But you know you are in black clothes too, right, idiot? Nearly everyone is in black. Oh no. Wait, I think he's a transfer too. Ammanuel or something. Ammanuel. What exactly is my name? Never heard of him. Ouch. Looks kinda plain, doesn't he? All right. That was unnecessary. I sighed, reaching for my glass of water and taking a slow sip. This was exactly why I wanted to avoid scenes like this. But once again, my luck refused to let me off easy, because just as I thought I could ignore them. A group of students approached our table. Aaron, my friend. A loud, overly friendly voice cut through the noise. Mind if we join you? Aaron blinked. Before he could answer, the guy was already pulling out a chair, a smug grin on his face. Oh, fantastic. The obnoxious side character troupe had arrived, and from the way they were eyeing Amelia, this was only going to get worse. The guy who had so graciously invited himself over was tall, broad-shouldered, and had the kind of smirk that screamed, I think I'm better than you, and I will make sure you know it. Surprisingly, his uniform was pristine. His blonde hair was styled just right, but his posture reeked of arrogance. In short, he was the rich young master type. Wonderful. Behind him were two other student's personal entourage, no doubt. One had a lanky build and a face that screamed lackey, while the other was a stockier guy who looked like his primary role in life was standing behind the rich kid and nodding at everything he said. Come on, dude, have more self-respect. Rich young master smirked wider. Good. It's been a while since we last had lunch together, hasn't it? I highly doubted Aaron ever had lunch with this guy willingly. Still, the protagonist had that typical nice guy energy, so he simply smiled and didn't object. Amelia, on the other hand, had yet to say a word. Her expression remained polite but distant, as if she had already classified this guy as a minor inconvenience. Smart girl. I, of course, said nothing, because if I had learned anything from cliché school settings, it was that speaking up in situations like this would only get me unnecessarily involved. Unfortunately, that decision was taken from me when rich young master turned his attention toward our side of the table. So he drawled, his gaze sweeping over me like I was a particularly unremarkable piece of furniture. You must be the other transfer student. I met his stare evenly. Ammanuel. Ammon is probably short version of Ammanuel, so I went with my possible real name. Ammanuel, he repeated, as if testing how the name tasted. Right, haven't seen you around before. You wouldn't have, I replied simply. Aaron let out a nervous chuckle. Ahaha, Ammon's new, so he's still getting used to everything. Rich young master hummed. Is that so? There was a moment of silence as he studied me. I stared back, resisting the urge to sigh. I already knew how this worked. He was sizing me up, trying to decide whether I was worth his attention or if he could just dismiss me as background noise. I was hoping for the latter. Unfortunately, fate hated me. You don't talk much, do you? He mused, leaning back slightly. I talk when I need to. Aaron shot me a please don't antagonize him look. I wasn't. If anything, I was being mercifully restrained. But of course, guys like this, they thrived on unnecessary conflict. They are the rich young masters for nothing after all. The blonde, rich young master let out a small chuckle, shaking his head. I see. You're the quiet and mysterious type, huh? No offense, but that usually doesn't work out too well around here. I took another sip of water. Good thing I'm not trying to impress anyone then. That caught him off guard for a split second. Then he laughed, genuinely amused. You've got some guts, I'll give you that. I wasn't trying to be gutsy. I just wanted to eat my damn lunch in peace. If I knew I would be involved in so much drama, I wouldn't have come at all. Livia, who had been uncharacteristically silent until now, finally decided to intervene. All right, enough with the staring contest, she said, her usual cheerfulness returning. We came here to eat, not to throw around weird tension. Bless you, Livia. You are finally being useful for once since I have known you. Rich young master smirked again, but let it go, turning his attention back to Aaron. Fine, fine, let's eat. I guess he caught both Livia and Amelia staring at Aaron. Poor protagonist, already getting marked. Anyway, just like that, the conversation shifted, and I was once again successfully ignored. Perfect. I tuned out most of the chatter, letting Aaron and Livia deal with it while I focused on my meal. Everything seemed to settle down until rich young master spoke again. So Amelia, he said smoothly, I was wondering, will you be attending the upcoming academy ball? I paused mid-bite. Oh no, not another one. Amelia's polite smile didn't waver, but there was a distinct coolness in her tone as she replied, I haven't decided yet. Rich young master's smirk widened. I think you should. After all, it's a great place to meet people, and well, I wouldn't mind being your escort for the evening. Ah. There it was, the public and painfully awkward invitation. Aaron subtly stiffened, and Livia's expression darkened just a little. I, on the other hand, was just mentally preparing myself for the inevitable second-hand embarrassment that was about to unfold. As if on cue, Amelia tilted her head slightly, her polite smile still firmly in place. That's quite the generous offer, she said, her tone so neutral it was impossible to tell if she was being sincere or sarcastic. Rich young master, oblivious to any potential rejection, leaned forward slightly. Of course, I believe an event like this deserves to be attended with the best possible company. I resisted the urge to groan. Dude, seriously, I had seen enough of these types in my memories, or rather, in all the cringe-worthy novels I knew to know exactly how this was going to go. Step 1. Arrogant noble guy confidently invites the heroine to a ball. Step 2. The heroine declines in the most diplomatic way possible. Step 3. Rich young master refuses to take the hint and continues pressing the issue. Step 4. Either the protagonist steps in, or the heroine delivers a cutting remark that puts him in his place. Honestly, I was hoping for the immediate Step 4. Amelia, ever the graceful one, simply let out a soft hum before setting down her fork. I appreciate the invitation, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Step 2, complete. Livia gave an approving nod. Aaron, though still tense, seemed relieved that Amelia had handled it with minimal conflict. Rich young master, on the other hand, looked like someone had just told him the sky was green. He blinked, as if the concept of rejection was so foreign to him that his brain refused to process it. Oh, and why is that? Here we go. Amelia took a sip of her drink before answering, I simply don't feel like going with anyone. She took a quick glance at Aaron's expression, which remained unchanged. Rich young master let out a short chuckle as if he found her response amusing. Come now, surely you can make an exception. It's not every day someone like me asks. Wow, this guy just oozed self-importance. Aaron visibly flinched, while Livia's expression darkened further. Even lackey number 1 and lackey number 2 shifted uncomfortably. Amelia, however, remained unbothered. She tilted her head again, feigning curiosity. Someone like you. Rich young master grinned as if she had just set him up for the perfect monologue. You know, heir to house. Amelia cut him off with a nod. So your reasoning is that I should accept simply because of who you are. I felt a smirk twitch at the corner of my lips. Oh, she was good. Rich young master faltered, the smooth confidence in his expression cracking just a little. Well, I wouldn't put it that way, but because Amelia continued, completely ignoring his attempt to recover, if that's your only reason, I'm afraid I'll have to decline again. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Now quickly end it. The table went silent. Livia was practically glowing with amusement. Aaron looked like he wanted to crawl under the table and escape the awkwardness. As for me, I was just enjoying my meal. Nobody was paying attention to me anyway. At this point, I wasn't even surprised. This guy is probably a third-rate villain with this much IQ. Amelia, however, simply picked up her fork and resumed eating. Think what you will. And just like that, she dismissed him. It was perfect. Rich young master's smirk twitched. He was clearly not used to being ignored, but before he could say anything else, one of his lackeys quickly stepped in. Hey boss, maybe we should. No need, rich young master interrupted, standing up from his seat. His expression had smoothed out again, though I could see the barely concealed irritation beneath it. I get the message. No, you don't. Even your lackeys do, but not you. But sure, let's pretend you do. With a final glance at Amelia, he turned and walked away, his lackeys scrambling to follow. The moment he was gone, Livia let out a snort. Well, that was something. You handled it well, Amelia. Aaron exhaled slowly, rubbing his temple. That could have gone worse. Amelia, unfazed as ever, took another bite of her meal. He'll get over it. I, meanwhile, finally allowed myself a small, hidden smirk. Yeah, this school might be filled with cliché noble drama. But at least it was entertaining. Wait, why am I being joyful seeing all this cringe? Is my IQ being affected? Am I under some kind of influence? That was definitely a scenario too, right? A prime example of background characters being force-fed noble drama for the sake of the plot. And yet, where was my notification? Weren't I getting them whenever this type of thing happened? I suffered through that nonsense. I had been forced to endure it. I should at least get some kind of compensation. Hey system, come out and refund me, or repay me, or whatever, just give me something. You didn't even give me the reward for the first scenario too. Silence, not even a single flicker of text or the annoying voice. No response, nothing. My grip on my cup tightened. You damn. Ding, a sudden chime rang in my mind, cutting off my incoming tirade. Hidden condition achieved, defying the world's will. You have successfully resisted the background character debuff and refused to be just another extra in the grand narrative. The world took notice. Continue forging your own path, free from the invisible chains of predetermined roles. Ding, title earned, background character. You have mastered the noble art of being ignored when you want to be, yet paradoxically, have also broken free from the role of an ordinary NPC. A walking contradiction indeed. Wait a sec, ding, achievement unlocked, firm mind. Even in the face of unbearable cringe, external influence, and second-hand embarrassment, you remain steadfast. Your mental fortitude is worthy of respect. New ability acquired, anti-narrative influence. You are now slightly resistant to the effects of predetermined roles, plot events, and main character aura. The world's will still lingers, but it no longer controls you as easily. Stared at the floating text in disbelief. What, background character title, firm mind, anti-narrative influence, and was I fighting against the world's will this whole time without even realizing it? I put my utensils down, suddenly feeling the need to process my entire life. I needed a moment, a lot of them. But before I could dwell on it further, Livia nudged my arm. You okay? You spaced out for a second there. I quickly composed myself. Yeah, just processing things. Fair enough, she said, stretching with a satisfied grin. Anyway, that was the best thing I've seen today. I almost wish he'd try again just so I can watch Emilia verbally skewer him a second time. Aaron groaned. Please no, I don't think my heart can take another round. Emilia, the undisputed champion of casual rejections, merely continued eating like nothing had happened. And me, I decided to resume my meal, putting the act of trying to figure out what exactly was happening aside. One thing was for sure, though. This school was a minefield of scripted nonsense. I had the tools to dodge this world of clichés and cringes, not perfectly but well enough to make the world regret giving me them. Lunch was finally over. I let out a satisfied sigh, leaning back slightly in my seat. For all the nonsense I'd endured, at least the food was decent. That was something. Aaron, ever the protagonist, looked somewhat relieved that the whole ordeal with rich young master had ended without violence. Emilia remained as unbothered as ever, calmly finishing her drink. Livia, however, looked far too pleased with herself. I didn't like that. And I liked it even less when she suddenly turned to Emilia with a smug grin. Well, since we're all done eating, I suppose it falls on me to show you two around the academy. I raised an eyebrow. Wait, when was that decided? Ah, right, you already decided to join, huh? Emilia blinked at her. Oh, I thought Aaron was in charge of that. Livia flicked her hair dramatically. Of course, but two is better than one, isn't it? And besides, she shot Aaron a look. There are certain places only we know about. There it was, that subtle emphasis, that oh-so-casual flex. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. She was bragging. Hard. Emilia naturally caught on. Oh, she tilted her head, feigning curiosity. You two must be very familiar with the academy then. Aaron looked like he wanted to disappear on the spot. Livia don't, but Livia was already off, of course. Aaron and I know this place like the back of our hands, she declared proudly. There are even a few secret places only we know about. Isn't that right, Aaron? I turned to look at him. He was sweating, buckets. I almost laughed. So the protagonist wasn't as dense as I originally thought. He knew exactly what Livia was doing, and he had absolutely no idea how to stop it. Emilia hummed, her expression unreadable. I see, how impressive. Was she actually impressed? No, not at all, but her tone made Livia puff up even more. Aaron, meanwhile, looked like he was regretting every life choice that had led him to this moment. It was at least bearable to watch. Ha. We left the cafeteria, Aaron quietly hoping the conversation would shift to literally anything else. Unfortunately for him, Livia was not done yet. Oh, by the way, Emilia, Livia drawled, a grin creeping onto her face. Are you really not planning to attend the academy ball? Emilia raised an eyebrow. That depends. What exactly is this ball? I internally winced. Oh no, here we go. Livia's eyes lit up as if she had been waiting for this. It's only one of the biggest events of the year. Every student attends, and of course, everyone needs a partner. She flipped her hair again, which reminds Megas, who already has a partner. She was looking directly at Emilia. I turned to Aaron. He looked like a man facing execution. I bit the inside of my cheek to stop myself from laughing. This guy knew. I had originally assumed he was your typical dense protagonist, blind to any and all female attention, but no. Aaron was very aware, and he was sweating bullets. Again. Let me guess, Emilia said, sounding thoroughly unimpressed. You're going with Aaron. Livia beamed. Correct. Aaron sighed. Livia, what? It's only natural. We're best friends after all. Yeah, because best friends always win in these types of stories. And they did not. Emilia, meanwhile, seemed completely unaffected. How wonderful. I hope you enjoy yourselves. Livia blinked as if she had expected more of a reaction, maybe jealousy or indignation. She got nothing. I almost felt bad for her. Almost. Despite all the cringe, we still did what we came here to do. The tour itself was actually useful. Library, found it. Cafeteria, obviously. Staff rooms, knew their locations. Dormitory, no longer need to wander like a lost child. For all the noble drama, I at least wouldn't have to embarrass myself getting lost anymore. That alone was a victory. But just as I was about to celebrate that small win, Livia struck again. We had just reached the end of the tour when she suddenly turned to Amelia with a thoughtful look. You know, she mused, you and he, she gestured to me, are both transfer students, aren't you? I immediately didn't like where this was going. Yes, Amelia said slowly. Livia clapped her hands together. Then why not go to the ball together? Excuse me. Aaron blinked. Amelia blinked. I stared at her like she had just suggested we jump off a cliff together. Think about it. Livia continued, oblivious to the sheer chaos she had just unleashed. It makes perfect sense. You're both new, so you can look out for each other. And since Aaron and I already know the academy well, we can help you. A logical excuse. Oh, I saw what she was doing. She was subtly pushing Amelia away from Aaron while making it seem like she was helping. And honestly, it was evil genius levels of manipulation. Too bad I wanted no part in it, or at least I tried to. Because right as I opened my mouth to reject the idea, ding, a familiar chime echoed in my mind. My stomach dropped. Oh no, event triggered, a ball for two. A proposal is made, seemingly harmless yet woven into the fabric of fate. Some forces nudge events forward, steering them toward inevitable intersections. Scenario, a dance with fate. A choice stands before you: embrace the path laid out, or defy the unseen hand guiding your fate. But beware, for fate does not take kindly to resistance. Objective, accept the invitation or navigate a suitable alternative without breaking the flow of the event. Failure penalty, undesirable consequences. Rewards, dependent on outcome. Shoot, I slowly closed my mouth. Livia looked at me expectantly. Aaron looked awkward. Amelia just raised an eyebrow, waiting for my response. I forced a neutral expression, but inwardly I was screaming. The world's will has already counterattacked, forcing me into the whatever this is. I clenched my fist. Damn it. It looked like I had no choice. I guess it's time for the background character's counterattack, huh? Well, mind you, I'm not that much of a fool. I exhaled slowly, keeping my expression calm. The world may have forced my hand, but that didn't mean I'd play along like an obedient idiot. So I began with the most rational approach. I appreciate the suggestion, I said, my voice even, but I'm not particularly fond of such festivities. I consider them a waste of time, and I don't particularly enjoy big crowds. A pause. I let my words sink in before delivering the final blow. Not to mention I can't dance, nor do I intend to. Silence, complete stunned silence. Aaron blinked. Livia's mouth fell open slightly, as if the thought had never even occurred to her. Amelia merely raised an eyebrow, her expression unreadable. Then, besides, I continued smoothly before Livia could interrupt. We're making decisions without hearing Miss Amelia's opinion. I gestured toward her. Didn't she say she had no plans to attend? She even rejected someone much nobler than me just earlier. That was my way out, my escape route. If Amelia denied it, case closed. But the world wasn't that kind, because without hesitation, Amelia tilted her head and said, I don't mind if it's classmate Ammon. What? I barely stopped my eyes from twitching. Don't say unnecessary things. Livia gasped dramatically, while Aaron's eyebrows nearly shot into his hairline. Even the system seemed surprised because no second prompt followed. I, on the other hand, was racking my brain at full speed. How? Why? What part of my argument just got shattered into pieces? And worse, he was Livia looking at me like that. Oh, she smirked. You heard her. She doesn't mind. I do, I said flatly. That didn't mean I wanted to. She beamed, taking a step closer, I knowing my words. Then it's settled. You two will go together. I never agreed. But you don't have a reason to refuse anymore. I opened my mouth then closed it. Damn it. Then to my horror, Aaron joined in. She has a point, he mused, rubbing the back of his neck. Besides, it's not like you'll be alone. We'll all be there. I turned to him, narrowing my eyes. Traitor. Oh, and you're definitely better than that arrogant blondie, Livia added cheerfully. I inhaled deeply, reining in my exasperation. Stay calm, stay logical, find the loophole. Found it. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. All right, I said finally, voice even. I can be Miss Amelia's partner. Livia grinned in triumph, but the grin stiffened for a moment. I still refused to do more than that, I continued. I'll accompany her to the event, but dancing or any other related activities I'll have to decline. Livia frowned, clearly about to argue until I smoothly cut in. But don't worry, I already thought of a solution. I turned to Aaron, smirking inwardly. Why don't you ladies take turns dancing with our friend Aaron instead? Aaron immediately tensed. I'm sure he can handle it easily, I said, my tone completely sincere. Didn't Miss Livia say he was a pro at this? Livia sputtered. Amelia blinked. Aaron, poor Aaron stared at me, betrayal clear in his eyes. Wait a second, he started. No, this is what you get for attacking me. Oh, that's not a bad idea, Amelia mused, suddenly a bit more interested. Of course she would. I already gave her a way in after all. Since he's such an expert, he can handle both of us, right? Aaron paled. Besides, I indifferently added, thoroughly enjoying his suffering, it wouldn't be fair if Miss Livia was the only one getting to dance with him, right? Livia flinched. Emilia hummed, nodding. That's true. Aaron looked like he wanted to bolt. I allowed myself a small, satisfied smile, but only in my mind. I still had to keep my poker face. Livia, or the world, had tried to push me into the game, but I had counterattacked. Now, the focus wasn't on me. It was back on Aaron. This was a true background character's counterattack, but I have to admit, this doesn't exactly solve the problem. I still have to attend the ball, and as Emilia's partner, I have a feeling I will be more than troubled when the time comes. I haven't forgotten about that blonde third-rate villain. Back to the reality, Aaron exhaled deeply, rubbing his temple as if accepting his fate. Fine, he muttered. If it's decided, then I have no choice. Livia nodded, reluctantly satisfied, while Emilia remained as unreadable as ever. But Aaron continued, straightening his posture. We still have to prepare for the event. Clothes and dance practice, I mean. Since the ball is at the end of the month, we still have another 2 weeks. You ladies can tell me which days you're free tomorrow. Emilia and Livia exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. And then, to my mild surprise, Aaron turned to me, not ignoring me like the girls did. I shook my head before he could even say anything. I already told you I'm not dancing. Aaron sighed but didn't argue. As for the clothing, I added, I'll check my room first, then decide. Aaron simply hummed in acknowledgement. With that, the tour finally came to an end, and it was time for us to part ways. Well then, see you both tomorrow, Livia said cheerfully, giving us a wave before heading toward the girls' dormitory. Emilia gave a small nod of farewell and followed suit. Aaron and I, meanwhile, turned toward the boys' dorm. The walk was silent, for a while anyway. Aaron kept glancing at me, and then shaking his head occasionally as if he couldn't believe something. I ignored it at first, but after the 5th time I finally spoke. What? I asked flatly. You really managed to throw me under the carriage back there, he muttered, shaking his head again. I underestimated you. I shrugged. You attacked first. He sighed. Fine, fair enough. Silence settled again, but this time I was the one to break it. By the way, I asked, as casually as possible, where's your room? Aaron blinked, caught off guard. My room? Yeah, which floor? A slight frown crossed his face, but he still answered. 2nd floor, 3rd room from the right. I noted the room and the floor to avoid as much as I can. Then before he could question me, I added, I'll see you tomorrow, and walked ahead. Thankfully, I had my room key in my pocket. The number was written on it, saving me from asking another unnecessary question that would have definitely raised suspicion. Still, as I walked down the dormitory halls, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of my troubles. I turned the key in the lock, the faint click echoing in the quiet hallway. Stepping inside, I took a slow look around. The room was more simple than I had anticipated. A small bedroom to the side, a main room that doubled as both a living space and a kitchen, and a tiny bathroom tucked away in the corner. The design was practical, minimalistic almost, as if whoever lived here didn't care for extravagance. Maybe my past self was just a simple man. There were no decorations, no unnecessary objects, no personal touches. The only thing filling the room was the obvious scent of paper and ink. My eyes drifted to the wardrobe, and upon opening it, I was met with the same simplicity. 3 sets of the academy uniform, including the one I was currently wearing. 2 sets of home clothes, plain, unassuming, nothing eye-catching. 1 set of simple outerwear and a coat that looked sturdy but not particularly expensive. No personal clothing, no accessories, nothing to hint at my past self's personality. Was I a commoner? The obvious thought lingered in my mind as I walked toward the desk and shelf, the only places in the room that seemed to contain anything of note. Books, notebooks, lots of them, all neatly stacked, all well used. They were all academic materials. I pulled one out, flipping through the pages. Detailed notes, well organized, filled with diagrams and formulas. It wasn't something a slacker would write. Guess I was the studious type then. Should I check it out? I tried reading a few sentences, hoping to trigger some memory, some sense of familiarity, but nothing clicked. My mind remained blank. I put the book back. No use dwelling on it now. Deciding to tidy up the desk, I started stacking the books properly until something caught my eye. An envelope. It had been tucked beneath a pile of books, hidden away as if forgotten. I hesitated for a moment before pulling it out and carefully opening it. Inside was a letter, and as my eyes scanned the words, I finally learned something about my past. Grand Arcanum Academy, acceptance letter. To the esteemed Emanuel von Luttera, we are pleased to inform you that you have successfully passed the transfer examination with excellent results. As such, you have been awarded a scholarship to study at Grand Arcanum Academy. However, in order to maintain this scholarship, you must continue to uphold high academic performance and demonstrate outstanding results. We wish you success in your studies and a bright future ahead. Signed, Grand Arcanum Academy Administration. I read the letter again, slower this time. So, I passed a transfer exam with pretty good results. I had a scholarship, but it wasn't permanent. If I didn't keep my grades up, I could lose it, and most importantly, Emanuel von Luttera, that was my name, full name. I stared at the neatly written letters, tracing over them with my eyes. Emanuel von Lutra. Strangely, it felt distant, as if it belonged to someone else, but I am sure it was mine. I closed the envelope, placing it back on the desk. Well, at least I knew one thing now. I wasn't some noble's pampered heir. I had worked my way into this academy, earning my place through merit and hard work. For some reason, that fact alone gave me a strange sense of relief. With that thought, I went back to organizing the room, and for the first time since waking up, I felt like I had taken a small step forward. Weird. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Wait, I passed with good results and received a scholarship. Right, shoot, I'm done for. Panic crept up my spine. I repeated them again to point them out. I passed the transfer exam with good results. I had a scholarship, but it wasn't permanent. I had to maintain my grades to keep it, but the problem is I don't remember anything. I stared at the acceptance letter, a hollow feeling settling in my chest. I am supposed to be a top student, a scholar, someone who had earned their place here through intelligence and effort. Yet I can't even recall basic knowledge. I don't know a damn thing. The weight of realization hit me like a brick wall. If I didn't regain my memories soon, then. No, even if I couldn't remember, there had to be another way. I glanced back at the books and notes stacked neatly on the desk and shelf. They were filled with knowledge that I must have written down at some point. If my mind couldn't remember, then maybe my past self had left clues in these pages. Without wasting another second, I grabbed a notebook and flipped through the contents again, this time with purpose of learning something. Pages upon pages of weird symbols, mathematical equations, theories on energy flow, and strange circles. But no matter how hard I tried, nothing clicked. Literally, it was as if I was looking at a stranger's notes. No, it was as if I was looking at a scientist's research notes while being a complete noob idiot. This is bad. I swallowed hard, gripping the notebook tighter. If I couldn't understand my own notes, then how was I supposed to keep up in classes? What if there was an exam soon? What if someone asked me a question? What if my scholarship got revoked before I even figured out who I was? I would certainly be expelled. All the hard work and hardships my past self endured would be for nothing. Damn it, I shut the notebook with a quiet thud, running a hand through my hair. I needed a plan. Step 1, find out how much time I had before the next test. Step 2, figure out which subjects I needed to focus on. Step 3, cram like my life depended on it. Because right now it did, no matter how nonsensical it sounded. I feel weird and afraid at the thought of expulsion. Erg. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to calm down. Panicking wouldn't solve anything. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was getting late. Maybe I should try sleeping on it. Maybe tomorrow things would make more sense. Maybe my memories would come back on their own, or maybe I was just being hopeful. Still, there was no point in stressing myself to death before I even had a chance to fix this. I got up and made my way toward the bedroom. The mattress was firm but comfortable, and as soon as I lay down, exhaustion hit me all at once. As I stared up at the ceiling, my mind drifted back to the name written in the acceptance letter, Emanuel von Lutra, a name that felt both familiar and foreign at the same time. Who was I really, and why did I feel like nothing was as it seems? No matter, I'm not gonna give up that easily. The sound of chalk tapping against the board echoed through the classroom. I sat at my desk, my eyes locked onto the neat rows of symbols and words the teacher was writing, but none of them made any sense to me. The longer I stared, the more it felt like an indecipherable language I should understand but didn't. Unfortunately, my memories hadn't returned overnight. Even worse, I couldn't even piece together basic knowledge beyond common sense. The lectures so far had been manageable only because I relied on my base knowledge from my memoirs, logic, and a bit of deduction. At least no one had asked me any questions. I peeked at the teacher through the corner of my eye, observing how she adjusted her glasses and continued her explanation with a stern expression. Her focus remained entirely on the board. Good. I slowly let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. If I got called on, I'd probably be exposed in an instant. Though thinking about it, maybe I wasn't just lucky. Maybe the teacher's attention was elsewhere. I glanced across the room and saw the all-too-familiar sight. Aaron and Amelia. The couple was sitting close together, whispering to each other as if the entire class didn't exist. The teacher didn't say anything, and neither did the students. It seemed everyone had gotten used to their flirting by now. Is it due to their roles or the world's will? Well, on the other hand, I still wasn't immune to secondhand embarrassment. Even the firm mind wasn't helping me. With a quiet sigh, I shifted my gaze back to the front, counting down the time. Fortunately, I had found the class schedule in my notes earlier this morning, so I knew exactly how much longer I had to endure. 4 classes today. Each class lasted an hour with 10-minute breaks in between. Right now, I was in the last class. Only 5 minutes left. Soon, I'd be free. I planned to head straight to the library after lunch. I needed to do something, anything, to start fixing this mess. Sitting idly and waiting for my memories to return clearly wasn't working. Ding, I was startled for a moment. Thankfully, it was just the bell. The class was finally over. The teacher adjusted her glasses again, setting down the chalk with a quiet thud. Before you leave, complete the assignment on page 34 by next week. That will be all. With that, she walked out of the room, leaving behind the usual hum of post-class chatter. Chairs scraped against the floor as students stood, stretching and chatting as they gathered their things. I did the same, standing up and slinging my bag over my shoulder. But the moment I moved, I felt it. A presence. A shadow loomed beside me. I turned my head slightly, already knowing who it was before I even saw them. Aaron and Amelia. They stood close, watching me with smiles that made me wary. I raised a brow slightly. Is there something you need? Aaron grinned, looking as if he'd been waiting for me to ask. We were waiting for you. Why, huh? Aaron blinked, then laughed lightly. To have lunch together, obviously. Did we agree to this? Did you even ask me? I kept my face neutral, but my mind was already rejecting the idea. No, absolutely not. I didn't want to sit through another dose of their overly dramatic antics. It was already bad enough witnessing them in classes. I wasn't going to willingly subject myself to more. Then, without another word, I walked away. Or at least I tried to. Aaron, being the great friend he apparently thought he was, quickly caught up. His voice dropped to a whisper as he walked beside me. Come on, dude, you're not seriously leaving me alone with two girls, right? You were fine yesterday. Yesterday. Oh, right. I had been forced to stick with them for the campus tour. And is the other girl Livia? She's joining again. Well, that should be obvious. I gave him a sideways glance. That was due to the tour, and like I said, I prefer being alone. Aaron didn't give up. He lowered his voice even further, his tone more serious this time. Actually, I'm worried about Leroy von Albrecht giving you trouble after what happened yesterday. I frowned. Who is it perhaps? Aaron looked surprised. You don't remember? I stayed silent. Of course I remember the blonde, arrogant, third-rate villain, but I don't know him. He sighed. Leroy's a noble from the Albrecht family. He was glaring daggers at us after what happened in kitchen yesterday, remember? And he's the petty type, so he's definitely going to try something soon. So it will be better if you are with us. I squinted my eyes, mulling over Aaron's words, and recalled yesterday's events. Well, there was a bit of a conflict between us, but I am sure it was overshadowed by his proposal and Amelia's rejection part. But I can tell he's petty, arrogant, and incapable of letting even the smallest slight go unanswered. Knowing how these type of guys' brain operates, he will probably target me, as Aaron said. He must have suffered before too, since he knows this much. Still, I can handle it, I said simply. Aaron gave me a skeptical look. Dude, I get that you're confident, but trust me, it's better to have numbers on your side. I don't need numbers. Aaron groaned, rubbing the bridge of his nose. You're really stubborn, huh? I didn't respond. There was no point in arguing. Besides, I wasn't going to rely on others for protection. If Leary tried anything, I'd deal with it myself. At least let me know where you're going after lunch, Aaron pressed. If something happens, we can step in. I hesitated. It was annoying, but library, I finally said. Aaron seemed satisfied enough with that answer. All right, just be careful, yeah. And with that, I finally managed to walk away. Outside the academy building, 3 students lingered near a shaded alcove, away from the passing crowd. Their gazes were sharp, watching as the other classes emptied into the courtyard, their attention locked onto the sea of uniforms filtering out. One of them, a lanky student with shifty, eyes suddenly perked up. His head tilted slightly before he leaned closer to the blonde boy standing at the center of their group. Young Master Leroy, look, it's that boy. At his words, Leroy von Albrecht turned his gaze, his sharp blue eyes narrowing as they landed on a particular figure. A student dressed in the standard black academy uniform emerged from the building, moving at a steady, unhurried pace. His build was average, not particularly tall, but not short eitherly and yet not frail. His short, well-styled black hair framed a face that, while not handsome as his, was certainly above average. Leroy's lips curled in mild distaste. The transfer student. He muttered as if speaking his name was an insult. Beside him, the stockier of the 2 lackeys nodded eagerly. I found out everything about him, young master. Leroy barely spared him a glance. Then speak. The lackey puffed up his chest, eager to report. He's from the Orlan kingdom, a low-level noble family called Ludra. Their land is harsh, and their family is poor because of it. He's the eldest son and used to study at Orlan's best academy before transferring here. He passed the entrance exam with high scores and even earned a scholarship. Leroy's expression twisted into a sneer. Get to the important part. The lackey stiffened, realizing his mistake. He had been praising someone other than his young master. A cold sweat formed on his back as he quickly corrected himself. Ahem. From what I heard, he has no friends and only cares about studying. He doesn't have any real connection to Lady Amelia or that bastard Aaron either, so he has no clear backing. The boy's lips curled in disdain. How dare he disrespect you, young master? How should we deal with him? Leary exhaled slowly through his nose, his eyes narrowing as they followed the figure of Emanuel Ludra, the so-called transfer student. After a brief moment, he tilted his head slightly. Tail him. The lanky lackey straightened instantly, giving a firm nod before slipping into the crowd, following Ammon from a distance. Lear, however, didn't look away. His eyes drifted past Ammon to another group just a few steps behind him, 2 girls and a boy. The handsome, black-haired figure at the center of the group made his fingers twitch. Aaron, and by his side Amelia. Lyra's jaw clenched and his grip tightened into a fist at his side. That bastard. How dare he stand beside Amelia so casually? Did he think Lyra wouldn't notice? Wasn't Livia enough for him and now was eyeing for Amelia? His cold gaze burned with jealousy as he muttered, "Let's go." Without another word, he strode forward, his two lackeys hurrying to follow behind. A few minutes later, just as Lyra and his lackeys neared the cafeteria following the trio, the lanky lackey rushed back, his expression troubled. Lyra frowned, already irritated. "What is it?" the boy swallowed before quickly replying. "Young master entered the library as soon as he left." Lyra's footsteps faltered slightly. His eyes widened a fraction before he scowled deeply. The library, it was that guy's territory. Lyra clicked his tongue, exhaling sharply through his nose. Forget about him. He turned away, his mood souring. "Let's go." Even as he walked off, irritation still simmered in his chest. But beneath that irritation, something else lurked, a twisted sense of amusement. "You think you're lucky, huh? Too bad for you then. You delivered yourself straight into the monster's den." The scent of parchment and aged books welcomed me as I stepped into the library. The moment I entered, I flicked my gaze back, just in time to catch a shadow dashing away. Pathetic. If you're going to tail someone, at least do it properly. Not only had that lackey guy failed to blend in, but his glaring was so obvious that I'd noticed him the moment I left the building. Really, who wouldn't notice a guy peeking from behind pillars, constantly ducking out of sight like a badly written spy? It was honestly embarrassing. Well, whatever. It wasn't like he could continue his mission in the library. There were rules here. Even idiots like him must have understood that much. Shaking my head, I walked forward, my footsteps soft against the polished marble floor. The library was nearly empty, expected, considering most students were currently in the cafeteria, which works out well for me. I intentionally came here right away expecting this after all. As I reached the front counter, I spotted a young woman behind it, absorbed in a book. She had soft, mint green hair tied in a low ponytail and a pair of round glasses perched on her nose. Her eyes, though hidden behind the lenses, were entirely focused on the pages before her, her expression serious. I observed her for a moment. No reaction to my presence. Fine. A hum. A bit louder. A hum. Ah, the girl jolted in shock, hands twitching as she lost control of the book she was holding. It slipped from her grasp, landing right by my side with a soft thud. Her wide, anxious eyes met mine. "I'm so sorry. I bent to pick up the book. Its paper cover was halfway open. To win over your alpha fiancé. Guarantee." I blinked. What did I just read? My brain automatically corrected the title, How to Win Over Your Fiancé's Heart. Shoot, what a cringe title. But poker face, please don't fail me now. Wordlessly, I picked up the book and handed it back to her. She hesitated for a split second, sneaking a glance at the title before looking back up at me. Her face turned red in an instant, and she hurriedly snatched the book away, clutching it to her chest like some sort of forbidden treasure. "I am really sorry for not noticing you earlier," she stammered. But you startled me." I inclined my head slightly. "Apologies for that." She peered at me cautiously, her fingers fidgeting with the book cover. It was almost amusing how she kept sneaking glances at my expression, as if trying to gauge if I had read anything or whether I was going to laugh at her. I didn't laugh, I just stared her back. After a brief moment, she finally seemed to calm down. "So, is there something you need?" she asked, pushing her glasses up and trying to regain her composure. "It's rare to see students in the library," so I raised a brow. "Rare? Is she talking about time or?" "Well, no matter. I'm a transfer student," I explained. "I came to check out books covering the basics of all subjects. Where can I find them?" The girl blinked, then her expression brightened. "A transfer student? That makes sense. I see. She nodded to herself, standing up. "Don't worry, I'll help you myself." A shadow fell over us. The warmth of her cheerful attitude disappeared in an instant. A chilling sensation crawled down my spine. It wasn't just a presence, it was an overwhelming, suffocating force. The girl in front of me visibly stiffened. Her fingers clenched around the book, and she quickly averted her gaze, as if avoiding eye contact with whoever was behind me. A deep, cold voice broke the silence. "I will do it." The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. I slowly turned around. Before me stood a man at least 15 centimeters taller than me. His expression was sharp, his handsome face giving off a refined yet dangerous aura, but more than anything, his presence was terrifying. A pressure, invisible yet heavy, radiated from him like an unseen force. It wasn't the kind that shouted for attention, nor the kind that was deliberately oppressive. It was the kind that awakened fear. Calmly, I met his gaze. This was not someone ordinary. I followed after the scary-looking guy, not that I had much choice. The moment he spoke, the girl behind the counter had practically shrunk into herself, her earlier enthusiasm vanishing like a candle snuffed out by the wind. She dared not even glance in his direction. It was obvious was someone people avoided. Well, give his face and the way he spoke, it should be obvious. And yet, here I was, trailing after him as he silently led the way through the tall shelves of books. His movements were unhurried but with purpose. He didn't glance back, didn't ask any questions. Instead, he would stop at a shelf, scan the books with cold, calculating eyes, and then without a word he'd pull one out and hand it to me. I accepted the first book hesitantly, then the second, then the third. Despite how he looked, he definitely knew his stuff. A scholar in disguise, a librarian, an assistant, or just another student, it was hard to tell. He didn't seem older than me, but his aura's sheer pressure around him felt unnatural for someone my age. Still, I had to admit, I was beginning to see him in a new light. That didn't mean I wasn't wary. The silence stretched between us, heavy yet not uncomfortable. It was only broken when he finally spoke again, his voice carrying that same cold sharpness as before. "Why are you searching for these books?" I blinked at the sudden question. His tone wasn't one of curiosity. It was more like an interrogation. Is he suspecting me? The way his gaze locked onto me, unblinking and assessing, made it feel like he was seeing straight through me. "Haven't you learned them before?" "He's definitely suspicious." "I'm new here," I answered carefully, not sure what he exactly meant by that. "I just wanted to check these books, see if there's anything more to learn." I couldn't just say, "Actually, I know nothing," and was hoping these would save me. He studied me for a moment. Then, without breaking eye contact, he gave a slow, deliberate nod. And then "Be careful." My grip on the books tightened slightly. "Be careful? What the hell does that mean?" I resisted the urge to curse out loud. Why did everything he say sound like a cryptic warning? Was I supposed to be worried? Did he find out something? Or was this just his way of speaking? Either way, I had a feeling this wouldn't be my last encounter with him. I was going to come back here again for a while, a long while, so why don't I get to know him? I hesitated for a moment before speaking. "What should I call you?" He turned his head slightly, his sharp gaze locking onto me like a hawk assessing prey. The silence stretched just long enough to make me question if I should have even asked. Then Zephyr, a simple name, yet there was an air of dominance in the way he said it, as if it held weight beyond mere letters. Zephyr, it somehow suited him. I gave a slow nod. "All right then, Brother Zephyr." His eyes narrowed slightly. I coughed. "I mean Zephyr. What do you suggest someone who knows nothing should start with?" The moment I said it, I realized my mistake. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. His eyes lowered ever so slightly, glancing at the stack of books he had handed me. Then he raised a brow. "You know nothing." Shoot. I quickly corrected myself. "I mean I know someone like that." Zephyr's eyes squinted slightly, as if silently assessing whether to believe me or not. Then he gave a slow nod, letting the matter slide. Without another word, he plucked a book from the pile in my hands and set it on the nearest table. "This one." I followed his lead, placing the rest of the books down before flipping open the first page after reading the simple title. "Why this?" I asked. Zephyr leaned slightly against the table, crossing his arms. "It covers the fundamental principles without assuming prior knowledge." "Oh, that was actually reasonable." "And next?" I prompted. He exhaled slightly, maybe a sigh, maybe no 10 pointed at another. "This one expands on the first, with practical applications." As he spoke, I took out an empty notebook from my bag and began jotting things down. I wasn't sure why, but something about the way he explained things made it easy to follow. He wasn't exactly good at teaching. His explanations were direct, sometimes overly brief. I found I could understand him. Maybe I just had a knack for learning, or maybe we were both the type to get engrossed in things like this. Before long, the tension from earlier had vanished entirely. The conversation flowed naturally, my questions met with his answers and his instructions followed by my notes. Zephyr's voice, which had initially carried an icy sharpness, no longer seemed as harsh when he was speaking about these topics. The heavy atmosphere from before, completely gone. Now it was just the two of us, a pair of studious lunatics, flipping through pages and exchanging words like nothing else in the world mattered. I didn't even realize how much time had passed, until... Ding! A sharp bell tone rang through the library. The sound snapped me out of my focus like a splash of cold water. I blinked. Zephyr, too, lifted his gaze slightly from the book he had been explaining. The sky outside was no longer a bright afternoon hue. Instead, it had deepened into the soft glow of early evening. "I see. We probably had been at this for hours." I glanced at Zephyr. He seemed just as unfazed by the passage of time as I was. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that this study session was the first of many, which might be a good thing. And for the first time, Zephyr didn't seem quite as scary anymore. And I can guess his personality, he is probably an introvert who struggles to voice out his thoughts correctly. As for his scary aura and the way he speaks, he is either oblivious to it or don't know how to fix it as they are natural. A soft, gentle voice echoed from behind. "Sorry for disturbing you too, but it's already dinner time." I thought you would be hungry. Both Zephyr and I turned toward the sound. Standing a few feet away, partially hidden by the tall shelves, was the librarian girl from earlier. Her hands fidgeted in front of her, fingers curling and uncurling as if unsure what to do with them. She wasn't looking at me. Her gaze was glued to the floor, her face slightly flushed, as though she had mustered all her courage just to speak up. Or rather, she was deliberately avoiding looking in Zephyr's direction. I glanced at the book in front of me, then back at her, so it was her who rang the bell, and... "Why is she acting like this?" I darted a quick look at Zephyr, wondering if he had noticed her behavior. Of course he had. His sharp, calculating gaze was fixed on the girl like a predator assessing a small, trembling creature. He didn't speak, nor did he move. He simply stared. "Come on, dude, you're scaring her." As if on cue, the girl shifted on her feet, clearly uncomfortable under the weight of his gaze. Her fidgeting increased, her hands clenching into small fists before she quickly loosened them again. I could almost hear her thoughts. Why is he looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Was she scared of him? Actually, no, that wasn't quite right. I squinted. She was scared, but not because of him, and she was also nervous, in a completely different way than before. Hold on. Is she flustered? I nearly choked on the realization. Wait. Was this one of those situations? I subtly observed the way she shuffled in place, her shoulders slightly hunched as if trying to make herself smaller, the way she peeked at Zephyr just anciently to immediately look away. Oh, she has a crush on him. Yep, I suppressed the urge to rub my temples. Of course, the scary, brooding, socially unapproachable scholar type would have an admirer. Why wouldn't he? Not to mention we were in a Romcom academy setting. I stole another glance at Zephyr. And of course, the terrifying guy was utterly oblivious. He simply continued staring at her, expression unreadable, not a single trace of understanding on his face. Seconds passed, then finally he exhaled. Noted, he said, voice as flat and cold as ever. The girl flinched slightly at his curt tone. "Ah yeah, that probably didn't help." She nodded quickly, still avoiding Zephyr's gaze. It's fine. I just thought you might not realize." She hesitated, shifting her weight from foot to foot. Then after another short pause, she dipped her head in a quick bow before scurrying off. Her departure left behind a brief silence. I turned back to Zephyr, raising an eyebrow. Zephyr's gaze flickered toward me, confused. I did, right. I shook my head. I was now certain. The man had the social skills of a rock. Still, my mind lingered on the librarian girl. This wasn't the last time she'd tried to approach Zephyr, was it? And judging by his personality, he was going to remain completely oblivious. For some reason, I had a feeling I was going to be the unfortunate middleman in whatever this was. Come to think of it, that book's title, the one she dropped, its name was How to Win Over Your Fiancé's Heart. Are they engaged? The question bounced around in my mind like a rubber ball, refusing to settle. On one hand, it made sense. The girl's reactions, the book title, her nervous glances, classic signs. On the other hand, this guy, in an engagement. I turned to Zephyr, still leaning against the table, arms crossed, staring off into the direction she left with his usual unreadable expression. He didn't look like someone aware of his own love life. No, forget that. If this was a rom-com, it had to be one of those frustratingly slow burn ones, the ones where the male lead is too emotionally stunted to realize his own feelings, and the female lead is too flustered to make a proper move. I could already imagine it. She tries to approach him, but he's too cold and distant. She gets frustrated, but still can't help but be drawn to him. She has moments of doubt. Maybe even another guy shows up for some unnecessary drama. He, despite being an emotional brick, has his occasional moments of unintended kindness that make her heart race. They go through countless misunderstandings, but little by little she breaks through his walls. Yep, a frustrating but oddly sweet love story. Not as cringe as Aaron's, but still something that would have me palm my face if I had to witness it firsthand. I sighed, rubbing my temples. First, I get thrown into this world with no memories and was forced to watch cringe scenes. Then, I somehow become a study partner for a terrifying scholar. And now, I'm apparently in the middle of what might be a slow burn romance plotline. At this rate, I was going to be the designated side character who watches from the sidelines and shakes his head at the stupidity of love. Great. I stared at Zephyr again. The worst part, I needed this guy's help. He had knowledge I could use, and this wouldn't be the last time I'd seek him out. Even if an event pop-up appeared right now, telling me to help these two awkwardly in love idiots, I would probably just accept it without complaining. Because honestly, I was already resigned to ding. Event triggered, scenario: two souls, one fate. Bound by fate yet separated by hesitation, these two souls find themselves unable to take the first step toward each other. Will you be the guiding force that brings them together? Objective: help the poor souls overcome their hesitations. Failure penalty: relationship regression. They will grow even further apart. Rewards: determined by actions taken. I paused. Are you kidding me? This system, or whatever it is, seriously had a twisted sense of humor. I was just saying it, Heck, nothing else happened to trigger the event too. So why, Zephyr's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts, snapping me back to reality. I blinked and turned to him, only to find him still staring in the direction the librarian girl had left. There was a pause. Then, in a voice quieter than I expected, he asked, "She hates me, right?" Huh, for a second I thought I had misheard. But no, there it was, that rare glimpse of vulnerability. His voice wasn't its usual cold, unreadable monotone. It was different, bittersweet, like he had already come to terms with something he didn't want to accept. I barely stopped myself from blurting out, "No, you idiot, she likes you. You're her lovely fiancé after all." But then I glanced at the mission window still hovering in my vision. Objective: help the poor souls overcome their hesitations. And just like that, an idea struck me, a reverse method, a way to get this emotionally stunted scholar to actually think about her feelings. I nodded solemnly, inhaled sharply, and yes, she must totally hate you. Zephyr's eyes widened. He slowly turned his head toward me, his normally impassive gaze now sharp and cold, like a blade being drawn. I blinked at him innocently. What? I said, tilting my head. Didn't you ask me? His brows furrowed ever so slightly, as if he wasn't sure whether to be annoyed or thoughtful. I shrugged. Honestly, you must know it too, right? From what I've heard, everyone either avoids you or is outright scared of you. Zephyr remained silent, but I continued, lowering my voice slightly. The poor girl still endures it. His expression flickered. Despite everything, she still comes to you, even though she's obviously nervous, I added, watching him closely. If she really hated you, don't you think she'd be avoiding you too? I caught it, that brief shift in his eyes, a sliver of realization, hook-line. I leaned back, smirking inwardly. Honestly, I added with a casual shrug, I think you have a chance. For the first time, Zephyr fully turned to look at me, and I saw it, the tiniest flicker of light in his otherwise unreadable gaze. I almost laughed, caught the fish. Zephyr's gaze lingered on Amenyel's fading silhouette as he disappeared beyond the towering bookshelves. His eyes, usually distant and unreadable, held a flicker of thoughtfulness. Then in a quiet voice he muttered a name, Virion. A faint shimmer rippled through the air above his shoulder. A small portal, barely the size of a human head, opened with a soundless distortion. From within, a sleek dark green winged snake slithered out, its scales shimmering with an unnatural sheen. Its emerald eyes gleamed with intelligence, and its feathered wings folded elegantly as it coiled midair. The creature blinked lazily before speaking, its voice smooth and amused. What did you call me for, master? Zephyr didn't turn to face it. Instead, his fingers tapped lightly against the armrest of his chair. Follow him. Virion's forked tongue flickered as he glanced toward the library's exit. Him, that kid. His voice carried a hint of mischief, but when he noticed Zephyr's unchanged expression, he let out a soft chuckle. Fine, fine. Learn about him, but don't act unless necessary. Got it. The winged serpent uncoiled, his wings spreading slightly. Zephyr finally turned his gaze to his familiar, his voice steady. Do not get caught, Virion. The serpent grinned, or at least, the closest thing a snake could do to grin. Please, I'm insulted you'd even suggest that. With a single beat of his wings, Virion's form shimmered, his body blending seamlessly into the air. Within seconds he was gone, moving soundlessly through the library's upper levels, slipping into the shadows like a phantom. Zephyr leaned back, exhaling softly. His fingers paused mid-tap, as if pondering something. Then, in an almost whispering tone, he muttered to himself, Amenyel, huh. The soft ticking of the clock echoed in the silent room. I let out a long breath, leaning back in my chair, arms stretching wide as my stiff muscles protested. My eyes flickered to the time, 11:47 p.m. Books, notebooks, and loose sheets of paper were scattered across the desk, some open, others covered in hastily scribbled notes. A half-empty cup of tea sat to the side, long gone cold. The faint scent of ink and parchment lingered in the air, mixing with the distant hum of the night. I sighed, rubbing my temples. Dark circles had begun to form beneath my eyes, a dull ache settling in my shoulders. Yeah, I overdid it. Even though I had taken short breaks trying to keep my mind fresh, the 6 hours of non-stop studying had drained me more than expected. If I included the 5 hours with Zephyr earlier, 11 hours in total. I won't add the classes since I really didn't study then. No wonder I feel half dead. My stamina sucks, I muttered, exhaling. It wasn't like I did anything physically demanding today, just reading, analyzing, and scribbling down notes. Yet my body was acting like I just fought a battle. I clicked my tongue. I need to start working out. No matter how good my memory was, no matter how much I learned, it wouldn't mean anything if my body gave out after just a bit of mental strain. A well-trained body and mind, that's what I needed. Tomorrow, I'd come up with a workout plan, something practical and efficient. Like the famous 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10 kilometers run every single day. But right now, I'm just gonna sleep. Pushing back my chair, I stood up, stretching once more before heading to the bathroom. A quick shower should help. As warm water cascaded down my body, I closed my eyes, letting my mind wander. My stamina, endurance, and even resistance to exhaustion all felt below average. It wasn't just the lack of training. This body was just naturally weak. Even though I had been adapting well, small things like this reminded me I was still an weak, background character in this world, which meant I had a lot of work to do. By the time I stepped out, hair still damp, my thoughts had settled. Tomorrow was a new day, a more productive day. Pulling the covers over myself, I exhaled one last time. The bed was warm, comforting. My muscles, though sore, welcomed the rest. Sleep came almost instantly. The room fell into silence. Only the faint sound of Amenyel's steady breathing could be heard, the slow rise and fall of his chest marking his descent into deep sleep. Then, a shadow flickered in the corner of the room, a presence unseen, unnoticed. A figure, clad in dark, assassin-like robes, materialized beside the bed. Their movements were eerily smooth, their form blending perfectly into the darkness. They wore a black mask, featureless except for two narrow slits that revealed cold, calculating eyes. Their gloved hand reached into a small pouch at their waist, pulling out a cloth and a small glass vial filled with a thick, dark liquid, a custom tranquilizer. The assassin hovered over Amenyel's sleeping form, gazing down with an unreadable expression. "You are truly unlucky," they muttered, voice barely above a whisper, "to be chosen as the partner of." However, they never got to finish their sentence nor their assassination, because the instant they uncorked the vial, a chill ran down their spine, a deep primal fear, like something ancient and predatory had just set its sights on them. Their breath hitched, their instincts screamed, "Move," but they were already too late. The air warped. A sharp, invisible force coiled around their limbs, crushing the breath from their lungs. Two pairs of glowing, enchanting emerald eyes appeared in the darkness, piercing, cold, and merciless. The assassin's pulse skyrocketed. Impossible, they had checked. The target had no protective measures, no backing, no familiars. So then what was this? A whisper brushed against their ear, something cold, amused, non-human, pitiful. Their last conscious thought was terror. The vial slipped from their fingers, their vision blurring, and then darkness. The assassin's unconscious body crumpled to the floor with a dull thud. Silence stretched across the dimly lit room. Then a ripple in the air, a barely perceptible distortion, like reality itself was shifting. From the darkness, a figure slithered into sight, coiling with a grace that defied logic. A long, sinuous body, covered in iridescent dark green scales, shimmered under the moonlight. Feathered wings folded against its sides, and two mesmerizing emerald eyes glowed with quiet amusement. Virion. The winged serpent hovered for a moment, observing the unconscious assassin with a detached curiosity. Then, with a slow inhale, the very space around the assassin twisted. A powerful suction force erupted from Virion's open maw, warping the air into a vortex. The assassin's body jerked upward, drawn into the abyss-like darkness of the creature's throat. Clothes, weapons, even the mask all swallowed whole in a seamless motion. Not a single trace was left behind. Virion's wings flared slightly before folding back, his long tail curling lazily in the air. His gaze lingered on Amenyel's sleeping facecam, unaware. The boy had no idea what had just transpired, no idea that death had been inches away, only to be erased before it could so much as brush against him. A quiet hum rumbled from Virion's throat, foolishly stepping into the unknown yet managing to tilt the scales of fate itself. His emerald eyes gleamed with something akin to amusement. "What a peculiar existence you are." Then, as if indulging in some silent jest, he flicked his tail lightly. "Consider this a token of gratitude," he murmured, his voice laced with a cryptic amusement, "for prying open that stubborn fool's eyes if only a little." A faint pulse of energy rippled through the room. Amenyel's body twitched slightly in his sleep, a soft glow flickering beneath his skin for the briefest of moments, like a spark igniting something long dormant. Then, just as suddenly as it came, the glow faded. Virion chuckled, his feathered wings rustling. "May you remain interesting." And with that, his form shimmered, then vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but an eerie stillness. Hidden scenario completed, surviving imminent death. Against all odds, you have survived an unavoidable demise. Whether by skill, luck, or unseen intervention, fate has shifted in your favor. Achievement unlocked, Death's Brush. You stood at the threshold of the abyss and returned. Few can claim such fortune. Reward, passive skill, Foresight LV. 1. New passive skill acquired, Foresight can evolve, your perception has been heightened. When danger lurks nearby, your subconscious will react faster and your instincts will sharpen. You may not always understand why, but you will feel when something is amiss. Hidden scenario completed, gaining a primordial beast's interest. A being from the primordial era, feared and revered alike, has taken an interest in you. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Reward, Blessing of Virion, the winged tyrant, 30 resistance to all external effects, mind control, poisons, curses, illusions, etc. Minor passive regeneration. Your body and mind recover at a slow but constant rate, even without rest. The voice fell silent. The glowing, translucent windows remained, hovering in the dimly lit room, their soft radiance casting faint shadows across the walls. No further messages appeared, only eerie stillness. Time passed, clock ticking. 23:59, 05:50. I stirred, my body shifting beneath the covers. A deep, lingering drowsiness clung to my senses like mist. I rubbed my eyes, my fingers pressing against my temples to shake off the remnants of sleep. Just 5 more minutes. I blinked and froze, floating in front of several glowing windows. My mind stalled. I blinked again, slowly. The windows did not disappear. Hallucination, sleep deprivation. Was I still dreaming? I haven't done anything to trigger them somehow, except something happened while I was asleep. Squinting, I hesitantly focused on the first one. My eyes traced the words carefully. Surviving imminent death. My breath hitched slightly as I read it again, this time slower. Imminent death. My body tensed, a chill ran down my spine as countless possibilities flooded my mind. An assassination attempt, a curse, poison, a freak accident I wasn't even aware of. I had been sleeping just fine, no wounds, no pain. Nothing felt wrong, so how did I almost die? My gaze darted to the next message. Hidden scenario completed, gaining a primordial beast's interest. I stilled. A primordial beast took an interest in me. My mind reeled, so I was saved by something powerful. Something beyond an ordinary person's comprehension. The realization settled in like a stone sinking to the bottom of a lake. This world isn't just a rom-com, is it? I exhaled slowly. The system windows remained in my vision, their glow unwavering, but I no longer stared at them. My mind was too busy processing. First, I was definitely not in just a rom-com. That much was clear. Well, I couldn't really be blamed for thinking I was. Every single event I had gone through so far had been a rom-com setting. The transfer student, the ball scenario, third-rate Van-Abe villain with cringe love triangle situations. There was no sign of magic, no dungeons, no beasts. Even in classes, I hadn't picked up on anything that hinted at this world being a fantasy setting. Either those parts were incredibly subtle, or knowing how I skipped over them without realizing. To be fair, I had a hunch. The system, or whatever it is, the weirdly fantasy-esque names of people and places, the sheer absurdity of certain things, but it had remained just thought, a hunch, until now. Now there was no doubt, this wasn't just a rom-com. This was a high fantasy world, and then there was the bigger issue, surviving imminent death. I didn't know what exactly had almost killed me, but this one fact made everything crystal clear. I was in danger, more danger than I had anticipated for. In considering my background character, status coupled with the fact that this world had gone from rom-com to high fantasy in a single night, things had just gotten a lot more troublesome. Because if there was one absolute truth about fantasy worlds, it was this. They were never peaceful. Every fantasy setting, no matter how well constructed or intricate, followed the same inevitable pattern. Wars, invasions, ancient prophecies, world-ending calamities, eldritch horrors, demon lords, foreign interventions. The list was endless. And if that wasn't enough, there were the smaller, more personal-scale disasters. Academy attacks, monster outbreaks, assassination attempts, kingdom-wide conspiracies, rogue cults summoning forbidden beings. The moment you existed in a fantasy world, you were at risk, and protagonists, they were usually magnets for every single one of these catastrophic events. No matter where they went, the chaos would follow. That wasn't even an exaggeration. If I had been a protagonist, not that I want to, I wouldn't be panicking as much. Why? Because main characters, no matter how dire their situation, had the one thing I didn't: plot armor. They were built to survive. Whether by miraculous last-minute power-ups, hidden bloodline awakenings, divine interventions, or sheer unkillable stubbornness, they always made it through. The same couldn't be said for background characters. Extras, side characters, nameless students, unlucky nobles, innocent bystanders. People like me were nothing but expendable casualties in the grand scheme of things. Just scenery, fodder. Even if I somehow got a few lines in a story, at best, I'd be an early game stepping stone for a protagonist to gain experience. At worst, a footnote in a tragedy. And now, with the world revealing itself as high fantasy, my chances of living a peaceful, uneventful life had just plummeted to zero, which meant I had two options. One, run, disappear, vanish before I got dragged into anything major, hide somewhere remote and live the rest of my life as an anonymous nobody. Problem. That was just delaying my inevitable death. This was a fantasy world. No place was truly safe. Sooner or later, something would find me. 2. Get strong, insanely strong. Not just respectable noble strong. Not top student strong. Not even best swordsman in the kingdom strong. No, if I wanted to survive. I need to become an untouchable existence, a monster among monsters. Someone so absurdly overpowered that not even the final bosses or the protagonists at their peak could defeat me. And unlike them, I had an advantage. I wasn't some chosen hero. I wasn't the main character of a prophecy. I wasn't burdened with a tragic backstory, a revenge plot, or a destiny to fulfill. I hope so. I was nothing, just a background character. Someone who, by all logic, shouldn't attract attention. As long as I played my cards right, avoided making a scene, and seized every opportunity to grow stronger without drawing eyes to myself, I could quietly reach the pinnacle without anyone even realizing. My eyes flickered to the glowing messages still floating in front of me. The rewards, a passive skill that heightened my perception of danger, a blessing from a primordial beastone that granted resistance to external effects and passive regeneration. Even now, I could feel it. A subtle, steady energy within me, mending any minor fatigue, sharpening my mind. This was my first step. I exhaled slowly, my lips curling into a small, unreadable smile. All right, if the world wanted to throw me into chaos, then I would take everything it had to offer and turn myself into something it could never control. But of course it won't be easy. Heck, it is highly impossible. but I am not going to let fear dictate my choices. And I can't also forget a few things. Power and strength that isn't about ruling over others or proving anything. It is about survival, about making sure that if danger came knocking again, I won't just sit helplessly, unaware of the forces moving in the shadows. Power alone means nothing if I lose myself in the process. I have no intention of walking down the path of arrogance or corruption. Strength without purpose is nothing but an empty pursuit, and I have no desire to become someone who looks down on others just because I have an advantage. Humility and caution will be my greatest shields. Patience will be my sword. This isn't about defying fate or acting as if I controlled it. Fate's threads are beyond my control, but my choices are still my own. I can only prepare, take every step within my power, and walk forward with conviction. And so I made my resolve. I won't chase power for power's sake. I won't fall into the trap of thinking I am invincible. I will simply do what I must: learn, grow, and be ready, not as a conqueror, not as a tyrant, but as someone who refuses to be caught unprepared ever again. With a steady breath, I whispered the old words of resolve. May the winds carry me where I must go. The rhythmic pounding of my feet against the dirt filled my ears as I ran across the stadium like training yard, sweat clinging to my skin. My breath was steady, just slightly ragged, but nothing unbearable. I had already completed half of my insane self-imposed workout: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats. Now only the 10-kilometer run remained. I exhaled sharply, forcing myself to maintain my pace. My legs burned, my body felt heavy, but I was still moving. Strangely enough, I didn't feel as drained as I expected. It was obviously due to Virion's blessing. That minor regeneration effect was already working in my favor. After finishing the first 50 push-ups, I had nearly collapsed, but after just a few minutes of rest, my strength had returned enough to continue with the next set of exercise. The fatigue didn't stack as much as before. It was subtle, but undeniably there. A small smirk tugged at my lips. It wasn't much, but it was something. And when I had nothing before, even the smallest advantage could mean survival. I focused on the other reward, the passive skill, foresight. It heightened my perception, sharpened my instincts. It was perfect for the current me who was weak. I had no powers, no hidden bloodline, no inheritance. I was just some extra in a world filled with monsters. But now, if danger was coming, my subconscious would at least react faster. It wouldn't make me untouchable, but a split second of awareness. It could be the difference between living and dying. That thought lingered as I continued running, my mind shifting to the one thing I had no answers for. Virion, the winged tyrant, the primordial beast who took an interest in me. My fingers curled slightly as I ran. Just the title alone gave away some clues. Winged, so something that could fly. A dragon, a phoenix, maybe even a griffin or a forgotten primordial creature. But the real question wasn't what it was. Iwasui was a primordial beast here. The simplest, most logical conclusion was that it was the one who saved me, because there was no other explanation. But that only raised more questions. Why? Why would an ancient, powerful being interfere with my life? It didn't make sense, unless. One possibility was that Virion was a guardian of the academy. If it resided here, then perhaps it acted to protect students from unseen threats. Another Somyon was watching me. That was an unsettling thought. If there was a person capable of calling upon a primordial beast, then I was already far deeper into things than I wanted to be. The last theory, Virion just happened to be passing by and decided to help me. Yeah, that one sounded ridiculous. I shook my head. It was pointless to keep thinking about it. I had no solid clues, no evidence. Overthinking something I couldn't control would only lead me into an endless abyss of questions with no answers. For now, it was better to act oblivious. I highly doubted anyone else knew I had a system or whatever it was. If they did, I'd already be in far worse trouble. I could only hope they wouldn't send assassins again. My jaw tightened at the thought, because that was the other thing I didn't want to dwell on. Who tried to kill me and why? Those answers wouldn't come easily, and chasing them blindly would be reckless. I exhaled sharply, pushing those thoughts aside. For now, I had a run to finish. One step at a time, one day at a time. This was only the beginning. The end of class came with the usual rustling of books, the scraping of chairs, and the chatter of students eager to leave. I exhaled quietly, packing up my things. My plan was simple: head to the cafeteria, grab a few meals for lunch, and then spend the rest of my time in the library with Zephyr if he was there and was willing to help. A quiet and productive afternoon, or so I thought. Just as I slung my bag over my shoulder and turned to leave, a familiar voice called out. Ammon, can you stay behind for a moment? We need to discuss something. I stopped mid-step, casting a glance toward the speaker Aaron. My first instinct was to reject. I wasn't in the mood for unnecessary conversations. Can it wait? I have somewhere to be. Aaron, unfazed, leaned back against his chair, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. It's about what to wear to the ball. I froze. A moment of silence stretched between us. Damn it. My lips parted, but no words came out. I couldn't deny the truth. I didn't have anything remotely suitable for a formal event. My wardrobe consisted of my academy uniform and, well, more academy uniforms. Aaron's smirk widened, as if he had anticipated this exact reaction. I sighed in defeat and slowly sat back down in my seat. A few minutes passed in relative silence. Then the classroom door swung open and a familiar figure entered. Livia. She was carrying an extra bag. The moment my gaze landed on it, an ominous feeling stirred in my chest. I watched as Aaron gestured toward the desks they had pushed towards his and Emilia's. Come, take a seat. We've got everything ready, Aaron said with a tone far too casual. Livia nodded, walking over and placing the bag down on the makeshift table. Emilia, seated beside her, simultaneously reached into her own bag and pulled out drinks and utensils. I narrowed my eyes. Déjà vu. And just as I was about to open my mouth, I heard it. Scenario: homemade hospitality, a classic moment in many tales where companions gather to share a homemade meal. Whether it's a friendly gesture, a test of culinary prowess, or a hidden battlefield of unspoken rivalry, the atmosphere is anything but ordinary. Regardless of intent, participation is inevitable. Objective: play along and navigate the situation. Failure penalty: unwanted attention from Lyra. Rewards. Revealed upon completion. I sighed internally, so it was this kind of event. This was a textbook rom-com scenario kind where the heroines prepared homemade meals and the protagonist was expected to eat them. Sometimes the competition between them would be not so subtle. Other times their cooking would be an outright biohazard. I prayed it wasn't the latter, and I should have seen it coming. But wasn't this happening a bit soon? It's been only 3 days after all. My gaze flickered toward Aaron. He was acting a little too smug. I want to see if he can keep that expression later. And the punishment, yeah, now I could guess the reason. Lyra must have caused trouble in the cafeteria yesterday. Most likely, he had annoyed them enough that they decided to avoid the place entirely and opt for this instead. Alas, that stupid third-rate villain. Instead of creating trouble for Aaron, he had unknowingly helped him instead. Aaron turned to me, grinning. Come on, Ammon, sit beside me. I glanced at Livia and Emilia. They didn't seem particularly bothered by my presence. No awkwardness, no hostility, just neutral acceptance. At the very least, the food was free. Now, I just had to survive this scenario. The moment the meal began, everything unfolded exactly as I expected. Livia was asking questions without hesitation. Emilia, on the other hand, maintained her composed and refined demeanor, speaking in measured, eloquent phrases. And of course, our protagonist Aaron was the center of it all. Aaron, which one do you like better? Livia asked, resting her chin on her hands as she watched him expectantly. Before he could answer, Emilia added, yes, I would like to hear your thoughts as well. Her tone was calm, but the subtle glint in her eyes told me she wasn't about to lose. Aaron stiffened slightly, clearly realizing he was in dangerous territory. Haha, serves you right. He then let out a nervous chuckle and picked up a bite from each of their meals, taking his time to chew. Must be racking his brain. Well, he started, clearly stalling for time. Both of them have their own unique charm. Livia's dish is warm and hearty, full of personality, while Emilia's is refined, balanced, and elegant. It's impossible to compare the two directly. They each shine in their own way. A textbook diplomatic answer. Classic survival instincts at play. While they continued their little back and forth, I quietly ate my own portion, savoring each bite. A free meal was a free meal after all. Then, without warning, Ammon, what do you think? I paused, fork halfway to my mouth. I turned to Aaron, who was giving me an innocent smile. Damn liar. That smile wasn't innocent at all. This was a hidden attack. He was clearly trying to drag me into the chaos. But sorry, you're too young to mess with me. I calmly set down my fork, meeting his gaze with unwavering composure. I'm not exactly picky eater, and everything here tastes good, I said evenly. Then, without missing a beat, I added, besides, didn't you say we were going to discuss something? Aaron blinked. Then, as if finally realizing that I wasn't about to play along, he let out a sigh of defeat. Fine, fine, you win. He waved a hand, officially changing the topic. Let's talk about the ball. Oh right, we were going to discuss it, huh? Emilia and Livia reacted as if they had no idea. They must have forgot about it already. So Aaron leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk. What's your plan? I gave him a blank stare. Plan for your outfit, he clarified. I don't know what to wear, I admitted, placing my utensils down again, and I probably don't have anything suitable. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto me, 3 identical as expected expressions. I wasn't sure if I should feel insulted or not. Before I could dwell on it, Aaron picked up the conversation. I have a few extra outfits, but honestly, it'd be better if we wore matching attire for the occasion. That does make sense, Emilia nodded in agreement. Then, as if on cue, Livia suddenly lit up. Then why don't we go shopping this Sunday? That's 3 days from now, I'm totally free that day. Oh, Emilia considered it for a moment, then gave a small nod. That sounds reasonable. I happen to be free that day as well. Aaron leaned back. I can make some time. They all turned to me. I exhaled. There was no escape from this, was there? I should have free time, I said at last. Guess I signed up myself for another event. Ding, event triggered. Thought so. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Yeah, who would believe that? But during these days, nothing significant happened, except the fact that I had to stay up all night every day after that mysterious near-death experience. As for the rest, I spent my time attending classes, lunch with the trio, going to library, training, studying until midnight, and repeat. This have practically become my routine ever since I arrived here, and honestly, I had no complaints. The monotony was comforting in its own way. At least it was predictable. But today was different. Today I was going outside. For the first time since I woke up, I was finally going to see what was beyond Academy's walls. And if I had to be completely honest, I wasn't sure how to feel about it. On one hand, I was thrilled. A part of me was genuinely excited. I had no idea where in the world this academy was built, only that the nearest town was called Veltria. Up until now, everything beyond these grounds was a complete mystery to me. On the other hand, I was afraid, because I was going out with Aaron's party, and I could already list at least 10 different cliché events that could happen the moment we stepped into town. Some poor kid getting their pouch stolen, followed by a dramatic chase through the marketplace, a random noble picking a fight with us, possibly over Livia or Emilia. A commotion caused by some dangerous criminal conveniently escaping custody at the worst possible time. The classic mysterious figure watching from the shadows, etc. Or, if I was really unlucky, an assassination attempt aimed at one of us. I shook my head. No, that's too much. I was overthinking things. However, I had already prepared for the worst just in case. A few emergency items, some self-defense measures, and a plan to slip away if things got too chaotic. Everything was under control, so there was no need to worry. Right, knock, knock. I had a pretty good guess who it was. When I opened the door, I was immediately greeted by the sight of the protagonist himself. Aaron stood there, dressed in a high-quality dark coat with intricate silver embroidery, paired with a neatly tailored shirt and boots that were just flashy enough to look expensive but not obnoxiously so. Combined with his naturally good looks, he truly fit the role of a fantasy rom-com protagonist. He gave me a quick once-over and smirked. You really weren't joking back then, huh? I glanced down at myself. My usual academy uniform, not exactly ball-worthy or outing attire. Yeah, I replied simply, locking the door behind me and pocketing the key. Aaron chuckled. Well, at least you'll have something decent by the end of today. I had no response to that. Let's go. We walked side by side, leaving the dormitory behind. The academy grounds stretched far and wide, and as we moved through the stone-paved paths, I couldn't help but realize just how massive this place actually was. It took us nearly 10 minutes just to reach the main gates. There, waiting for us, were Livia and Emilia. Both of them were dressed elegantly, but practically Livia in a stylish yet functional short coat, while Emilia wore a refined yet modest dress suited for nobility. A carriage stood just outside the academy gates. Ah, so they had already made arrangements. Morning, Aaron greeted with a casual wave. Morning, Livia replied cheerfully, while Emilia gave a polite nod. I merely gave them a small nod in return, then followed them as they stepped into the carriage. Without a word, I took the window seat beside Aaron, letting the others settle in. As the ride began, I turned my gaze outside. For the first time, I saw the academy from an outsider's perspective. The grand stone walls, the towering spires, the sheer vastness of its lands. It was massive, and as the carriage moved forward, the realization settled in. For the first time since I woke up in this world, I was truly leaving. Thankfully, my face remained as calm and indifferent as ever. Otherwise, the trio would have definitely noticed something off about me, which would raise unnecessary questions. The carriage continued down the road, moving past open plains and into the dense greenery of a forest. I quietly took in my surroundings, storing away any useful information I could gather. From what I observed, there was nothing but this forest and a small lake between the academy and the town of Veltria. And of course, a lone road cutting straight through the forest. The forest itself didn't seem too dangerous. According to what I overheard from passing students before, it housed only low-ranked monstrous nothing that could pose a real threat to carriages or travelers. Normally, these creatures stayed inside their habitat, only rarely attacking the roads. Normally. And that was exactly why I suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Because if there was one thing I had learned after waking up in this world, it was that normally meant absolutely nothing. Not to mention who I was traveling with. I could already picture the next event unfolding. A classic monster ambush, maybe. Hopefully I'm just overthinking SCRECH. I barely finished my thought when a distant growl echoed through the forest, followed by more sounds and cries of help. Smoke curled up ahead, black and thick. Ah, a flag is a flag, huh? Driver, speed up. Aaron ordered, his voice sharp. Yes, sir. The driver cracked the reins, urging the horses forward. Not that I could blame him. It wasn't just the protagonist's party who cared about innocent lives. Sitting in silence, I observed the trio. Each of them pressed their rings or necklace in action that caught my attention immediately. Aaron pulled out a sleek silver sword from his ring. Emilia revealed a fine-crafted bow with arrows, their surface glinting in the dim light. And Livia now held a staff, not unlike those seen in high fantasy settings, but nevertheless one. I leaned back slightly, watching them out of the corner of my eye. For the first time, I actually wondered how strong they were. Aaron was the protagonist, so he must be obviously powerful. That much should be a given. But Livia and Emilia, they weren't just love interests, were they? And the weapons and the classic storage rings, which got me curious. I know of spatial magic and other stuff, but seeing it in action was different. So could I get one of those too? Maybe I should ask them later. Or Zephyr, since he seemed knowledgeable about things like this. Still, I shelved that thought for later, because at that moment the carriage arrived at the scene, and just as I expected. A burning carriage stood at the center of the road, its front broken and engulfed in flames. Around it, at least 10 winged monsters circled like vultures, their hungry forms illuminated by the fire. 4 armored soldiers fought desperately to protect a beautiful young noblewoman and her maid, both standing near the wreckage. Ah, it's the save the beautiful noble lady scenario. Ding, scenario triggered, noble in peril. What did I say? Scenario: a noble in peril. A noble's carriage has been ambushed by winged monsters. The guards struggle to protect their charge, but the situation grows dire. A classic tale of heroism unfolds. Will you intervene, stand back, or take another approach? Objective: act accordingly. Failure penalty: death of innocent lives. Rewards: to be determined based on actions taken. I exhaled through my nose. Yeah, I'd love to do something cool too, but reality was harsh. I was weak, nor I had weapons like theirs, meaning I could only watch for now. Aaron glanced at me, his gaze sharp. Ammon, stay back, he asked before stepping forward. Not surprising. He must have noticed my lack of weapons, or it was just his heroic sense of justice and whatsoever. Without hesitation, Livia and Emilia followed after him. The driver wisely chose to stay put. And so I watched as the protagonist's party engaged with the monsters. Aaron took the front, wielding his sword in wide defensive arcs, keeping the creatures at bay with a solid defense. Emilia, stationed further back, loosed arrows swiftly, though her technique revealed her lack of experience. Livia's staff, rather than channeling magic, fired out condensed bursts of water almost like a magic-powered rifle, so she wasn't an actual mage. Her weapon was likely an artifact, or whatever they are called. As I observed their fighting styles, I began to evaluate them properly. Aaron knew only the basics. His footwork and strikes were functional, but far from refined. Emilia was decent with a bow, but had a long way to go in actual combat. Livia, well, she didn't seem to know magic, only using her staff as a shooting tool, so they weren't as powerful as I thought, Strange, the thought slipped from my lips before I even realized it. How did I evaluate them so well? Was it some kind of innate talent, a hidden ability, or was it simply because I had read too many stories, too many fights, too many tactics? Either way, it didn't matter. Knowing all this meant nothing if I couldn't do anything about it. However, physical strength isn't the only form of power. I can make use of my knowledge too. I shifted my gaze toward the monsters. They were beautiful and scary when angry. Their purple-red feathers shimmered in the firelight, their edges flickering like embers. Whenever they flapped their wings, faint reddish flames danced in the air. More importantly, they could breathe fire, which was very, very bad. A sudden sharp gasp broke my focus. Emilia, frowning, muttered under her breath, "That's impossible, they aren't supposed to be this violent." My ears perked up at that. She knew what they were. I tuned in as she continued, her voice barely audible between the chaos. "That's right, Imberwings were supposed to be non-violent. Why are they attacking people? Imberwings." The name clicked in my mind. Yesterday, while in the library, I had skimmed through some Beginner's Guide to Monsters type of books expecting something like this would happen, and Emilia was right. Imberwings were a rare species of low-ranked beasts, known for their striking plumage and affinity for fire, but more importantly, they never attacked humans unprovoked. They resided deep within the inner parts of the forest, far from roads and travelers, which meant. Slowly turned my gaze toward the noble girl, her wide eyes, the way her hands gripped her dress, the subtle tremble in her posture, then back to the monsters, their aggression, their erratic movements, their line of focus. I see. Without a second thought, I started walking forward. Livia, noticing me, shouted, "Ammon, get back, it's dangerous." I ignored her. I reached her side, extending a hand. "Livia." She looked at me, confused and still tense from battle. "Can I borrow your gun? No, your staff." She blinked. "What?" I hesitated for a moment before adding, "My aim is really good." She still seemed hesitant, but eventually she gave a small nod and handed me the staff. "So she admits her aim is bad, huh?" I grabbed it firmly, feeling its weight. "How do I use it?" "What?" Livia stared at me in disbelief. I tilted my head. "I mean, do I just swing it, press a button? How does this thing work?" She blinked again before quickly explaining. "You channel your intent through it and release the energy stored inside. Think of aiming at your target and pulling a trigger in your mind." I nodded. "Got it." Lifting the staff, I aimed at the incoming fireball from one of the Imberwings. As I aimed, I imagined pressing an invisible button. A faint warmth pulsed in my palm, and the staff hummed before releasing a sphere of water straight into the fireball. The two elements clashed before bursting apart in a loud hiss of steam. Livia's eyes widened slightly. "You actually hit it. I can't believe myself either. Am I really good at this?" Ignoring her and my inner child, I took another step forward. "Where are you going?" she called. I didn't look back. "To save innocent lives." I muttered aloud while passing by the noble girl without sparing her a glance. I approached the burning carriage. and logically, I did the most practical thing first. I aimed at the front of the carriage and fired, or should I say watered. I started shooting barrages of water balls to the flames in order to extinguishing them. Wow, this is totally cool. No wonder there are kids who want to be firefighters when they grow up. Oh, I'm getting distracted again. I lifted the staff once more, ready to fire again when nothing came out. I tried again, still nothing. Has it run out of fuel? I muttered under my breath. Before I could figure it out, Livia came running toward me, her face twisted in frustration. She snatched the staff from my hands, her eyes filled with disbelief. What did you do? You wasted all of its energy. The flames died out already. Ah, that made sense, my bad. I didn't stick around to listen to the rest of her nagging. Stepping past the noble girl again, without a glance I made my way to the back of the carriage. I stopped. I took another look at the monsters. I could feel their gazes, but they weren't looking at me. They were looking at the back of the carriage. So I was right, I murmured. Without hesitation, I reached for the back door. Only for a figure to step in front of me, the noble girl, her maid beside her equally determined. I met her eyes unbothered. What are you doing? Her expression twisted into irritation. What are you doing? Trying to save innocent lives. I cut in. But why are you trying to stop me? She stiffened. I narrowed my eyes, watching her reaction. Avoiding eye contact, fidgeting, frowning. They are restless. I muttered aloud, letting my gaze drift toward the Emberwings. She did the same. Emberwings' aggression intensified again. Their shrieks grew louder. Their movements became more erratic. It is already obvious now. They wanted what was inside. Move, I said, voice calm. Everyone here will either die or be seriously injured if you don't. She clenched her teeth. Hesitation. I took another glance at the monsters, then back at her. Time was running out. Finally, she stepped aside. Good choice, I muttered. Then I opened the carriage door. Inside, neatly arranged in protective straw, were around 15 medium-sized eggs, each 4 or 5 times the size of an adult fist. They were Emberwing eggs. The moment I saw them, everything clicked into place. A neatly arranged pile of egg, which were 99 Emberwing eggs. Above, the shrieks of furious beasts pierced the air. The carriage rocked slightly as another fireball exploded against the ground, sending embers scattering. The battle was still raging. Aaron deflected another flaming claw strike, gritting his teeth. His basics were solid, but his stance wavered slightly. Fatigue was setting in. Amelia, breathing hard, loosed an arrow that barely grazed one of the Emberwings. She twitched her lips, her inexperience and inner feelings showing. Livia, maybe her staff recharged, fired another water bullet, putting out a stray flame that had caught onto the grass. Damn it, she muttered. How many more are there? There are coming more. The guards were barely holding on. 2 were already down, whether dead or unconscious, I didn't know. The driver, still in his seat, was gripping the reins tightly, frozen in fear. And amidst all of this, the noble girl was standing in my way. I exhaled through my nose. Move, I said. She didn't. Her hands trembled slightly, but her eyes remained sharp, filled with defiance. Beside her, the maid tightened her grip on her dress, as if ready to shield her mistress at any moment. I glanced back at the eggs. 15 of them, I murmured. Did you rob their entire nest or something? The girl sucked in a breath, but said nothing. I tilted my head. You realize it too, don't you? She flinched. You know they aren't attacking at random, I continued. You know exactly why they are here. Still, no response. But the way her jaw clenched told me everything. Another explosion on the other side. Aaron stumbled backward, barely avoiding a burning talon. Shit, Livia, cover me, he shouted. I'm trying. Livia snapped back, firing another water bullet. The Emberwings weren't letting up. If anything, their aggression was increasing. They were growing desperate, because their eggs were right here. This wasn't simply an ambush. It was a rescue mission from their POV. The parents has come to take back their children. I now knew what the system message meant about death of innocent lives. They too are living beings after all. I exhaled slowly. All right, I turned back to the noble girl. Let's make this simple. She stiffened. You have 2 options. My leg, another guard collapsed, raising the already high tension. 1, you return the eggs, I said evenly. And we all walk away from this alive. Her fingers dug into the fabric of her dress. And 2, she asked, voice barely above a whisper. I met her gaze. 2, you keep them, I said, and more people will die. Well, from what I noticed, they just fainted, and Emberwings weren't using life-threatening attacks, not yet. Dodge, a loud shout rang out as Aaron barely avoided another attack. Livia fired another water blast, but even her stamina and gun's energy was running out. Amelia's arrows weren't enough to keep up. If this continued, the Emberwings would eventually break through, and when they did, I took a step closer, lowering my voice just enough for only her to hear, and just so we're clear, I murmured. If you pick option 2, we won't be saving you guys when things go south. She sucked in a sharp breath. For the first time, she looked at me not as a background extra, not as someone irrelevant. I probably looked like a scary guy in her eyes, but I didn't care a bit. Outside, the Emberwings shrieked louder. Time was running out. I tilted my head slightly. Well, I asked. What's it gonna be, Miss Kidnapper? She clenched her fists, and then. She made her choice. You will pay for this. She muttered grudgingly before stepping aside, walking away as if she was the right one. I narrowed my eyes. Where are you going? She paused mid-step, her expression twisting into something between irritation and disbelief. What didn't I already do as you asked? She asked, brows furrowing. I let out a humorless chuckle. No, you didn't. She turned fully, crossing her arms. I let you through. What else do you want? I met her gaze, my voice flat. I asked you to give the eggs back. The tension in the air thickened. This mess was caused by you and you alone, I continued. We were caught up in it while trying to help you, and you're still acting like this. Get a grip, will you? Her fingers twitched, gripping her dress as if trying to steady herself. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. She gritted her teeth, her expression darkening not with anger, but with something closer to frustration, because it was the truth, and truth often hurts. Another explosion rattled the ground. The cries of the emberwings grew more frantic. One of them swooped low, its talons inches from Aaron's head before he barely rolled away. We don't have time for this, Livia yelled, an edge of panic in her voice. What are you two arguing about? The noble girl exhaled sharply. Then, after a long pause, she stepped forward. Wordlessly, she reached for the eggs. Her hands hovered over them for a moment before she finally picked one up. The maid beside her looked conflicted but followed suit, lifting 2 eggs with careful hands. I too picked up another 2 before calling the others. Hey, come quickly here. Don't worry, they won't attack anymore. I reassured them before they could argue. And in order to prove my point, I lead the way, standing in an opening still holding the eggs. The emberwings stopped firing and attacking, their focus shifting onto me and the other following behind me. I stepped forward, staring straight into the eyes of the emberwings. Their burning gazes locked onto me, filled with fury, desperation, and something else. A silent plea, perhaps. It felt like they were asking me to give their children back. Carefully, I crouched down and placed the eggs onto the ground, one by one. Not a single sudden movement, not a single unnecessary sound. Then I straightened and stepped back a few meters. Do the same, I ordered, my voice steady. The noble girl hesitated, but after a brief moment she swallowed her pride and bent down, placing her egg beside mine. The maid followed, her movements more delicate. She must be hella scared. Then we all, with the addition of Livia, Emilia, and even Aaron, still catching his breath, carried the remaining eggs over, setting them onto the open ground. The guards, though wary, assisted as well. Soon all 15 eggs were arranged in the clearing. We backed away. A heavy silence followed. Then the emberwings moved. One by one they swooped down, their large forms blocking out the sun. Talons curled protectively around the eggs as they landed beside them. Their wings flared, embers drifting in the air. And then a piercing screech echoed across the battlefield, a cry not of attack but of warning, a final warning. Aaron tensed. Emilia's fingers twitched near her quiver. Livia gritted her teeth. The noble girl stiffened in fear and hesitation. The remaining guards looked ready to run. I calmly stared back at them, and the emberwings did nothing more. They just clutched their eggs close, wings wrapping around them protectively. Then one after another, they took off into the sky, their powerful wings kicking up gusts of wind, until only one remained, the last emberwing's most beautiful among them. Its feathers shimmered like molten gold, its eyes deep like the heart of a fire. It stared at me, unmoving. Strangely, I could understand what it was trying to tell. It was thanking me for help. It must be more intelligent than it appears to be. Probably their leader or something. I met its gaze and gave a small, subtle nod. For a moment it just stood there, watching. Then, with a soft, almost gentle screechone different from the rest, it reached down, took the smallest egg in its talons, and ascended. We watched in silence as they soared higher and higher, disappearing beyond the clouds, leaving behind only the scent of burnt air and the distant echoes of their cries. Only when the last trace of them was gone did I finally exhale. It was finally over. The surroundings became silent. Only the distant echoes of flames lingered in the air, carried by the restless wind that swept across the charred earth. The embers that once roared with fury had dimmed to a faint, pulsing glow like dying stars scattered across the battlefield. The wreckage of the noble's carriage was pitiful. What remained of its once grand frame had crumbled into blackened debris, its front half nothing more than brittle ash. The scent of burnt wood and singed metal clung to the air, thick and suffocating. And yet, in the midst of this devastation, she stood still, like a statue carved from sorrow. The noble girl had not moved. Her vacant gaze remained locked onto the horizon, staring at the empty space where the emberwings had vanished. Her hands, once clenching the fabric of her dress, had gone limp at her sides. She was probably lost in thought, or maybe she had nothing left to think about. A few feet away, the maid and the 2 conscious guards busied themselves with the wounded. Their hands pressed firmly against bloodied uniforms, checking pulses, sealing gashes with quick, practiced motions. One of the fallen let out a weak groan. He was alive. That was something at least. The driver, however, hadn't moved from his seat. His knuckles were white against the reins, his entire body stiff as though fear had rooted him in place. I thought he would be better because he must have experienced similar things because of his job, but it seems I was mistaken. He must be new to this. Aaron let out a quiet breath beside me, his posture finally easing as he ran a hand through his hair. Livia was rubbing her temples, fatigue written in the slump of her shoulders. Emilia was slipping her bow back into her storage ring, her expression unreadable. I hummed lightly to myself. That was when Aaron and the girls turned their attention to me, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. What exactly happened just now? Aaron asked, his voice still hoarse from exertion. What did you do? I met his gaze, tilting my head slightly as if saying, isn't it obvious? I just solved the problem. Aaron let out a dry laugh before sighing. We're asking how you did it. How did you figure it out? I know what you meant, idiot. I am just playing dumb. And from the corner of my eye, I caught the noble girl flinch. I exhaled lightly before answering. I just observed them, I said simply. Their expressions, their point of focus. It was clear they were furious, but I noticed they or their actions weren't mindless. And then Miss Amelia's words reminded me of something. I turned slightly toward Emilia, who raised a brow at my sudden mention of her. She asked why they were attacking with such desperation, and it made me wonder would Emporiums be that violent without reason. The three of them listened in silence. Then I noticed how they weren't attacking the back of the carriage. I gestured slightly to the wreckage behind me. If they had wanted to destroy it, they could have reduced it to ashes long ago. But they didn't. Silence. That meant something inside was important to them, something worth risking their lives for. Livia's eyes widened slightly, realization flickering across her face. The eggs, right, and so I took Miss Livia's goo. I stopped mid-sentence, clearing my throat. I mean her staff, and I used it to extinguish the fire. Aaron raised a brow. Why? To test a theory. I wanted to see if they would calm down. And it worked somewhat, and that was also when I became even more certain. I glanced at the noble girl again, and then there was her reaction. The noble girl flinched slightly, her hands curling into fists. I didn't dwell on it longer. There was no need to humiliate her further, but it was clear that even without words, my explanation was an indirect form of embarrassment. You know the rest, I concluded. The cause of the mess was their eggs. I simply proposed the most logical and humane solution to return them. I let my words settle before adding, now the problem is solved, albeit the current problem. I stole another glance at the noble girl. Surely she hadn't done this for something as simple as selling them or keeping them as trophies. No, that much was obvious. Given her resistance earlier and her hollow expression after it was all over, there was more to this than just human greed. I have a few guesses based on all the scenarios I know, but I had already helped her once. It wasn't my place to dig any further, not when she was acting like this. A beat of silence passed before Aaron let out a deep exhale. I knew you were smart, but he muttered. Not this much. Livia finished for him, shaking her head in disbelief. Emilia said nothing. I caught the strange glint passing through her eyes. She's probably surprised too. Well, I acted cool just now, so. I shrugged, indifferent. This was nothing. I just did what I could do. Then I glanced at them. But the real question is, what are we going to do now? Oh, right, Aaron muttered, looking around at our surroundings. His gaze landed on the unconscious guards, and he clicked his tongue. We should probably get them to a healer, he said, running a hand through his hair, or at least give them some potions. But I don't have any. Livia nodded, already reaching for her storage necklace. I have a few for emergency purposes. Let's see if they can help. With that, they turned toward the fallen. Meanwhile, I turned around and started walking toward our carriage, passing by the noble girl for probably the umpteenth time. She was still standing there, her gaze distant, her fists clenched at her sides. I leaned in slightly as I walked past, my voice low enough for only her to hear. They will help you if you ask for it. Her breath hitched. For the first time since the Emberwings left, something flickered in her hollow eyes. I didn't stop to see if she would respond. Instead, I kept walking, feeling the weight of her stare linger on my back. I made my way toward our own carriage. Fortunately, the horses were fine and harmed, albeit restless from all the chaos. Their ears flicked nervously as they pawed at the ground, still sensing the residual tension in the air. The driver, however, was another story. He looked as if his soul had temporarily left his body. I reached up and nudged his arm. The man let out a strangled yelp, something between a gasp and a squeak as he flinched violently, nearly falling off his seat. I stared at him, unimpressed. It's over. He blinked rapidly, struggling to process my words. I continued, calm and steady. Can you help me put the injured into the carriage? The driver swallowed, his face turning a shade redder at his own reaction. He straightened his posture, cleared his throat, and nodded awkwardly. Of course, young master, he muttered, as if trying to regain some semblance of dignity. We turned back to where the others were gathered. Livia was kneeling beside the injured guards, carefully adjusting their positions. How are they? I asked. Livia glanced up. I gave them basic healing potions, but they still need to see a proper healer. I nodded. That was expected. Turning to the driver, I motioned towards one of the unconscious guards. Help me carry him. As I bent down, Aaron furrowed his brows. What are you doing? I glanced at him. We're delivering them to town, so I'm putting them inside the carriage. Aaron let out a short sigh, rubbing his forehead. Right, let me grab the other one. He turned to one of the conscious guards, the healthier one. Hey, help me out. The guard nodded, and together we quickly moved the unconscious men. They were placed on the carriage floor as gently as possible, though there wasn't much comfort to offer. Once that was done, I dusted off my hands and spoke. Aaron, you and the girls will go in the carriage. Aaron blinked. And you, I'll be riding with the driver and the others on horseback. Aaron didn't question it, just nodded. Got it. With that, the three of them climbed into the carriage. I turned to the remaining two guards. You two ride the horses. I can't tell them I don't know how to ride one. The guards exchanged a glance before silently obeying, mounting the horses with ease. I turned to the noble girl's maid. You'll ride with us, sit on his left. She hesitated for half a second before nodding, adjusting her grip on her dress as she jumped onto the front seat. I moved to the right side of the driver, hopping onto the seat. Let's go, I ordered. With a crack of the reins, the carriage began to roll forward, and just like that, we left the scorched battlefield behind. Ding, congratulations, you have. The rhythmic clatter of hooves against dirt blended with the gentle creaking of the carriage as it rumbled forward. The acrid scent of burnt wood and smoldering earth slowly faded into the background, replaced by the crisp, untouched air of the open road. I leaned back, exhaling softly, allowing my body to relax. Ding. I barely stopped my eye from twitching. Oh, the system finally decided to be punctual for once. Scenario completed. A noble in peril. You have successfully navigated a volatile situation through observation, deduction, and decisive action. Rather than relying on brute force, you chose the path of logic and resolution, proving that not all battles must end in bloodshed. I hummed, well, like I said, I only did what I thought was right. Title earned. The perceptive mediator. You stand not as a participant in conflict, but as one who sees all sides. With careful observation and balanced judgment, you find solutions where others see only opposition. Your strength lies in understanding before acting. Some may call it diplomacy. You know it as clarity. Perceptive mediator, huh? I wasn't sure whether to take that as a compliment or as the system subtly calling me a nosy peacekeeper. Still, I didn't hate it. It perfectly suited my actions just now. Achievement unlocked. Threads of fate unraveled. Where others see only isolated events, you perceive the intricate tapestry of cause and effect. Your actions reveal an understanding that each moment is but one thread in a greater narrative. You have proven that one need not accept the story as written. Sometimes the most powerful act is to question the narrative itself. To read between the lines is to discover the true story. My lips curled slightly. Are you encouraging me to rebel against fate or something? Silence. Right, figured you'd stay quiet now. Hidden condition achieved. Guardian of the unborn, you have chosen to see beyond the immediate chaos, recognizing the silent voices that could not plead for themselves. In sparing the emburrowing eggs from an unjust fate, you have preserved the fragile cycle of life. Not all battles are fought with swords. Not all victories are measured in corpses. Reward granted. Passive skill, echo of life. I blinked, a hidden condition. I wasn't expecting a reward for simply doing what felt right, but the system seemed to have a way of assigning weight to my choices in ways I hadn't anticipated. A passive skill, too. That meant it was always active, no energy required. But before I could properly process it, passive skill acquired. Observant eye, your perception has sharpened beyond the ordinary. You now instinctively notice patterns and inconsistencies that escape others, allowing you to piece together the true nature of situations from seemingly disparate clues. Enhances visual capabilities, improves eyesight clarity, peripheral awareness, night vision, and ocular reflexes. Occasionally grants a chance to detect lies and deception through subtle facial cues. Oh, this was very good. Sharper eyesight, better reflexes, night vision, and most importantly, the lie detection. Although it wasn't a permanent effect, it was still insanely useful. Immediately, my mind began racing with scenarios. I could pick up on micro-expressions in negotiations like some kind of high IQ mastermind, track minute movements in battle like battle freaks. I may even have a chance to spot hidden enemies and especially notice things others probably wouldn't. But I paused, quickly tempering my excitement. It was a passive skill, meaning it would work naturally, not something I could force. If I wasn't careful, my brain could end up overwhelmed with too much information at once. Better to test it first. Rather than blindly relying on it in a critical moment, I needed to understand it, to know how it functioned, how to recognize when it was working, and ding, again, echo of life, the pulse of existence does not escape you. Even without sight or sound, you can feel the tremors of life within your surroundings, detects life forms within a certain radius. The stronger the life force, the clearer the presence. I froze. Excuse me, that wasn't just an ordinary perception skill, it was the life detection type. This kind of skill was probably the best to confirm if someone was alive, unconscious, or dead, but surely that's not all these skills can do, right? I stared at the glowing screen floating before me. All right, let's give it a try, shall we? Then, with a flick of my thoughts, the windows disappeared into nothingness. I took a deep breath and let it all out. I then let my eyes flutter shut. The world dimmed, the sound softened, but nothing happened. No sudden enlightenment scene or grand unveiling of hidden truths. There was just darkness behind my eyelids. I frowned slightly but didn't let it disturb me. I inhaled again, slow and deep. Then, after a few moments, something changed. It was subtle at first, like an unseen ripple across the surface of a still pond. Then, like ink seeping into water, my awareness stretched outward. I could feel faint pulses and gentle rhythms. Slowly, a presence emerged in my mind. No, many presences, continuously growing. I wasn't hearing them. I wasn't seeing them. I just felt them. A steady, powerful thrum ahead of Methy must be the horses. Their life force was strong and vibrant. The weight of their existence pressed against my awareness, undeniable, solid. Beside Meth Driver, his presence was calmer, steady like an old tree rooted deep into the earth. On his other side was the maid. Her life presence was quieter and more delicate. It wasn't weak, but it often fluttered. She was probably still nervous. And inside the carriage, I felt a presence that was flickering and wavering between clarity and obscurity. Neither fragile nor fatting, just unsteady, like a lantern swaying in an unseen breeze. It must be her, the noble girl. There were two other similar presences with lower presences, which were obviously the unconscious guards, and another three vibrant ones, our protagonist trio. I exhaled slowly, opening my eyes. As soon as I did, my vision started blurring, and like a lens refocusing, the edges of my surroundings grew clearer and sharper. Wow, the wooden frame of the carriage wasn't just wood anymore. Almost every grain, every subtle imperfection in its surface became apparent. The worn leather of the driver's seat bore faint cracks, each one distinct. A flicker of movement caught my eye. A tiny fly so small I wouldn't have noticed it before landed near the reins. Its fragile legs twitched, antennae flicking. Beyond that, the distant outline of a tree stood against the sky. A bee hovered near one of its branches, its wings a rapid blur. The rustling leaves weren't just a sound anymore. I could almost see the shift of weight before the wind fully moved them. I blinked, letting my gaze sweep over my surroundings once more. This is incredible. Not just the clarity of vision, but the feeling of it. It was as if an unseen layer had been peeled away, revealing a world far richer in detail than I had ever realized. Even though this wasn't some overpowered eye skill that could slow time or pierce through illusions, it was still incredibly good. The subtle pulses of life in the air, the quiet dance of insects I had never paid attention to, the way even the smallest details of the world around me seemed to breathe. It was alive. I leaned back slightly, exhaling, my lips curling in amusement. So this is what it feels like to have a skill that actually works as described. But before I could dwell on it any further, young master, are you all right? I barely stopped myself from flinching. The driver's voice was calm, but there was a hint of something else in it, concern maybe. Suspicion. I turned my head slightly, meeting his gaze. He wasn't staring outright, but I could tell he'd been watching me. Made sense. Yon moment I was sitting there normally, and the next I probably looked like I'd entered some kind of trance. I forced a relaxed smile. Yeah, I'm fine, I said smoothly, just enjoying nature. The driver studied me for a second longer before nodding. If you say so, young master. I shifted, stretching my arms slightly. Anyway, how much longer do we have to walk? He glanced ahead before pointing forward. Look there, he said. I followed his gaze and sure enough, the thick tree line was thinning. Sunlight spilled through the gaps between the trees, revealing the open stretch of land beyond. We're already at the end of the forest, he continued. At this pace, we'll reach the town in another 10 minutes. I hummed in acknowledgement, my mind still lingering on what I had just experienced. Only 10 more minutes, huh? That meant I still had a bit of time. Enough time to get used to this new way of seeing before we arrived. I let my fingers tap lightly against the seat, resisting the urge to smile. All right. Let's play a bit more. Young master, can I ask you something? The bustling town square stretched before me, a mix of vibrant scents and sounds weaving through the air. Freshly baked bread, sizzling street food, the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer, just another ordinary day for the townsfolk. For me, though, not so much, not after what happened a while ago. Behind me, the so-called hospital of this world still housed the others. No doubt, they were deep in some important discussion about certain matters that conveniently didn't involve me. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching the world move. People bustled about, merchants hawked their wares, children darted through the crowd laughing, a scene of normalcy. A reminder of what life could be like if I weren't constantly dragged into questionable situations. Then the doors creaked open. Aaron stepped out first, his usual relaxed charm in place but tinged with hesitation. Livia and Emilia followed, both avoiding my gaze like guilty culprits. And lastly, Vivianeth, noble girl whose name I picked up from her maid. Unlike the other two, she met my eyes for a second before looking away. Interesting. Aaron approached, stopping just a step away. Oh, we got something urgent to do. Can you continue the shopping on your own? Oh, this should be good. I raised an eyebrow. Urgent, huh? Yeah, he smiled sheepishly, but it looked forced. Some important matters came up. I shifted my gaze to Livia and Emilia, still avoiding eye contact, then to Vivi. She remained quiet, but I caught the slight shift of her posture. Ah, so that's how it is. But is your excuse a bit off? You sounded like you didn't enjoy my company. I looked back at Aaron, exhaling lightly. I understand. I smiled just a little. Enjoy your triple date. I wouldn't want to intrude. Aaron visibly stiffened. His forced smile twitched at the edges. Livia and Amelia flinched ever so slightly. They probably thought this was a good idea. Vivienne, well, she remained composed. Points for that. With that, he turned, gesturing for the others to follow. They boarded the carriage, the driver cracked the reins, and soon they were disappearing into the crowd. I watched them go with an indifferent gaze. Beside me, Lenora Vivienne's maid stood quietly, her eyes also lingering on the departing carriage. A beat of silence passed before I turned to her. How did it go? She blinked, then nodded gratefully. I did as you advised me to. Good, I nodded back. Then after a moment I asked, by the way, where can I buy clothes fit for parties or balls? And I prefer nothing flashy or expensive. Young master, she looked at me in surprise. Aren't we going after them? Still worried, huh? I let a small smirk tug at my lips. Why should we? They clearly didn't want us there. If we showed up now, we'd only be ruining their date. Lenora opened her mouth as if to argue but hesitated and then sighed in defeat. And with that, we stepped into the crowd, heading toward the finest clothing store the town had to offer. The mirror reflected a young man dressed in dark blue noble attire, simple yet refined. The fabric hugged his frame just right, neither too tight nor too loose. The silver embroidery along the cuffs and collar added just enough elegance without being excessive. Jet black hair, though slightly tousled, a calm, indifferent gaze. The shopkeeper and Lenora kept stealing glances at the young man. So I'm somewhat handsome, huh? Of course the one looking at the mirror was me. A light, amused scoff almost escaped me. Not that that mattered. I am sure if either Aaron or Zephyr were here, they'd steal every last bit of attention. Aaron had that easygoing, ladykiller, protagonist, charisma, and Zephyr, the brooding, scary but cool type. Compared to them, I was just well me. Still, being appreciated wasn't so bad. I adjusted the cuffs before turning to the shopkeeper. I'll take this one too. Lenora brightened instantly. A wonderful choice, young master. It truly suits you. The shopkeeper, standing to her side, added with a smile, You'll be stealing many ladies' hearts dressed like that. I hummed in response, inwardly amused. Classic marketing lines. But hey, they were effective. I was buying them, you know. Anyway, after changing back into my other new clothes, a practical set with a long autumn coat for blending into the background, I completed my purchase. The shopkeeper, to my mild surprise, gave me a 10 discount. A little appreciation for such a fine customer, she said with a knowing smile. I simply nodded, accepting it without fuss. With my not-so-great funds, I would welcome it with open heart. With that done, Lenora and I left the store and headed for lunch. The restaurant we chose had outdoor seating, giving us a clear view of the bustling town. The meal was simple but satisfying: roasted meat, fresh greens, warm bread. I ate in silence, but Lenora. She barely touched her food. Her gaze flickered to the streets every now and then, as if expecting something or someone. I leaned back slightly, resting my chin on my hand. Vivienne had tried to act indifferent back at the hospital, but her hesitation was obvious. And now Lenora was mirroring that same concern. Both master and maid worrying about each other. How touching. Wait, was Vivienne hesitating because Lenora was going to accompany me? Nah, I'm overthinking again. Yeah, just as I finished my meal, the clatter of carriage wheels broke the rhythm of the street's usual noise. I didn't need to guess who it was for. A figure rushed out almost immediately, heading toward our table with urgency. Young Master Ammon, it was the same driver from the morning. And just like that, the so-called urgent matter had finally caught up to me. They need your help. Of course they would, they left the brain behind after all. Right, I'm talking about myself. Come on, Lenora, I said, turning to hopeful Lenora. Let's go and save your master and my dumb classmates. I could see the stars shining in her eyes at my words. All right, it's time for the background character to make his move. The rhythmic rocking of the carriage did little to soothe the thoughts swirling in my head. I leaned against the cushioned seat, eyes half-lidded, as I let my mind replay everything Lenora had told me before we even arrived in town. It all started with a name, Vivienne du Reuil. Right, it's that bratty noble girl, but it seems like she was someone with both status and burdens. A pawn in a grander game. At least that's how Lenora described it. She asked me if she could ask something while I was playing with my skills, and I agreed, which led to her practically spilling everything about the whole predicament. And the problem? A marriage arrangement. One forced upon Vivienne by circumstances beyond her control. It wasn't just about her, though. Her family, her house, everything hung in the balance. And as fate would have it, today was the day things would start spiraling out of control. Talk about coincidences, huh? Just when the protagonist visits the town, all this happens. Yeah, I'm not believing it. Anyway, when Lenora finished explaining everything to me back then, she looked at me with quiet desperation and asked, please, will you help her? And just as I was about to respond, the world flickered. Event triggered. I still remember my lips twitching from amusement. And as usual, the event window had almost no useful info. Heck, even the objective and penalty was filled with question marks. I am sure it was intentionally so. The system probably wanted to use psychology tricks on me, using those question marks. But while it could be bad, it could be good too, so I didn't pay attention to them. And honestly speaking, I was really tempted to ignore it, not out of malice or to get back at Vivienne for her bratty actions, but because I had my own survival to worry about. Not to mention the fact that I wasn't strong, that I wasn't some overpowered protagonist, and that I wasn't in a position to challenge noble politics. But then I thought about it rationally. I didn't need to go in head first. I didn't need to fight battles I couldn't win. What I could do was move in the background. And so I made my decision and formed a plan while they were in the hospital. I had already set half of my plan into motion. The rest would unfold soon enough. Just as I finished gathering my thoughts, the carriage jolted slightly, slowing down as the driver's voice rang out. "We've arrived," I exhaled, rubbing the bridge of my nose. "All right, time to get to work." I stepped out of the carriage, adjusting my light autumn coat, and took in the scene not far from me. The street was packed. A sea of onlookers had gathered in front of what looked like an upscale boutique, their chatter buzzing through the air. Some whispered behind their hands, others openly gawked at the scene unfolding before them. So it was already at the free entertainment stage. Blending into the crowd, I shifted my gaze forward. At the center of it all, I spotted Vivienne. She stood rigid, her expression carefully schooled into something neutral, but her clenched fists betrayed her emotions. Beside her, two older figuresher parents most likely wore expressions of equal parts frustration and helplessness. And then there was the trio. Aaron, Livia, Emilia. Aaron's usual relaxed demeanor was absent. His jaw was set tight, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Livia and Emilia stood beside him, their postures tense, and standing across from them. A fine-looking, red-haired young man in his early 20s. He looked about 20, draped in a rich dark coat with intricate embroidery. Sharp, handsome features, an easygoing smirk, and an unmistakable air of confidence that screamed self-entitled noble brat. And behind him, a group of men dressed in sharp black attire. They were either debt collectors or the enforcers, or probably a few of his own allies thrown in for good measure. I let out a silent hum. So that's the rumored scumbag, huh? My eyes lingered on him briefly before I scoffed inwardly. Not bad for a third-rate villain. I kept to the shadows, watching the scene unfold. Vivienne's shoulders were tense, her hands curled at her sides, but she wasn't saying much. Not because she had nothing to say, but because she was being carefully led into a corner. Surprisingly, the red-haired noble was good with his words. He sighed, shaking his head as he spoke. "Vivienne, I truly don't understand why you're resisting this so much." His voice carried just the right amount of disappointment, laced with something almost akin to affection. The deal was clear. Your family had a way to repay their debt, but you failed to complete your end of the arrangement. Now, rather than struggling in vain, I am offering you an easy way out. He stepped forward slightly, his voice gentle, coaxing. You won't have to worry about money ever again. Your family will be safe. And most importantly, his sharp eyes softened ever so slightly. I like you, Vivienne. A few murmurs of envy passed through the crowd, but more than a few had the gleam of schadenfreude in their ice-watching noble drama unfold like a stage play. Oh, he's good. I tilted my head slightly, watching the way his words turned the situation in his favor. Instead of appearing like a villain, he played the role of a generous benefactor, someone willing to help despite being wronged. If Vivienne refused, it would look like she was being unreasonable. If she accepted, she would be bound to him forever. A classic trap. I glanced at Vivienne. She was trying to keep her composure, but I could see the strain in her expression. Her parents looked conflicted, helpless even. And as for Aaron and the others, their anger was barely restrained, but they knew charging in recklessly wouldn't solve anything. Or worse, they had already tried and been beaten. The red-haired noble stepped closer, his voice dropping slightly. I really like you, Vivienne. This isn't just about the debt. I want you by my side. His gaze was warm, persuasive. This is the best for everyone, don't you think? The murmurs grew louder. I exhaled through my nose, shaking my head slightly. Not that much of a third-rate, huh? He knew how to twist the narrative, manipulate the setting, and turn public perception in his favor. A small, amused smirk pulled at my lips. But that's where he made a mistake, because I was already here, and I didn't like following someone else's script. Vivienne stared at the cobblestones beneath her feet, her hands clenched into fists so tight her nails bit into her palms. The weight of her family's predicament pressed down on her, suffocating her like an iron shackle around her throat. What did we do wrong? The question echoed in the hollow chambers of her mind. Her family was a small but prosperous merchant noble house, known throughout the town for their trade in monster eggs and tameable beasts. They followed the law, paid their dues, and never overstepped their boundaries in the cutthroat world of noble commerce. And yet, why are we suffering like this? Her mind swirled with painful questions as she watched the shadows lengthen across the street. The afternoon sun cast a deceptively golden glow over the scene, as if mocking the darkness that had befallen her family. Was it their greed that doomed them, foolish decision, to accept that large sum of debt from those bastard loan sharks of Red Heart Brotherhood? Or was it because they had failed this lecherous scumbag's request? She couldn't find an answer. but she was sure about one thing: her fate had already been sealed. There was no hope for her anymore. Even with the three nobles she met today, Aaron, Livia, and Emilia helping her, they had only managed to save her life. Not her family, not her future. A lone figure flickered through her mind. That boy. Maybe. No, she pushed the thought aside immediately, her jaw tightening. He was the reason she had lost her only chance to fix things. He had taken away her way out. But deep down, she knew it had been hopeless from the start. Even if she had delivered the stolen and burrowing eggs, they would have found another excuse to crush them. Her family was marked for ruin from the very beginning by forces more powerful than they could have imagined. Was her only choice to give up? If she surrendered herself to young Master Thaddius's protection, at least her family would be safe, right? Just as she resigned herself to that bitter thought, she noticed something. Two new shadows had appeared beside hers. A pair of firm voices rang out. With all due respect, we thank young Master Thaddius for his generous offer of help. It was her father who spoke in an agitated tone. A pause settled over the gathered crowd. But we are not so heartless as to sell our own daughter. So please don't pressure our daughter any further, her mother finished, her voice trembling but resolute. Young Master Thaddius's lips curved into a benevolent smile that didn't reach his emerald eyes. My dear Lord and Lady Rawl, you misunderstand my intentions entirely. His voice flowed like honey laced with poison. I only wish to offer sanctuary to your lovely daughter in these difficult times. After all, what kind of nobleman would I be if I didn't extend a helping hand to a family in distress? He adjusted the ruffled sleeve of his crimson doublet. And I assure you, she would want for nothing under my protection. Vivienne's breath hitched. Her eyes widened as something warm stirred in her chest, something unfamiliar, yet powerful. Pride, love, gratitude. Her parents stood defiant despite everything, unwilling to sacrifice her even as their world crumbled around them. She sniffled, quickly wiping away the tear threatening to fall, and lifted her head with a small, bittersweet smile. She had decided, as long as her family could stay safe, she could sacrifice herself. Who knows, maybe this young man isn't as bad as I think. Maybe he truly likes me. Yeah, mother, father, she called softly, drawing their attention. Their eyes found hers, filled with worry and love that made her heart constrict painfully in her chest. She stepped forward and embraced them both, breathing in the familiar scent of her mother's lavender perfume and her father's parchment and ink smell. She pulled back to look into their concerned faces. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused, for every worry I've put on your shoulders. Please let me do this one thing right. She turned to face young Master Thaddius, her heart pounding like a war drum against her ribs. His handsome face lit up with triumph, though he quickly masked it with concern. Vivienne, darling, he cooed, extending a bejeweled hand. You're making the right choice. I promise to treat you with the utmost respect and care. Her parents looked at her in horror, realizing what she was about to do. Her mother's grip on her sleeve tightened. No, she whispered in horror. Vivienne gave them a gentle smile. This is the least I can do to repay you, she reassured them. Please understand. She turned to the red-haired noble, her voice trembling. Young Master Thaddius, I. Before she could finish, the crowd parted. Stop. The single word rang out, halting everything. The entire street fell silent. All eyes turned toward the source of the interruption. A young man stepped forward. His black hair gleamed under the light, his sharp golden eyes filled with unyielding determination. On the other side, a dangerous glint flickered in Thaddius's emerald eyes as he turned to face the young man who had dared to interrupt. For a brief moment, the carefully crafted mask of his noble charm cracked, revealing the sharp edge beneath. But in the next second, he smiled, his expression smooth as silk, his voice as honeyed as ever. Why, my dear young friend, Thaddius mused, tilting his head with feigned amusement. What seems to be the matter? Surely you don't intend to disrupt such a joyous occasion. His voice oozed politeness, but there was a venomous undercurrent lurking beneath it. The crowd murmured in hushed voices. All eyes flickered between the young man and Thaddius, sensing the tension thickening in the air. The young man opened his mouth, then closed it, his hands clenched into trembling fists at his sides. His golden eyes darted around, catching the weight of every gaze locked onto him. The nobles, the merchants, the common folksy were all watching. Doubts started to creep into his mind, pressing against his resolve like an iron weight. Maybe this was a mistake. Maybe he shouldn't have agreed to his. No, his fingers curled tighter, nails biting into his palm. He couldn't back down now. This was all an act to buy time anyway. Gritting his teeth, young man suddenly lifted his head and fiercely met Thaddius's gaze. Then with all the strength he could muster, he shouted, Lady Vivienne is, she is my, a pause, his heart pounded. His mouth hesitating to spat out that one word, screw it, she's my promised. A stunned silence blanketed the street. Vivienne's breath hitched. Her eyes widened in shock, surprise, and confusion. She could barely process what she had just heard. His promised. When did that happen? Not far from her, Emilia and Livia also gasped in disbelief. The weight of the young man's claim settled over them like a thunderclap. Both had the same thought: Aaron has a lover. The murmurs in the crowd intensified, rising into a flurry of speculation. Young Master Thaddius, however, remained silent. His expression darkened, the light in his emerald eyes turning cold and calculating. Slowly, he narrowed his gaze at the Aaron, his voice dropping to a dangerous murmur. "What did you just say?" Aaron's voice echoed in the stunned silence like a stone tossed into still water. "Why, yeah, she is my promised," he repeated, his voice louder this time, steadier, though still strained. He swallowed hard. I mean, we've been engaged for a while now. It was kept quiet due to circumstances." His gaze flickered across the crowd, noblemen, merchants, curious commoners, and the ever-watchful eyes of the Red Heart Brotherhood's enforcers cloaked in black. He avoided Livia and Amelia's burning stares as if they might set him aflame with just their fury. He couldn't look at them. Not now, especially not now. "She Vivienne belongs to me. You can't just separate us." His voice cracked slightly on the last word, his hands trembling at his sides. His gaze darted once more toward the crowd, as if hoping that certain someone would step forward, someone who was supposed to be here, someone who asked him to do all of these. But where the hell is he? Aaron cursed inwardly. Across from him, Thaddius remained where he stood, one hand lazily tucked into the pocket of his crimson doublet, the other casually adjusting a golden ring on his finger. His smile didn't waver. He didn't speak to Aaron, not a single word. Instead, with the gentlest of turns, he faced Vivienne, his emerald eyes narrowing ever so slightly in a display of serene curiosity. His voice, smooth as velvet and sweet as nectar, spilled into the air. "Lady Vivienne," he said, tone dipped in sympathy and subtle sorrow, "is what this young man says true?" He tilted his head slightly, offering her the kind of smile that was almost too kind almost. Vivienne froze, her lips parted, but no sound came out. Her thoughts churned like a whirlpool, drowning her. He said, "Promised, engaged, but we only met today. What is going on? Is he trying to help me? Why would he? How did he even? Was he lying to protect her? Was this his way of giving her a way out? A gesture of kindness, perhaps, but..." She had already made her decision. Her heart ached, but it had been settled. "Even if this is an act, my family will be safe. I must do this." She took a deep breath, steadying the tremble in her chest, turning slowly back toward Thaddius. Her voice began to form, "But then no, my lady. You can't." The cry cut through the tension like a lightning strike, jolting every head in the square toward its source. Vivienne's eyes widened, spinning toward the voice. Lenora. Her maid stood at the edge of the crowd, her cheeks flushed, her hands trembling, her voice trembling with desperate conviction. "You can't go with him," Lenora shouted. "He doesn't love you. He doesn't care for you, not truly. He's just using you." The gathered onlookers gasped, scandal rising like steam from boiling water. Amelia blinked, stunned. Livia covered her mouth. For a moment, Vivienne just stared, shocked into silence. Behind Thaddius, one of the black-cloaked men, a tall, unkempt figure with a lazy slouch and a jagged scar across his cheek, licked his lips as his eyes locked onto Lenora. "Bold little maid," he muttered, an ugly glint in his eye. Thaddius's lips twitched, but only for the briefest heartbeat, before the mask of perfect nobility slid back into place. He blinked slowly, then sighed, almost mournfully, as if the weight of the world had just pressed onto his elegant shoulders. "See," he said, gently brushing imaginary dust from his sleeve. "I did not expect such hostility." He stepped forward by a single measured pace, his voice softer, almost hurt. "Is that what you truly think of me, Lady Vivienne? That I would harm you? That I would use you?" His emerald eyes shimmered with wounded light. "After all, I've offered my protection, my resources, my genuine care." Vivienne's mouth opened again, but she couldn't find the words. What? Sorry, please forgive her." She didn't mean it like that, she finally managed, voice small, her eyes flickering toward Lenora. "She was just worried. She always worries too much." She misspoke. My lady," Lenora's face crumpled, but she didn't say another word. Thaddius gave her a gentle nod, though the air around him seemed to grow colder. "I understand," he said softly. Words spoken from fear often carry barbs that wound the innocent. It is not uncommon for servants to project their own anxieties onto those they serve. He looked at Vivienne again. The hurt expression remained, but this time it felt more like a test than a plea. He tilted his head, his next words sliding like silk and steel. "Do they speak for you?" he asked. His tone never rose, never flared. "Or will you speak for yourself?" Vivienne gulped, her throat tight. Her eyes darted across the sea of faces, lingering for a heartbeat on Aaron, his desperate, trembling foreman, then shifted to Lenora, whose tear-filled eyes pleaded for something Vivienne could no longer give. Her heart thudded painfully. This was it, her choice, her burden. She whispered, barely audible, her voice cracking under the weight of it all. A moment passed, then clearer, firmer this time. I agree." A hush fell, the very air seeming to still. Thaddius's smile widened not in mockery, but in triumph, and something else, something dangerously close to joy. He bowed his head slightly, a gesture of gratitude or possession. "Then it shall be so," he said, his voice rich with satisfaction, laced with unspoken promises. "You honor me, my lady." Behind him, Amelia stared in disbelief, her lips parting slightly. Livia stood frozen, her gaze locked on Vivienne, her expression unreadable somewhere between surprise and hesitation. Aaron looked as if the ground had vanished beneath his feet. His lips moved, forming silent protests, but no sound escaped. his ice-wide, stormy, wounded search for something, anything. Lenora had fallen to her knees, and for a moment Thaddius looked like a man who had won the world, until… Clap, 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 a slow, deliberate rhythm echoed across the square. 3 crisp claps breaking the spell like stones through glass. Damn it, again. Thaddius's expression faltered, just a flicker, a single twitch in the corner of his mouth. Then from behind him a voice rang out smooth, amused, and laced with ice. "Oh, you really do love her, don't you?" The words dripped with sarcasm, a velvet dagger cutting through the pretense. The smile vanished from Thaddius's lips. He did not turn immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, inhaled unseen, then exhaled, slowly. He slowly turned to the source of the voice. "I must confess," he began, tone still polite, but colored now with unmistakable irritation. "I'm growing rather weary of interruptions today. Is there something in the air that compels every passing stranger to insert themselves into matters they scarcely understand?" He turned just enough to glance over his shoulder. "I suggest you leave the stage to those who…" But then he stopped. His words caught in his throat, that familiar way of speaking, that voice. He turned fully now, slowly, his breath hitching. His eyes met hers and widened. Standing there, poised at the edge of the crowd, was a young woman. Her blonde hair gleamed beneath the sun, but there was no warmth in her demeanor. Her arms were folded across her chest, and her gaze was colder than steel. No fury, no theatrical disgust, just thackled and unblinking eyes. C.C. Cassandra. Thaddius stammered, eyes flickering across her as if trying to confirm she was real. "Why, UW, what are you doing here?" The woman tilted her head innocently, though her expression remained icy as ever. "Oh, me. I was just watching my fiancé propose to another woman," she said flatly. "Or would you prefer I applaud louder? After all, this is quite the performance." The tension reached its peak. Just when things couldn't get any more dramatic, a new character joined the show. A woman poised cold and utterly unreadable. Was she a villainess, a side character with secret depth, or an unexpected ally? We were about to find out. But judging by the way Thaddius stiffened like a cat caught mid-slink, she was, at the very least, no friend of his at the moment. And maybe she was temporarily an ally with Vivienne. Luckily, my gamble had paid off. She came just as I'd hoped she would. Though does that mean she's into that red-haired villain wannabe? Nah, can't be. More likely she was here for the bigger picture, rumors, politics, her family's reputation. I made sure the letter hinted just enough to spark that worry. Subtle persuasion, or manipulation depending on how you see and use it. My attention shifted to the young man in the black-cloaked one who'd licked his lips at Lenora earlier. Disgusting. If I were strong enough, I'd have punched him in the face already. I hate lecherous characters like him, but I am not strong. Not yet. For now, I can only rely on my brain and timing. If the second letter's recipient arrives, the curtain should fall on this act soon, hopefully with a happy ending. For now, though, the spotlight shifted again away from Vivienne, who was still trembling, onto the newly arrived character, Thaddius's fiancée. Yes, she was indeed his fiancée. I'd confirmed her identity before putting anything in motion. As for how, well, anyone aside from Lenora would believe me if I were to tell that I met her while casually shopping. That would be too much of a coincidence, but it was the truth. Me and Lenore met her while we were shopping, while I was also gathering intel. I don't know if it was my good luck or bad luck, but she asked for my help on choosing the clothes, with the reason being she didn't have a male person to help her nearby. She even wanted to pay me, but I told her it was fine, so I became a temporary model for her. It seems like she arrived today to the town and was going to buy a bunch of clothes, of course expensive ones, as a gift to her future father-in-law or Thaddius's father. She said it was his birthday coming week. She also said she was planning to make a surprise. Yeah, she said it herself to me with her own mouth. She was pretty talkative too. Anyway, after learning that crucial info, I quickly wrote a letter and had it delivered anonymously. I wasn't sure if she would even open it though. Thankfully she did, or else she wouldn't be here. Meanwhile, our wannabe villain Thaddius was still trying to salvage the situation, forcing an awkward smile. I can explain. "You're misunderstanding, Casson. It hasn't even been a month since we got engaged," she cut in, voice cold and precise. "And already you're proposing to another woman, publicly." "How exactly am I misunderstanding, Thaddius? Or were you planning to gift 2 daughter-in-laws to your father?" Ouch, a fatal hit. Thaddius's mouth opened, closed, then opened again like a fish gasping on land. This wasn't obviously how he planned things to go. I almost felt bad for him, but the thought vanished the next second. Then again, watching third-rate villains panic could be entertaining. Though it'd be even better if I wasn't entangled in their mess, especially the kind who always seem to show up with their fathers, uncles, grandfathers, and ancestral vendettas. It's way too cliché and cringe. Wait, what's that guy doing now? The sleazy man, the one with the scar and lazy slouch, pushed past the other black-cloaked figures. His grin could curdle milk. "Young master," he chuckled at Thaddius, his voice thick with false brotherhood. "You never mentioned you had a wife." I could see him whispering while passing him by. "Then allow me to do you a favor," was probably what he said. He stopped just short of Vivienne. He gave her a thin, oily smile. "Girl, I don't really need you." Vivienne blinked, stunned by his straightforward behavior. You and your family can have another month or two too. Take your time, he added with a yawn as if he were talking about delaying a meal. Her eyes widened. A flicker of hope sparked. Then, but in return, he turned, pointing lazily, his eyes squinted. You give her to me. His finger landed on Lenora. She's got a spark, I like that. Whyu, Vivienne's voice broke, her face drained of color. That 3 seconds fragile hope shattered in an instant. The man grinned wider, savoring the moment. Thaddius tried to step in, his lips twitching. You don't have, the man cut him off, raising a finger. You had your shot, young master. Don't butt in and ruin my chance now. His tone dropped just enough to be threatening. Unless you want me to tell your darling fiancé about our little deal. You Thaddius froze, his jaw clenched. This was the second crack in his mask. Then with a sharp exhale, he waved a hand dismissively. Suit yourself, he muttered. Just don't forget to fulfill your end of the deal. Of course, we Redhearts are always true to our words. So the heir of the Redheart Brotherhood wasn't just a spoiled lapdog. I know it's wrong to judge without the full picture, but I have a feeling he is rotten to the core. And this makes the situation a lot more complicated. I can only hope their boss shows up soon, because if they don't, I will need to step in myself. Are you harassing women in broad daylight? And what is this deal you're so casually boasting about? Or not, I muttered subconsciously, turning my focus to the speaker, Cassandra. She stepped forward like a blade, unsheathed, elegant in her posture, but deadly in her tone. Her expression hadn't changed since her entrance, still cold and composed, but there was something new in her eyes now, authority, not the kind born from nobility or birthright. The kind born from certainty, the kind that makes even grown men pause. Even the sleazy Redheart heir faltered, his grin flickering. He turned slowly, eyebrows lifting like he couldn't believe someone was daring to interrupt him. Yeah, he probably thinks he is a big shot. Oh, and who might you be, missy? He asked, voice laced with false charm. Another one of Thaddius's. I'm Cassandra von Vierlia, daughter of Duke Vierlia, finance strategist to 3 regional councils, and the actual fiancé of the man you're currently embarrassing in front of half the town. Her eyes narrowed slightly. If you had any manners, you'd introduce yourself before addressing me. The man blinked. I blinked. She's that impressive. Then the man laughed. So you're the infamous cold Duchess fiancé, the one he never shuts up about. Ha, I was beginning to think you were a myth. Then allow me to be your reality check, she replied, stepping closer, each word as precise as a dagger tip. You're speaking to a woman who helped negotiate the Northern Merchant Truce. I've had crime lords cry under pressure softer than my tone. Just who did I end up inviting over? First, I would like to offer an apology, Cassandra said, gaze firm yet strangely warm, to Miss Vivienne and her family. The crowd blinked. Vivienne blinked. Even I blinked. She bowed slightly enough to show sincerity, but not too much to lose her pride. On behalf of the Vierlia family, she continued, and regrettably on behalf of the House Vexmont, I apologize for this disgraceful incident. It's clear now that it never should have come to this, but Cassandra didn't give her the chance. Instead, she turned and crossed her arms with a subtle tusk. But really, Miss Vivienne, she said, voice suddenly sharp like cold steel, you can't just let people walk all over you like this. Vivienne recoiled slightly. You're too willful, too quiet. It's good to be gentle, but not to the point of becoming a doormat. Cassandra raised an eyebrow. You must learn to stand up for yourself. Speak. Push back. The world isn't kind to women who wait for rescue. Vivienne blinked rapidly, eyes wide, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but not just that. Something else simmered behind her eyes, something just beginning to stir, a spark. And you too, Cassandra's head snapped toward Vivienne's parents like a judge delivering a sentence. Aren't you the adults here? Why are you just standing there like trees planted in shame? Her father began, but Cassandra cut him off. This mess was caused by you, right? She said sharply. But now you sit back and watch your daughter throw herself into a sacrifice. If you really loved her, if you had even a shred of spine, you would have moved mountains by now. But I suppose it's easier to be hypocrites. Shoot. She's really ruthless, but her words are the truth. I also question myself why they were acting like this. My guess is they are probably doing their part of the script, fulfilling their roles. A flicker of shame twisted across Vivienne's mother's face. Her father clenched his jaw. I'm not sure if they are really as Miss Cassandra said, but, well, let's not think about it. I turned my focus to Miss Cassandra, whose gaze swept again, landing on our rom-com protagonist Aaron. You, she said, as if just noticing him, you said she was your promise, didn't you? So she was here from the start, huh? She probably came even before me. Aaron straightened like a schoolboy caught chewing gum in front of a headmistress. Why, yes, he stammered. That is, I thought maybe if I could say that it'd buy her time, and Cassandra frowned. You thought, he froze, you thought, that's all it takes for you to throw out a line like that. Just think it and say it aloud in front of nobles, a crowd, and criminals. Aaron opened his mouth, probably to dig his grave deeper. But to his fortune, Lenora stepped in just in time. He only wanted to help us, my lady, she said with a bow. We just them today. He didn't mean harm. Cassandra paused. Then surprisingly nodded. I see. Then I apologize. She gave Aaron a quick glance, but be careful with your words next time, especially the big ones like this. Why yes, ma'am. Aaron exhaled like someone just let him out of a chokehold. I couldn't help it, I chuckled amusedly. The poor guy looked like a rookie knight who accidentally volunteered to slay a dragon with a spoon. He probably accepted his fate now. Cassandra's attention shifted again, now to the real audience ethos who had been watching the whole event unfold like it was free theater, including me, and she didn't look pleased. You all, she said, raising her voice. You came to watch, didn't you? To whisper and point, to feed off gossip and drama like rats feasting on scraps. Damn, she stepped forward, her aura and presence growing. You saw a young girl forced into humiliation, a noble abusing power, a family in shame. And yet not one of you did a damn thing. Her words were met with absolute silence, except from me. Because for a brief moment just a flicker her eyes met mine, and then she winked at me. Wah, I blinked like someone had thrown glitter in my eye. How did she notice me? And was she teasing me? Or was this some next-level social maneuvering? Before I could process it, she turned her eyes toward her fiancé. Now, she said, her voice sharp as crystal. This deal you were discussing, what was it? Care to explain it to your fiancé? Before Thaddius could stammer a reply, the sleazy red-heart heir stepped forward with a scoff, clearly trying to regain control. That's none of your business, lady, but Cassandra didn't even blink. Public blackmail, coerced engagement, sexual harassment, shady business arrangements conducted without proper consent. She listed them like court charges. Are those not crimes in your little red heart rulebook? Or do you write those in invisible ink? The red heart heir flinched. Sweat prickled at his temple. His confident facade cracked ever so slightly. That's a gross misrepresentation, is it? Cassandra tilted her head as if dissecting a worm. If you'd like, I can call in 2 of the regional council heads, or perhaps the Merchant Guild representative I had dinner with last week. I'm sure they'd love to hear about your bargaining methods. The man stiffened. His eyes darted sideways to Thaddius, then to the gathering crowd whispering at the edges. Murmurs had begun. His name on their tongues, he was cornered. Again, his jaw clenched, breath shallow, and for a moment just a flicker you could see it. He was in panic. He clicked his tongue, irritated and desperate. Meanwhile, I watched the entire verbal massacre unfold like a child watching fireworks, eyes wide, heart-pounding, mouth slowly stretching into a smile. Cassandra von Weierle, you're terrifying, and somehow, I was glad she showed up. Now I don't have to do anything anymore. Well, even if I wanted to, my actions would be far below level than hers. After all, she has everything: power, status, intelligence, courage, and background, while me. Enough of this circus, she said. You, Mr. Thaddius, and you, Red Heart Guy, as well as Miss Vivienne's parents. Her voice rang with finality. For a moment, silence hung heavy like dust in stale air. Thaddius, face pale, nodded quickly. Oh, of course, Cassandra. I was just about to suggest, but before he could finish, the Red Heart heir clicked his tongue in irritation. Enough of this, he muttered, then made a subtle hand motion. Oh no. Thaddius noticed it too. And no, don't. Too late. Black-cloaked men surged forward, no longer observers, but predators unleashed. In a coordinated motion, they drew slim daggers and short swords, their blades glinting faintly beneath their cloaks as they lunged at Cassandra with lethal intent. I quickly shifted my gaze to her. She wasn't flinching nor panicking. Instead, her lips curled into a slow, amused smirk, the kind that says, you really should have picked someone dumber. And then just as they were about to reach her, I caught a glimpse of something. A flicker of frost curled at her fingertips. No, is it fire? The temperature in the air wavered, as if undecided between freezing cold and searing heat. But the moment was so fast, so seamless, that I almost thought I imagined it. Almost. And then stop, a voice boomed like thunder striking stone. It wasn't just loud, it commanded the air, made the bones in your body listen. The black-cloaked men froze mid-lunge. Literally, they stopped moving, and then crash-thee dropped. All at once, as if invisible hands shoved them to the ground. Blades clattered uselessly beside their collapsed forms. They groaned, pinned flat against the cobblestone under some colossal pressure. As if gravity had suddenly tripled, I snapped my gaze toward the source. Down the street strode a titan of a man, tall and broad as a siege tower, his every step like a declaration of war. A black eye patch bisected his weathered face, his hair silvered with age. Red Heart heir was visibly stiffened, lips paling. G. Gramps, he stammered, voice laced with panic. So the second letter's receiver arrived too, and judging from everyone's expressions, this was someone you never wanted on the opposite side of the battlefield. Just what the hell are you doing? Just what the hell are you doing? Hearing his Gramps shout, the Red Heart heir's eyes lit up like a desperate gambler spotting a last-ditch bet. He pointed at Cassandra, his voice shrill with accusation. What an idiot. Gramps, please deal with her. She threatened our fam Erg. A loud slapping sound cracked through the air like a whip. The old man's palm struck his grandson's cheek with enough force to snap his head sideways, leaving angry red marks blooming across his skin. The entire street froze. Even the air itself seemed to pause, as if the world had collectively blinked in disbelief. Damn, I barely suppressed a whistle. The old man didn't hold back at all. His grandson stumbled, clutching his face, his expression a mix of shock and betrayal. Why are you always? The patriarch roared, his voice trembling with fury. always putting dirt on our family's name. Can't you act with even a shred of dignity?" Then in a sharp pivot, the old man turned to Cassandra and bowed just slightly, but enough to convey deference. His voice smoothed into something almost diplomatic. "My lady, please forgive this idiot. He's still young and foolish, reckless in his actions. I assure you he will be disciplined." Cassandra didn't react immediately. She just stared at him, her gaze cool and assessing. Then in that same calm, razor-edged tone, she asked, "How old is he?" The old man blinked. He's 20. 20, Cassandra repeated, her voice dripping with disdain. "And you call him young, though I agree he's foolish. But tell me, Lord Redheart," she tilted her head slightly, "aren't you the ones who raised him this way?" Oof. The old man stiffened for a fraction of a second before bowing again, deeper this time. Yes, you're right. We are at fault, but don't worry, I will correct this failure. Damn, he's ruthless, but also smart." I smirked to myself. This old man wasn't some simple brute. He knew when to fold, when to play the humble elder. He was probably acting putting on a show of contrition for the crowd. But his grandson, there it was, the heir's face twisted, his fists trembling. His eyes burned with pure, unfiltered rage, all of it directed at Cassandra. "Oh, this idiot's about to make things worse." Sure enough, he exploded. "How dare you disrespect my fam?" Slap, another brutal strike. The heir reeled, his eyes wide, his mouth hanging open in sheer disbelief. He touched his cheek as if unable to comprehend that he'd been hit again. "Why," he muttered, voice shaking, "aren't you the one who told me to?" Slap. "Yes, but I didn't tell you to drag our name through the mud," the old man thundered. "We will speak about this at home." Ooh, I almost felt bad for the guy. Again, almost. But it was obvious old man wasn't actually this furious. He was just doing damage control. No way he'd praise his grandson after this disaster, right? Still, the performance was convincing enough to sell it. With that settled, the patriarch turned to Vivienne's family, his tone shifting to something almost apologetic. He quickly apologized to them as well. "The debt is repaid. Consider this matter closed, and once again my deepest apologies for the trouble my grandson has caused." Then his gaze slid to Thaddius, and his voice turned icy. "And Yaudo not lead my grandson astray again." Thaddius paled, nodding like a scolded child. Finally, the old man faced Cassandra, his expression softening into something resembling respect. "Young lady, the matter is resolved. There's no need to trouble yourself further." Cassandra studied him for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I appreciate your intervention." Then, under her breath but loud enough for those nearby to hear, she muttered, "It must be hard to have such a foolish well, I understand. I too know someone like that. Oh, Thaddius guy is really unlucky." The old man's lips twitched almost a smile before he bowed once more and dragged his seething grandson away, the black-cloaked men trailing behind like shadows. With the main players gone, Cassandra turned to the lingering crowd, her voice laced with dry amusement. "The show's over. You may leave no unless you'd like to pay us for such a grand performance." The crowd scrambled, dispersing in seconds. I lingered just a moment longer, my eyes sweeping over the remaining cast: Vivienne, her parents, Aaron, Lenora, Emilia, Livia, and of course, Cassandra herself, the main character of the show. It was a mess, but an entertaining one. Yeah, I am not lying or being influenced. It's better to see someone sensible and logical than some dumb show. With a satisfied smirk, I turned and walked away, the familiar voice echoing in my mind like a game notification. "Congratulations. You have completed the scenario, the debt-stricken noble's tragic engagement." Heh, mission accomplished. Scenario completed, the debt-stricken noble's tragic engagement. You manipulated the strings from the shadows, orchestrating a confrontation without ever stepping into the light. By leveraging information, timing, and the right players, you dismantled a carefully constructed trap, proving that the most powerful moves are often the ones no one sees coming. Oh, the system's précis are getting out of hand. I didn't do that much. Title earned, Shadowplay Architect. You don't act, you arrange. Like a playwright scripting chaos, you nudge events into place with precision, letting others believe they hold the reins. The truth, you designed the stage long before they stepped onto it. The best schemes are the ones no one notices until it's too late. Come on, you are overpraising me. It was Miss Cassandra who did all the job anyway. Achievement unlocked, checkmate without a board. You shattered a predestined tragedy by refusing to play your assigned role. Vivienne's surrender, Thaddius's victory, the Redheart heir's arrogance were threads in a tapestry you unraveled with a single calculated pull. The most dangerous pieces on the board are the ones no one remembers to watch. I chuckled, shaking my head. I'm bashful, but you're raising my ego like this, so stop it. Almost as if responding to my words, another window materialized. Reward unlocked. Background character's aura. The art of being unseen isn't about invisibility, it's about being unremarkable. This passive ability subtly lowers your presence, making you blend into crowds, fade from attention, and slip from memory. Perfect for those who prefer to work behind the scenes. Shadows don't hide, you people's inattention does. Now this was fitting. An ability that enhanced my natural background character energy. Exactly what I needed. No awkward explanations for why I was lingering around important events. No second glances from overly perceptive nobles. Just smooth, effortless obscurity. Even the name tells everything. But it seems like the system wasn't done yet. Bonus reward, clear flow pill, a rare alchemical concoction that purifies the body, flushing out impurities and minor toxins. While not a miracle cure, it enhances physical resilience and slightly refines one's innate potential. Best taken with water unless you enjoy the taste of bitter regret. A cultivation-type pill, huh? Is there Eastern fantasy too? I hope not, since I don't want to deal with Son of Lux or third-rate villains I dislike the most. But the pill is definitely not bad. Not world-shaking, but definitely useful. A perfect reward for someone like me, in fact. I rolled the small jade green pill between my fingers before tucking it away for later. As I turned to leave, satisfied with the outcome, a voice cut through the air behind me, leaving so soon. I didn't need to look to know who it was. I am not that red-haired guy. But I eventually turned around to see Miss Cassandra, her arms crossed and her sharp gaze locked onto me. You orchestrated the whole thing, she said, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. Yet you are leaving just like that. Well, shoot. I grinned inwardly. Guess my background character's aura isn't foolproof against her. Oh, it's you, Miss Cassandra, I said, forcing a polite smile. Good to see you again. And as expected, she didn't buy it for a second. Her lips curled into a knowing smirk. Why are you pretending? Wasn't it you who pulled the strings from the shadows? She produced the envelope from her sleeve, waving it lazily between two fingers. You even timed it so that old man and I would arrive at the perfect moment. Damn, she saw through everything. No point denying it now. Her gaze swept over me, sharp as a blade testing its edge. Wait, a glint of amusement lit her eyes. Are you one of those people? The kind who plays the fool but pulls strings in the shadows? She tilted her head. Or in your case, smart enough to make others dance without realizing it. But how does she know about those kind of people? Unless trouble, huh, she muttered, crossing her arms. But your actions tell me something else. Why go to such lengths to save a stranger if you hate trouble? She tapped a finger against her elbow, though I suppose the way you did it does suit what you said. You didn't play the hero or took unnecessary risks. I stayed silent, letting her piece it together. She sighed, shaking her head. Still, you're frustrating. You have the brains to orchestrate this mess, but act like you'd rather fade into the background. If I hadn't caught you watching earlier with that smug little smirk, I might have missed you entirely. Ah, so that's how she noticed. I blinked. For what? She straightened, tucking the letter back into her sleeve with practiced grace. Come, she turned on her heel, the hem of her dress whispering against the cobblestones. Let's talk where we won't be overheard. I hesitated only a breath before following. What choice did I have? When the heroine of this little drama commands, even background characters must obey. The cafe was quiet, the kind of place where conversations dissolved into the steam rising from porcelain cups. Miss Cassandra took a slow sip of her tea before speaking, her voice lower now, more measured. If I were to tell the truth, she began, tracing the rim of her cup with a finger, I've been planning to break my engagement with that guy for months. No, from the moment we were engaged. Her lips twisted wryly. But nobles don't divorce over mere disliking each other. I needed proof. Evidence solid enough that even my family couldn't argue. I nodded. That much was obvious. Breaking an engagement between major houses required more than personal grievances, it needed political cover. At least in my memories. That's why I came here quietly, she continued, to investigate Thaddius's dealings myself. But now you don't need to, I finished for her. She grinned like a fox. Exactly. The Vexmonts in my family can't argue with this. She tapped the folded letter on the table between us. A coerced engagement, a debt scam, and all witnessed by half the town. She laughed, seeming pretty satisfied with the results. I'm going to wring every drop of advantage from this. She leaned back, studying me with an appraising glint in her eyes, and I have you to thank for that. So I was planning to give. Cassandra waved a hand dismissively. Semantics. The point is you helped, and I always repay my debts. Besides, she leaned in closer. We both know this isn't fully over. Thaddius and that red-heart fool are still festering, but don't worry, her smile turned icy. I'll handle the rest. That girl's family will stay free just as you intended. I appreciate that, I said and meant it. He, of course. She chuckled, then abruptly changed tack. But if you won't take a reward, how about a job? I blinked. A job? Yes, a job. I think your funds are a bit low for a noble student, am I right? Ouch, you hit right on the spot. Just as she guessed, my current budget was precarious. I was planning to find ways to make money, probably a part-time job or something. She smirked at my silence. You can think of it as an investment too. Besides, I can't let someone as capable as you slip away so easily. Now that piqued my interest. What kind of job? I'm staying in town for 3 weeks to establish a new branch of my personal business. Nothing grandiose, just a small shop. But I need someone competent to manage it. Her eyes gleamed, someone who knows how to handle problems without making a mess. I turned the offer over in my mind. A shop manager, huh? It's tempting, but considering my current situation. Cassandra watched me a knowing smile, then added, don't worry, it won't interfere with your studies. And if you're half as good as I think you are, it might even be mutually beneficial. I exhaled, then met her gaze. You drive a hard bargain, Miss Cassandra. Her laugh was bright, almost startling in the quiet cafe. So do we have a deal? I reached for my tea, hiding a smile. We do. Miss Cassandra set her cup down with a satisfied clink, her fingers lingering on the porcelain for just a moment before she straightened. Do you have free time now? She asked, already gathering her gloves from the table. I glanced at the clock ticking quietly on the cafe wall. Still a few hours until evening. I do. She didn't wait for confirmation, already striding toward the door with that effortless grace of hers, the kind that made people instinctively step aside. I scrambled to finish my tea too quickly it burned my tongue before hurrying after her. The mid-afternoon sun painted the merchant district in warm gold as we walked, Cassandra moving with purpose through the winding streets. You're not going to tell me what kind of shop this is? I asked, matching her pace. She shot me a sidelong glance, amusement dancing in her eyes. Where's the fun in spoiling the surprise? I barely suppressed a sigh. Of course. We turned down a quieter side street where the buildings pressed closer together, their overhanging signs creaking gently in the breeze. Then here, Cassandra stopped before a narrow storefront, its windows still covered with paper, the door bearing a fresh coat of dark green paint. From her sleeve, she produced a heavy iron key and unlocked it with a decisive click. The interior was dim but clean, smelling faintly of sawdust and polish. Shelves lined the walls, empty but waiting. A polished counter stood near the back, and through an open doorway I glimpsed a small storeroom. Well, Cassandra turned to me, arms crossed. What do you think? I studied the space, already calculating. Depends. Are you selling books, potions, illegal artifacts? Her laugh rang out bright and unexpected. Oh, I like you. She gestured grandly. None of those. This will be a... None of those, Cassandra said, her smirk deepening as she gestured around the empty shop. This will be the knowledge emporium. I blinked. Knowledge emporium. What kind of name was that? Novelrecap. Is it as an information or just pure knowledge? Wait. My eyes widened as I thought of something. Wait, is this an information network type of operation? She laughed, twirling the key around her finger. Correct, but not entirely. Moving deeper into the shop, she began explaining with the enthusiasm of a master architect revealing her blueprint. First floor, she swept a hand toward the main area. A cafe-library hybrid. Customers can read books for free, but they will pay for drinks and light snacks they buy. But there won't be full meals, just things that won't stain the pages. We aren't opening a restaurant after all. Right, that makes sense, and the idea itself sounds promising. Her boots clicked against the wooden stairs as she ascended. Second floor is much quieter and cozier. Only drinks allowed here, no food or even snacks, and one will need to pay to enter here, higher prices for the privilege of silence, but the books will still be free. At the landing, she added with a wink, people pay surprisingly well for the illusion of exclusivity. Yeah, that's right, I think. It's probably like a premium tier thing. Then her voice dropped, teasing, and then the third floor. She leaned in slightly. There is the manager's office, and the information room. I crossed my arms. So it is an information network after all. Haha, not quite. Don't worry though, you'll find out soon, she sing-songed, already climbing to the next level. Come on, let's see your workplace. The third floor's hall was more smaller, split into 2 rooms. Cassandra pushed open the first door, a modest but well-appointed office. A sturdy oak desk, 2 comfortable chairs, shelves waiting to be filled, and a window overlooking the back alley. Simple but functional, perfect. Well, she leaned against the doorframe. Will this suit our elusive manager? I ran a hand along the desk, smooth, no dust. It's ideal. Glad you approve. She straightened, eyes gleaming. Now for the interesting part. With a flourish, she produced another, Keith's one smaller, silver, and unlocked the adjacent door. The room beyond was empty. Completely, utterly empty. I stared at the vacant space, then turned to Cassandra with a raised eyebrow. It's empty, but she just burst into laughter, covering her mouth with her hand as her shoulders shook. Oh, your face, she managed between giggles, absolutely priceless. You look like someone replaced your coffee with vinegar. She wiped a tear from her eye, like a statue carved from pure bewilderment. I sighed, shaking my head. It wasn't that much. She's clearly exaggerating, so you just tricked me. Of course, she grinned, utterly unrepentant, but don't look so glum. This trick always works. You should see the expressions I get from stuffy nobles. Leaning in conspiratorially, she added, and it teaches an important business rule. Always keep them guessing. Mystery creates value. I nodded slowly, crossing my arms. Sure, but the mystery shouldn't end in disappointment, or your business is destined for failure. Just like now, whoa, Cassandra's eyes lit up like fireworks. There it is. She clapped her hands together. You do understand. That's exactly right. My eyes weren't lying to me. Let's wash away your disappointment too. She then gestured to the empty room with a flourish. This place is for information, but not in the way you're thinking. It's not some shadowy network of spies. She stepped inside, her voice taking on a more business-like tone. This will be a legal information exchange, a place where merchants, scholars, embly, and even ordinary people can buy or trade verified knowledge. Think of it as an information archive, if you will. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. And in time we'll stock rare and ancient texts too, the kind that don't belong on the public floors. I nodded slowly, absorbing every word. The concept was impressive, a legitimate front for knowledge trading. It's good, I said, impressed. Amazing, actually. Internally, though, doubts flickered. Would it really work here? The town didn't seem large enough to sustain such a unique business, but I hadn't explored all its districts yet, and voicing skepticism now might raise questions about why a local noble student would lack basic knowledge of the area. It was better to play it safe. Cassandra, meanwhile, beamed with unrestrained pride. "Just wait," she said, launching into her vision with the energy of a seasoned entrepreneur. She detailed plans for curated knowledge auctions, subscription services for merchants, even collaborations with the academy. Her hands moved animatedly as she spoke, her passion palpable. I listened quietly, my lips curling into a faint smile. For all her noble poise, she had the heart of a true businesswoman, sharp, ambitious, and genuinely excited by her craft. And who knows, she finished with a mischievous grin. You might even become the right hand of a future business queen someday. Though she added playfully, you'll have stiff competition. A rival, I blinked. She nodded. He'll be working here too, though in a different capacity. Waving a hand dismissively, she continued, he'll arrive in 2 days with the initial inventory and personnel. You can meet him properly next weekend. I chuckled despite myself. That mystery meth was admittedly effective. I was curious about this unknown colleague already. Well, Cassandra said, clapping her hands together, tour's over. How would you rate your guide? I pretended to consider. 5 stars, wanted to say, but I'll give it 4. That empty room reveal still stings. She laughed and gave me a light, playful shove. Oh, come on, don't be so petty. Her tone shifted to mock seriousness. Besides, a 4-star rating is terrible for business. I'll have to win you over with free tea later. As we descended the stairs, the afternoon sun streamed through the front windows, painting the empty shelves in gold. The shop was still just a skeleton, but one with undeniable potential. And honestly, I did find myself genuinely looking forward to seeing it come to life. Ah, right, that rival of yours is a bit shy type, so I hope you can teach him the ropes when the time comes. Shy? It can't that bad, right? The sharp scent of ink and parchment filled the library as Zephyr's pen hovered over my botanical sketches like a hawk eyeing its prey. 2 days had passed since my deal with Cassandra, and my fingers still ached from trying to properly draw those damn 5-point calyxes on nightshade berries. Marginally less disastrous, Zephyr muttered, circling one of my less terrible sketches. His voice carried that usual tone, like he was considering whether to help me or bury me in the herb garden. At least you stopped confusing monocots with dicots. High praise coming from him. My fingers tapped against the wooden desk. The Clearflow pill sat heavy in my pocket. Normally, I'd have just swallowed it and call it a day, but something told me that'd be like using a rare medicinal herb as salad garnish, technically edible, but a complete waste. Not to mention the fact that I wasn't some kind of lucky protagonist who would break through 10 levels at once or awaken some kind of hidden constitution after eating a pill. Before we continue tomorrow, I said, closing the plant anatomy tome, can I ask something a bit off topic? Zephyr leaned back in his chair, which creaked ominously. The guy wasn't giant, just taller than me with that permanent, I will end you, aura, but he made even simple furniture look threatening. I came across a Clearflow pill, I said. Do you know the most effective way to take it? Zephyr's eyebrow did that microscopic twitch that for him was basically a gasp of surprise. A pill, he said it like I'd found a corpse in a cereal box. He steepled his fingers. Basic somatic purifier, he said. Flushes residual metabolic waste. Enhances nutrient uptake. Temporary boost to cellular restoration. His tone turned dry. You could swallow it like candy, or use it properly. Yep, super clear as always. What did I even expect? But I don't have other choice, do I? I nodded as if I understood everything. And the proper method. His gaze shifted behind Med toward the front desk. Following his eyes, I spotted Lena. She was wrestling with a pile of scrolls, somehow managing to tangle her hair, sleeves, and one foot into the process. Despite the chaos, she wore a determined frown and an oversized cardigan like a scholar at war with gravity. She's learning alchemy, Zephyr said after a beat. His voice sounded just slightly off. Too casual. I raised a brow at him. She is a flicker of something gurgitation maybe passed over his face. Maybe I was imagining it, maybe not, but his next words made me bite back a grin. Don't waste her time. 3 words, spoken like an executioner warning a man not to flinch. I gave him a friendly salute, wouldn't dream of it. He narrowed his eyes a fraction, and I turned away before he could regret tutoring me altogether. Lena glanced up as I approached, her expression shifting from wary to bright in an instant. Oh, student Ammon, she said. Then, realizing her volume, she clapped a hand over her mouth. Sorry, I mean yes, hello again. She straightened her cardigan like it could erase the fluster. You're the transfer student, the one Zephyr's been tutoring. Yep, you remember it well, I said with a grin. But I thought we passed the strangers part since we talked a few times. Well, since her personality is a bit, never mind. Zephyr said you might be the right person to ask about alchemy and stuff. I wanted to know the best way to use a Clearflow pill. Her eyes lit up, her entire demeanor shifting. The shy librarian faded like mist, replaced by a scholar mid-lecture. Oh, Clearflow, you're taking it for the first time, she asked, voice suddenly steady, assured. I nodded. Then you'll want Moonbloom tea brewed exactly 7 minutes. No more, no less. Drink it warm. Then take the pill right at sundown. Your body's energy meridians are most receptive at that time. It'll activate the purifying properties across multiple channels instead of just your core system. I listened, absorbing every word. As she explained, I noticed how the nervous tics disappeared. The stutter, the fidgeting, they were gone. She reminded me of Zephyr during our session. Saloof Shell stripped away the moment something intellectual took center stage. Same intensity, same absorption, same slightly intimidating hyper-focus. And you should pair it with silverthorn extract as a secondary cattle thump. A book slammed onto the counter beside us, the sound heavy and deliberate. Silverthorn extract, Zephyr's voice rumbled behind me. Page 217. I didn't have to look to know he'd come stalking over like a jealous cat in tweed. Lena made a startled squeak. I was getting to that. Zephyr didn't answer. He just folded his arms and stared off like he hadn't been watching us the whole time. I smothered a twitch of a smile. The tension between them buzzed like static. It didn't take a genius to see through it. I grabbed the book, gave them both a nod, and made a strategic retreat toward the back shelves. As I passed between rows of tomes and scrolls, I cast a glance over my shoulder. Zephyr stood stiff as a sword in its sheath. Lena twisted her sleeves, sneaking glances when she thought he wasn't watching, which he absolutely was. Haha, it's both funny and pitiable. Damn frustrating too. They are a mess, the both of them, but maybe the kind that just needed a little push. Just as I ducked behind a particularly tall shelf, a voice echoed in my mind, soft and low. Can you help them, boy? I paused, fingers brushing the spine of the book. Great, more voices in my head, just what I needed. Or did the system finally return after the 2-day suspense? Nah, the voice doesn't match. As I shook my head, thinking that I was hallucinating, the voice spoke again. I am talking to you. My first thought, library ghost. Second thought, I'm officially losing it. Third, what in the herbal hell? The voice chuckled. Look to your right. I frowned inwardly, half expecting to see a prank note stuck on my back or Zephyr looming dramatically. Instead, I turned. And there it was, floating 3 feet off the ground, wings lazily flapping like it had nowhere better to be, was a winged snake. Its emerald scales shimmered with shifting hues, and feathery, iridescent wings moved in smooth, rhythmic patterns. Clutched delicately in its tail was a thick hardcover book titled 1001 Ways to Subtly Manipulate Two Idiots into Romance. Well, I blinked, then blinked again. Creature adjusted its reading glasses eyes. Glasses and turned a page with a flick of its tail. I glanced around to see if anyone else was witnessing this. Maybe Lena. Maybe one of the dozen library spirits I was now certain existed. But nope, just scrolls, shelves, and an overly interested serpent with feathers. Right, I muttered to myself, rubbing my eyes like a man hoping reality came with a refresh button. Then the voice came again. What? First time seeing a talking dragon. I stared at the creature. Actually, yeah, talking snake, sure. Winged snake dragon holding a matchmaking manual. That's new. The creature gave a theatrical sigh. Virion, please, not just any winged serpent. Honestly, the youth these days. No sense of magical taxonomy. Virion, why does it sound familiar? Wait, Virion the winged tyrant. Virion, the name struck like a hammer to the skull. A system message from last week flashed behind my eyes, hidden scenario triggered, gaining a primordial beast's interest. The image of a winged serpent, coiled with casual menace, drifted behind my eyelids. And now here it washovering lazily in the library air, wings like folded starlight and eyes the color of fractured emeralds. There was no doubt. This guy was undoubtedly a primordial beast. Shoot, my pulse spiked. I didn't know what exactly a primordial beast was or what it could do, but the fact that it had taken interest in me meant one thing: danger. The kind no clever plan or lucky dodge could overcome. And according to my encyclopedia of fiction cliches, primordial beings didn't meddle in mortal affairs without a reason. If it had noticed me, even once, I couldn't afford a single misstep. Act natural. Don't let it know you recognize it. Don't show emotions. Its tongue flicked out, tasting the air between us like it was sampling fear. You've gone quiet, boy, it said, voice smooth as oil on steel. Normally I prefer silence, but unfortunately we do have business to discuss. I kept my face neutral and rubbed my temple, feigning thought. Sorry, I murmured. Just surprised, that's all. Virion's eyes narrowed in for a heartbeat. I felt exposed, like I was standing before a mirror that reflected thought instead of form. Like every flicker of panic was drawn out and pinned under his gaze like an insect beneath glass. Had it realized I knew, I didn't move, not a twitch, not a breath too deep. Then Virion chuckled, a soft, amused sound that made the fine hairs on my neck rise. So he said, curling his tail lazily, will you help them? I blinked once slowly. I hadn't been caught, but I still had to tread carefully. Help who? Virion tapped a claw against the book balanced in his coils 1001 Ways to Subtly Manipulate Two Idiots into Romance. Zephyr and Luna, he said dryly, as though that alone should explain everything. Ah, I said, them. The serpent tilted its head, wings rustling faintly. You've seen it, haven't you? Their glorious symphony of miscommunication. It has been 2 years since they have been engaged, and still speaking to each other like diplomats in a hostage negotiation. Haha, yeah, I can imagine that. Virion gave a soft hum like an old professor preparing to lecture. They are earnest, I'll give them that, but put them in the same room and it's like watching two scholars attempt courtship via thesis rebuttal. His way of speaking is something else. He gave a casual flick of his tail. She leaves hand-stitched bookmarks in his bookshelves. He assumes the staff misplaced something. Another flick. He gifts her rare tomes and delivers them with all the charm of a librarian under duress. Read this, he says. Nothing more. She thinks he's scolding her. Yeah, he probably made it sound like she is an idiot. Ha, a faint shake of his head. They are how do humans phrase it, yeah, an epitome of a walking disaster. A small laugh threatened to break loose, though I quickly suppressed it. But the image was vivid. Two brilliant minds fumbling through social interaction like toddlers with swords. But they're trying, Virion said, gaze drifting. I like that in a way. Zephyr does watch her more than he realizes, and Luna, sweet girl, listens to every word he says like it's scripture. He turned back to me, and still they're hopeless. I have tried to put the two together and ease their relationship, but as you can see, there's no result. He paused, then added, almost gently, I thought perhaps you might lend a hand. Well, this is why a powerful beast asking for help. Logical. Anyway, I promised to help the two get closer anyway. But I agree, I said slowly, but I have one request. Virion's eyes narrowed slightly, not in suspicion, but in curiosity. And so do I, he replied, voice mild. Oh, then we both said it at the exact same time, nothing inappropriate. We stared at each other, then smiled. Virion's grin was all fang and fond mischief. Good to know we're on the same page. I gave a subtle nod, just easing their relationship. No forced proximity, no suggestive scenarios, no weird potions. No love letters disguised as curses. Virion added dryly, perhaps recalling Zephyr's tries, it would be funny if it is real. And definitely no closet traps. That's oddly specific. He didn't try it himself, right, because I've seen it happen. Oh, I see. He didn't witness others. I sensed Virion's chilling gaze and quickly stopped and didn't press further. Who knows if it can read minds? Instead, I exhaled, letting my stance ease slightly. All right then, how can I help? Virion hummed, the sound low and echoing faintly across the stacks. His gaze drifted past me through the shelves like he was staring at something far away or someone. He can see them from here, can't he? Even without looking, I could feel their presence. Zephyr's overly restrained breathing, Luna's occasional soft shuffle of papers. My Echo of Life ability whispered their signatures into my awareness to flickering lights orbiting each other at just the right distance to never collide. They're still standing like that, aren't they? I smiled. Virion didn't answer directly. He just smiled. I'll explain the plan later, he said. After dinner time in your room. In my, of course, I'll come by. Make sure to prepare a cool bath. A beat of silence passed. Is he gonna take a bath at my room? For the pill, Virion quickly clarified, as if I should already know. You want an expert's help, don't you? The Clearflow pill. Well, if a primordial beast was offering assistance, even as payment, there was no way I'd refuse. I'll have it ready, I said, nodding quickly. Come by whenever you want after dinner. I turned to go, then paused. Oh, in my room 312, East Wing. Better I tell him directly. I couldn't afford him thinking I knew he already knew. Virion blinked once. Then let out a light serpentine chuckle. Don't worry. His emerald eyes gleamed. I know everything. Of course he did. I gave a slight bow nod out of formality, but practicality and stepped back into the hallway. As I walked away, the faint sound of Virion's voice followed me, murmuring almost absent-mindedly as his attention shifted back to the pair of hopeless scholars. Can't even invite her to the academy ball. Tusk. At this rate, the universe might collapse before those two share a proper dance. I paused at the corridor's edge. The academy ball. So that's what this was about. That was the catalyst. The coming event that threatened to drag Zephyr and Luna deeper into awkward oblivion unless someone stepped in. Unless I stepped in. I sighed, rubbing my temple. This was going to be trouble. Trouble with capital T, and somehow I had just agreed to help a primordial beast play matchmaker. Great. The library doors clicked shut behind me as I stepped into the evening air. My mind buzzed with plancho to nudge Zephyr and Luna closer, without triggering their respective brands of social disaster. Maybe if I... Ding, the sound pierced my skull like a needle. I froze mid-step. Ding, 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 there's more. Windows of translucent blue text exploded across my vision, scrolling rapidly. I calmly turned my head around to check my surroundings. A group of students laughed nearby, oblivious. Good. At least the system still had the decency to be invisible to others, though I still haven't checked it with powerful individuals like Virion, and I think I will postpone it till I'm sure it's safe. Ding. And I wasn't about to stand here gaping at empty air. I veered sharply toward the dormitories. After entering my room, I tossed my borrowed book onto the desk, now officially checked out under my new library account, and collapsed into the chair. Finally, I let my focus snap to the messages. The first one dominated my vision, pulsing in a green light. Update successful. So I was right, I muttered, swiping it aside. You were down for maintenance. The next window unfurled with a faint chime. Hidden condition achieved. Boundary Walker, you have simultaneously participated and influenced two distinct storylines. Stories encountered. First story, my sword skills are op, but my love life is a disaster. Saved the emburrowing eggs and gained affection of. Participated in saving Vivienne and her family. Second story, the merchant queen system. From ruin to riches, unwittingly handed her the evidence to crush her engagement. Became a trusted employee. Rewards granted, narrative glimpse LV1, character insight LV1. I blinked once, twice. Am I in some kind of story's merged world or something? The words slipped out before I could stop them. The system's message couldn't be clearer. 2 stories, 2 protagonists. Aaron's ridiculous Romcom and Cassandra's, whatever that was. And I couldn't forget about Zephyr either. That guy practically screamed main character, vibes with his mysterious aura and socially awkward intensity. Memories of similar stories surfaced in my mind, tales of people getting tangled in merged novel worlds. Most were about becoming villains or tragic side characters. But me, I am just a background character. I shook my head slightly. This is the best. Being a background character is 1,000 times better than being a villain or even a protagonist. The question is, are there more protagonists out there? More stories? How many exactly? And who exactly am I? A transmigrator? A time traveler? Another shake of my head. I shouldn't dig deep into the abyss. I only waste my time by doing that. Answers will come in due time. I need to focus on the present while preparing for the future. Yeah, my attention returned to the glowing text. As I reread the first title, my sword skills are op, but my love life is a disaster. My lips twitched involuntarily. I was completely right. Aaron really is a rom-com protagonist, a fantasy one at that. The title couldn't be more obvious if it tried. And Vivienne must be one of his love interests. Well, not that it matters to me. Then my gaze dropped to the second title, the Merchant Queen System, From Ruin to Riches, a beat of complete silence. She has a system too, huh? The realization settled like cold mercury. Then, is she some kind of reborn or transmigrator individual? I recalled her personality and way of speaking and acting. She was truly one of a kind. She didn't fit this world's mold at all. Her logic, her courage, her entire worldview stood out like a polished diamond in rough stone. She must be really that kind of individual. I fell silent again, the memory of my conversation with Cassandra replaying in sharp detail. The way her eyes had gleamed with unnatural understanding, the precision of her questions. She must have suspicions about me. The thought sent a cold trickle down my spine. Someone that sharp wouldn't miss the inconsistencies in my behavior. But then Agami fingers tightened around the chair's armrest. If she confronted me directly, she'd risk exposing her own otherworldly nature too. Unless, my breath caught as I remembered her exact words, how would you rate your guide? And I answered her subconsciously, giving her a 4-star review. She knew stars rating thing. Eyes widening, I sat bolt upright. This world probably doesn't have this system right. If so, did she test me back then, confirming her suspicions through my answer and reaction? The way I'd instinctively understood the reference might have given me away completely. A dull throbbing began behind my temples. I pressed my fingers against them, exhaling slowly. Enough, stop obsessing. The answers wouldn't come from speculation. For now, I needed to focus on the tangible advantages before Methy's new skills that might help navigate this increasingly complex world. I turned my attention to the next set of messages. Narrative glimpse LV1, active effects. View key information about active story scenarios. Uses 3 week. Restrictions. Cannot reveal future plot developments. Limited to scenarios you're already involved in. My eyebrows rose. This is better than I expected. The ability to check story context could prevent disastrous missteps, though the limitations were there, no peeking at future events, and only for situations I'd already entered. Still, I mused, knowing whether I'm walking into a romance subplot or political intrigue could be life-saving. The weekly limit meant careful timing would be essential. Who knows if an ordinary event would turn into a dangerous, life-threatening scenario. The next window appeared with a soft chime. Character Insight LV1, active effects. View basic character profiles. Name primary alias. Current story affiliation. Immediate goal. Activation visual contact required. Uses 1 day. Range 10 meters. A slow smile spread across my face. Now this is useful. Being able to identify someone's story role and objectives at a glance. That could help immeasurably in deciding who to avoid and who to carefully utilize. My mind immediately went to Virion. Would this skill reveal his true nature, or would a primordial beast status block it? Only one way to find out, though perhaps not right away. I am not so stupid to use it on a powerful entity. The throbbing in my temples had subsided, replaced by cautious optimism. These tools changed everything. No more stumbling blindly through narratives. I could now navigate them with more information. First test, I focused on activating character insight, directing it at myself through the room's small mirror. The response appeared instantly. Name Emanuel von Lutira. Affiliation, a background character. Present goal, skill assessment. Well, it's working. Pretty accurate, too. Closing the window, I shifted my focus to the next message. Oh, but isn't this a bit late? Hidden scenario completed. The Merchant Queen's first counterattack. Hidden scenario completed. The Merchant Queen's first counterattack. Achievements. Provided crucial evidence to dismantle the fraudulent engagement. Earned future Merchant Queen's trust. Reward granted. Golden opportunity lens. I skimmed through the message. Nothing new. Let me skip to the reward. Golden opportunity lens effects. Detects counterfeit items currency. Red glow. Highlights risky contract clauses. Amber glow. Rates investment potential. SF floating grade. Limitations. 3 uses day. 30 million rain. Requires eye contact. I can turn golden chances into solid profits. Nice, self-explanatory one. A sudden weight materialized in my palm. I looked down to find an ornate monocle resting on my fingers, its silver frame warm to the touch. The lens shimmered with an inner light, refracting rainbow patterns across my desk when tilted. Now this is fancy, I murmured, holding it up to examine the craftsmanship. Delicate filigree vines wound around the frame, with a small ruby embedded at the hinge point, the kind of accessory that would turn heads in the Academy's halls. Standing before my wardrobe mirror, I fitted it over my right eye. The effect was immediate, my reflection sharpened. Every detail of my academy uniform suddenly crisp and vivid. The navy black jacket hugged my shoulders perfectly, the silver buttons gleaming like actual sterling. I look like one of those annoyingly competent butlers from Noble Manor stories, I thought, tilting my head. Or worse, a cold CEO, male lead from modern romance novels. Chuckling at the absurdity, I focused the lens on myself, curious what analysis it might provide. Instead of letter ranks, the description said, the lens fogged momentarily before displaying a single, pulsing question mark. Just what does that mean? I asked myself, squinting my eyes at the sign as if it would change it from a death stare. After several failed attempts, I removed the monocle with a sigh. Whatever, at least I know how it works now. I placed it carefully in my inner jacket pocket, close enough for quick access, but discreet enough to avoid questions. The last thing I needed was someone noticing this conspicuous artifact. Changing into home clothes, I moved to prepare a bath. The bathtub stood empty, as always no servants came to these student quarters. At least not to mine. I wasn't rich enough to hire one, nor I would, since I prefer privacy and have my own dignity. I pressed the button engraved on the wall. The tub's silver pipes hummed to life as steaming water began pouring from the ornate faucet. Academy bath technology, one of the few modern comforts in this otherwise medieval world. The water shimmered with faint blue energy, maintained at perfect temperature by enchantments. While it was being filled, my mind wandered to lunch with Aaron's group. Their overpacked meal had been excessive. Livia and Amelia, clearly alarmed by Sunday's incident, probably the one when Aaron confessed his vow with Vivienne, had prepared enough for 3 grown men. Aaron's attempt to heroically finish everything had been both impressive and mildly horrifying. I'd excused myself just in time to avoid joining his inevitable stomach pains. A smirk tugged at my lips, remembering his bloated, miserable expression. He deserved it. Haha, Monday's reunion had gone smoothly enough as well. The girls had alternated between fussing over Aaron and shooting him accusatory looks, while I'd quietly observed. Well, not that they'd have believed him in their eyes. Their precious, kind, and gentle Aaron became the playboy that moment. Well, even though they knew why he did it, they are just using it as an opportunity. His love life is really a disaster, haha. Stepping into the warm water, I let the day's tensions melt away. The bath was more necessity than luxury in a world without modern hygiene. Skipping even one day could make you the least popular person in any room. Drying off, I checked the wall clock. Dinner hour had begun, but my stomach still protested at the thought of food. Still full, huh? Then it was better to wait. Who knew what state taking the pill would leave me in later? I stretched my arms overhead, feeling joints pop satisfyingly. For exactly 7 minutes, I studied the Clearflow pill manual, my fingers occasionally tracing the energy pathways illustrated across human figures. The text was dense with alchemical jargon, but the core principles became clear enough. Closing the book, I committed 3 key points to memory. The importance of precise timing with sundown's energy shift. The need for complete muscular relaxation. The danger of wrong consumption. Satisfied, I turned to my studies for 30 disciplined minutes, reviewing botanical sketches and annotating marginalia in my notebook. Moving to the bathing chamber, I adjusted the controls to fill the tub with water slightly hotter than Virion's instructions specified. The steaming liquid gushed forth, carrying the faint mineral scent of the Academy's underground springs. By the time the primordial beast arrived, it would cool to the ideal temperature. Time passed, about 7 or 9 minutes later. Bath's ready, boy. I froze awe as Virion's voice slithered directly into my mind. My head snapped toward the bathroom door. Did I miss him? Or did he use teleportation or something? The possibilities chilled me more than the thought of an uninvited primordial beast in my washroom. Steeling myself, I retrieved the carefully wrapped Clearflow pill from its hiding place and entered the bathroom. The scene that greeted me defied expectation. Virion hovered above my now transformed bathtub, his serpentine form coiled in midair. The water had turned a luminous jade green, swirling with herbs I definitely didn't own, silvery moonbloom petals and spiked silverthorn leaves dancing in the currents, and a few other herbs I didn't know of. Tea first, the beast declared without preamble. A delicate porcelain cup materialized on the bath's rim, steaming with the promised moonbloom infusion. 7-minute brew, as Luna said. His emerald eyes gleamed. You've precisely 3 minutes left to drink it. Come on, is all of this really necessary just for one pill? I thought inwardly, but recalling it was myself who wanted the best, I shut up and took the tea. Take of your clothes off first, Virion commanded, his tail flicking toward the transformed bathwater. I arched an eyebrow but complied without comment, stripping down to my boxers. The primordial beast's gaze held no human prurience, only the clinical assessment of a surgeon preparing an operating theater. Not fit as Zephyr, but still good. Never mind. The moonbloom tea's warmth spread through my chest as I drained the cup, its floral notes giving way to a metallic aftertaste. A tingling sensation followed, like carbonation fizzing along my veins, subtle but unmistakable. My fingers twitched involuntarily as the sensation reached my extremities. Then my feet left the ground. Wait, what the? My body hung suspended in midair, limbs limp like a marionette's. The teacup slipped from my fingersonly to halt inches from the floor and glide smoothly to the corner of the room, as if placed by invisible hands. Definitely Virion's doing. Stop squirming, the serpent chided, confirming my guess, his tail flicking playfully. And brace yourself. I forced my muscles to relax, letting his power lower me toward the jade-green water. The lack of control prickled at my instincts, but resistance was pointless against a primordial beast. Then my back touched the surface. Arg, my eyes shot open as if 1,000 needles of ice and fire stabbed into my skin, seizing my lungs. My body jerked instinctively, or tried to. Virion's hold kept me immobile, submerged up to my collarbones in the churning, herb-laden liquid. Every nerve shrieked as the concoction invaded pores, veins, heck, maybe even the bone. This can't be normal. The thought surfaced amidst the pain. Neither Luna's nor book's instructions mentioned this torment. But as another wave of fire raced up my spine, I realized Virion wasn't following standard procedures. Bear with it, Virion's voice cut through the haze. This is for your own good. That weak human will of yours would have wasted the pill's potential. Weak. I gritted my teeth, swallowing the retort. He wasn't wrong. My fingers clawed at nothing, but I steadied my breathing as instructed. I focused on the one certainty: Virion had no reason to harm me. Why would he make me and himself go through all this trouble if he wanted my life? He's obviously helping me, even though the process is a bit different. This torture had purpose. I hope so. In, out, I took deep breaths to calm my nerves. No pain, no gain. The water rose higher, guided by Virion's power. As it lapped at my chin, he flicked his tail. Open. The pill arced into my mouth. I swiftly swallowed the H-hot. The pill dissolved like molten metal, scorching a path down my throat before exploding through my meridians. My vision whited out. Just as the agony peaked, warmth bloomed in its wake, soothing and paradoxical. Then water closed over my face. The pain shifted, crawling up my scalp, etching into my face and eyelids. I kept them shut, focusing only on survival. Distantly, Virion's muttering reached me through the liquid. Idiots, both so kind. Trivial for me. You're lucky, boy. The words fragmented as the pain intensified, though I didn't get anything as I poured all my focus and energy into surviving. My skin itched, fibers knitting anew. Time lost meaning. Tick-tock. Seconds stretched into eternities of suffering as my body remade itself. Tick-tock. I lay still, the torment ebbing incrementally until you can come out now. Virion, woo, I burst upright as the process already stopped. Air flooded my lungs as water sluiced off gleaming skin. No wounds, but my entire body hummed with alien vitality. The bath's hue had faded to murky gray, herbs dissolved into sludge. Virion hovered closer, emerald eyes appraising. Only 30 minutes, better than expected. His tail tapped my forehead. Boom, a surge of energy detonated behind my eyes. The world sharpened, colors brighter, sounds crisper, the very air vibrating with unseen currents. Ah, Virion mused. There we go. I stared at my hands. They looked the same. Guess only protagonists get 6-packs and iron skin from things like this. How's it? Virion asked, his emerald eyes gleaming with mischief as I stepped out of the tub, water dripping onto the tiles. I shot him a flat stare. Weren't you enjoying my suffering? It was painful. My voice came out rougher than expected, scraped raw from screaming. The winged serpent coiled lazily in midair. Weak. If you can't endure this much, you'll need to train your I'm just an ordinary human, I deadpanned. You're a dragon, you told me yourself. There's a big difference between you and me. Virion's tail froze mid-flick. That's true too. He cleared his throat in oddly human gesture before floating closer. Well, how are you feeling? No point lying to a primordial being. I stretched my arms out, examining my skin. The same yet, not. My muscles moved with unsettling precision, each tendon firing exactly on command. Can't pinpoint specifics, but good, really good. Obviously. Virion preened, wings flaring. I realigned all 32 minor meridians, expanded your core vessel capacity by 40%, and purged enough toxins to kill a small village. His tail gestured proudly at the black sludge in the tub. You're basically a newborn phoenix. Minus the feathers and fire. And I get it, I muttered, though my fingers kept flexing, testing their new responsiveness. Virion's gaze suddenly dropped, scrutinizing me from head to toe. His nose wrinkled, though you should retake a bath. Properly this time, without magical herbs you reek of potential. He said the last word like it was a bad smell. I glanced at the murky bathwater, then at the black film clinging to my skin. Right. It must be that impurities and toxins being expelled from the body. Wait in the living room. I will be done in 5 minutes. Virion's wings twitched in amusement. A swirling black portal materialized beside him. Try not to drown, boy, he teased before vanishing through the rift, confirming my teleportation theory. It was cool. I wonder if I can learn it too. Well, maybe sometime in the future. Shaking my head, I drained the filthy water. The tub needed serious scrubbing to remove the sludge clinging to its sides. Fresh water gushed forth, carrying away the last traces of my former limitations. The first wash was clinical soap scouring every inch to remove the residual grime. The second became a revelation. Under the bathroom's lamplight, the changes became undeniable. My skin had tightened, blemishes erased like polished stone. The muscles in my abdomen now showed subtle definition, not the exaggerated six-packs of warriors, but the lean, efficient tone of a healthy young man. Even my hands looked different, fingers slightly longer, nails harder, like I'd been reforged at the cellular level. A grin tugged at my lips as I toweled off. Not bad at all. Dressed in fresh clothes, I emerged to find Virion draped over my reading chair, tail flicking like a metronome. Well, he drawled, satisfied. A small, genuine smile touched my lips as I nodded. The primordial beast waved a claw dismissively. Hardly worth mentioning. Barely tapped into my reserves for that. By the way, my smile turned knowing. You didn't give me the Clearflow pill, did you? I tilted my head, and those herbs weren't what Luna specified either. Even the Moonbloom tea was fake, wasn't it? The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Virion's eyes narrowed to slits. Are you doubting me, little human? His voice carried the weight of ancient storms. I held up my hands calmly. Not at all. I know they were superior in both quality and quantity. Virion studied me for a long moment before his posture relaxed. HMPH. At least you're observant. Oh, let's hear it then. It's like this. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the library, painting the shelves in hues of gold and amber. Luna sat behind the counter, her fingers tracing the edges of a well-worn romance novel. How to Win Over Your Fiancé's Heart. She wasn't really reading, though, not now at least. Her eyes flickered upward every few seconds, scanning the room like a nervous bird. It's going to happen soon. She swallowed hard, gripping the book tighter. She had rehearsed this moment in her head 100 times, but now that it was approaching, her courage wavered. What if she messed up? What if? Her thoughts scattered as the library doors creaked open. 2 figures stepped inside. Amaniel, with his jet-black hair and ever-calm demeanor, led the way. Behind him loomed Zephyr, his sharp features and icy aura making the air around him feel several degrees colder. Luna's breath hitched. For a fleeting moment, Zephyr's gaze met hers. Her heart leaped into her throat, and she immediately looked down, pretending to be engrossed in her book. Her cheeks burned. Then Ammon's eyes found her. He just winked at her. It was just a quick, subtle gesture, but it was enough. A silent reassurance. You've got this. Luna inhaled deeply. Right, I can't back out now. The two approached the counter. Ammon leaned against it casually, while Zephyr lingered a step behind, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. Man, I heard there's going to be a ball this week. Ammon sighed dramatically, rubbing the back of his neck, but I have no one to go with. I'm just a transfer student. I don't know anyone aside from you guys. What a pain. Honestly, I wouldn't even go if it wasn't mandatory. Luna blinked. Was this part of the plan? Weren't lines a bit different? Ammon's eyes suddenly lit up as if struck by inspiration. He leaned forward slightly. Right, Miss Luna, you're free, aren't you, eh? Be my partner for the ball, he said, grinning. You're pretty much the only girl I'm acquainted with here. Luna's mouth opened, then closed. Her fingers twisted in the fabric of her skirt. She could feel Zephyr's stare drilling into the side of her head. She stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Ammon's eyes flickered toward her again, urging her on, but her courage crumbled. She clutched her book like a lifeline, her face heating up. Just then, she's coming with me. A cold, firm voice cut through the tension. Luna's head snapped up. Zephyr stood there, his usual icy glare directed at Ammon, but there was something else. A faint pink tinge on his cheeks. Then he turned to Luna. All right, his attempt at a smile was awkward, more like a grimace, but his eyes held an uncharacteristic softness. Luna's lips parted in surprise, and Thench smiled, a bright, blissful smile as if her deepest wish had just been granted. Yes, she whispered, nodding eagerly. Ammon watched the exchange with a knowing smirk before feigning shock. Oh, sorry, I didn't know about that. He scratched his head sheepishly. Well, I should have figured it out given how close you are, not to mention the fact you two really resemble a couple. Luna's face turned scarlet. Cough, cough, Zephyr cleared his throat loudly, shooting Ammon a glare that could freeze lava. Ammon just winked at him. Then I'll take my leave then. See you guys tomorrow. Oh, wait. He paused at the door, glancing back with a teasing grin. If I get a partner, we'll go together to the ball. See you. And with that, he disappeared, leaving Luna and Zephyr standing in stunned silence. Luna's heart raced. She dared a glance at Zephyr, only to find him already looking at her. Their eyes met. They stared at each other for a while, and as if realizing it, both turned away, Luna's face blushing like a red tomato while a hint of red could be seen at Zephyr's ears. Unknown to the flustered pair at the counter, two figures lurked between the towering bookshelves, observing through the narrow gaps in the aged tomes. Emerald green eyes glowed faintly in the dim library light, as Virion's forked tongue flickered in amusement. I didn't think this simple trick would work out just fine, the primordial serpent chuckled, his voice barely a whisper in the quiet library. Beside him, slate-gray eyes crinkled in satisfaction. People always reveal their true feelings when they think they might lose something, and sometimes the simplest tricks are the most effective, Ammon murmured, recalling countless romance tropes from his memories. All it takes is a little push in the right timing. Virion's wings rustled quietly as he opened a small portal in midair. Your insight continues to surprise me, boy, and consider the favor repaid. Ammon shrugged, stepping toward the shimmering gateway he just used to enter the library. Don't mention it. I would have done it even if you hadn't asked me. Virion's emerald eyes gleamed knowingly. Oh, I'm sure. As Ammon vanished through the portal, returning directly to his dorm room, Virion remained hovering in the library shadows. His emerald eyes lingered on the still flustered librarian and her scowling scholar, his voice dropping to a whisper only the books might hear. You don't know how hard I've tried to make them notice. The primordial beast dissolved into the air like mist, leaving only a faint scent of ozone behind, and two oblivious lovebirds who had no idea they'd just been orchestrated by a background character and a mythical serpent. The familiar walls of his dorm room materialized around Ammon as he stepped through the portal. He barely had time to take a breath when ding, a familiar chime echoed in his mind, followed by the appearance of a glowing blue window. Scenario completed. The winged serpent's matchmaking scheme, achievements. Successfully triggered Zephyr's possessive instincts. Created perfect conditions for them. Earned primordial beast's favor, hidden, reward granted, shade tinted glasses. Ammon blinked at the message, then snorted. Aren't you a bit late? Or, he paused, considering. You didn't want to pop up while Virion was around, did you? The system, as usual, remained silent. Shaking his head, Ammon flopped onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. Well, whatever. Mission accomplished. Title earned. The invisible matchmaker. You work in the spaces between glances, the moments when no one's watching. While others chase dramatic confessions, you engineer the perfect conditions for love to bloom naturally. Your greatest skill is making coincidence look like fate. The best puppeteer makes the strings invisible. Oh, another title already. But why do I need them if they give me no benefit? Ding, shade-tinted glasses effect. Enables clear vision in darkness. Limitations. Cannot see in light. Cannot be worn with other eyewear. Another glasses. Ammon stared at the new glasses materializing in his hands, then glanced at the monocle sitting on his desk from a previous reward. Great, he muttered, holding up both items. Now I can be blind in one eye and both eyes depending on the lighting. What's next? A telescope that only works underwater. Wait, that does sound useful, as long as it's not a telescope. All right, team, one last dance practice before the big night. You and Ammon. I closed my book with a soft thud. I'll pass. Livia tilted her head, giving me that familiar look of faux disapproval. Still refusing to learn. You'll be the only one standing against the wall tomorrow. I'm comfortable with that, I said, rising from my seat. I know my strengths, and dancing isn't one of them. Emilia gave me a flat stare, one brow arching. You could at least try. It's not that difficult. It is when you have no interest in it, I replied evenly. I'll be fine observing. Aaron shrugged, ever the cheerful peacekeeper. Suit yourself. But don't complain when all the girls are taken by the time you get to dance. That's a risk I'm willing to take. I nodded, slinging my bag over my shoulder and making my way toward the door. As I said before, I had no intention of dancing. Your loss, Livia called after me, her voice teasing rather than bitter. I didn't look back, though I could still hear Aaron rallying the others. All right, let's go over that tricky turn again. His voice, along with the others, faded behind me. The corridors of the academy buzzed with the same electrified atmosphere, students pouring out of their final classes like bees from a kicked hive. Laughter, chatter, and the occasional squeal of excitement echoed against marble walls, all centered around one singular obsession: tomorrow's ball. I adjusted the strap of my bag as I navigated the crowded hallway, slipping past classmates, juniors, and the hybrid chaos that existed in between. Did you hear? Lady Rosaline is going with Sir Cedric. No way, I thought she hated him after the duel last month. Well, hate is just love with sharper edges, isn't it? I barely suppressed an eye roll. I spent 3 months' allowance on this dress. It's imported silk from the Eastern Isles. That's nothing. My family commissioned a mage-weave gown. It changes color with my mood. I tune them out. I pity your parents. They were all typical students, worried more about dance cards and dresses than exams, career prospects or basic survival skills, which was insane, considering this was a world with monsters and magic. At least sports would have been fun, I muttered under my breath. Football, basketball, hell, even dodgeball. Now that would have been entertaining. Imagine a bunch of stiff-backed nobles tripping over their own robes while trying to kick a ball across a muddy field. But no, this world's version of fun was spinning around in circles, pretending not to step on your partner's toes while exchanging awkward pleasantries. I was halfway through planning a fantasy sports league in my head when the latest gossip wave hit like a splash of cold water, like they'd been piped directly into my brain. I blinked, instinctively flinching at the sudden clarity. Right, the pill. Ever since that bath time nightmare Virion put me through, my senses had been different. My body felt stronger, sure, but my senses in particular had sharpened noticeably. I could pick out whispers from across a crowded room now, like they were being spoken just beside me. The clarity was eerie, like tuning into a private radio channel I wasn't supposed to hear, which is why the next conversation hit me long before I reached its source. Did you hear the news? No, tell me. All right, the royal family is coming. Whoa, is that true? Yeah, Prince Eric and Princess Sarathi are attending the ball tomorrow. Oh my, do you think the prince will dance with anyone? As if he's probably just here to scout for future knights or something. Or maybe he's looking for a fiancée. Cue dreamy sighs. I slowed my steps, eyes narrowing. The kingdom of Valtham, the ruling body that funded and protected this academy in exchange for what was essentially first-pick access to its graduates. Normally, I wouldn't care. Politics, royalty, titles, all of it screamed trouble. But this was beyond suspicious. A prince and princess dropping in for a random academy ball. My background character senses are tingling. This reeks of cliché, I muttered under my breath. My brain, because it hates me, immediately began rolling out a list of genre scenarios. Assassination attempt, because nothing screams drama like masked attackers, poisoned goblets, and royal blood on ballroom floors. Monster attack, what better time for a horde of beasts to break through the barrier than the one night everyone's distracted and wearing impractical footwear. Political intrigue, secret recruitment, backdoor deals, rebel factions. Romantic scandal, some girl gets humiliated, prince steps in, declarations are made, probably in slow motion. Bonus points for glass slippers. Haha. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Please just let it be a normal, boring ball, but no, that was too much to ask. This world thrived on chaos, cringe, cliché, and I hadn't forgotten the carriage ambush or Vivienne's incident. When the world starts dropping flags like this, something's bound to go wrong. Shaking my head, I picked up my pace. If something was about to happen tomorrow, then I needed a contingency. And there was only one creature on campus capable of turning a disaster into a minor inconvenience. Virion, the primordial beast, and I had just the excuse to rope him in. I adjusted my pace, weaving through a trio of laughing students blocking the corridor. 15 minutes to the library. Plenty of time to finalize my plan. The other day, I helped Virion with Zephyr and Luna's situation, or more like manipulated it into solving itself. Honestly, it had gone smoother than I expected. The plan was simple: bait Zephyr into admitting he had no partner, then offer help nudging him toward Luna. But the key move was using the new ability. I'd activated character insight right as I dragged Zephyr through the shelves. His immediate goal had flashed right there in bright text: figure out how to invite Luna to the ball. Too easy. From there, it was just a matter of prodding him into action. I tossed a casual invitation at Luna, forcing Zephyr to either speak up or watch someone else take the chance he couldn't. And just like that, the Ice Prince cracked under pressure. What I didn't expect was Luna, because not even half an hour before, she'd pulled me aside near the history section. Eyes blinking and voice trembling again, asked me to help her invite Zephyr. I almost laughed on the spot. Two hopeless disasters, both wanting the same thing, both too dense to act. No, Luna wasn't dense. In fact, compared to Zephyr, she was a whole level braver. She actually asked for help, while I offered help to Zephyr. And because they both tried, they got what they wanted. It was the first step. So no way I'd let their first ball get ruined by some third-rate assassins or dramatic plot twist. And neither would Virion. That ancient snake had been way too invested in their romance for him to sit back and watch some nonsense sabotage the payoff. I'll gaslight him if I have to. Your grand love project might collapse, Virion. Their first ball gone. Do you really want to see Luna crying and Zephyr brooding in a corner because you let some random noble stab someone? Yeah, guilt trip and emotional blackmail. Always works with immortal guardians who think they're above caring but actually have hearts 3 sizes too big. And best part, if Virion got involved, not just Zephyr and Luna's safety would be covered. The whole academy would be safe. I would be safe. My peace would be secure. Win-win-win, assuming he was even around, which was the problem. In most stories, when things were about to go sideways, the powerful, game-breaking characters always had a habit of disappearing. Some ancient call or off-screen restriction or mysterious emergency, pulling them away just when the protagonist needed them most. Let's just hope Virion wasn't that kind of character. Because if trouble really was coming tomorrow, and I didn't have a certain emerald-eyed beast nearby, then I'd be forced to do something I really didn't want to. Get involved, again. Sunday, the ball wasn't until late evening, which meant I had plenty of time to kill before anything dramatic had the chance to ruin my day. Or night, so I decided to take a walk into town. A visit to the Emporium wouldn't hurt. After all, it had been a week since the last inspection, and knowing Cassandra, she probably had half the interior renovated within 3 days and the rest within 4. That, and I wanted to meet this mysterious colleague she mentioned. Whoever it was, I'd likely be working alongside them for the better part of a year. Might as well get the introduction out of the way. Of course, I'd have to stay sharp. Cassandra was still Cassandra, smiling, laughing, pleasant to work with, and possibly someone like me. I couldn't afford to let my guard down, not completely. That didn't mean I had to treat her like an enemy, just that every word, every gesture needed to be catalogued. Act natural, observe quietly. 15 minutes of relaxed walking brought me to the street, and sure enough, the place was ready. A polished green door with brass fixtures stood proudly under a wrapped banner reading, "Opening soon, a world of knowledge awaits." I hadn't expected it to be this grand. With the golden trim along the windows, the potted plants by the entrance, and a light floral scent wafting out from within, I almost mistook it for a boutique cafe or some noble opening ceremony. They really went all in. I stepped closer, trying the handloom locked. A pleasant little bell jingled as I pushed the door open. Inside, the transformation was complete. Books of all kinds filled the elegant wall-mounted shelves. Aisles of comfortable seats were arranged at just the right distance to feel both private and communal. There was a quiet buzz of enchantments in the air, regulating the temperature and softly amplifying nearby voices while dampening distant ones, and the counter polished, minimalist, stocked. Rows of light snacks and bottled drinks lined the display refreshingly, nothing alcoholic or questionable, clean branding, well-organized sections. Honestly, it was the kind of place you'd expect to see in a high-end academic district, not tucked in this town. I gave a small, approving nod. They pulled it off. This is actually workable, just then soft footsteps. Someone was descending the stairs, almost silently, but I kept my back turned, feigning absorption in a nearby book. The steps were deliberately light-tiptoeing, almost. Cassandra, a grin threatened to break my composure. She's trying to sneak up on me. Then, RARGH, a voice roared directly behind me, accompanied by what sounded like someone flailing their arms in a poor imitation of a monster. I turned slowly, face blank. Cassandra stood frozen, hands still raised in a claw-like pose, her usual noble grace replaced by whatever this was. She wore a tailored uniform dressed dark green with gold trim, practical yet elegant, but the effect was ruined by her current expression. Wide-eyed, lips parted mid-growl. For a split second, I blinked, caught between second-hand embarrassment and mild fascination. She looked less like a ghost and more like a startled house cat trying to appear fierce. One of those fluffy ones that hisses when it gets caught knocking something off a shelf. Cute. And just like that, the corners of my mouth almost twitched. Almost, we stared at each other. A beat passed, then another. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "Good to see you too, manager," I said, tone flat. Her arms dropped like puppets with cut strings. She cleared her throat, smoothing her dress with exaggerated dignity. "Why, yes, likewise." I tilted my head slightly, letting my gaze linger just long enough to make her fidget. That lingering image of a ruffled cat still danced in my mind. So this is how she acts when she's not playing the refined noble. She huffed, crossing her arms. "You're no fun. I was trying to surprise you." "You did," I chuckled inwardly. "I'm just very good at hiding my terror." Cassandra threw me a glare, well-treated too. It landed somewhere between mildly offended and pouting kitten. "Cute." I managed not to say it aloud. She huffed again and took a deep breath, smoothing the front of her uniform as if realigning her internal nobility. "All right," she said briskly. "Putting aside your complete lack of proper shock, what do you think?" About the changes, I let her off the hook, choosing not to tease her further. My gaze swept across the room one more time, this time with deliberate focus. "The interior's excellent," I said honestly. "Layout is practical. Decor is clean but has personality. Feels warm without being too casual. The enchantments help too light, ambient, not intrusive. And the drink set up professional." Her eyes gleamed with satisfaction, the faint blush finally fading from her cheeks. "We're opening next week," she said proudly. Nothing too grand, soft opening with curated guests, a few academic contacts, a couple of influential traders I've been in contact with, then a gradual public rollout, smart, understated start, smooth control over first impressions, and I'll need your help, she added lightly. With staffing, atmosphere, crowd control, manager things, I nodded. Sounds doable. What's the first step? Cassandra smiled slow and sly. First, she said I should introduce you to someone. Ah, finally, the mystery colleague. I kept my expression neutral, but the flicker of interest must have shone in my eyes because her grin widened like a cat that spotted a fishbowl on a wobbly table. You're curious, she teased. I gave a half shrug. I'm efficient. HMPH. That doesn't sound as fun, she sighed theatrically. Why are all the smart ones so immune to teasing? Occupational hazard, I replied. She gave me a side eye, then shook her head in mock defeat. They should be here soon anyway. They're not already here. I blinked, mildly surprised. But before I could voice the thought, the doorbell jingled. Both of us turned toward the entrance. A soft gust of spring air swept into the room, and with it, two new figures. The first was a girl no more than 12 or 13 with luminous silver blonde hair styled in elegant twin braids, tied at the ends with satin bows. Her eyes were a deep rose gold, sparkling with intelligence far beyond her age. She wore a pastel lilac dress trimmed with white lace and silver thread, layered like a fairy tale princess. A tiny satin purse hung from her wrist, and her shoes clicked gently across the polished floor. Behind her stood a woman tall, maybe 25, with short dark auburn hair and sharp hazel eyes, dressed in a form-fitting military-style uniform that screamed knight with its subtle armor accents and utility belts. A sword rested against her hip, and her gaze swept the shop like a trained predator. The girl's eyes landed on Cassandra and instantly lit up. Cassie, the girl chirped happily and bolted across the floor with her arms wide. On the other hand, I felt the weight of the knight's gaze like a silent blade, not hostile, but definitely evaluating. Probing. I blinked once. What the? My background character senses were screaming. Not tingling, not nudging. Screaming. This wasn't a rival employee. This wasn't even a manager in training. I glanced back at the girl, who now stood beside Cassandra, chatting animatedly while clinging to her sleeve like a well-trained noble's shadow. Everything from the dress to her escort to the very aura she gave off. This couldn't be. No way, but... I stared, speechless and dumbfounded. There was only one logical conclusion. This was the princess. Of course, I thought dryly, this had to happen on the one day I left the dorm to relax. With the resignation of a man who knows he's been outmaneuvered, I turned toward the counter. The cheerful chatter of the princess and Cassandra's occasional laughter filled the air as I prepared 2 drinks, 1 floral blend for the princess, something mild for the knight, and arranged a selection of pastries. The knight's piercing gaze followed my every movement. She intercepted each item before it reached the table, inspecting them with the intensity of someone expecting poison in every crumb. Not that I blamed her. If I were a bodyguard to literal royalty, I'd be doing the same. Still being stared at like a suspicious fork was starting to wear on me. Originally, I had planned to escape the moment I realized they weren't the mysterious colleague I wanted to meet. But that plan was shot down the instant Cassandra leaned close and whispered, "She's our sponsor." I barely suppressed a flinch. She smiled and said a few more words. The meaning was Clothes Shop's funding, my future salary, even the damn tea leaves, all bankrolled by one small, terrifyingly rich child. So my escape plan withered on the spot. Even my self-preservation bowed to economic reality. But thing was, I haven't even started working officially yet. Damn it. Silently, I placed the refreshments on the table. The Princess Sarah was still chattering away, tugging at Cassandra's sleeve like an overexcited puppy. And father said I could visit the lower districts if I had proper escort, which is why I brought Lynette, Sarah was saying, swinging her legs beneath her chair. The motion made her braids bounce. But he doesn't know about the shop yet, so your highness, the knight Lanatte interjected, her voice like a whetstone on steel. Sarah pouted. Oh, don't be such a stick. Cassie's practically family. Cassandra smiled warmly at the princess. I'm honored you think so, your highness. A chance. I took a few steps back, ready to melt into the background where I belonged. But before I could slip away, Cassandra glanced in my direction, catching my retreat. She gestured for me to sit at the table with a casual wave of her fingers. Why don't you take a seat with us? My background character aura is really useless against her, huh? I blinked once, then nodded and pulled out the chair across from them, moving as smoothly as I could without knocking anything over. The table suddenly felt way too small. The moment I sat, 3 pairs of eyes locked onto me. The princess' curious tilt, Cassandra's smile, and the knight's I will end you stare. Great. Cassandra rested her elbows on the table with the expression of a host starting a formal introduction. Your highness, allow me to introduce Emmanuel von Luttera. He's the manager of this shop. Then she turned to me. Ammon, allow me to introduce her royal highness, second princess of the kingdom, Princess Sarah von Valtham. Not surprised, I guessed it long time ago. I gave a small nod of my head and greeted her calmly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. I'll be managing things here from now on. You can call me Mr. Ammon or Brother Ammon if you like." A beat of silence. The princess blinked. Cassandra coughed into her teacup, shoulders shaking with barely contained laughter. The knight's hand twitched toward her sword. Perhaps that was too familiar. The princess studied me for a long moment before nodding. "Pleased to meet you too, Mr. Manager." I almost sighed aloud. Right, that worked better. Why didn't I just say that from the start? As I considered how close I'd come to accidentally digging my own grave, Sarah had already turned away from me with childlike swiftness, beaming at Cassandra again. "So when are we going to start, Cassie? You promised to take me out today." Cassandra's smile froze just slightly and took on the expression of someone trying to escape a trap they set themselves. "Are about that," she said, rubbing the back of her neck with a sheepish grin. "I'd love to, I really would, but I've got mountains of paperwork to finish for the opening, and several logistics reports to verify. I'm truly deeply sorry, Your Highness." But my stomach dropped. Oh no, not this. No, 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 no. I could already see it coming, every neuron in my brain lighting up in alarm. And right on cue, Cassandra's eyes flicked toward me with a perfectly innocent smile. "But don't worry," she said sweetly. "Mr. Manair will be your guide. He'll show you around town, help you enjoy the day, and then take you back to the academy before the ball. He's a student there, after all." I closed my eyes. This day was not going to end peacefully. I really should have stayed at my room, darn it. Princess Sarah's lower lip trembled, her rose-gold eyes shimmering with the kind of practiced innocence that could melt stone. But Cassandra, the unshakable traitor, merely pulled the girl into a warm hug. "Next time, I promise," she said, her voice softening just enough to sound sincere. "I'll clear my entire schedule." Sarah buried her face in Cassandra's shoulder, muffling a dramatic sniffle. "You always say that, and I always mean it." Cassandra lied smoothly, patting her back before gently prying her off. "Now behave for Mr. Manager, all right." The princess sighed, shoulders slumping in defeat. "Fine." Cassandra shot me a look that said, "Your problem now." "I hate you," I thought back, just in case telepathy was suddenly a thing. Outside, a carriage worthy of royalty waited, gleaming black lacquer, gold trim, and a crest emblazoned on the door that probably screamed, "Rob me, I'm important," to every thief in the city. But they wouldn't dare since they valued their lives. Sarah bounded up the steps with the energy of a wind-up toy, waving at Cassandra through the window. "Don't forget your promise." Cassandra waved back, smiling like she hadn't just doomed me. Night landed a motion for me to enter first, her expression flat. A test, a threat, hard to say. I climbed in, half expecting a knife between my ribs. The interior smelled like lavender and privilege. Sarah had already claimed the cushioned seat opposite me, her earlier pout replaced by a scrutinizing stare. Lynette settled beside her, arms crossed, gaze sharp enough to flay skin. The carriage lurched into motion. "Then don't get any funny ideas about Sis Cassie," Sarah announced, tilting her chin up. "She's going to marry my brother." I blinked. Lynette pinched the bridge of her nose. "Your Highness." Sarah ignored her. Now that her useless fiancé's gone, she's free to choose properly. I barely stopped my lips from twitching. "Ah, so that's the game. I'm just an employee," I said, keeping my tone neutral. "And Lady Cassandra is 2 years my senior. And your brother's probably the same as me," I almost added, but wisely bit back. "No need to poke the royal child." Sarah huffed, "As long as you understand." I nodded, my face carefully blank. A beat passed. The carriage wheels clattered over cobblestone. "Then I heard you helped break her engagement," Sarah said abruptly, eyes narrowing. "Is that true?" Lynette's stare intensified. I shrugged. I did nothing worth mentioning. Sarah leaned forward, elbows on her knees. "So you did do something. Persistent little thing, aren't you?" Before I could deflect further, she clapped her hands. "Take me to the best sweets shop in the city." I stared. She grinned. "Now." "Of course, Your Highness." Damn it, nobody said this job came with a royal babysitting questline. She tricked me into this. The carriage wheels rattled over the uneven cobblestones as we entered the market district, the lively hum of merchants and shoppers swelling around us. Through the window, my gaze landed on a familiar sight, a modest stall with a hand-painted sign that read "Honey Twirls," its wares glistening under the afternoon sun. The treat was simple genius soft, pillowy dough wrapped around sweetened cream, dipped in melted chocolate, and skewered on thin sticks for easy eating. Commoner's fare, perhaps, but in my opinion, they could put even the palace's pastries to shame. "Wait here," I said, unlatching the carriage door before Lynette could object. The moment my boots hit the street, I felt eyes on me, not just the ever-watchful royal guards, but the curious glances of market-goers wondering why an ordinary-looking man had stepped from a royal carriage. Ignoring them, I strode to the stall. "3 sticks, please," I told the wide-eyed vendor, pressing coins into his calloused palm before he could refuse. The scent of toasted dough and melted chocolate wrapped around me, warm and comforting. "Here, they're the most delicious sweet you can find around here." Back inside, I handed one to Sarah, one to Lynette, and kept the third for myself. Without ceremony, I took a bite, letting the flavors unfold: the crisp exterior, the rich cream, the bittersweet chocolate. Then I stared at Lynette as if to say, "Not poisoned." The knight broke off a piece, sniffed it, then placed it cautiously on her tongue. Her stern expression didn't change, but I caught the subtle relaxation in her shoulders as the taste registered. Sarah watched us like a scholar observing an experiment. Seeing neither of us collapse, she brought the treat to her lips with exaggerated care, taking the tiniest nibble. Then, her rose-gold eyes widened. Before anyone could react, she demolished the entire stick in 4 rapid bites. A smudge of chocolate clung to the corner of her mouth as she mumbled, "This is much better than the castle's desserts." I smirked. "Told you." Sarah caught herself, her wonder hardening into practiced haughtiness. "It's merely acceptable," she amended, lifting her chin, but her fingers twitched toward my remaining half. Lynette sighed the long-suffering exhale of someone who had seen this before. "Want another?" I asked. Sarah's gaze flicked to the stall, then to Lynette. After a moment's pause nodded. The market street froze when we emerged from the Carriagia tableau of stunned faces as commoners took in the sight of a princess in embroidered silk standing beside a humble sweet stall. The shopkeeper turned white as flour, bowing so deeply I heard his spine pop. "Why, your highness, please take whatever." I dropped a handful of coins on the counter before he could finish. Technically the shop's money, which meant it was Sarah's anyway, the circular economy of my suffering. Sarah, either oblivious or willfully ignoring the chaos she caused, pointed at trays with imperial decisiveness. "That one, and those. What's in the glazed ones? Are those nuts? I want 2 without no 3. And what's that golden drizzle made of?" Then I noticed a cluster of street children, 5 or 6 years old, hovering at the edge of the crowd. Their threadbare clothes hung loose, but it was their eyes that caught me locked on the sweets with a hunger that went beyond craving. A royal guard shifted, raising a hand to shoo them away. "Stop." Sarah's voice wasn't loud, but it carried the weight of command. The guard froze. Without another word, the princess grabbed a fistful of honey twirls and marched toward the children. They shrank back until Sarah thrust 2 sticks at each of them with a brusque "Here." Sarah watched them go, her expression caught between satisfaction and something softer before she smoothed it back into practiced neutrality. I hid my smile behind another bite. So the bratty princess had a heart under all that lace. As we left the sweet stall, now thoroughly emptied of its wares, I couldn't help but observe Sarah's retreating back. That brief moment of kindness toward the street children had been unexpected. Tsundere tendencies, I noted mentally, still in early stages. Personally, I'd never been fond of the full-blown tsundere archetype. In stories they were amusing, but in reality, just a recipe for unnecessary misunderstandings and self-inflicted loneliness. A part of me hoped the princess wouldn't grow into that sort of person for her own sake. With 4 hours remaining in our impromptu tour, I decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, show Sarah the city while discreetly familiarizing myself with areas I hadn't yet explored. My knowledge of fictional tropes came in handy when we passed a fountain. I spun a tale about lovers' legends tied to it. Near the artisan district, I invented a rumor about hidden underground tunnels. To my surprise, Sarah ate it all up. More surprisingly, her bratty demeanor faded as the afternoon wore on. She asked genuine questions, laughed at dry jokes, and even insisted on trying a meat pie from a street vendor, though Lynette nearly had an aneurysm when she bit into it without a poison check. The night herself had grown marginally less hostile. She still watched me like a hawk, but now it was the sort of hawk that might not rip your face off if you moved slowly. Still, it was progress. As we rode back toward the academy in the fading light, Sarah chattered away about how she'd first met Cassandra some royal gala where Cassie had accidentally spilled wine on a young duke who'd been harassing her, and then she apologized so sweetly while stepping on his foot under the table. That's when I knew we had to be friends. Sarah grinned, swinging her legs. Cassie's the best at that sort of thing, making problems disappear without anyone noticing. That dude really deserved it. I would have done worse. She's a literal child, you know. I nodded along, filing away every tidbit. Free intel was free intel after all. Then Sarah's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. About Cassie's ex-fiancé. How did you really catch him? There it is. I sighed inwardly. The kid was nothing if not persistent. I explained about Vivian's incident, starting from how I coincidentally met Cassandra, then witnessed Thaddius's public confession to Vivienne and informed Cassandra, and so on. It seems like, I said carefully, Thaddius was working with the Red Heart Brotherhood behind the scenes. His entire request to transport goods was a set-up Brotherhood stole them before arrival to frame the girl's family for the failure. I shrugged. At least that's the story I heard from Lady Cassandra. Sarah stared at me for a long moment, her rose-gold eyes narrowing slightly before she muttered, "So you really didn't do anything?" I nodded, relieved the misunderstanding had been cleared. Maybe now she. Lynette nudged the princess gently, but Sarah ignored her. Then, to my surprise, the princess spoke again, her voice softer than I'd ever heard it. I blinked for helping Cassie. Sarah fiddled with the hem of her sleeve, her usual bravado gone, her family. They were forcing her to marry that useless man, treating her like some political tool. She's been fighting alone all this time. A glint of understanding flashed through my mind. So that's why she said, even my family can't refuse it now back then. The pieces clicked into place: Cassandra's desperation, her calculated risks, even her willingness to trust a stranger like me. But before I could respond, Sarah finished with sudden enthusiasm. Now she can finally marry my big brother. I stared at her. Then against my better judgment I spoke. Did you ask her opinion about that? Or your brother's? Sarah froze. Huh. You're doing the same thing her family did, I continued, keeping my tone neutral but firm, trying to force your idea of happiness on her without asking what she wants. The carriage went deathly quiet. Sarah's mouth opened, then closed. Her hands clenched in her lap, knuckles whitening. Lynette shot me a glare that could melt steel, but I held my ground. After a long pause, I added, why are you so set on this anyway? You're good friends now, aren't you? That won't change unless you make it change. The silence in the carriage stretched uncomfortably long after my words. Sarah sat frozen, her small hands clenched so tightly in her lap that the fabric of her dress wrinkled beneath her fingers. Lynette's glare hadn't lessened, but she made no move to intervene. Good girl, haha. I didn't quite understand why I'd said all that to a 12-year-old. Maybe it was the way Sarah's eyes had lit up when she talked about Cassandragenuine affection shining through the royal bravado. Maybe it was because no one had ever dared to tell this privileged child the hard truths before. Either way, I didn't regret it. Better she realize this now than grow into another noble forcing their will on others. You care about her, I said, softening my tone just slightly. That's why you want her to be happy. But happiness can't be dictated, it has to be chosen. Sarah didn't respond, but her grip on her dress loosened slightly. The carriage wheels crunched against gravel as we turned onto the academy's main drive. Through the window, the grand gates loomed ahead, their ironwork gleaming in the fading light. Perfect timing, the awkward conversation could end here. Lynette straightened as we approached, her professional mask sliding back into place. Your Highness, we've arrived. The carriage came to a stop. A footman rushed to open the door. As Sarah gathered herself to exit, she paused just long enough to mutter, I'll think about what you said. Then she was gone in a swirl of silk and satin, Lynette following close behind like a shadow. I remained in the carriage for an extra beat, exhaling slowly. That could have gone worse. The footman cleared his throat. Sir, will you be? Yes, I waved him off, stepping out into the cool evening air. From the academy steps, I caught one last glimpse of Sarah's retreating figure, a small, determined girl walking toward the grand doors, her shoulders set with new purpose. Maybe, just maybe, she'd actually consider my words. And if not, well, at least I'd tried. I stood in front of the mirror, adjusting the cuffs of my light dark blue dress colored to fit just right, with a high upright collar and only the barest hint of embroidery along the lapels. Just enough to show taste, not enough to scream look at me. Unlike those peacocks who seem to think more gold thread equal more important, and I don't even like decorations. Honestly, this was the only one I could find with the least amount of flair. The white shirt beneath was crisp, a faint ripple in the fabric from when I'd buttoned it too fast. The black trousers were perfectly fitted, clean and trim without strangling my legs. Even the shoes gleamed quietly, like they'd been polished by someone who wasn't panicking over social expectations. Not bad. I tilted my head, examining my reflection. The sharp lines, the calm eyes, the slight lift of the collar around my neck. I really do look like a cool, handsome young man, not that it mattered. I hadn't dressed up for vanity's sake, I wasn't some bratty noble preening for attention. But I would be standing beside Lady Amelia tonight, and the last thing I needed was to embarrass her by looking like I'd rolled out of a barrel behind the alchemy lab. I said I'd be her partner. I should at least look the part. Responsibility, that's all this was. Quick spritz of citrus and wood perfume, one pump, max. I wasn't trying to fumigate the ballroom, and I was out the door. Time to meet my so-called partners. Funny, I mused as I stepped outside, how much effort goes into appearances when what really matters is what's underneath. Not that I could talk. I just spent 20 minutes making sure my collar didn't look like it had been ironed with a rock. We'd agreed to meet beside the girls' dormitory, Amelia, Aaron, Livia, and me. Zephyr and Luna had said they'd arrive later. Knowing them, they probably preferred slipping in when the crowd was already inside. Less attention that way. The corridor outside the dorms was quiet. Most students had already headed to the ball or were still tangled in hair accessories and crisis-level wardrobe debates. Come to think of it, Aaron had told me to call him before leaving. I paused for a moment, half reaching for the communication slip he'd handed me, then shrugged. He won't be late. Right, I mean Aaron's not a noble girl who needs 3 hours to lace a corset. Probably. The mental image of Aaron meticulously fussing with hair oil was too much. I chuckled and gave up on the idea of calling him. The path to the dorms was lit with floating lanterns, their soft golden glow swaying with the breeze. Shadows danced across the cobblestones, and my boots clicked lightly against the stone until I stopped. Echo of life pulsed softly. Someone was behind me, close, fast, intent. Not friendly, an accidental bump, I smiled faintly and shifted just so. Swish, arg, the air was filled with the sound of flailing limbs and expensive fabric rustling like sails in a storm. I turned just in time to see a figure stumble forward, arms windmilling, legs tangled, wearing enough embroidery to be declared a national artifact. With a sigh, I reached out and caught him by the collar before he could faceplint into the walkway. Careful, I said evenly, helping him stand upright. And there he was, Lear. Rich young master who tried and failed to invite Amelia to the ball. The signature blonde hair slicked back with the kind of stubborn pride only born nobles carry, jaw set with indignation. Handsome enough at a glance until he got angry, which turned him from second son of some house into third-rate theater villain trying too hard to land the role of charming rogue. You, he sputtered, eyes twitching. I brushed an imaginary speck off his shoulder. You should watch where you're going. His mouth opened, closed. Then opened again like he was buffering mid-insult. Finally, he managed to bark, transfer student. I'll pay you back for this later. Ah, the classic villain line. Oh, all right, I said with an easy smile, but I probably won't fall. I'm not dancing tonight anyway. His jaw dropped a little more. I gave him a polite nod. Have a nice evening, and walked off. Echo of life told me he hadn't moved. Still standing there, stunned into immobility. Was he too shocked to walk? A soft laugh tugged at my lips. So this is what villains feel when they run into pure-hearted protagonists. I get it now. It's kind of fun, actually. However, I squinted slightly as I walked, thoughts trailing behind me like the hem of someone else's cape. Given his attitude, he'll probably try to cause trouble later. That kind of guy doesn't let things go. Too much pride in too little space. Well, he won't target me directly. I showed him kindness after all. That should confuse him long enough. Besides, he probably still thinks Amelia's going with Aaron, unless he somehow discovered the truth. But that's unlikely. Unless he hired a spy, or used bribery, or trailed her personally. Okay, it's not that unlikely. Still, if I use my abilities properly, I can avoid all unnecessary cliches and cringes. That was the plan. And I could afford to relax a little, since Virion had reassured me vaguely, condescendingly, and with his usual brand of dragonic menace that he'd be watching over the academy during the ball. Don't overthink it, boy, he'd said. Easy for him to say. He doesn't know what I know, the structure of these worlds, the rules of drama, the way disaster always strikes after the warm, fuzzy scene, right when the dance reaches its emotional high. If he'd read even a single story in his immortal lifetime, he wouldn't be so chill about this. Then again, he didn't question how I knew he was powerful, either. Maybe he doesn't care. Or maybe he already showed me enough what with that portal trick and the bathwater that tried to kill me. Still better safe than sorry, especially when background characters like me are the first to go. If you look at it, it's always the side characters and extras who die, while the main cast gets away with scars and angst. Everyone else gets body bags. I shook my head sharply, clearing the dark thoughts. Now wasn't the time for existential dread. Besides, I'd reached the promised spot just beside the girls' dormitory. The tall stone pillars and ivy-covered arches framing the walkway like a grand entrance. The timing was inconvenient. Girls from 14 to 16 were spilling out in pairs, trios, and flocks. Laughter, chatter, fluttering dresses in all shades of pastel and jewel tones. Their hair was braided, curled, ornamented with beads or flowers. Faces were flushed, some from makeup, some from excitement. A few spotted me and there it was, eyes, too many eyes. The moment they saw me, several girls stopped mid-step. Whispers spread faster than wildfire in dry grass. He's so cool looking, who is he? Wait, isn't he the transfer student? I heard he was going with Lady Emiliano Way. Whoa, he looked so hot, some turned bright pink. Others just stared, hands covering smiles. One bold first-year practically gasped, earning a sharp elbow from her friend. I instinctively checked my surroundings using Echo of Life. No one else nearby, just me. No Aaron, no Zephyr, no generic handsome love interest to soak up the background admiration. Wait, so, am I the only guy here? Am I the only guy here? Well, that explains the reaction. I'm not used to being the only visible male in a 30-meter radius, but I guess this is what happens when you're punctual. Still we so reactive. Is it really because there are no important characters around to steal the spotlight? I sighed internally. Kids these days, instead of studying, all they think about is romance, romantic entanglements, noble rumors, partner lists, dance card strategies. They should be worried about exams. But no, it's about who will catch whose eye across a glittering ballroom for them. I clicked my tongue softly. Then again, I wasn't exactly in a position to judge. I was 16 myself, which I found out not long ago, technically the same age as most of them. Old enough to be considered nearing adulthood in this world, young enough that those novel worlds would have still labeled me a kid. But age is just a number. Maturity comes with experience, and I had plenty of that. Still, the attention was uncomfortable, like being examined under a microscope by a group of overly enthusiastic researchers. I scanned the area again, this time with more focus. No Amelia yet, no Aaron either. Damn, I should have called him, at least he would get all the attention. Just as the weight of the girl's stares was starting to feel like anvils on my shoulders, a ripple of murmurs swept through the crowd. She's here, wow, so beautiful, that's Lady Amelia. My ears twitched at the whispers. I didn't even need Echo of Life to know who had arrived. Turning toward the dormitory entrance, I saw her Amelia, stepping out like a scene ripped straight from a painting. Long golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, catching the lantern light like spun silk, and her bright blue eyes scanned the area with quiet grace. Her dress, an elegant blend of ivory and sapphire, hugged her frame in a way that was regal rather than ostentatious. Beside her, Livia followed, her soft pink hair tied back in an intricate braid, green eyes twinkling with amusement. Her own gown, a delicate rose trimmed silver, made her look like she just walked out of a fairy tale. For a moment, I just stared. They really live up to their titles as main heroines. Even I wasn't a money breath hitched for half a second before I caught myself. Only for a moment, though. Amelia's gaze swept over the whispering juniors, offering them a polite nod before locking onto me. A faint smile touched her lips as she and Livia made their way over. "You made it," she said, voice smooth but with the barest hint of approval. I dipped my head slightly. Wouldn't miss it. Then because honesty cost nothing, I added, "You both look breathtaking." "Not bad." Well, must be a compliment coming from her. Livia tilted her head, studying me with an expression caught between surprise and appraisal. "Wow, Ammon, I almost mistook you for someone else. How can a person change so much just by dressing up? Come on, it's not that much of a big deal." I kept the thought to myself, offering only a faint smile in response. Before the conversation could linger, Emilia glanced around. "Where's Aaron? Should be here soon," I said, just as a familiar voice cut through the murmurs. "Hey!" A chorus of gasps and giggles erupted behind me. I didn't even need to turn to know what expression the surrounding girls were macking: surprise, admiration, blatant infatuation. Main characters really are attention magnets. Still, I took a moment to observe their reactions before turning. Aaron skidded to a stop, slightly breathless but somehow still looking like he'd stepped out of a knight's ballad. His outfit, a deep emerald coat with silver embroidery, fit him perfectly, tailored to accentuate his build without being overly flashy. Of course. Even running late, he looked like a prince. The moment our eyes met, Aaron glared. "Why didn't you call me?" "I was waiting," I shrugged. "Sorry, I must have forgot." He sighed, raking a hand through his windswept hair. "I expected as much, so I came running. Would have been late otherwise." I flicked my eyes meaningfully toward Emilia and Livia. Aaron caught the cue instantly, straightening up as if he hadn't just been panting seconds ago. "Emilia," he said, voice softening into something far more charming. "You look incredible. You are really a rom-com MC, huh?" Livia didn't escape his attention either, and Livia stunning as always. The effect was immediate. Emilia's lips curled into a pleased smile, while Livia's usual sharp demeanor melted into something almost giddy. Barely resisting the urge to roll my eyes, I exhaled internally. So this is how they react when the person they like compliments them. Well, not a comment since I haven't experienced it myself. But if I had to stand here watching them exchange love-struck glances all night, my nerves would fray faster than a poorly stitched hem. "Shall we go then?" I interjected before the atmosphere could thicken any further. The trio blinked, as if remembering there was, in fact, a ball to attend. "Right," Emilia said, smoothing her skirts. Aaron grinned. "Lead the way." And with that, we moved, leaving behind a sea of whispers, lingering stares, and the unmistakable aura of a story unfolding. In a quiet corner of the academy grounds, far from the lantern-lit paths where students laughed and chattered, a lone figure leaned against a stone pillar. To any passerby, he looked like just another student, perhaps one who had stepped away for a moment of solitude. His clothes was immaculate, his expression relaxed as he waved absently to a group of juniors skipping past, but his fingers tapped rhythmically against the small, crystal-embedded device tucked discreetly in his ear. Status check. A voice crackled through the artifact, tinny and clipped. The student's smile never wavered, even as his response was low and measured. "East perimeter clear. No deviations from the schedule." A pause, then, "West side confirmed. Staff rotations are in place." Another voice, colder. "Ballroom preparations complete. No suspicions raised." The student adjusted his cufflinks, laughing softly at nothing as a pair of girls giggled nearby. His free hand hovered near his ear, and the distraction. "Ready on your signal." A beat of silence. The student's eyes flicked toward the grand hall where music had just begun to swell. The ball was in full swing, no perfect. Then hesitantly, a fourth voice cut in. "What about the girl? Should we?" The student's fingers stilled. The reply came instantly, sharp as a blade. "Yeah, eliminate her too." Boss said fewer candidates means fewer complications. The student exhaled through his nose, his gaze drifting to the star-strewn sky. For a fraction of a second, something dark flickered behind his ice, then vanished, smoothed into practiced neutrality. Understood. He pushed off the pillar, rolling his shoulders as if shaking off a stray thought. With one last glance at the glowing windows of the ballroom, he melted into the shadows of a side path. Now, he murmured, "Let's get to work." And just like that, the night's true performance began. The walk to the ballroom was a gauntlet of stairs, though thankfully, most of them weren't aimed at me. Emilia glided ahead, her gown whispering against the marble floors, while Aaron and Livia flanked her like a pair of dazzling honor guards. Every head turned as they passed, whispers trailing in their wake like ripples in a pond. Main characters. Can't take 2 steps without causing a scene. Meanwhile, I lingered half a step behind, my background character aura, doing its job splendidly. A few curious glances flicked my way, probably wondering why some rando was tagging along, but they quickly lost interest. Perfect. Then we stepped inside the grand hall, and even I had to pause. The ballroom was enormous, its vaulted ceilings strung with constellations of enchanted lights that shimmered like captured stars. Gilded arches framed the space, and the polished floor reflected the glow so perfectly it looked like we were standing on liquid gold. At the far end, a quartet played a waltz, the music just loud enough to drown out the hum of chatter without overwhelming it. No wonder they could fit the entire academy in here. Aaron, ever the social conductor, led us to a 4-person table near our class's designated section. The hall was already half full, clusters of students mingling in their finest attire, their laughter bright and nervous in equal measure. I stepped ahead and pulled out Emilia's chair before she could reach for it. "Just doing my job," I replied with a shrug. "Partner duties after all." Beside us, Aaron did the same for Livia. I can seat myself." Livia's cheeks pinked as she practically dove into the chair. Aaron just chuckled, unfazed. I took my seat, content to observe. Over the next 10 minutes, the hall filled rapidly. Only students and a handful of approved guests, faculty, family members, mostly streamed in. Then, a hush near the entrance. Near the entrance, Zephyr and Luna slipped inside, their arrival as subtle as a thunderclap in a library. Or at least, they thought it was subtle. Every head in a 5-meter radius swiveled toward them. Luna's emerald blue dress and Zephyr's stark black uniform made them look like a pair of shadows who'd accidentally wandered into a jewel box. Then Zephyr's gaze swept the room cold, sharp, daring anyone to stare too long in. The onlookers promptly found the walls very interesting. The murmurs hit us before we even reached the ballroom doors. "Look, it's the Black Viper and his fiancée. SHH, you want to end up like Lord Edric's son?" "Ah, right, the rumors." I suppressed a smile. The infamous incident had grown legs in its retelling. Some claimed Zephyr had broken the noble heir's jaw with a single punch. Others whispered he'd sent the boy flying through a stained glass window. That was also probably why there were nearly no students in the library. While the truth was much simpler. When the arrogant third son of House Edric had tried to corner Luna in the library, Zephyr had merely persuaded him to reconsider his life choices. The resulting one-punch knockout and subsequent transfer had become academy legend. Not that I blame him. That glare of Zephyr's could probably kill small animals. A fanfare cut through the murmurs, announcing His Excellency, Principal Orlan. The principal stepped into view at the grand staircase, a tall, severe-looking man with salt and pepper hair and piercing eyes that scanned the room like a general surveying troops. My eyes narrowed slightly, first time seeing him in person. His Royal Highness Crown Prince Cedric von Valtham. Him too. The prince entered with regal poise, his golden hair catching the light perfectly. Handsome, no doubt easily on par with Aaron in looks, though with an air of refined dignity rather than Aaron's casual charm. Definitely the male lead type, or the prince on a white horse type. And Her Royal Highness Princess Sarah von Valtham. Behind him, our tsundere princess appeared next, dressed in a miniature version of her brother's formal attire. Her silver blue dress bore the royal crest, and she held her chin high despite the obvious nerves in her posture. So she changed after parting ways. I suppressed a smile. The budding tsundere had clearly gone all out to match her brother's presentation. Well, good job, I guess. It fits her well. She looks like a cute princess straight out of a cute fairy tale. Can everyone hear my voice? Nod. The principal cleared his throat, tapping a sound-amplifying crystal on the podium. "Dear students and honored guests," his voice boomed across the hall, "we gather tonight to celebrate another year of..." I tuned out immediately. Blah blah academic excellence, blah royal patronage. My eyes glazed over as the principal droned on about tradition and gratitude toward the royal family. Even Prince Cedric's polite smile looked strained at the edges. Princess Sarah fidgeted beside him, clearly bored but trying her best to appear regal. Cute. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 7 minutes, the principal finally concluded with, "Let the annual Autumn Academy Ball commence." Polite applause rippled through the hall as the royal siblings stepped down from the podium. The quartet struck up a lively waltz, and just like that, the atmosphere shifted from formal to festive. The principal led the elderly female professor onto the dance floor with stiff formality, while Prince Cedric offered his hand to Princess Sarah with practiced grace. The siblings moved in perfect sync, the prince's polished steps compensating for Sarah's occasional missteps as she concentrated fiercely on not tripping over her own feet. Adorable. I sipped my lemon juice, the tartness keeping me alert. When the opening dance concluded, an awkward silence blanketed the hall. No one wanted to be the first to break the invisible barrier between spectators and performers. "Then let's go," Livia suddenly declared, practically vibrating in her seat. Emilia nodded. "We did sign up early." Aaron blinked. "Wait, both of you?" Yes, they answered simultaneously, then exchanged glances. Livia's cheeks flushed pink. I mean, we both registered with you. The sign-up sheet allowed multiple partners per dancer. Aaron scratched his head. "That's a thing." I swirled my drink. "So there's a sign-up system. Not that it really mattered." The parchment slip Livia waved looked about as official as a napkin scribble. Who would actually track whether students danced with their registered partners? Emilia rose gracefully. Since Livia suggested it, she should go first. Livia made a strangled noise but grabbed Aaron's wrist before he could protest. And for the next 8 minutes, Livia transformed her usual sharp demeanor melting into focused grace as they moved through the Quran's intricate steps. The crowd murmured appreciatively when Aaron flawlessly guided her through a complex spin. As the music faded, Emilia rose smoothly. My turn. Aaron nodded with a smile. All right. Their dance was different. Emilia's flowing elegance complementing Aaron's relaxed precision. When the music crescendoed, he lifted her effortlessly, drawing gasps from onlookers. I sipped my lemon juice, observing the spectacle. 2 dances, 2 styles. He must have practiced more. But that's what a rom-com protagonist is. 20 minutes passed before 2 students, probably from Zephyr's class, ascended the central platform. The male announcer twirled a rose between his fingers. How's everyone feeling? Scattered cheers answered him. Ready for more fun, his partner added, summoning floating letters above the crowd that rearranged into the daring HEARTS challenge. Gasps rippled through the hall as the letters exploded into glittering mist. The male coordinator lifted the rose in the air. Here's how it works. When the music stops, whoever holds this enchanted rose must perform for us all. He tossed it to a giggling freshman. But beware, it won't stay in one hand for long. Great. I slumped in my chair. Forced participation games. The girl coordinator winked as she twirled her finger, sending the sparkling mist back into the air. Shy ones can't escape us now, her voice echoed playfully, but I felt it like a sentence passed. All at once, 3 pairs of eyes turned in my direction. Livia's bright with challenge, Emilia's calm but glinting, and Aaron, well, he just looked amused. I slowly sipped the last of my lemon juice. Ah, so this is what it feels like when fate points at you and says, you're next. The Daring Hearts Challenge continued like a game of enchanted roulette, equal parts chaos, comedy, and unintentional talent show. The rose was merciless. 1 second it would be in the hands of a cool-looking third year who tried, and failed, to do a dramatic monologue about heartbreak, and the next it would bounce off a chandelier and land squarely in the mashed potatoes of a stunned second-year girl who ended up singing an off-key lullaby out of panic. I remained untouched, nursing my second lemon juice and thoroughly enjoying the chaos. The latest victim, a chubby first-year boy with flushed cheeks and a napkin tucked into his collar. His hands were full on gripping a skewered fruit tart, the other suddenly occupied by a glowing rose. The hall quieted. All eyes turned to him. He blinked, looked at the rose, then at his tart. Then instead of panicking, he calmly stood up, stepped into the open circle of space, cleared his throat, and said, O noble pastry and flaky dress, thou art the joy I must confess. Cream-filled dreams and berry delight, you steal my heart with every bite. May you never crumble under pressure, for you, dear tart, are life's true treasure. The room broke into laughter and applause, not in mockery but genuine appreciation. The boy bowed deeply, cheeks round with pride, then plopped back into his chair and resumed eating like nothing happened. I intentionally checked on him a few minutes later, still eating. He doesn't have a black hole in his stomach, right? I shook my head at the absurd thought and turned just in time to see another rose-faded soul step forward. A tall, well-dressed student, confident smile, striking posture. Definitely one of those, I've rehearsed this moment in the mirror types. He cleared his throat, held the rose dramatically, and began, ladies and gentle, our roses are red and no weight. T their pinka may your night be sweet like a gulp, like that thing. He stood there, stiff as a statue. Then he bowed his head and bolted back to his table like a retreating squirrel. I didn't laugh, not out loud, but I did admire the way his ears glowed crimson even through his carefully styled hair. Brave of him to even stand up, I murmured, sipping again. Eventually the rose dimmed, but the energy in the room didn't fade. If anything, it felt like the start of something more, and as if on cue, the announcers returned, twin grins on their faces. All right, everyone, the girl grinned. You didn't think we were done yet, did you? The boy lifted his hands, and floating letters danced across the air, rearranging with an elegant flicker. Waltz of Whispers, the dance of the unknown. The rules are simple, the boy said, spinning a silver-blue mask on his finger. These masks will seek out partners through resonancino names, no cheating, just flow and instinct. Follow where the flow leads you, his partner chimed, eyes twinkling. Let the masks of waltz decide your partner. I raised an eyebrow. Resonance, flow, this world doesn't use the word magic, huh? While I was still busy thinking, many students were already picked, disappearing into the mist-draped floor where soft music now played lighter, softer than before, almost dreamlike. Looks fun, I muttered, sipping my drink. Then right as I set the glass, snap, a mask clamped onto my face with uncanny precision, a low hum vibrating against my cheekbones. Should have seen that coming. The aura around it nudged me firm, but not forceful, like it was guiding me to follow, not commanding, the flow. Right. My legs moved on instinct, pulled by some invisible rhythm until I reached the mist-laced floor. Shapes passed Meghost with form blurred and veiled, dancing soundlessly to the song of the room's pulse. Then I stopped. A figure stood before me, smaller than expected, elegant frame, gloves covering slender fingers. She didn't speak, didn't need to. Because the figure was small, too small to be anyone but the princess. Even through the mist in the mask, I could see the faint tremble in her gloved hands, the way her shoulders tensed ever so slightly. Nervous, scared, I smiled under my mask. No need for words here. With a slight bow, I extended my Hondan unspoken offer. Please grant the honor of dancing to this humble manager, little honey sticks lady. For a moment she didn't move, then be brother manager. Her voice was muffled by the mask's enchantment, but the recognition was clear. I gave the slightest nod. Yeah, it's me. She hesitated again, but when I tilted my head, she finally slipped her hand into mine. Her touch was light, still a little shaky. So shall we start? I asked softly, but I must warn you I'm a total newbie at this. I'll try my best not to step on your feet. There was silence. Then the faintest giggle bubbled up from her chest. Heh. Then I'll teach you myself, she said, her voice rising back into its usual tsundere register. You better keep up. Understood, sweet-toothed lady. We moved, slow, steady steps, nothing dramatic. I let her lead at first, adjusting to her rhythm. The sounds carried us, the resonance between the masks sinking our pace until it felt less like dancing and more like floating in a half-remembered dream. The mist curled around us like silk, hiding the rest of the world. In the haze, everyone looked the same, just silhouettes, soft and distant. But in that moment, she wasn't a princess and I wasn't her appointed escort, just two partners. One step, two steps, gentle turn. She stumbled slightly but recovered instantly, her hand tightening on mine. This is harder than I thought, she muttered. You're doing great. A small pause. You're not bad either, brother manager. Coming from her, that was practically a medal of honor. We danced. For a while, it didn't feel like a game or a tradition. Just a moment, honest and quiet. And I think that's what she needed most. Not ceremony, not elegance, just someone to be there, someone real. The music carried on, but the mist around us felt still, almost like it paused just to let us exist for a bit longer. And in that smoky, blurred ballroom, no one knew who we were. And for once, that was kind of nice. But all nice moments must come to an end. The melody slowed, softened, then faded like a sigh on winter glass. The hum between our masks ebbed gently, and the subtle resonance that had connected us slowly unraveled. We stopped in sync. Her hand lingered in mine for a second longer before slipping away. She didn't speak. Neither did I, but she gave a small curtsy, clumsy, a bit rushed, maybe embarrassed, and turned, her silhouette vanishing into the mist without another word. I watched the haze swallow her whole. Good dance, I murmured quietly, to no one in particular, and turned away. By the time I returned to our table, the trio was already waiting. Livia's eyes sparkled with mischief the second I sat down. Well, she sing-songed, leaning forward. Look who finally joined the fun, who was your mysterious partner, huh? Aaron smirked, swirling his drink. Must have been someone special to keep you out there the whole time. I took a slow sip of my abandoned lemon juice, letting the tartness ground me. Just following the event's rules, I said blandly. No names, remember. Livia pouted. You're no fun. She turned to Emilia. Help me out here. Emilia, who had been quietly observing, merely smiled and shook her head. If he doesn't want to tell, we shouldn't pry. Aaron chuckled but let it go, and soon their attention shifted to critiquing other dancers still on the floor. I exhaled internally. Close call. Around us, the last wisps of mist evaporated as the enchanted lights brightened gradually. The announcers took center stage again, thanking everyone for participating. Normalcy returned, laughter, chatter, the clinking of glasses. Then swoosh, darkness, absolute and instantaneous. My body moved before my mind could process me. Fingers dove into my coat's inner pocket the instant the darkness swallowed the ballroom. The cool metal frames of my shade-tinted glasses clicked into place just as the first scream tore through the blackness. Lights, someone, what's happening? Stop pushing, don't panic. Then cutting through the chaos like icy a voice I recognized instantly. Small, terrified, be brother. Princess Sarah's terrified cry sent my blood freezing in my veins. My gaze instinctively turned in that direction. Oh no. World snapped into monochrome clarity through my shade-tinted glasses, pale outlines of students frozen in panic, hands clutching at faces or each other. Some stumbled blindly, others crouched low. Zephyr was forming a human shield around Luna as expected, the chubby first-year poet still chewing impressive dedication and courage. As for Emilia and Livia, they had practically fused themselves to Aaron's arms, their silhouettes trembling. At least they are pretending to be scared, be brother. I rolled my eyes and focused past them, scanning the hall as I heard a familiar voice's scream. Then my breath caught, my eyes widening. My legs moved before I could think. H-A-H-A-H-A. Got you all, didn't we? I stopped, turning in the voice's direction. Click, light exploded through the hall. Pain lanced through my eyesight, the glasses. I yanked them down to my nose bridge in one fluid motion, squinting through the sudden glare as half the students screamed again. 3 teachers fainted dramatically. The chubby kid finally paused mid-bite, but he was sitting on another table now since he had already emptied his own. He came here for free meals, right? Haha, it worked. We got you all. I shifted my gaze to the stage where the new announcer, a wiry boy with emerald-dusted cheekbones and a girl twirling a silver ribbon stood, the previous hosts bound comically behind them with their own cravats. They are acting then. My lips twitched. So this was a planned event too. Neither looked remotely apologetic. Was that necessary? A voice shrieked. What in the empire? And my heart nearly stopped. Whose idea was this? Livia's voice cut through the noise like a knife. Since when do you need glasses? And your eyes are all squinty. They do suit you. Emilia complimented, still not letting Aaron go. Aaron asked while standing awkwardly between two girls. Fancy. Where'd you get them? Before I could answer. OH, don't look so traumatized. The male announcer crooned, kicking his feet like a child on a swing. It was just a little. Atmospheric storytelling. His partner pirouetted, sending glittering dust into the air. Now that we have your undivided attention, the crowd's reactions splintered. A cluster of students started slow clapping. 3 teachers looked ready to commit murder, probably those 2. Zephyr's killing aura intensified by approximately 300. The unstoppable eater kept eating, introducing. New letters exploded overhead. Ochiartsdalers gambit. Where love is a battlefield. The female announcer's grin turned feral. See a couple you covet, challenge them, win our little GAMES, and steal their partner for the next dance. 3 challenges max per pair, her partner added, dangling upside down from nothing. But here's the fun PARTTHE original partner must win every defense to keep their date. The girl winked at a blushing cluster of first-year girls. Ladies, don't be shy. You're Prince AWAITS. What a waste of time. My fingers absently traced the glass's frame as my gaze flicked to the royal siblings again. Prince's expression had gone glacial. Little Sarah stood stiffly, her earlier bravado shattered until our eyes met, a spark of recognition. I offered her a small, reassuring smile. Then she immediately looked away, cheeks pink. OH, we have the first volunteer. My gaze flickered back to the prince. Should I use it? Or was I just seeing things? I Leroy von Albrecht. A voice sliced through my thought-journeyed with false charm, sharp with venom. We'll challenge the transfer student for Lady Amelia's next dance. The crowd's murmurs died instantly. I blinked slowly before turning toward the stage. Leroy stood there, blonde hair perfectly coiffed, one hand resting dramatically over his heart. His smirk dripped with the kind of arrogance only noble upbringing could cultivate. I almost forgot about him. The female announcer clapped excitedly. Oh ho. Our first challenger steps forward and takes the shot. Her partner swung down from his invisible perch, landing between us with a flourish. What do you say, transfer student? Will you accept this duel of hearts? Do I have another choice? And didn't you at least learn my name first? Before I could respond, Lear scoffed. Unless he's too cowardly to defend his own partner. The crowd buzzed. My fingers twitched against the glass's frame. Aaron stepped forward. I can take this. Emilia shook her head. You don't have to challenge right after I win, I said quietly, already moving past them, putting the glasses back in the pocket. The announcer's grins widened as I approached the selection box, an ornate chest pulsing with faint light. Lear's gaze burned into me, but I kept my expression blank. Click. The male announcer's fingers brushed the box's lid a second too long. Leary adjusted his cuffs in a peculiar pattern. Their eyes met briefly. How obvious. I suppressed a sigh. Of course the game was rigged. But it didn't matter. The female announcer twirled, her ribbon slicing the air as she announced, "Let the game decide your date." She plunged her hand into the box, withdrawing a glowing slip that burst into fiery letters above us. Skyward Strike. Windstaff target duel. Leary's smirk turned razor sharp. Rules are simple, her partner declared, producing 2 polished oak staves tipped with crystals. These windstrike rods fire compressed air bursts. Hit the moving targets. He gestured upward where dozens of floating orbs began bobbing erratically. Most hits in 3 minutes wins. Lear caught his staff with practiced ease, giving it an unnecessary flourish. Child's play. I've trained in marksmanship since I could walk. His gaze slid toward Emilia. Perhaps you'd prefer a more skilled partner for the next dance. Emilia's expression remained politely frozen. Aaron opened his mouth probably to protest, but I was already stepping forward. Let's start. I took the second staff, testing its weight. The crystal hummed faintly against my palm. Leary's smirk sharpened. Oh, no last words before your humiliation. I adjusted my grip. Just shoot. Although I hate cringe and all this unnecessary trouble drama, it doesn't mean I will act like a loser. You asked for this yourself. Don't regret it later, arrogant young master. Ready? The crowd's murmurs died as the announcer raised her ribbon. Begin. Begin. Dozens of floating orbs erupted into motion above us, streaking left, right, in erratic zigzags and sudden. The crowd's murmurs faded to silence. Leary didn't hesitate. 3 shots, 3 hits. Blue target orbs shattered in quick succession. See that transfer? He smirked, not even looking as he nailed a 4th. That's called precision. I exhaled, raised my staff. Missed hit. Laughter rippled through the spectators. Leary's grin turned razor-edged. Oh, did the transfer forget to practice? I ignored him, rolling my shoulders. Weight, 2.3 kg. Crystal charge time, 4.2 seconds. Orb velocity, 8 million S average. If I was a genius, I would have something like that, but I had my own powers. Observant, I activate. The world sharpened. Orb trajectories became clearer, their patterns emerging like lines on a map. And beneath that, something else, a faint pulse I could almost feel guiding my aim. And as soon as echo of life was added, I stopped seeing the targets. I felt them. They had no life, sure, but I could feel the hum of their movement, the pulse of their flight paths. Now, missed, hit. Perhaps you'd like to forfeit. Leary's next taunt died in his throat as his eyes flicked to the scoreboard. Leary 14. Amanuel 9. He scoffed and resumed, fearing, but his rhythm had tightened. No more flourishes. By the second minute, my staff became an extension of my arm. Each 4-second cooldown was spent tracking the next 3 targets. Hit ricochet off the ceiling took out a second orb. The crowd gasped. Leary, 27. Amanuel, 26. Leroy's knuckles whitened. Lucky shot, he missed. Finally, the 3rd minute. Leroy and I moved in sync, no words, just the staccato of airbursts and shattering crystals. 30 seconds left. Leroy, 32. Amanuel, 32, 10 seconds. Tied at 35-5. My shot clipped 2 crossing orbs. Ding, ding, ding. The shrill bell rang through the hall. Stop. Both of us lowered staffs simultaneously. Silence gripped the crowd as everyone turned to the floating scoreboard. Silence, the scoreboard flickered. Score, Amanuel, 39. Leroy, 37. Leroy's face went through 3 distinct stages. Confusion, brows furrowing at the numbers, denial, lips moving soundlessly, dismay, eyes widening comically. How is this possible? The words slipped out, barely audible. Around us, the spectators wore matching expressions of shock. A first-year dropped her drink. 2 teachers exchanged bewildered glances. Even the ever-eating poet paused mid-bite to stare. I simply set my staff down, the crystal tip still faintly warm. Well, I guess I got lucky. Plus Leary's arrogance in underestimating me, he actually beat Von Albrecht. Did anyone record the shot counts? That last double hit. Leary's jaw worked like a fish out of water before he managed. You're not even a, he caught himself, remembering public decorum. His fingers clenched around his staff. Well. The female announcer swooped in like a glittering hawk, her silver ribbon fluttering as she landed beside me. She draped an arm across my shoulders with theatrical flair, though I effortlessly dodged it. She shot a surprised glare and continued. Our mysterious transfer student defends his date with style. And who is the lucky lady? She twirled toward our table. Oh, none other than the famous transfer student Lady Amelia herself. The crowd's murmurs crescendoed. I barely suppressed a groan. But this was only the first steal. She smiled mischievously, glancing at me as if to say, see, what can I do? That means murmurs increased. That's right, gentlemen. She spread her arms to the audience. The field is still open. Who dares steal this flower next? I shot Aaron the most obvious look imaginable, eyebrows raised, gaze darting pointedly toward the stage. I will challenge him. Aaron blurted, leaping up so fast he nearly toppled his chair. The announcer clapped. Splendid. The famous lady killer Aaron steps forth. As she prattled on, I caught Leroy storming off stage, his pristine jacket wrinkled from how hard he'd been gripping it. The look he threw me could have curdled milk. The male announcer produced the game selection chest with a flourish. Let's see what fate has in store. The slip he drew burst into flaming letters. BLADMASTR's waltz. Swords speak louder than words. Of course, my fingers twitched. Swords, because the universe hates me. But this actually what I hoped for. At least my failure will look believable. Aaron accepted his practice blade with visible excitement. I took mine hesitantly. The weight felt both alien and vaguely familiar, like trying to recall a dream. Rules are simple. The announcer twirled her ribbon like a banner. First to 3 clean strikes wins. No fatal strikes, no cheap shots, just pure skill. Forfeiting would have been the smart or the easy move, but with half the academy watching, including a certain princess and my supposed partner peering over, backing down would raise more questions. I adjusted my grip. Might as well go down swinging. But before we could start, the male announcer stopped us. Gentlemen, a duel of blades is a dance of Anorso. Let us shed unnecessary restraints. He winked. Jackets off, if you please. Aaron didn't hesitate. He shrugged out of his coat with practiced ease, revealing well-defined arms beneath his rolled-up sleeves. He turned to Livia, who accepted it with a small, knowing smile. I followed suit, giving it to Amelia, who arched an eyebrow. Was that really necessary? She murmured, though there was no real bite to it. I wonder. I said, getting back to the open stage. Aaron stretched his neck, rolling his shoulders as he tested the weight of his practice blade. You sure about this? He asked while passing by, voice low enough that only I could hear. I don't mind switching to something else. Don't worry, just don't hit too hard, I chuckled. His eyes flicker at surprise, then understanding. He nodded once. Begin, Aaron moved. It wasn't a blur, nothing exaggerated, just clean, efficient motion. His blade cut forward in a straight line, no wasted energy. I barely raised my sword in time. Clang, the impact reverberated through my arms, but my stance held. Aaron's brows lifted slightly as if he hadn't expected me to keep up. I exhaled, adjusting my grip. Observant eye activated. The world sharpened. Aaron's movements became clearer, the shift of his weight, the tension in his shoulders before a strike, the minute adjustments in his footwork. But knowledge alone wasn't enough. He feinted left. I bit. Thwack, his blade tapped my ribs. First strike to Aaron, the announcer declared. The crowd cheered, but Aaron didn't smirk. His gaze stayed locked on me, assessing. He's still holding back. I rolled my shoulders, adjusting my stance. My body remembered nothing of swordsmanship, but my reflexes were sharp from the recent bath incident. Aaron's lips twitched. You're fast. Not fast enough, I admitted. He chuckled. Then I'll stop insulting you. He lunged, this time with sharper intent. His blade came in a diagonal slash, forcing me to block high. Clang, the impact shuddered through my arms once more, but I held firm. Then, in the same motion, he twisted his wrist. Thwag! And his practice sword snapped against my ribs from below. Second strike to Aaron. Aaron didn't stop, following up with another attack which was faster than before. But this time I was ready. I didn't try to match his technique, I couldn't. Instead, I relied on echo of life, feeling the rhythm of his movements, the pulse of his intent. When he lunged, I twisted aside, letting his blade whistle past my shoulder. And in that split second of overextension I struck. Thwack. My practice sword smacked against his forearm. Silence. Then uproar. Emmanuel lands a hit. The score is now 2-1. Aaron didn't react at first. He just stared at the spot where I'd struck him, then slowly lifted his gaze to mine. Something in his stance shifted. His shoulders settled lower. His grip on the sword tightened. The light in his eyes sharpened, like a hunter finally spotting prey worth chasing. A chill ran down my spine. Oh, did I just wake the monster inside him? Moment Emmanuel's strike landed, something in the air changed. Aaron's grip on his sword adjusted, subtle but deliberate. His breathing steadied. His eyes, previously warm with friendly competition, sharpened into something far more dangerous. Oh, Emmanuel barely had time to process it before Aaron moved. This time there was no hesitation, no holding back. A storm of steel descended upon him. Clang, Emmanuel barely parried the first strike. Thwack, the second grazed his shoulder before he could react. Aaron wasn't just fast, was relentless. Every step, every swing was calculated, pressing forward without mercy. Even with observant eye and echo of life, Emmanuel could only barely keep you anticipating the attacks but lacking the muscle memory to counter them cleanly. Then, a feint, Aaron's blade flicked left, and Emmanuel instinctively raised his guard. Crack, a sharp, stinging impact exploded against his ribcage blind spot, the one area his stance left open. Emmanuel's teeth clenched. Pain flared, but he swallowed it, his expression never wavering. Third strike, Aaron wins 3-1. The crowd erupted. But for a fraction of a second, Aaron froze. Did I hit him too hard? He hadn't meant to strike that hard, it was just instinct. But the way Emmanuel's breath hitched for the briefest moment. He lowered his sword, opening his mouth, and what a victory. The announcer girl swooped in, seizing Aaron's wrist and yanking it up in triumph before he could speak. Her grip was ironclad, her smile razor-sharp as she deliberately ignored Emmanuel. The undisputed king of blades claims another date and probably the heart, she crowed, her voice dripping with exaggerated flair. Or should I say hearts? Her gaze flicked meaningfully toward Livia and Emilia. The crowd roared. Aaron tried to turn, to say something, but the announcer was already spinning him toward the audience, where a throng of admirers, mostly girls, surged forward, cheering and calling his name. Emmanuel exhaled, rolling his shoulder where the strike had landed. So this is how losing feels. Honestly, he didn't feel much. No rage, no humiliation, just nothing. He didn't expect to win anyway. But recalling Leroy's face earlier twisted in shock and disbelief, I supposed it must taste bitter for most. Then I shall do my escape too. While the crowd swarmed Aaron, Emmanuel melted backward, slipping between bodies with practiced ease. Only a few noticed his departure. Aaron, whose eyes briefly flicked to where Emmanuel had been before he was swallowed by the crowd. Emilia, who watched with an unreadable expression. The princess, her gaze mixed between sadness and hesitation. And finally Zephyr, who was watching everything from beginning till the end. Well, the announcer girl twirled, her silver ribbon fluttering as she addressed the audience. Now that our dear Aaron has two lovely ladies by his side who dares challenge him, a gentleman wanting to steal them both. Are there any girls that wants to join his harem? Or perhaps, she winked, a lady who wants to have him to her alone? Crowd reacted like those love-struck idol fans. Just then a loud but clear voice cut through the murmurs. Oh, I'll take him for myself, then. Pop, one light flickered out. Aaron's expression froze, his head slowly turning in voice's direction. Then another light dispersed, and another, the announcers froze. The crowd's cheers stuttered into confusion. What's happening? What are you guys doing? And no, it's not us. Pop, pop, pop. Darkness swallowed the hall whole. Silence, then. A whisper close enough to stir the hairs on Aaron's neck. Found you. Aaron whirled around, his pulse hammering in his throat. The voice, that voice, impossible. Yet there she was standing before him in the suffocating darkness, her silhouette unmistakable even in the absence of light. A woman of devastating beauty, her features carved with the kind of allure that could topple kingdoms. Full lips curved in a familiar, affectionate smile. Eyes like polished amber, gleaming with predatory amusement. The faint scent of night-blooming jasmine, her signature fragrance, wrapped around him like a phantom embrace. Aaron's fingers clenched around his practice sword, his knuckles bleaching white. Vespera, the name tore from his throat, raw and jagged, a ghost, a nightmare. Her. She tilted her head, her dark hair cascading over one shoulder. Aaron, darling, she purred, stepping closer. You look like you've seen a ghost. You are a ghost, he hissed. You're dead. I saw you, did you? Her laugh was a velvet stroke against his nerves. In a blink, she was behind him, her arms slinking over his shoulders, her lips brushing the shell of his ear. Or did you just wish I was? Aaron recoiled, but her grip was ironworm real. In no way, his breath hitched. I missed you, she whispered, her voice dripping with poisoned honey. Without me, you must have been so lonely. No, Aaron growled, his voice low and raw. I have people who love me and I love them. People who cherish me as I cherish them. Your curse didn't. Vespera's lips curled into a slow, chilling smile. Then. A whisper, silk soft against his ear. Oh, then why don't you look? His head snapped to the side. And his blood turned to ice. There, sprawled across the floor in grotesque stillness, were Emilia and Livia, their eyes glassy, their skin pallid, their chests unnaturally still, staring at him, accusing him. And no, Aaron's breath hitched. How they were just, he lunged forward, desperation clawing at his throat. A hand seized his wrist, cold as death. Where do you think you're going? Vespera murmured, her voice dripping with mock concern. Aaron whirled. And froze because the hall wasn't the hall anymore. Walls melting into smoke, the crowd dissolving into shadows. The only things that remained real were the corpses at his feet and the woman standing before him. Vespera's smile never wavered. You remember now, don't you? She murmured, stepping closer. That day in the rain, two of us together. Aaron's breath came in short, ragged gasps. Memories surged. Those damn people laughing as they beat the Maidhi's mother. The rage, white-hot and uncontrollable. The sword, no, it was Vespera, humming in his mind, whispering promises of power, urging him to pay them back. And then. The screams, the blood, his mother's horrified eyes as she clutched her bleeding arm, staring at him like he was a monster. Vespera's fingers traced his cheek. You were just a child. They deserved it, all of them. No, Aaron's voice cracked. I never wanted. Liar. Her voice was a blade, slipping between his ribs. You loved it. You loved the power. You loved me. You loved the way they feared you, feared us. The corpses at his feet twitched. Emilia's lifeless lips parted. You'll kill us too. Livia's fingers curled into claws, just like you killed her. Aaron staggered back, his chest burning. I never, she leaned closer, lips brushing his ear. You did, I, so let us become one again. No, I won't. Aaron's shout tore through the frozen howler, at least it should have. But there was nobody, no Vespera in front of him. Strangely, his body remained perfectly still, planted between Emilia and Livia like a statue, though he kept speaking while his eyes burned, twin embers of red in the darkness, unblinking. Around him, the world had become a gallery of nightmares. Students stood motionless, their faces slack, their irises glowing the same unnatural crimson. Some whispered to empty air. Others clutched at invisible figures, their mouths forming silent pleas or laughter. I won't fail again, Emilia whispered to no one, her voice hollow. I won't. Beside her, Livia's fingers twitched at her sides. One more, just one more. As for the chubby boy, he was curled into a ball, sobbing into his hands. No, don't leave me, he wailed, though the only thing that might have left him was the imaginary feast he'd been devouring moments ago. And then there was Zephyr. One of the people who seemed to be unaffected of this weird plague. He moved through the chaos like a blade through smoke. In his arms, Luna clung to him, her usual sharpness dulled, her eyes glazed red. Don't leave me, she whispered, her fingers knotting in his coat. The same words as the chubby boy, but laced with a different kind of meaning, at least not food. Don't worry, Zephyr muttered, adjusting his grip. I'll protect you. His gaze swept the hall, calculating. Virion, he muttered. No response. Just the chorus of delusions. Whoever's behind this, they aren't simple, in fact. His jaw tightened. There was probably more than one. His only solace, that the attackers hadn't come for her. Luna's breath hitched against his collarbone, her warmth the only real thing in this waking dream. Then. Movement, shadows darted along the far wall, but nobody paid attention to them. Not they could. And then. Another figure slipping through the madness with eerie precision. A name flickered in Zephyr's mind. Ammon, and. Is he blinking? Right, Ammon wasn't just running, he was silently blinking, at least 4 or 5 meters each time. Is he a resonator too? Or, a certain snake crossed his mind, and now that he recalled, it said something about finding someone interesting. Is it Virion? A few minutes earlier. I slipped through the crowd like a shadow, the cheers for Aaron fading behind. Then, ding scenario, a dance with fate completed, a performance worthy of neither applause nor condemnation. You followed the steps but refused to let the music dictate your rhythm. Oh, nice timing. Title earned, the unwilling dancer. You move to fate's melody when forced, but never lose sight of your own tempo. Those who try to lead you find their grip slipping at crucial moments. But sorry, I don't have time to read all of these now. Can you stop distracting? Title earned, silent puppeteer. Slightly increases stealth, improvisation, and low-profile maneuvers during public events. Achievement unlocked, defiant dancer. Slightly improves natural charisma and adaptability in crowd-based events. Well, they are good, so please can you stop dist, you acquired a skill. Silent Veil LV1, active effects. Blur your outline and suppress all movement sounds. Reduces detection chance by 50. Lasts 20 seconds. Activation requirements. Cannot activate in direct bright light. Cooldown 60 seconds. Ding, the system messages faded just as I reached my intended position, a shadowed alcove near the royal family's table. My fingers brushed the wall, confirming its solidity as I muttered in my mind, gotta be careful. Then, pop, one chandelier winked out. Pop, pop, the crowd's murmurs turned uneasy. I pressed myself flatter against the wall, activating Silent Veil instinctively. My outline blurred as the skill dampened even the sound of my breathing. Pop, pop, pop. Darkness swallowed the hall whole. A split second later, white-hot pain cleaved through my skull. My vision split. I saw myself sprawled on the marble floor, bathing in blood, eyes glassy. Around me, dozens of students lay butchered. Blessing of Virion has been activated. Successfully resisted mental illusion. The vision shattered like glass. Huff, huff, I gasped, staggering as the pain receded to a dull throb. My hands came away wet with sweat, not blood. What the hell was that? A premonition? A vision? Around me, the ballroom had descended into chaos. Students thrashed and screamed, their eyes glowing crimson in the dark. I won't let you take her again. A third year clawing at empty air. Stop laughing. Stop laughing, ATME. A girl cradling her head. Where's my sword? Where's my? A royal guard patting his hips frantically. An AoE illusion attack. I wiped my brow, quickly donning the night vision glasses. Are there anyone else? My breath hitched as I spotted 5 masked figures slinking toward the royal table like shadows given form. At the table, Prince Cedric stood rigid, his usually composed face twisted into a manic grin. And no, I am the king. He slurred to empty air, arms outstretched as if addressing a phantom court. It should be me on that throne. Beside him, Princess Sarah trembled, tears cutting silver trails down her cheeks. Mother, please, she whimpered, small hands clutching at her dress. Don't leave me again. The lead masked man raised a gloved hand, halting his team. What do we do? Hissed the shortest figure. This wasn't part of proceed with the plan, the leader interrupted, his voice muffled but firm. We can't mess with whatever this is. His masked face swept across the hallucinating crowd before locking onto Sarah. We will just take girl. Quick, but the client, he will handle it on his own, let's go. Silent Veil's timer ticked to 0. The leader frowned and looked around. Let's leave quickly. I remained statue still as they bundled the princess into a black shroud and retreated toward a service exit. Think follow or boy. The voice slithered into my skull-sibilant, ancient, unmistakably Virion's. I'll give you something. The words coiled around my spine like a physical presence. In exchange, protect the people and save that girl. My jaw tightened, my mind spinning. What about you? And Zephyr, Luna. A psychic chuckle vibrated through my bones. I'm a bit occupied. And don't fret over the couplet, boy can do it himself. So Zephyr is strong? Yes, I gave the slightest nod. Yes, the moment I nodded, my world ignited. Ding, winged tyrant's blessing is being enhanced. A searing, verdant fire erupted from my chest, spreading through every vein like liquid lightning. My muscles twisted not in pain, but in transformation fibers reforging themselves into something denser, sharper. My vision sharpened until I could count the dust motes swirling in the darkened air. Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit. Then came the light. A dark emerald radiance burst from my skin, wrapping around me like a second layer of armor. It hummed with strange yet familiar energy, the same primal force that lived in ancient forests and the deepest ocean trenches. The power settled into my bones with a final, shuddering pulse. My entire being thrummed with energy, like a drawn bowstring waiting to be released. Ding, winged tyrant's blessing. First feather, temporary buff, effects. Grants enhanced physical capabilities. 5 strength, speed, and reflexes. Allows blink step within a 5-meter range. Cooldown 2 seconds. Envelops the user in a dark verdant shield that absorbs a fatal attack. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 month. My eyes flickered across the window, absorbing every detail in a split second just as the masked men reached the midpoint of the hall with Sarah. No time waste. Blink. Blink, the world snapped into focus 5 meters ahead, the air around me barely disturbed as I reappeared mid-stride. My feet barely touched the marble before I pushed off again, muscles humming with borrowed power. Blink, another silent lurch forward. The kidnappers were just ahead, their shadows stretching long under the dim emergency sconces lining the service corridor. They moved fast but not reckless professionals then. The leader adjusted his grip on the bundled shroud containing Princess Sarah, her small frame limp beneath the fabric. I slowed, matching their pace just enough to stay hidden. Too soon and they'd notice. Too late and they'd vanish. Then, a prickle at the back of my neck, I glanced over my shoulder. Zephyr stood at the other's side of the hall, Luna cradled in his arms, her crimson-glazed eyes half-lidded. His usual cold gaze, sharp and calculating, locked onto me. For a heartbeat, neither of us moved. Then he gave the barest nod. So he's awake too. I returned the gesture and turned back to the kidnappers. No time to dwell on it. If Zephyr wasn't intervening, he either trusted me to handle it or had his own reasons to stay put, probably related to Luna. Still, something nagged at me. This kidnapping doesn't look like a scenario of a story. There was no event scenario trigger notification, no system fanfare. That left two possibilities. A hidden scenario or just an unrelated incident. Even though I would rescue the princess regardless, I still needed to check it just to make sure. Blink. I activated narrative glimpse mid-step. But instead of a single window, 3 translucent panels materialized in my vision. 1 scenario. Crimson Dream 2 scenario. The Sparrow's Fall 3 scenario. Shadow Waltz. My breath hitched. 3 scenarios. Then it clicked. This incident intersected multiple storylines. My eyes darted to option 2. That name, The Sparrow's Fall, reminds of the current situation. I selected it instantly. The other windows dissolved as new text appeared. Hidden scenario classification. Red title, The Sparrow's Fall. Linked storyline, The Merchant Queen System, From Ruin to Riches. Summary. Princess Sarah is stolen, her fate reaching its end. She is the spark that will ignite the kingdom's ruined kindling for a merchant queen's rise. For if she dies here in the dark, Cassandra will have her reason. A sister lost, a throne to burn, a kingdom to claim from the ashes. But tonight is not yet written. Will you cut the noose or let it tighten? Scenario progress, early phase. I exhaled through my teeth. I see now. It seems like Princess Sarah was meant to die according to the story, and ignite the spark which will lead to kingdom's downfall. We not necessarily the kingdom, but royal family. And it's the classic trope where royal siblings schemes behind velvet curtains, where even a child's death could be currency for power. And the mastermind, it had to be Cedric. Even though I was sure of it, I currently had no time to dwell on it. Although the info wasn't that valuable right now, it strengthened my resolve to save the soon-dear princess. Swish, the kidnappers slipped through a narrow servant's exit, the door clicking shut behind them. I blinked the remaining distance, pressing a palm against the door's handle. Not locked, good. Cold night air bit at my skin. The kidnappers were already moving toward a waiting carriage, its black lacquered wood blending into the night. But as my gaze lifted, my observant eye caught something else, thin, pulsating threads of energy, barely visible in the moonlight, coiled around the academy's walls like serpentine veins. They throbbed with a sickly violet hue, their presence making the air hum with dissonance. That's what's causing the hallucinations. A barrier, a spell. Whatever it was, it had turned the entire building into a cage of nightmares. I gritted my teeth. Priorities. Save Sarah first. Minimize injury. The winged tyrant's blessing boosted my stats, but I wasn't invincible. Speed. Every second counted. However, a reckless charge would risk Sarah's safety, while a delayed strike might lose them entirely. Then. Plan. Disable the carriage. Steal Sarah. Escape. Take out the kidnappers. I exhaled, rolling my shoulders. Time to move. I sped up. Instead of following the kidnappers, I cut them off. I took a sharp left, sprinting parallel to their path before veering right, my enhanced speed and blink carrying me past them in a blur. The cold night air bit at my lungs, but I didn't slow. The black carriage loomed ahead, unattended, no driver. Perfect. I blinked the last few meters, landing silently beside the rear wheel. A quick jerk of my hand, and the axle bolt loosened just enough to fail after a few meters of movement, not immediately. Damn, my hand hurts. Then before the kidnappers could round the corner, I blinked again, this time onto the carriage roof. The windstaff, I'd snatched it from the ballroom already along the way in position. I also activated the silent veil the moment their echoes grew close. The leader came first, his masked face scanning the darkness. He was probably using a detection skill or something. His subordinates followed, 2 carrying Sarah between them, the other 2 flanking the rear. Now, I leveled the windstaff and fired 2 consecutive shots. The compressed air blast shot straight for the leader's head. He twisted aside at the last second, reflexes honed by combat, but I wasn't aiming to hit him, and while he dodged, I quickly blinked behind the group, hurling a stone to the far side of the courtyard. Clatter, the 2 rear kidnappers whipped toward the sound. Crack GHKK, a sharp, brutal kick to the back of one man's knee, folded without a sound beyond a strangled gasp. Snap, erg, a twisting snap to the other's anklet dropped, choking on a groan. Meanwhile, the two bolts of wind struck not the leader but the man directly behind him, sending him sprawling into the first snapped man, both collapsing like dominoes with a pained thud. Die. My voice, slightly distorted, boomed unnaturally loud in the quiet night. The leader and the fifth kidnapper flinched just for a fraction of a second, but it was enough. Blink. I drove my knee into the fifth man's face with bone-jarring force. Bang-gah! He slammed into the carriage door, the wood groaning under the impact. The leader recovered faster than I expected. His body rippled with sudden energy, a strange dark aura flaring around his limbs as he lunged not at me but toward Sarah, a dagger flashing from his left sleeve. Damn you, he snarled under his breath. Shit. I threw a punch mid-step, forcing him to block with his right fist. Boom. Our collision sent a shockwave through the ground, dust kicking up around us. The leader's eyes widened behind his mask, hadn't expected me to match him. I didn't give him time to process it. My next strike came low, then high, driving him back step by step. Out of the corner of my eye, the windstaff teetered on the carriage roof, about to fall. Nice then, a flicker of movement. One of the downed kidnappers was stirring, his hand reaching for something at his belt, his bleary eyes locked onto the princess. NGH, G get her, he wheezed. No, you don't blink. Mid-air, the windstaff snapped into my grip as I reappeared above the stirring kidnapper. My feet drove downward with brutal precision. Crunch, ARGH, a choked scream ripped from his throat. The man curled into himself, hands clutching between his legs in agony, but the sheeting of steel cut through the night. Darn ruthless beast-starred. The leader's dagger was already in flight, a silver streak aimed straight for Sarah's head. Die. His low snarl reached me even as the blade tore through the air. He's going for the kill. I moved without thinking. The staff raised instinctively, my body throwing itself into the dagger's path, but my legs refused to cooperate. Tendrils of cold, sticky darkness had snaked around my ankles, anchoring me to the ground like iron chains. Shadow magic. The realization flashed across my mind even as I suppressed my reaction, masking it beneath a dead calm. No time to struggle. The dagger, a glinting shard of silver death, spun through the air barely a meter from Sarah's shrouded form. And the leader was already moving too. From his other sleeve, another dagger slipped into his hand, a blur of polished metal angled right for me. Focus. I snarled under my breath and twisted the staff, releasing 3 rapid bursts of compressed air. Should be enough. Ting, ting, ting. The first shot nicked the flying dagger, the second deflected it mid-spin, and the third threw it slightly off course. A quick side glance confirmed it. The dagger veered wide, grazing the carriage's side instead of the princess. Good, but the price was immediate. The recoil tore the windstaff from my grip. I didn't try to catch it. Instead, I blinked. The world snapped sideways on heartbeat. And I reappeared behind the leader, already dropping low, aiming to sweep his legs out, but he wasn't there. My instincts screamed at me, probably foresight's doing. Behind. I ducked just as a slashing blade hissed overhead, missing by a hair. The masked leader had read me like a book, and Worseth's shadowy tendrils seized my legs again, tightening with malicious precision. Thankfully, they didn't harm me directly, but it was enough to trap and leave me exposed. Quick side glance. Sarah lay slumped beside the carriage, untouched for now. A shallow rise and fall of her chest confirmed she was still breathing. Relief warred with urgency. Meanwhile, the leader advanced, twin daggers gleaming under the moonlight. I quickly analyzed the situation. Blink cooldown 1.5 seconds. No weapon, strength evenly matched, no proper close combat training. An opponent is probably a pro assassin. And to top it off, I was shackled at the ankles. Perfect. I gritted my teeth. Fine, if I didn't have any combat experience. Then I just needed to be smarter. Think. Then my eyes lit up looking at the carriage, still groaning from the broken axle, half collapsed beside me. Perfect. I drove my fist into the front wheel's axle with every ounce of enhanced strength. Crack, the wood exploded under my knuckles. Erg, the entire carriage shuddered violently, the side nearest to me lurching downward. Thud crreek. The frame sagged, collapsing in a slow, jerking arc right toward me. Perfect. I stayed low, letting the debris partially cage me. At the very least, the collapsing mass would restrict the leader's clean line of attack. Or so I thought. The leader merely snorted. Then he moved. I readied myself for a confrontation. But the next moment his form blurred, shadows clinging to his limbs as he simply appeared behind me, daggers flashing toward my exposed neck. But foresight, a phantom pain lanced through my skull. Warning came a split second before the blades moved. Move. Without hesitation, I threw my weight forward, ducking under the collapsing frame. The blade whistled overhead, missing my head by inches. Instead. Zgrudge. The daggers tore clean through the back of my shirt, but... Krang, a burst of emerald light erupted across my spine as the dark verdant shield flared to life, the daggers screeching against its surface like nails on glass. The leader's breath hitched surprised. I didn't give him time to recover. Acting purely on echo of life signals and survival instincts, I snapped my head backward with brutal precision. Crunch, the back of my skull connected with his nose. Blood sprayed across his mask as cartilage gave way. GHK. He staggered, daggers falling from momentarily numb fingers. I didn't waste the opening. I lunged, seizing his wrist in a white-knuckled grip. His head snapped toward me, rage flashing behind his mask, but too late. Blink, the world snapped sideways. I reappeared behind him, yanking his dagger arm violently across his body at the same time. The momentum twisted his torso sharply, throwing off his balance, and I didn't stop there. I kicked the back of his knees with everything I had. Crack. The leader's legs buckled. His body pitched forward, slamming onto the uneven ground face first with a grunt that barely sounded human. Thud, his dagger clattered from his slackened fingers. I twisted his wrist once more for good measure, earning a sharp crack from his shoulder. Dislocated. Still moving on instinct, I planted my knee firmly against his spine, pinning him down. HHKK, the masked man coughed, struggling uselessly beneath me. Not happening. My breath came in short, controlled bursts. My entire body screamed to move, to finish it. But I forced myself to stay focused. He was about to faint anyway, while Echo of Life didn't pick up any immediate threats around. Except a faint, almost pathetic rustling from the side. The man whose balls I kicked earlier was trying to crawl away like a worm. Sorry, but this is all the consequences of your actions. As I was apologizing inwardly, Leader's body finally went limp beneath my knee. Good. I turned toward the crawling kidnapper, the one clutching his crushed groin, and delivered a swift kick to his temple. His whimpers cut off instantly. Now the others. Fifth kidnapper still slumped against the shattered carriage door, but his fingers twitched toward a fallen dagger. Domino duo, the two men struck by windstaff blasts, were groaning, one already pushing himself up. No time to wait for Blink's cooldown. I lunged. Thud, my elbow smashed into the fifth man's solar plexus. He folded like paper, air whooshing from his lungs. Pivot. Crack, a spinning backfist connected with the first stirring domino's jaw. His head snapped sideways, body collapsing. Final turn. Wham, my knee drove into the last man's nose with a wet crunch. He dropped like a stone. Silence. Only then did I stagger back, sucking in ragged breaths. My body trembled with adrenaline overload. Heya, heya, the night's cold pressed harder against my sweat-soaked skin. My heart still slammed against my ribs, half expecting another shadow to lunge out. Then a single, cracked laugh escaped my throat, half relieved, half disbelieving. I stared at my shaking hands. We're alive. The metallic taste of blood lingered in my mouth as I slumped against the wrecked carriage after quickly taking care of the aftermath. My vision swam with exhaustion, but the blinking timer in the corner of my eye demanded attention. Winged Tyrant's Blessing. 6.310 minutes remaining. Then the system windows exploded across my sight like shattered glass. Hidden scenario. The Sparrow's Fall completed. You stole the ending from the hands of death. The knife was meant to fall, the tail to shatter, the world to burn, but you chose otherwise. The Sparrow still breathes. Rewards. Plus 50,000 aura coins, plus high favorability trust with Sarah von Valtheim, plus favorability trust with Cassandra von Vierlia. Access to hidden storyline. The Merchant Queen's Wrath, locked, major canon disruption, detected. I hadn't even finished reading when more messages poured in. Title earned. Fatebreaker, you tore through a predestined tragedy and rewrote the outcome. The script has changed, but the cost remains unknown. Slightly increases resistance to fate-driven effects. Slightly increases narrative deviation impact during key events. Achievement unlocked. Knife in the dark. Intercepted a lethal strike meant for a high-value target under extreme pressure. Plus 10 increased reaction time when defending allies. My skull throbbed as a final, burning panel etched itself into view. New skill acquired. Interception step LV1, active, move between death and consequence. Effects. Instantly teleport to a point within 3 meters. If intercepting a strike, gain plus 50 temporary durability on contact area. Cooldown, 60 seconds. I exhaled, only then did I realize my hand was still trembling. I looked down at Sarah, her clothes slightly dusty but her chest rising and falling softly. She was alive. That was the only important thing. But I should hurry up and put her into somewhere safe and return to the ballroom. 6:10. I exhaled, forcing my trembling fingers to steady as I scooped Sarah into my arms. Her small frame felt weightless against my chest, her breathing slow but even. Good. She's out of the illusion. The timer ticked down. 6:02, no time to waste. I took a single step forward. Blink, the world fractured, snapping me forward 5 meters in an instant. The moment my feet touched the ground, I activated the new skill without hesitation. Interception step, a strange sensation like being pulled by invisible strings yanked me sideways another 3 meters, bypassing a pillar in the courtyard. The transition was seamless, almost instinctive. If I hadn't already grown accustomed to blink, the sudden shift might have disoriented me, but now it felt like second nature. I didn't stop and continue running and repeating. Blink, another lurch forward. The academy's main hall loomed in the distance, its grand entrance now veiled in those same sickly violet threads, pulsing thicker than before. The air itself hummed with dissonance, the illusion barrier visibly strengthening. 522, I pushed harder, my legs burning with exertion. The winged tyrant's blessing still thrummed through my veins, but I could feel its energy waning. Then I picked two presences with echo of life. I adjusted course mid-stride and blinked toward them. The world resolved into clarity just as I skidded to a halt beside Zephyr. He stood motionless, his eyes locked onto the writhing energy threads coiling around the building like serpents. Luna lay limp in his arms, her breathing steady, eyes closed, she too free from the illusion's grip but unconscious. Zephyr didn't turn as I arrived. His voice was a blade pressed to my throat. Are you done? The words dripped with his usual lethal calm, as if asking, are you ready to do? But I'd long since grown immune to his brand of intimidation. I nodded. Yeah, what's the situation? His gaze flicked to Sarah, then back to the barrier. You see this too, right? It's in Phantom Prison, controlled by a mystic resonator. A mystic resonator, Phantom Prison. Does he mean an illusionist in illusion prison? Or is it an exclusive term to some type of individuals? But that explained the scale. But if it was strong enough to ensnare an entire academy building, we have to destroy the Phantom Heart to save everyone. Zephyr continued. What do you need me to do? I asked, cutting straight to the point. And the resonator, Zephyr's fingers twitched, a barely restrained urge to act. You protect the people inside. Some have fallen too deep, they'll harm others, or themselves. I'll handle the Phantom Heart, Zephyr added. As for the resonator, Virion is handling it. I squinted my eyes. So that's who Virion is occupied with, which meant the enemy wasn't just Strongthy, we're on whole another level. Virion was a primordial being after all, but still, before I could voice my thoughts, Zephyr shifted Luna's weight in his arms. I'll leave her with you too. I didn't argue. If Zephyr was going after the barrier, he couldn't afford distractions. Got it, I nodded. Zephyr's lips thinned. Then with a muttered open, the air beside him split like a wound, revealing a swirling portal. Whoa, he can do it too. Inside, I caught a glimpse of the ballroom chaos, overturned tables, students thrashing in invisible nightmares. Zephyr stepped forward, gently depositing Luna onto a nearby chair just beyond the portal's threshold. Then he gestured for me to enter. I tightened my grip on Sarah and moved inside. Catch. Something small and metallic flew toward me. I snatched it out of the Ira green bell, its surface etched with intricate runes. Use it to purify them, Zephyr said, already turning away. How do? Before I could ask how to use it, the portal snapped shut, plunging me into the heart of the madness. Screams, crashes, the stench of panic, and then ding, a new scenario triggered. Crimson Dream. A place of revelry has been twisted into a prison of false joy and devouring despair. The Phantom Prison feeds on the minds of the vulnerable, chaining them in dreams shaped by their deepest fears and regrets. The longer they remain trapped, the harder they are to save. Objectives. Protect the innocent from each other and the hallucinations. Use the Bell of Still Voices to purge deep illusions. Minimize casualties. Hidden objective. Failure penalty, permanent mental damage or death of affected individuals. Rewards, exorcist's gaze, favorability with key figures. I exhaled, rolling my shoulders. Great, and now, time to wake the damned. 4:49, the timer burned in the corner of my vision, a relentless countdown to the blessing's end. Around me, the ballroom was a nightmare painting brought to life. Darkness clung to every corner, thick and suffocating, broken only by the eerie crimson glow of hundreds of eye students and teachers alike. Their pupils dilated, their irises bleeding into the sclera like ink in water. They moved in jerky, unnatural motions, some whispering to phantoms, others clawing at their own skin. A first-year girl giggled as she dragged her nails down her cheeks, leaving red trails. A burly third-year boy slammed his fists into the wall over and over, knuckles splitting, his laughter guttural. Zombies. No, this was worse. They were puppet strings pulled by their own deepest fears, their most venomous regrets. The air reeked of sweat, iron, and something fouler, the scent of unraveling minds. My grip tightened around the Bell of Still Voices, its metallic surface cool against my palm. I didn't have time to question how it worked. Zephyr's instructions had been sparse, but the weight of the scenario's penalty, permanent mental damage or death, was more than enough motivation. I took a single step forward. It moved like lightning. The first group was easy. A cluster of first years, their faces twisted in terror, swinging at empty air. I dashed past, ringing the bell onto a clear, resonant chime that cut through the dissonance. Ding! Their bodies went slack mid-swing, collapsing like marionettes with cut strings. I barely caught two before they hit the ground, but the rest tumbled into a heap. This won't work. Too slow. Too inefficient. I scanned the hall. Dozens more were still trapped, and the timer was merciless. Then an idea clicked. Pile them. The next group, a trio of second years, went down with another chime. This time I didn't bother catching them. A controlled shove sent them sprawling onto the growing mound of unconscious students near the wall. Not elegant, but it saved precious seconds. The bell's effect was stronger than I'd thought. A single ring near a group could purify 3 or 4 at once, while those deeper in their illusions needed direct exposure. Then came the first real Herdlia professor. A burly man with a resonator's aura, his fists wreathed in crackling energy, was smashing the floor in a blind rage. The tiles beneath him were already shattered, and he showed no signs of stopping. Blink. I appeared behind him, the bell already swinging toward his ear. Ding, his fist halted mid-swing. The energy flickered out. For a heartbeat, he swayed, then crumpled. I barely managed to steer his fall toward an overturned table instead of the jagged debris. One down. The next was Worsey woman with fire dancing along her fingertips, laughing hysterically as she scorched the air. She was too unpredictable to approach head-on, blink interception step. I phased behind her, ringing the bell mid-motion. Ding. The flames died instantly. She slumped, and I barely yanked her clear of her own embers before she collapsed. Huff. Echo of life pulsed as I moved, giving me snapshots of the hall's state. Livia and Amelia and many more already free, huddled near the stage, unconscious. The chubby poet curled under a table, snoring peacefully, a half-eaten tart still clutched in his hand. Livia and Zephyr's classmates, some stirring, others still trapped. But the worst were the injured. A girl clutching a bleeding arm, a boy with a broken nose, casualties of the illusions or their own panicked thrashing. I couldn't stop for them yet, and I probably couldn't help that much. Priorities first. Timer 0:39, I was mid-sprint when Echo of Life flared a presence lunging from my blind spot. Instinct took over. I sidestepped, pivoting on my heel, and drove my foot into the attacker's ribs. Thud. The attacker hit the ground with a grunt, his polished facade shattered. His eyes were still crimson, his teeth bared in a snarl. Lyra, but he didn't look that different from before. Is it a villain's trait? Swoosh. The bell rang once by his ear. Ding. His glare faded. He slumped, joining the pile. Timer 0:36, then Foresight screamed. A shadow moved at the edge of my vision. Fast, too fast. I blinked 3 meters to the right, twisting midair to face the threat. And froze. Aaron, but he's not the easygoing, charming protagonist I knew. This version of him was different. His jet-black hair framed a face twisted into a demonic grin, his eyes burning with crimson light like embers in the dark, just like in those comics. A swordno, a monstrosity of jagged black metal and blood-red aura rested in his grip, pulsing like a living thing. What the hell? My mind raced through possibilities. Evil alter ego, classic protagonist trope, repressed darkness taking over. Possession, external force hijacking his body. Cursed weapon, that sword looks exactly like one. Before I could settle on a theory, Aaron moved. No warning, no hesitation. One moment he stood there, grinning, the next. Shing, the black sword carved through the space where my neck had been. I barely leaned back in time, feeling the cursed edge graze my skin like a razor's kiss. Too close. I dodged, putting some distance between us, but Aaron was already a Justingno, predicting my movement. His footwork was flawless, his strikes flowing like water, each swing a masterpiece of lethal precision. Of course, this wasn't just some mindless berserker. This was Aaron at his peak, no hesitation, no mercy, no restraint. The protagonist of my sword skills are op, but my love life is a disaster, unleashed. And I was his target. Damn my luck. Swoosh, I swung the bell as he lunged again. Ding, the chime echoed, clear and pure. But Aaron didn't even flinch. Instead, his grin widened, the red in his eyes flaring brighter. The bell doesn't work on him. Of course not. Whatever was controlling him wasn't some shallow illusion. It was more powerful and darker, some foreign will layered on top of his own. And worse, that sword, it was reacting. Its red aura pulsed violently with each ring of the bell, like it hated the sound, like it wanted to erase the bell and the one who was ringing it. Oh great, the bell and I pissed them off. Swoosh, damn, at least let me thide. Swoosh, okay, you asked for. Another flurry of strikes came my way, fast, brutal, surgical. But more than that, they were beautiful. Each move flowed into the next, a lethal dance that made every twitch of my body scream to move faster or die. Damn it, his swordsmanship is completely different now. It's not brute raja, it's refined, clinical, deadly. Even in my buffed state, me reaction time cranked to the limits, my mind running faster than humanly possible. I was only surviving by hair's breadths. Block, no time. Counter, not with that thing. Engage, I might as well stab myself. I twisted, ducked, rolled, and blinked again, staying just far enough out of reach that the blade only brushed my clothes, but not far enough that I could regroup. Heck, I had to always watch my surroundings, afraid our rematch would harm the others and need a suitable space for my plan to work out. And time 0:24 was running out, and I didn't even have the plan yet. Think. This wasn't just some rage-fueled berserker. Aaron was finally fighting like a main character. No, not just a main character. He was one, a protagonist possessed, the type who'd make demon lords piss themselves in his peak arc. But now he was dancing to another tune, and I was the unlucky background character caught in his trial episode. There has to be a weakness. Something I can use. 19. Aaron lunged again, his blade carving a crimson arc through the air. I barely twisted aside, feeling the cursed steel graze my ribs. Crack, the verdant shield flared, absorbing most of the impact, but the force still sent me skidding back. Damn it, how can he keep up with me? Is it because he is an MC? Or, timer, 15. Then an idea struck me. Aaron wasn't just a puppet. He was Aaron, the guy who blushed when Livia teased him, who carried Amelia's books without being asked, who'd once spent an entire night practicing sword forms just to impress his teacher, family, crush friend, probably. Somewhere under the sword's control, he was still there, and if I couldn't break the sword, maybe I could break the control. 13. My mind spun, analyzing every possibility. Aaron's weaknesses. Possession, perfection, the sword controlled him, but his body still had limits. Predictable rage. Every time I rang the bell, he grew more aggressive, more reckless. One-track mind. He only saw me, not the environment, not the fallen students around us. My only chance, exploit the human beneath the curse. I blinked sideways as his sword carved through the air where my ribs had been. And struck not at the sword or to disarm, a straight punch to his once handsome, now freaky face. Aaron's blade flicked up instantly, deflecting my fist with the flat of the sword. The impact reverberated through my arm, but I'd expected it. I let the momentum throw me back. And shouted, "Father," a gamble, a desperate one, "Mother," and for the briefest instant. His hands faltered, the sword's glow flickered, and in that split second of hesitation, I blinked behind him, fist already cocked for a brutal strike to the base of his skull. But foresight started screaming again. Aaron was already turning, his grin widening, the sword whipping around in a diagonal slash aimed to bisect me at the waist. Too fast, but I didn't stop. I kept punching, throwing every ounce of enhanced strength into the blow. The black blade connected with my side. Crack, the verdant shield shattered under the force, the sword's edge biting into my skin. But I interception stepped mid-impact. The world lurched. Suddenly, I was in front of Aaron again, my fist still driving forward. And this time it landed. My knuckles smashed into his jaw with a sound like a tree splitting. Aaron's head snapped back, his body lifting off the ground from the sheer force. He flew backward, crashing into a pile of overturned chairs, wood splintering under him. 006. I collapsed, rolling across the floor, my side burning where the sword had grazed me. Blood seeped through my shirt, but I gritted my teeth and forced myself up. 005. No time. Aaron was already stirring, the sword still clenched in his grip, its red aura pulsing erratically. I lunged, 04, blinked the last of my energy. And kicked, my foot slammed into his wrist with a sickening crack. The sword clattered away, skidding across the marble. Aaron's eyes flickered red crimson to black, then they fell. Silence. The sword's glow starting dimming like a malfunctioning battery. Aaron finally fainted. 000. The moment the blessing faded, my body betrayed me. Every muscle screamed in protest, joints locking as if my bones had turned to lead. A deep, gnawing ache spread through my limbs, not the sharp pain of injury, but something worse, the hollow exhaustion of overclocked limits. Side effects. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to stay upright. Compared to the nightmare bath, this was manageable, and there was no bleeding from my eyes, ears, and etc., or fainting on the spot. Just the brutal reminder that my body wasn't meant to handle that kind of power. Then, scenario, Crimson Dream, completed. You walked through the garden of madness and picked its thorns one by one. Where others would have become just another screaming bloom, you remained the gardener. Rewards. Favorability with key characters, Zephyr, Luna, Sarah, Exorcist's Gaze. Complete the hidden objective, major psychological trauma, avoided. Oh, it's time to reap the rewards. Ding, title earned. Dreamweaver, you navigated the labyrinth of collective unconsciousness and led others back to daylight. Plus 15 resistance to area-wide mental attacks. Slightly improves mental stabilization, achievement unlocked. Mass purification successfully freed over 50 minds from advanced hallucinations within time limit. Level up, Exorcist's Gaze. Oh, let's look at the actual reward I was hoping for. New ability acquired. Exorcist's Gaze LV1 active, pierce the shroud of deception. Reveal the unseen, passive effects. Mental interference detection. Automatically sense hostile mental influence within a 15-meter radius. Illusion recognition. Discern the strength and complexity of illusions upon visual contact. Active effects. Mental disruption. Briefly destabilize weaker mental assaults targeting the user or allies within 5 meters. 2-day cooldown, 45 minutes. The reward level up Exorcist's Gaze is being applied. Oh, automatically. Ding. Exorcist's Gaze LV2 active. You've stared into the abyss. Now it sees you too. Passive effects. Mental interference detection. Detects hostile mental influence within 25 million. illusion recognition. Grants 50 resistance to low to mid-tier illusions. Spectral perception, new, reveals phantoms, spirits, incorporeal beings, and entities cloaked in illusion. Spectral entities appear in reverse color outlines or ethereal glow based on alignment. Active effect. Exorcist's Eye. You channel pure spiritual flame through your gaze, igniting a spectral enemy's spirit from within. Works especially well against evil and spectral entities. Effect. Focus on a target to set their spiritual essence ablaze for 5 seconds. Visual. The target's spirit erupts in silver blue fire which deals continuous damage. Cooldown. 1 day, Exorcist's gaze has reached LV2. The system message burned into my retinas just as white-hot agony exploded behind my eyes. My scream tore through the ballroom before I could choke it back. It felt like someone had shoved red-hot needles through my optic nerves, twisting them as they went. My hands flew to my face, fingers clawing at my eyelids as if I could rip the pain out, but I managed to restrain myself. GHH. Through the torment, fractured understanding came this wasn't just pain. Something was rewiring my vision at the fundamental level. I could feel the changes happening behind my clenched eyelids, muscles spasming, capillaries bursting, pupils dilating beyond human limits. Honestly, it felt really uncomfortable, like watching doctors doing operations. No pain, no gain. This was just the price for it. The pain started to gradually vanish. Huff, huff, I gasped, trembling fingers peeling back from my face. Then the world shifted. When I opened my eyes again, the ballroom had transformed. The air was alive with phantoms. Flickering afterimages of students' nightmares danced in the corners of my vision, a girl's spectral double, sobbing over an invisible corpse, a boy's shadow self screaming soundlessly as phantom flames consumed him. Most terrifying of all was obviously Aaron. A translucent second body hovered half inside his unconscious form, its hands wrapped around his throat in a lover's embrace. The entity's somehow stunning but ghastly face turned toward me, lips stretching into a grin far too wide for any human mouth. Entity identified. Vespera, fragmentary manifestation. My breath caught. What the hell is TH? Pain, my eyes screamed in protest after just 3 seconds of this vision. I instinctively deactivated the ability, the knowledge of how to toggle it coming as naturally as breathing. Blinking rapidly, I wiped the blood from my face with a trembling hand. My normal vision returned along with almost pitch-black darkness. No more Virion's blessing. No night vision glasses, I left it beside Princess. Shit. But despite the pain, my lips curled into a grin as I quickly read the new window's contents. Will my eyes become like Mangacollection sharing in if I level up it more, or even more powerful? I immediately mentally facepalmed. Dumbass, that's copyrighted. But a brief moment of imagination couldn't help but flash in my head, me lounging on a shadow throne, trapping enemies in illusions while calmly sipping tea, kekegek. My laugh turned into a wheeze as the sword wound on my waist flared. Right, priorities. Ripping my already tattered shirt, I fashioned a crude bandage around the injury, tying it tight enough to sting. Damn, I haven't wore it for even a day. Just then. Ding, hidden scenario, shadow waltz completed. You danced with a devil in pale moonlight and lived to hear the last note. Rewards. Plus 50,000 aura coins, combat mastery, White Lotus style, ultimate beginner to advanced close combat package, Vespera's mark, cursed, the sword now recognizes you. Emergency recovery, all active injuries stabilized, does not cure blood loss or exhaustion. Special note, the sword remembers, it always does. Immediately followed by, title earned, Demon Sword Waltz partner, you match steps with a cursed blade in the heart of chaos. Few survive the tempo, fewer leave their mark. Plus 10 resistance to possession type effects, achievement unlocked. Broken Halo duelist, defeated a possessed protagonist far stronger than yourself. A moment stolen from fate, carved by defiance. Slightly increases damage and resistance against possessed individuals. Oh right, there were 3 scenarios, then this must be obviously from Aaron's story. And seeing those rewards really helps me stabilize my mind. Should I use it now, or save it for a real emergency? Emergency recovery, part of me wanted to stash it away. From my little experience in this world, I have already reached a conclusion: you never knew when the next blade would find your back, or the next monster would crawl from beneath the skin of someone you trust. Keeping a trump card saving grace hidden was usually smart, but then I remembered the earlier message. Complete the hidden objective, and the illusion field was still intact. The invisible violet threads of the phantom prison still pulsed along the walls, but I could only sense them with echo of life, and at least a dozen students remained twitching in nightmare thrall. That could only mean one thing. If Zephyr had succeeded in destroying the heart, this would have ended already. So he either hadn't completed his part of the mission yet, or worse, something had gone wrong. I exhaled sharply, glancing down at my bloodied waist. The wound throbbed with each heartbeat. My legs trembled, arms like wet cloth. Even thinking was difficult, thoughts scattering like birds at a sudden noise. No choice. I focused on the recovery reward and triggered it. Emergency recovery activated. For a moment there was silence. Then heat surged through my body, not burning but revitalizing, like warm liquid light flooding every nerve and tendon. The ache in my limbs vanished. My ragged breath calmed. The bleeding on my side stopped in an instant, the torn flesh stitching itself beneath the crust of drying blood. My head cleared, the fog of exhaustion slowly burning off. But the discomfort remained, a raw, restless feeling beneath my skin, like I was out of sync with something, maybe the remnants of cursed sword's touch or something else. I then stood up, my limbs responded without hesitation now, no longer shaky or stiff. Glancing around the ballroom one last time, I noted the cursed sword was gone, no trace of it, or the ghastly figure that my ability identified as someone called Vespera. Did it go back? Inside Aaron? Thought lingered in my mind because that was the only plausible conclusion. It appeared out of nowhere, so it was inside Aaron to begin with. It is usually like this in similar stories too. A student's loud cry disturbed my thoughts. Okay, standing here wasn't going to fix anything. Turning away, I headed toward the back door, slipping out of the ballroom and into the courtyard behind. The moment the wooden door closed behind me, silence fell heavy, humid and still. Don't worry, Zephyr, this student of yours is coming to save you. I chuckled inwardly as I scanned my surroundings, illuminated by the faint moonlight and swept by my echo of life and observant eye. I squinted into the darkness. Nothing. The courtyard lay empty save for a few unconscious students slumped against the hedges. My echo of life registered only the faint pulses of nesting birds and scurrying rodents. No Zephyr, no phantom prison heart. Do I have no other choice? I asked myself and sighed. I hope it doesn't hurt again. Exorcist's gaze. I activated Exorcist's gaze, bracing for the searing pain from before, but this time it never came. Instead, a dull, creeping pressure settled behind my eyes, like someone had pressed their thumbs against my eyelids. The world flickered, edges blurring into hazy outlines before sharpening again. And then I saw them. Thin, pulsating threads of energy, faint, almost translucent, weaving through the air like veins. Most were scattered, drifting aimlessly, but a cluster of them converged in one direction, taut and purposeful, as if pulled towards something unseen. There, I followed the trail, stepping over unconscious students and shattered furniture. 20 meters in, the threads coiled tighter, knotted around a single point in the courtyard's far corner. An egg-shaped mass hovered midair, its surface rippling like liquid mercury, accepted. Deep, arterial red. It pulsed in time with the threads, a sickly heartbeat thrumming through the illusion's roots. Is this the source, the phantom heart? No time to overthink. I reached out and the world swallowed me whole, and spat out onto hard ground. I barely caught myself before face planting. The air here was thick, metallic, like licking a battery. I blinked, adjusting to the nightmare landscape. A vast circular terrain stretched before me, bordered by an abyss of black sky and a swirling red aura that clung to the edges like a dying ember's glow. The ground beneath me was unnaturally smooth, polished obsidian reflecting the hellish light, and in the center of it all, Zephyr, he moved like a shadow given form, his short saber a silver flicker in the gloom. Phantoms swarmed him, skeletal figures wreathed in violet mist, their limbs elongated, claws raking the air but none touched him. His style was brutal efficiency. A pivot, a twist, his blade lashing out in arcs so precise they seemed preordained. He didn't waste motion. Every strike landed exactly where it needed to. A phantom's wrist, severing its grip before it could swing a knee, collapsing its charge mid-step, a throat, silencing its shriek before it could sound. He is cool, but for every phantom that fell, two more clawed their way from the ground, and standing atop a jagged outcrop just beyond the fray was the real problem. A wraith, tall, skeletal, its tattered robes billowing in an unfelt wind. A crimson crown hovered above its hollow eyes, and in its bony grip, a staff crackled with violet-red energy. It raised the weapon, and a bolt of searing light lanced toward Zephyr. He dodged barely, but the distraction cost him. A phantom's claws grazed his shoulder, drawing blood. Shit. I took a step forward, then froze. Thankfully, the wraith hadn't noticed me yet, but if it was the guardian of this place, we probably have to defeat it. That hidden objective is probably this too. But I don't have the blessing now. Right now, I am just an ordinary background character individual with a few useful skills. Wait, come to think of it, Exorcist's gaze's active effect evolved after leveling up, right? I quickly searched my mind, the contents instantly reappearing. Exorcist I, the words flashed in my mind like a neon sign. The target's spirit erupts in silver-blue fire which deals continuous damage, and works especially well against evil and spectral entities. A grin tugged at my lips. Perfect. A plan was quickly forming in my crack. A bolt of violet-red energy tore through the air, aimed straight at my skull. Shoot. I barely had time to curse before interception step kicked in, my body flickering 3 meters to the right. The attack seared past, close enough to singe my hair. But the wraith wasn't done. Its hollow eyes locked onto me, staff raised. Whoosh X5. 5 more bolts lanced out, cutting off every escape route. So you won't show any mercy to extras like me, huh? I braced for the impale, but a hand clamped onto my collar, yanking me backward. I didn't resist. I knew that presence. The world twisted, and suddenly I was somewhere else, a portal snapping shut in front of me as the attacks detonated where I'd just been. I would really die. I gulped inwardly. Zephyr's voice, colder than a winter grave. Do you want to die? He's worried about me, right? I muttered, already falling into step beside him as we sprinted. No, I still want to live. Then why are you here? Another phantom lunged. I sidestepped, feeling its claws graze my sleeve, because I want to live. Zephyr didn't dignify that with a response. Instead, he grabbed me again, and another portal spat us out on the far side of the battlefield. This time he turned, eyes narrowing. He was giving me a strange look. I held back my lips from twitching and said, I have a way to completely catch that wraith's attention and make it lose focus for 5 seconds. A phantom swipe nearly took my head off. I ducked. Can you take it down? Zephyr's gaze flicked to the wraith, then back to me. A beat. Then a single, sharp nod. Good enough. I exhaled, rolling my shoulders. Time to light this skeleton up. Can you get us closer? I said, keeping my voice low. Somewhere with a clear line of sight to that wraith, but not swarmed with phantoms. Zephyr's eyes narrowed, suspicious, assessing, but he gave a curt nod. Just as another wave of phantoms surged toward us, he slashed a hand through the air. A dark rift split open beside us, and we dove through without hesitation. The world twisted, then settled. We reappeared on a raised platform of black stone, maybe 20 meters from the wraith's perch. No phantoms hear it. Distract it, I said, already feeling the pressure building behind my eyes, just for a second. Zephyr studied me for a fraction longer than necessary, his gaze lingering on my face, no, on my eyes. Then, without another word, he was gone. One moment standing beside me, the next. Shing, his saber carved through the air, a silver streak aimed straight for the wraith's throat. The wraith recoiled, its staff swinging up to block. Perfect, I took a deep breath and unleashed the exorcist eye. Zephyr's golden eyes flickered toward Ammon just for an instant, taking in the unnatural shift in the young man's gaze. Slate-gray irises now pulsed with veins of dark blue, like storm clouds swallowing moonlight. Then he moved. Void step, the world fractured around him as he reappeared mid-lunge, his saber carving a silver arc toward the spectral warden's crown, its only visible weak point. Swoosh. The blade passed through empty air. Zephyr didn't hesitate. He'd known it wouldn't connect. This creature, Dreambender, or also known as Spectral Warden, existed between realms, untouchable by physical or aura-based attacks. That was why, despite cutting down it and its countless phantoms, he'd been unable to land a single strike on the true enemy. Void step, he reappeared behind the warden, boots skimming the obsidian ground as he feinted left. The warden's hollow eyes tracked him effortlessly, staff already crackling with violet energy. Then, now, Ammon's voice cracked across the battlefield. Zephyr's muscles tensed, instinct screaming to act, but he forced himself to still, to wait. His fingers tightened around the saber's hilt, tendons standing stark against his skin. 1 breath, 2. If this failed, he'd have to risk his trump card, consequences be damned. He was running on Fumus 3, maybe 4 portals left before his energy gave out completely. But then, light, dark blue flames erupted from the warden's ribcage, bursting outward like a star-going supernova. The spectral creature screamed, a sound that scraped against the mind rather than the ears, its skeletal form thrashing as the unnatural fire consumed it. Zephyr's gaze flicked to Ammonly for a fraction of a second, but it was enough. The young man stood rigid, his left eye blazing with the same dark blue fire, wisps of it curling from his lashes like smoke. His expression was locked in concentration, jaw clenched, fingers twitching as if holding the flames in place by sheer will. So that's his ability. Zephyr didn't hesitate. The warden was already crumbling, its form flickering between solid and spectral as the flames tore through its essence. But in battle, hesitation was death. Silent Cleave, his saber moved faster than thought. A dozen silver-blue cuts flashed through the air, each one precise, lethal slissing through the warden's neck, its wrists, its spine, the joints of its legs. The crimson crown, now dim and flickering, was plucked from the air before it could hit the ground. The warden's body hung suspended for a single grotesque moment, then shattered into a dozens of glowing particles. The dark blue fire flared one last time, reducing the remnants to ash before vanishing entirely. Silence. Then, a deep, shuddering crack echoed through the nightmare realm. The obsidian ground beneath them splintered, the red aura at the edges of the world peeling away like burning parchment. The phantom heart was dying, and this prison of illusions was coming apart at the seams. Zephyr turned, crown in hand, eyes locking onto Ammon, who was clutching his closed left eye. We're leaving. Ammon gave a weak nod, his left eye still clenched shut as blood seeped between his fingers. Must be because of his ability. Zephyr didn't wait, seized the younger man's arm and hauled him toward the rift he'd torn open. The portal swallowed them whole, spitting them out at the battlefield's center where a pulsing red exit swirled. Without pause, Zephyr dragged them both through, and reality snapped back into place. Cool night air, the scent of trampled grass, the faint moonlight. They stood once more on the academy grounds. Behind them, the remnants of the phantom prison collapsed in on itself, the violet threads fraying, the oppressive weight of the illusion lifting like a fog burned away by dawn. The resonant relic crimson crown remained in his palms. Zephyr tilted his head skyward, watching as the last traces of the phantom barrier dissolved. His eyes narrowed. Just what caused this? This wasn't random. The precision of the attack, the timing git, reeked of orchestration. It couldn't be them, right? But if Virion had been occupative, even the primordial serpent couldn't intervene directly. Then the scale of this threat was beyond mere academy mischief. If it is really them, how did they find us so quickly? A low groan snapped his attention back to the present. Ammon swayed on his feet, his breathing ragged, but his eyes now fully returned to normal. Zephyr caught him before he could collapse, his grip firm but impersonal. The young man had been the linchpin. Without his flames, the warden would have remained untouchable. Without his intervention, the prison would have consumed every mind trapped within it. Zephyr's gaze dropped to the resonant relic at his handsproof of their victory, and perhaps a clue to their enemies. Perhaps no, certainly he's the biggest contributor for solving the crisis. And perhaps, he thought grimly, the one who'd drawn the most dangerous kind of attention. They won't let interesting subjects easily go unnoticed after all. The thought coiled through Zephyr's mind like smoke as he studied Ammon's slumped form. The boy had dangerous potential, the kind that drew eyes. His ability, those dark blue flames that burned the intangible, was precisely the kind of anomaly they would covet. But there was one consolation. But Virion had already marked him. That feather blessing wasn't just protection, it was a claim. And while they might be bold enough to orchestrate this phantom prison scheme, even they wouldn't dare cross the primordial serpent directly. And he wasn't affiliated with them like himself or Luna, which means Virion would be free to act. They wouldn't dare take Luna either. His grip tightened around the resonant relic. He still needed confirmation. He needed to see her with his own eyes. With the last dregs of his energy, Zephyr slashed open a final portal, dragging Ammon through. They emerged beside the makeshift recovery area where Luna and Princess Sarah lay unconscious, carefully arranged on plush chairs by some thoughtful soul. Luna's chest rose and fell evenly, her sharp features softened in sleep. No wounds, no lingering traces of illusion. The sight loosened something in Zephyr's chest, and before he could stop it, his lips curled up into a gentle, relieved smile. So you can smile after all. Zephyr's gaze snapped to Ammon. The young man leaned against a nearby table, using the tattered remains of his shirt to wipe blood from his arms. The fabric was more whole than cloth, barely clinging to his shoulders. When their eyes met, Ammon offered an awkward grin. Do you happen to have an extra shirt? Ammon caught the bundled black fabric Zephyr tossed at him, a fresh shirt, still folded neatly, as if the guy carried spares for situations like this. He didn't question it since he was the one who asked. Stripping off the bloodied rags of his old one, he tugged the new shirt on. It hung a bit loose on his frame, the sleeves slightly long and the hem brushing past his hip. Zephyr was easily 10 centimeters taller, but somehow, Ammon liked it that way. It felt comfortable and easy to move. I can't see. Around them, groans and murmurs rose as students and faculty began stirring. Zephyr's frown deepened, his eyes scanning the room like a predator assessing threats. Ammon squinted, his vision still slightly blurred from exorcist eyes but even he could see the confusion spreading through the crowd. Teachers rubbed their temples, blinking as if surfacing from deep sleep. A few students had already bolted upright, clutching their heads. The air smelled of sweat, spilled drinks, and the ozone tinge of shattered illusions. Ammon exhaled. He turned to Zephyr, keeping his voice low. I've got to return to the dorm. Can you not mention anything about what happened? About me, I mean. Zephyr studied him, that unnerving, unblinking stare that made Ammon feel like an insect pinned to a board. Then after a beat, he nodded once. The moment the back doors shut behind Ammon, Zephyr's gaze slid to a certain figure. Are you done pretending? His voice was ice. A beat passed, and under his icy gaze, a certain princess's body flinched just slightly, but enough. After a frozen second, she cracked one eye open, then the other, peering up at him like a mouse cornered by a hawk. Seeing no one else nearby, she slowly straightened in her chair, hands smoothing her wrinkled skirts. Across from her, Luna mirrored the movement, though her eyes remained downcast, dark lashes shadowing her cheeks. Sarah swallowed. You won't tell him, will you? Zephyr's stare could have flayed skin. She shrank back. All right, he said at last, the word more threat than agreement. Honestly, he talked to Luna just now. He didn't expect the princess to be awake as well. But how long was she awake? And she's really good at pretending. The princess sagged in relief, but before she could speak again, a sharp cry cut through the hall. What happened? A professor staggered to his feet, clutching a broken spectacle lens. Others followed suit, teachers blinking dazedly, students clutching their heads, the air thickening with panicked questions. Zephyr exhaled through his nose. This was going to be tedious. High above the academy, where the night air was crisp and untouched by the chaos below, two figures hovered in perfect stillness. A small emerald-winged serpent Virion floated lazily, his tail coiled around a delicate teacup. With a flick of his forked tongue, he sipped the steaming liquid, golden eyes never leaving the scene unfolding beneath them. Opposite him sat a woman of striking elegance. Dark emerald hair cascaded down her back, framing a face of serene beauty. A pair of curved horns, polished to a gleaming sheen, crowned her forehead. Her smile was gentle as she lifted her own cup, the porcelain looking impossibly fragile in her slender fingers. Below, the academy's lights flickered back to life as students and faculty stumbled through their confusion. Virion's tail twitched. Everything's ended. Why don't you scram now? The woman's smile didn't waver. She set her teacup down with deliberate grace. Why are you driving me away, O ancient one? Voice was soft, almost musical. Can't you let me meet my granddaughter? It's been so long since I last saw her. Virion snorted. A wisp of smoke curled from his nostrils. Dream on. And what kind of grandmother tortures her own granddaughter like this, putting her and all those innocent fools in their deepest nightmares? The woman tilted her head, the motion almost bird-like. What do you mean? I was merely ensuring she grows strong enough to fulfill our family's hopes. Ha! Virion's wings rustled. Why not just say I'm trying to make her my puppet? For the first time, something flickered in the woman's serene expression, a shadow passing over still waters. Then it was gone, smoothed back into perfect calm. You always misunderstand me, O ancient one, she murmured, shaking her head with smooth grace. I never intended to harm her. Every action I take is for her own benefit. Her fingers traced the rim of her teacup. And didn't you see? She passed one of the tests just now. Virion's tail lashed. You and your kind actions. If it weren't for that boy, she would have died to those phantoms you sent. The woman's smile didn't falter, instead widened slightly, but Virion knew her too well. The slight tilt of her head, the way her fingers stilled it, was all the warning he needed. Right, she mused, voice sweet as poisoned honey. If not for that boy's intervention, she might have truly failed. Her gaze drifted downward, as if she could see through the academy's roof to where Ammon had disappeared into the night. He's quite an interesting one, especially his ability. Virion's emerald eyes narrowed into slits. Were they even talking about the same person? The woman's interest was never benignant, was the kind that ended with people bound in gilded chains, their wills eroded until they forgot they'd ever been free. Virion clearly meant Zephyr, who took care of all the wandering phantoms and later destroyed the phantom's heart. If she wasn't talking about him, then only person left was the wingman boy. Don't get any ideas about him, Virion hissed, his voice chilling. He's not of your blood. I can and will take action if you try anything. Anything. He added again to make his point clear. The woman's smile widened just slightly. Haha. You accuse me of making her a pawn, she said, lifting her teacup to her lips, but aren't you doing the same? Putting him into things he can't even fathom yet. Besides, he already seems to be fancied by some people. Alas, you took care of them, not giving a chance to the boy. The words hung in the air, sharp as a blade. Virion went very still. Then, with a sound like shattering glass, the teacup in the woman's hand exploded into dust. Not a drop spilled. Not a single shard fell. It simply ceased to exist. Know your place, Virion said softly. The woman's smile didn't waver, but the air between them grew heavy, thick with something older than malice. For a moment, neither moved. Then, with a laugh like wind through dead leaves, the woman rose. As you wish, ancient one. She brushed non-existent dust from her robes. Well then, till next time. She stepped backward and the night swallowed her whole. Virion stared at the empty space where she'd stood, his wings twitching. Troublesome hag. I really regret promising her that time. With a final glance at the academy below, he too vanished, leaving only the faintest ripple in the air behind. Back in the academy ballroom, the first clear-headed professors were already organizing the day's students. Zephyr watched the scene impassively, the weight of the resonant relic heavy in his storage as he glanced toward the doors where Ammon had disappeared. Meanwhile, in the quiet of the dormitory hallway, Ammon leaned against his doorframe, finally allowing himself to exhale fully. The borrowed shirt still carried the faint scent of winter pine, an oddly comforting reminder that tonight's chaos had at least one silver lining. Far above, the moon shone unobstructed once more, its pale light washing over the academy grounds as if nothing extraordinary had occurred at all. The library was silent, save for the occasional creak of old shelves settling under the weight of centuries' worth of knowledge. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, painting golden rectangles across the wooden tables, empty, as always. Perfect. I leaned back in my chair, fingers drumming against the cover of the book laid out before me, The Fundamental Principles of Aura Resonance, a comprehensive guide. Amusing, really. I'd passed by this tome dozens of times before, dismissing it as another dry academic text. Now, it might as well have been a treasure map. A sigh escaped me as I rubbed my temple. The aftermath of yesterday's disaster had left the academy in chaos, classes suspended, faculty scrambling for answers, students whispering in hushed clusters. Thankfully, Zephyr had kept his word. No one had come knocking on my door, demanding to know why a background character had been spotted hauling an unconscious princess through the courtyard. Small mercies. My gaze dropped back to the book, but my mind wandered flashing through fragmented memories of the ball. The glittering lights, the forced dances, the sudden darkness. Then the nightmare that followed, the phantom prison, the kidnappers, Aaron's cursed blade, Zephyr's icy efficiency in the heart of the illusion. And me barely keeping up, surviving only because of borrowed power and last-second rewards. Pathetic. The truth was simple, I was weak. Without Virion's blessing, without the system's interventions, I'd have been a corpse before midnight. That realization settled in my gut like a stone. Enough overthinking. I flipped the book open, skimming the introduction. Aura, the lifeblood of all existence, flows through the world in unseen currents. Those who learn to resonate with it may harness its power, but mastery demands understanding its laws. My lips curled up. Flowery prose, but the core was clear. This world's power system wasn't just about brute strength or flashy spells, or maybe it was. Heck, even aura seemed similar to mana one would see in many stories. Guess this world has its own original terms, but most importantly, it had its own structure, rules, and paths, and I'd been stumbling through it blind. A mistake I wouldn't repeat again. I turned the page after page, eyes scanning the sections. The book also explained about resonance paths. They weren't just training methods, they were a fundamental way of interacting with aura. Like a musician choosing an instrument, the path shaped how one channeled their power. Some resonated with aura through their bodies, others through their minds or the environment. The path you walked determined your strengths, your limits, and even how your abilities manifested. But the book was quick to warn, a path is not merely a choice, but a reflection of one's nature. To force oneself down an incompatible path is to invite stagnation or ruin. And then there were long-established paths covering nearly all the paths. Warrior's path, physical resonance, enhances strength, speed, durability. Aura flows through muscles and bones like liquid steel. Channeler's path, elemental resonance, commands fire, water, earth, wind, lightning. Aura becomes a conduit for natural forces. Specialist's path, innate resonance, unique personal abilities. Aura bends to an individual's singular talent. Artificer's path, constructed resonance, imbues objects with aura. Aura becomes a craftsman's tool. Mystic's path, mental resonance, sharpens perception, willpower, intuition. Aura refines the mind into a weapon. The book admitted that these 5 were the most common and the standard, but definitely not the only possibilities. A footnote hinted at rarer case individuals who walked multiple paths simultaneously, hybrid resonators, or in legends, those who forged entirely new paths through sheer will or anomaly. Such cases are the stuff of ballads, not textbooks, the author wrote dismissively. I smirked. Of course they were, because in stories the impossible was just a prelude to someone breaking the rules, and those individuals were obviously the main characters. Then, what about me? My fingers paused over the mystic section. Foresight, observant eye, life echo, exorcist gaza. If I had to label my abilities, they'd likely fall here. But the book warned that true mystics required years of meditation and mental discipline. I just had these skills handed to me, cheat-like but not without limits. A bitter chuckle escaped me. Even with the system, I couldn't afford to be careless. Yesterday proved that. I'd known something might go wrong. Balls in stories were always disaster magnets, but I'd done nothing to prepare. No contingency plans, no escape routes. Stupid. I exhaled sharply, forcing my focus back to the text. But as I stared at the pages, the words blurred as my thoughts spiraled. Am I even a resonator? The question gnawed at me. I could use abilities that mirrored different paths. Foresight like a mystic, reflexes sharp enough to pass for a warrior, even that brief moment with the windstaff where I'd almost felt like an artificer. But the book was clear, all of it required aura, and I didn't feel anything. No energy thrumming in my veins, no wellspring of power to draw from. Well, Virion's blessing doesn't count since it was external. But if my abilities didn't require aura, what did that make me? An anomaly, a glitch. Which path was I supposed to take? I rubbed my temples, but like I thought earlier, the mystic still seemed the closest fit. Most of my powers aligned to this path. But what if the system gave me something else later? A warrior's strength, a channeler's flames, or like the reward I got after completing the hidden objective? My brain was overheating and I forced myself to shut it down. Speculating about hypothetical future powers was pointless. Right now, I had what I had. And what I had was a set of skills that kept me alive barely and a system that seemed to reward survival with more tools. Focus on the present, learn from the past, prepare for the future. That was the only way forward. I didn't need to fit neatly into a path. I didn't need to understand how my abilities worked yet. I just needed to use them better. And I already have my own path, a background character's path, haha. More than an hour had passed. I leaned back in my chair, stretching my stiff neck as I closed the book. My eyes burned from scanning page after page, but the information had sunk in. So this was how it worked. Becoming a resonator required awakening, a process that unlocked one's ability to sense and channel aura. And there were 2 ways it could happen. One, natural awakening. This method was rare, almost mythical. The book described it as an exceedingly rare phenomenon, occurring in perhaps 1 in 10 million individuals. It could happen at any age: infancy, adolescence, even old aging was often triggered by extreme stress, life or death situations, or profound emotional turmoil. Those who awaken naturally, the text stated, are said to possess an innate harmony with aura, often reaching heights of power unattainable to others. Their resonance is purer and more potent than those awakened through ceremony. A smirk tugged at my lips, of course. This was the cliché textbook protagonist material, the kind of backstory where the hero miraculously awakens during a crisis, unlocking hidden potential just in time to save the day. I wouldn't be surprised if Aaron or Zephyr had awakened like this as well. The book even listed historical figures who'd awakened this way: legendary warriors, mystics, channelers. All of them had one thing in common: they'd reshaped the world. Examples included the Stormcaller, who first summoned lightning as a child during a bandit attack; the Iron Saint, whose body turned to unbreakable metal at the moment of execution; the Dreamwalker, who fell into a decade-long coma at age 6 only to awaken with the ability to step into others' minds. All of them were legendary figures, their awakenings the stuff of epic tales. Yet the book also soberingly stated that not every natural awakening granted immediate success. The rate of those who truly mastered their powers this way was very low, which is why the second, more reliable method was eventually developed. And maybe success rate of natural awakening being even lower was another reason. 2. The traditional awakening method. The second method was far more common, the established norm. The standard method, practiced by academies and noble houses for centuries, the book explained. It was conducted when the soul reached adolescence, typically between 16 and 17 years old. At around that age, individuals would undergo a formal ceremony, a rite of passage into the world of resonators. Our academy would likely hold ours before graduation 6 months from now, give or take, marking a significant milestone in our lives. The book described the process in dry, technical terms. The conduction circle, a formation of special metals or stones designed to amplify ambient aura from ley lines. The channeler, a senior resonator or artificer, guided neutral aura through the subject, jump-starting their resonance. The mark, a resonance mark, would appear somewhere on the body, colorless at first but shifting hues based on certain conditions. Unlike natural awakenings, the text continued, emphasizing the practical benefits. This method is controlled and thus significantly safer, though the resulting resonance may be less potent than in those rare, spontaneous cases. So in half a year I'd be unceremoniously shoved into a magic circle, zapped with focused energy, and branded with a fancy, potentially color-changing tattoo. Good to know. It sounded less like a mystical awakening and more like a standardized procedure. But this wasn't obviously the end of it. The book went on to detail the nuances of a resonator's development beyond awakening. It mentioned that some resonators developed affinitus natural leanings towards specific elements or concepts, allowing for more efficient manipulation of those aspects of aura. Others manifested resonance gifts abilities, rare but not unheard of abilities intricately tied to their individual path, unique talents that set them apart. The odds of manifesting such a gift were slim, about 1 in 30 or 50 people, according to the text. Wonder if I'd get one. The thought flickered through my mind, quickly followed by a more pragmatic consideration. I leaned back, exhaling slowly. Options. Wait for the Academy's awakening ritual. Safe but slow. Hope for a natural awakening, which statistically was like waiting for lightning to strike. Then again, did it matter? I already had the system handing me skills and abilities even without awakening. Let's take Exorcist's Gaze as an example. Isn't it what you call a resonance ability? Heck, I can even level it up. Did that mean I could bypass this world's rules entirely? Or was I a ticking time bomb, my body unprepared for the skills I'd crammed into it? No answers yet, but one thing was becoming increasingly clear. Awakening, in their terms, seemed to be the established and accepted path to gaining strength within this world's framework. My own situation felt like an anomaly, a variable the book hadn't accounted for. So, despite the growing questions, I kept reading. The book further dived into the whole process, providing historical examples and more detailed information about the intricacies of aura. But the initial sections on the 2 methods of awakening were the most crucial basic info I needed to grasp the fundamentals. Well, there was more important stuff too, like resonance ranks, the principles of aura mastery, and how each distinct path utilized and manipulated aura in unique ways. But those seemed like topics best tackled after I actually underwent the awakening ceremony. Still, knowledge was power, or so they said, and a part of me felt compelled to learn as much as possible, regardless of when it might become directly relevant. So I was soon immersed in the book once again. Damn, I should have taken a drink with snacks. My throat felt like sandpaper after all that reading. I was so engrossed in the intricacies of awakening and resonance that the time had simply melted away. Maybe a quick trip to the refreshment area was in order. Yeah, let's do that. I blinked, my vision swimming as I tore myself away from the dense text. Another hour had slipped by unnoticed, the sunlight now slanting at a sharper angle across the library tables. My neck ached from being hunched over, and wait, a presence! My head snapped up to find a figure standing mere feet away, watching me with entranced eyes. Sunlight caught silver blonde hair, and for a heart-stopping moment I thought I was hallucinating. Princess Sarah, shoot, I cursed inwardly. So much for situational awareness. I'd been so engrossed in the book I'd completely dropped my guard. Pathetic. Forcing my expression into something neutral, I offered a wry smile. To what do I owe the pleasure, Your Highness? She startled badly. Wait, why was she startled? Nearly tripping over her own feet. Her gloved hands flew to her chest. Hello, she stammered, voice barely above a whisper. I kept my smile in place, but internally my confusion spiked. Why is she acting like I snuck up on her? She's the one who. Then it clicked, she'd been lost in her own thoughts too. The realization was almost funny. The mighty tsundere princess, spacing out like some daydreaming schoolgirl. No. Before I could say anything else, she fidgeted, her gaze darting around before she abruptly bowed her head, a flush creeping up her neck. What? I opened my mouth to ask what for, but she was already spinning on her heel and bolting, her shoes tapping a frantic retreat across the library floor. I stared after her retreating figure, eyes narrowing in contemplation. That reaction. Too cliché, the timing, the awkward gratitude, the way she'd practically fled the moment she spoke. Don't tell me. A cold droplet of suspicion trickled down my spine, chilling the lingering warmth of the afternoon sun. She saw me yesterday. Yeah, she probably did. Sigh. I only hope she won't trouble me in the future. Speaking of trouble, I leaned back in my chair, the wood creaking under my weight. That brother of hers, Prince Cedric, didn't strike me as the kind of man to accept failure with a polite nod. In fact, his meticulously crafted plan at the ball had been chillingly efficient in its design. Stage a chaotic kidnapping, allow his sister to be abducted, play the concerned brother injured in the rescue attempt or during the frantic search, but ensure Princess Sarah accidentally died in the process, all while neatly pinning the blame on his convenient political rivals, his other siblings. With dozens of high society witnesses, it would have been the perfect, believable tragedy. And the sick bastard would have likely gotten away with it too, his hands clean of any direct involvement. But the phantom prison and my unexpected intervention had thrown a rather large wrench in his well-oiled machine, ruining his carefully orchestrated timing, and I directly foiled the kidnapping itself. But it wouldn't matter in the long run. A prince with that kind of ambition wouldn't stop at just one attempt. The journey back to the capital, perfect opportunity, a staged bandit attack. A carriage accident on a mountain pass, plenty of ways to make a 12-year-old girl disappear. My fingers curled into fists. She's 12, damn it, 12 and already a pawn in her brother's game. That muttering I'd heard during the illusion, mother, please, don't leave me again, painted a clear enough picture of a lonely and likely traumatic childhood. Her twisted brother had probably preyed on that vulnerability, weaponizing her loneliness, perhaps even subtly convincing her to push for that marriage alliance with Cassandra, knowing it served his own dark agenda, all while meticulously planning to stab her in the back, both literally and figuratively. He would probably even try to get close with Cassandra afterward, using the guise of a grieving brother missing his lost sister. The sheer audacity of it made disgust churn in my gut. What kind of person looks at their own sister a kid and sees nothing but an obstacle to remove? Money, power, a cheap crown. Was that cold, unfeeling ambition truly worth such monstrous betrayal? I never understood people like him, nor will try to. The ones who seemed to have everything: privilege, comfort, influencing, yet still hungered for more, willing to scheme and murder to obtain it. Were they even remotely human? Speaking of which, there was that message from the scenario completion related to all this, wasn't there? Was it the hidden storyline, the Merchant Queen's wrath locked? Right, and maybe it was the system's way of reminding me that Sarah's fate wasn't easy to escape, that her survival yesterday didn't mean she was totally safe. Sigh. Guess I'd be making a trip to town sooner rather than later. If the prince was indeed planning another move, I'd need to warn a certain per. I sensed another presence approaching me. I didn't need to turn to know who it was. That presence, echoed, sharp like a blade resting against your neck, was unmistakable. Oh, you're here, I said, glancing up as Zephyr approached. He gave a barely perceptible nod before sliding into the chair opposite me. How did it go? I asked, tapping a finger against the book's cover. Done. Zephyr's voice was its usual winter steel tone. Told them I handled the prison. Didn't mention you. I nodded. Of course he'd keep his word. Zephyr wasn't one for empty promises. I said it was the work of a mystic resonator. However, a slight narrowing of his intense eyes hinted at something more. They decided to actively suppress the information. They promised to pay extra to keep quiet. Well, now that was interesting. Not just the usual bureaucratic sweeping under the rug, but an outright attempt to bribe a student into silence. In my mind, the pieces clicked together with cynical clarity. Admitting they'd been targeted by such a sophisticated attack would expose their security measures as utterly worthless, acknowledging that their entire staff had been outplayed by mere illusions, while a student had single-handedly resolved the crisis, utterly embarrassing and a significant blow to their authority. Actually investigating a powerful and unknown mystic resonator would require actual work, resources, and potentially expose uncomfortable truths. Bribery was undoubtedly the easiest choice. Heh. The sound escaped before I could stop it. When had academies in these kinds of stories ever been truly competent or helpful? The teachers were always either glorified set pieces, oblivious to the real dangers, or actively incompetent, creating more problems than they solved. Yesterday was no different. I spent half the time dragging unconscious faculty out of harm's way like some underpaid janitor. I sighed, leaning forward slightly. What about the other matter? My voice dropped lower. Do you know if the captives revealed anything? Zephyr's golden eyes locked onto mine for a long moment before he shook his head. Not talking. I nodded slowly, understanding immediately. Of course they'd stay silent. Rotting in prison was infinitely preferable to whatever fate awaited them if they implicated their client the prince. Though if Cedric has half the cunning his twisted personality suggests, I thought darkly, he'll have them silenced permanently soon enough. Dead men tell no tales, after all. World's cruel indeed, I muttered, shaking my head after a pause. A small comfort I'd fought those kidnappers at night, ambushing them from the shadows. Most wouldn't be able to identify me since they probably didn't see my face. Except their leader. That brief but intense face-to-face clash replayed in my mind. The way his masked face had twisted in fury when I'd headbutted him. Had he seen enough to identify me later? Probably not. And even if he had, with the Academy so determined to bury this entire incident, any such claims would likely get lost in the bureaucratic shuffle. Right, I exhaled through my nose. No, I couldn't be certain. Tap. A small pouch slid across the table, pushed toward me by Zephyr's gloved fingers. I blinked at it, then up at him. What's this? A slow smirk curled my lips. Are you trying to bribe me now? Zephyr's eyelids twitched, the barest flicker of irritation. No, his voice was flat. For your help, I chuckled, nudging the pouch back toward him. Don't worry, I'll keep my lips sealed. It's the best way for me to stay out of trouble after all. Leaning back, I added, and I didn't exactly help you or the others for any rewards, so keep it. Zephyr didn't move. His golden eyes bored into me, unreadable. You saved my life, and you saved mine, I countered. Consider it even. A beat of silence. Then no, his voice was firm. All debts must be repaid. Stubborn are we. My lips twitched, but then an idea struck me own that made my pulse jump. I went quiet for a moment, weighing it. Then slowly I met his gaze again. You really want to repay me? Yes. Then I said, leaning forward slightly, can I ask for something else? Before he could react, I added, don't worry, it's not something outrageous. Zephyr studied me, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Tell me first. I exhaled. All right. My fingers tapped the book's cover once. Then. Can you help me get stronger? I mean, train me. A pause. Number. No, the word hung in the air, blunt and final. I nodded slowly. My expectations hadn't been high to begin with. Zephyr wasn't exactly the nurturing mentor type. No, he in fact was, but I only saw him that way in academics while teaching me. Same couldn't be said for combat, right? But then someone else can. My head snapped up. Zephyr's expression hadn't changed, but his gaze flicked meaningfully behind me. Someone else? Who? I asked, pulse jumping. Zephyr's lips thinned. My master, his master. My brain stuttered for half a second before clicking. No way. I whirled around. And there, floating midair with a book held delicately in his tail, was Virion. The emerald-scaled serpent peered at me over the pages, its eyes gleaming with amusement, sneaky as always, like he hadn't just materialized out of nowhere. What? Virion's voice was dry as desert wind. Don't want to? I barely stopped myself from gaping. How could I refuse? This was a primordial being, an entity older than kingdoms, stronger than legends, who'd apparently trained Zephyr into the nightmare he was today, no, yesterday. And he was offering to. Wait, was he actually offering? Whatever, without hesitation, I cupped my hands and bowed deeply, the motion smooth but urgent. Master Virion, I said, voice steady despite the adrenaline sparking through me, will you take me as your student? I didn't bother hiding my eagerness. This wasn't just about training, this was about survival. If Virion could teach me even a fraction of what he taught Zephyr, I might actually stand a chance in this world. And if he said no, well, at least I'd tried. Virion's tail flicked, snapping his book shut with a sound like a cracking whip. His grin widened, revealing needle-sharp fangs. Finally, someone with manners. He floated closer, circling me like a shark. Zephyr took 3 days to ask properly. You straight to the point. A pause, I like that. My breath caught. Is that a yes? Virion's emerald eyes glinted. Tell me, wingman boy. His voice dropped to a whisper that slithered into my bones. How much pain can you take? Behind me, Zephyr exhaled almost like a sigh. It's not what I think it is, right? Wait, you don't need to tell me. I have seen everything that day. Is he talking about that bath incident? Virion's grin widened to an alarming degree, his fangs glinting. Hee, it will be fun to beating, he paused, tail flicking thoughtfully. Training you. Yes, training, not beating, haha. The way he said it made the word sound infinitely worse. I swallowed hard, because I already knew right then that I was in for hell. I won't regret this later, right? Zephyr's sigh behind me sounded suspiciously like you already do. Virion's tail coiled around my wrist like a living shackle. First lesson starts now. Let's go. Oh no, wait, let me change. My protest died in my throat as the world lurched violently around me. The library's wooden shelves, the scent of old parchment, even the solid ground beneath my feet gone in an instant. My stomach dropped as I found myself standing on a floating stone platform, suspended in an endless sky that defied logic. Above me, not one, but dozens of moons hung in the air, their surfaces covered in what looked like wings. They twitched occasionally, as if alive. Countless big shiny stars blinked like eyes, watching me with unsettling curiosity. What the actual, no cursing, but are we in a children's fairy tale or what? Jai Jai, a mischievous chuckle echoed from above. I looked up to see Virion lounging on thin air, tail curled around a bag of snacks and a cup of what smelled suspiciously like expensive fruit juice. He grinned down at me, fangs glinting. Well, like the place, I forced my jaw to unclench. Yeah, I think it's good. My voice came out strangled. Where are we exactly? Hee. Virion's tail flicked proudly. Welcome to my playground, wingman boy. Playground, my head filled with question marks, and your training ground. Virion added, probably to correct itself. I nodded absently, my mind already racing through possibilities. Is this a pocket dimension like that Phantom Heart place, or perhaps a personal domain? My mind quickly guessed the right answer because most stories had something like this for overpowered mentors. Convenient for training montages, terrible for student characters like me. Virion took a dramatic sip of his wine before continuing. Time flows slower here than outside, a day out there. Might be a week in here, neat, he smirked. Also, injuries heal almost instantly, so don't worry about you health. My lips twitched. That sounded suspiciously like I can break you repeatedly without consequences, and I can change everything. He added, wait, let me show you. I bellowed to demonstrate. He snapped his tail. The platform beneath me melted into quicksand. GH. I yelped as my legs sank instantly, the cold sludge swallowing me up to my waist before Virion lazily reversed it, the stone reforming like nothing had happened. See, he popped a snack into his maw. Fun, right? I was still gaping at the now pristine platform when he added, voice dripping with faux innocence. Oh, and you don't have to worry about dying too. I will watch over you. Dying too? Before I could demand clarification, Virion's eyes gleamed. Lesson 1, survive the starfall. What? Survive the starfall. The name alone sent a chill down my spine. That sounded like the title of some tragic hero's last stand, not a first lesson. Before I could voice my concerns, the moons above twitched. My breath hitched. They weren't just twitching. They were opening their eyes cartoonishly round and glowing with mischief. My blood turned to ice as they blinked their oversized eyes at me, causing my background character senses tingling nonstop. Their mouths stretched into wide, unsettling grins like children about to play a game. Oh no, the closest one, a moon with a face that looked suspiciously like it belonged in a children's bedtime story, giggled. Jai Jai, then it spat. A single glittering star shot toward me, trailing a brilliant comet-like tail. My body moved before my brain could process it. I lunged to the side just as the star struck the platform. Boom. The explosion sent me skidding across the stone, my ears ringing. When the dust cleared, my stomach dropped. A crater the size of a small house had been blasted into the platform. The edges were still glowing, molten rock dripping into the endless abyss below. What kind of training is this, then? Crack, my breath hitched. Spiderweb fractures raced across the platform, branching out from the impact site. One thin, jagged line slithered directly beneath my feet. Shoot, I barely had time to leap before the stone beneath me shattered. Lesson 1, don't stand still. Virion's voice echoed from somewhere above, far too amused. The moons above cackled in unison. And then they opened fire. A rain of glittering stars descended, each one leaving a dazzling trail before smashing into the platform with the force of a meteor. Boom, 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 the world became chaos. I sprinted, zigzagging wildly as the platform disintegrated beneath me. Chunks of stone broke away, plummeting into the void. My heart hammered against my ribs, every instinct screaming at me to move, move, move. A star whizzed past my ear, close enough that I felt the heat. Too close. I rolled to the side just as another one cratered the spot where I'd been standing. The shockwave sent me tumbling. This isn't training, this is an execution. Haha, good job guys, don't let him relax too much. Virion's delighted voice rang out like a cheerleader at a sadistic sports festival. This psychotic snake. I barely had time to curse him before the next star exploded at my feet, sending me flying toward the crumbling edge of the platform. The last thing I saw was Virion's grinning face as he raised a toast with his juice adjust before the world dissolved into white-hot pain. I lay on my back, staring blankly at the starry sky, my soul halfway to the afterlife. I have been enduring this nightmare for the past 5 hours. 5 damn hours. My body ached in ways I didn't know were possible. My muscles screamed, my bones felt like they'd been reassembled wrong, and my brain had officially given up on making sense of this nightmare. Honestly, it wasn't too bad at the beginning. After the initial shock of being bombarded by giggling moons, I'd actually started getting the hang of dodging. By the end of the first hour, I was weaving through the starfall like some kind of cosmic acrobat, or at least that's what I'd thought. Can't blame myself after getting exploded so many times. Then I noticed Virion's smile. He took a glance at my progress and said, "Ah, he's getting too much rest time. Let's spice things up." And then the real suffering began. I call it the Phase 1, the stairway to hell, heaven. With a snap of his tail, the flat platform morphed into a spiraling staircase of floating stone tiles, each one crumbling the second I stepped on it. Now it's an obstacle course. Virion cheered, lounging on a floating chair like some kind of deranged game show host. I barely had time to process before the first star smashed into the stairs above me, sending debris raining down. I leapt sidewaysly for the tile beneath me to dissolve into nothing. WAGH, down I went, plummeting into the abyss. Splat, darkness, then poof, I reappeared at the bottom of the stairs, Virion grinning down at me. Oops, try again. I died 12 more times before I figured out the trick's tiles respawned in a pattern. If I timed it right, I could chain jumps without falling. I spent more than an hour adapting to it, wanting to give up occasionally, but every time, those near-death moments flashed before my eyes, so I could only grit my teeth and force myself to continue. And what do you know, victory was almost in my grasp. Then, Jai. Shoot, with another delightful remark from Virion, the Phase 2 started. This time the stars learned to hunt. Just as I reached the halfway point, the stars stopped falling randomly. They paused midair, turned, and locked onto me. My blood turned to ice. Hee catch, Virion sang. The stars shot toward me like homing missiles. Oh come on, I bolted, the stairs disintegrating beneath me as the stars chased me like rabid puppies. One clipped my shoulder, spinning me midair before I crashed into another tile which immediately crumbled. Splat, again and again. I lost the count of times I died and exploded. Finally, both my body and mind gave up, and now here I was, lying on a not-so-hard cloud, questioning my life, my body twitching like a crushed bug. A shadow loomed over me. "Oh, don't look so down." Virion hovered above, sipping his juice. "You lasted a whole 3 minutes at the finale. You deserve a compliment." I groaned, rolling onto my side. I wanted to curse the psycho snake, but all that came out was a pathetic, garbled groan like a newborn baby attempting its first words. "Aba, damn it." Virion chuckled, swirling his juice lazily. "No need to thank me, no, I wasn't thanking you." He waved a dismissive tail, "But if you liked it that much, let's start the bonus round, the finale after finale." My eyes widened in pure horror. No. Before I could even twitch, Virion turned to the stars and winked. "You guys know what to do." The stars giggled in unison, a sound that would have been adorable if it hadn't haunted me for the past 5 hours. Then, whoosh, they all dove straight at me. I tried to struggle. I wanted to struggle, but my body refused to move, completely spent from the torture. Well, at least my death will be Oscar-worthy. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable explosion. 1 second passed, 2 seconds, 3, no pain, no explosion, no boom, just tiny, feather light pokes all over my body. Cautiously, I cracked one eye open. And my usually smart brain nearly short-circuited. The stars weren't exploding. They were massaging me. Tiny, glittering star creatures with stubby little limbs rolled across my aching muscles, their warm, soothing glow seeping into my battered body. Some kneaded my shoulders like expert masseuses, others tapped gently at my sore legs, and a few even hugged my arms, their soft light pulsing in a calming rhythm. Feels good, right?" Virion smirked, watching as I melted into the cloud beneath me. "They're healing you, consider it a reward for playing with them." I wanted to argue. I should have been furious, but damn it, it did feel good. My muscles unwound, the pain fading under the stars' gentle ministrations. Even my mind, frayed from near-death experiences, began to relax. One particularly bold star nuzzled my cheek before plopping onto my forehead like a warm, glowing hat. Okay, maybe the stars weren't all evil. Virion's grin turned smug. "See, I can be nice." I gave him the flattest look I could muster. Sometimes he amended, tail flicking mischievously. A beat of silence. My eyelids grew heavy, the warmth of the stars, their gentle pulsing. Maybe, just maybe, I could sleep for a few precious seconds. Everything was peaceful. Then all right, breaks over. Virion's voice sliced through the haze like a knife. "Time for Phase 4, my eyes snapped open. The stars immediately stopped their massage, bouncing away with cheerful giggles. WHAT's Phase 4. I croaked, my voice still raw from screaming. Virion's grin widened. The stars above began moving, floating toward each other, merging, combining. Until a single, massive star hovered in the sky, its surface twisting into a terrifying, grinning face. It lurched toward me. White-hot pain exploded through my body as the supermassive star slammed into me. And then, gasp, I jolted upright, my scream still lodged in my throat. My chest heaved, sweat dripping down my face as I took in my surroundings. The library, wooden shelves, the all-familiar scent of parchment. I was back. Or was I just dreaming? No, I quickly shook my head. Nah, that couldn't be true. It was way too painful, way too dreadful to be just a dream. The lingering phantom aches in my muscles, the echo of those giggling star snow, way my brain could fabricate that kind of horror. I must have fainted after that giant star hit me, or maybe after the massage, or, wait, did I pass out even before that? I groaned, rubbing my temples. Erg, that psycho snake's training must have scrambled my brain too. Just then a timid but worried voice piped up from my right. Or are you all right? I turnido. Luna, sweet, innocent Luna, her eyes wide with concern. Then I deliberately shifted my expression into one of exaggerated annoyance. Unlike someone who throws people into death trials without a warning, and as expected a sudden chill crawled up my spine, I slowly turned my head. Zephyr stood behind me holding a steaming cup, his eyes boring into me with the intensity of a predator sizing up its next meal. You were saying, his gaze seemed to ask. I gulped but didn't back down. Instead, I narrowed my eyes, a mischievous grin playing at the edges of my mind. Hee, time for psychological warfare, I have to take revenge. I turned back to Luna with the most wronged, pitiful expression I could muster. And see, your fiancé is still trying to threaten me. I clutched my chest dramatically. Sister Luna, please ask him to stop bullying poor, defenseless little me. Luna's face went through 5 different emotions in 2 seconds: confusion, shock, guilt, mixed embarrassment, panic, and finally sheer nope. I have something else to do, sorry. And just like that, she bolted, her green ponytail fluttering behind her like a startled flower petal in the wind. I watched her go, then stood up, stretching my stiff limbs. Damn it, I was lying on the floor this whole time. At least put me on a couch or something. Muttering under my breath, I snatched the cup from the tray in Zephyr's hands. I downed it in one gulp. Gah, what the hell? Why is it so bitter? I coughed, nearly spitting it out. Are you trying to poison me now? Wasn't all that beating enough? However, Zephyr's eyes gleamed with an unfamiliar light, something dark, calculating. Oh no. That's a good idea, he muttered, stroking his chin as if genuinely considering the best way to poison me. I gulped, my survival instincts kicking in. Be brother Zephyr. I forced a laugh, sweat dripping down my temple. I was just kidding. It was good. Really, don't worry about it. Zephyr's eyes widened slightly at my words. Then to my horror, he nodded to himself, as if filing away this reaction for future reference. I just dug my own grave, didn't I? Before I could backtrack further, a familiar emerald-scaled serpent poofed into existence between us, his tail curled around a fresh cup of juice. Damn it, not him too. I barely held back the curse burning on my tongue. Virion floated there, tilting his head as he examined me from head to toe. Then, to my utter confusion, he nodded approvingly. Good, you really suit it. Suit what? To be your punching bag, I screamed internally. Outwardly, I took a deep breath and forced myself to speak calmly. Master Virion, what exactly was the lesson back there? Surely you didn't. ABU see me for nothing, right? In my head, I dreamed of learning something cool: portal opening, teleportation, maybe even some epic space ability or technique. Heck, even blink would have been fine. But no. Instead, I got exploding stars, laughing moons, and falling into the abyss repeatedly. But in most stories, I thought desperately. Those mentors with absurd training methods, though probably not this absurd, had some deeper meaning behind it. A secret technique, a hidden lesson, something. Surely even this psychotic snake had some purpose beyond tormenting me. Right, I clung to that hope like a lifeline while Virion's grin widened, his fangs glinting. So, Jai, you're really something else, wingman boy. He took a leisurely sip of juice. And yes, there's a deeper meaning behind it. I leaned forward, anticipation tightening my chest. Finally, the grand revelation: it's to have fun. Crack. A vein throbbed on my forehead. YYOU. Black lines of frustration crept across my face, but I forced myself to exhale, unclenching my fists. Calm down, you already figured out his nature. He's a mischievous, sadistic, juice-loving snake who gets kicks out of tormenting students. Don't take the bait. You are calm and cool guy. Yeah. Master, I said through gritted teeth, with all due respect, what exactly did I learn from nearly dying 100 times? Virion's tail flicked. Let's see. He tapped his chin. You learned how to dodge. That's it. You learned how to fall. That's not. You learned how to scream really loudly. I stared at him. He stared back. Then oh, your face. Virion cackled, rolling midair. Fine, truthfully. He suddenly sobered, his voice dropping to a whisper. You learned how to adapt. I blinked under extreme pressure. Your body and mind adjusted, he continued, his eyes glinting with something almost approving. Most people break when thrown into chaos. You adapted. That's the foundation of everything. A beat of silence. Then also it was really fun to watch. Crack. Another vein. Zephyr sighed loudly in the background as if this was his daily suffering. Virion ignored him, swirling his juice. So, ready for phase 5, my soul left my body. Almost. I still have some studying to do, so I'll take a break, I said quickly, already backing away. Virion's tail flicked. "Oh, I could just open a portal for you," I bowed hastily then bolted before either of them could react, half expecting a portal to swallow me up mid-step. No way am I getting kidnapped into another lesson today. Jai jai jai. Virion and Zephyr stood in silence as Amenyel hurried out of the library, his footsteps fading into the distance. The moment the doors swung shut behind him, Zephyr turned to Virion. How was he? Virion's mouth curled into a grin, sharp and pleased. He is excellent. His tail flicked lazily, worthy enough to receive this primordial one's teachings. Zephyr's eyes narrowed slightly. A question lingered in his gaze: was the boy truly that good? Virion didn't look away from the door, as if still watching Amenyel's retreating figure. When he spoke again, his voice carried that familiar, amused cadence, one that meant he was enjoying himself far too much. Although he is just a weak, ordinary human, he is quite capable, and his endurance, monstrous. His intelligence, high for his age. Heck, he might even be on par with your dear Luna. Zephyr's expression didn't change, but something in his posture shifted, subtle, but noticeable to someone like Virion. The serpent continued, tail swaying, and the best part, he doesn't give up. No matter how many times he fails, no matter how many times he falls, he tries again, he stands up once more. He always tries to learn from his mistakes, scrambles for every advantage, uses everything he has to its fullest even if his capabilities are limited. The boy's got potential. A pause. Then with a chuckle, "Ah, right, nearly broke your record on the Starfall playground." At the name, Zephyr's eyes widened slightly. A strange glint flickered through them, something between irritation and the shadow of an old, unpleasant memory. Even now, he hadn't forgotten those cute but deadly stars. Virion, thoroughly enjoying himself, went on. "Maybe that's why the little ones took such a liking to him. They chased him relentlessly for the last hour, you know." His grin widened. And you should have seen his reactions. Top notch, especially that given up on life face. He's like one of those comedic characters from mortal stories. Zephyr listened, brows furrowed. He hadn't expected such high praise. Virion was rarely this sincere about any let alone a human. But then again, he had seen the recording of Amenyel's fight against the kidnappers. The way the boy had wielded his abilete is desperate, creative, turning a hopeless situation into a narrow victory. After a long moment, Zephyr exhaled and gave his own evaluation a single, succinct word: resourceful survivalist. Virion burst out laughing. "Oh, is that approval I hear?" Zephyr ignored him, but as he walked off, Virion caught the faintest smile on his face. Left alone in the library, Virion's usual mischievous grin faded into something more contemplative. The air around him grew still, the playful glint in his serpentine eyes replaced by a sharper, more calculating light. "He's someone with a mark on his life, too," he murmured, tail flicking absently. The words hung heavy in the empty space. Then, with a quiet chuckle, he shook his head. "Well, I can always beat him until he's strong enough to take care of them on his own." His claws flexed slightly, as if already anticipating the next training session, the next round of entertainment. A portal swirled open before him, its edges shimmering with primordial's aura. But just as he moved to step through, a faint glint passed through his eye, something distant, almost doubtful. "I hope I didn't see it wrong that time." The words were barely a whisper, lost to the void as the portal swallowed him whole. The next morning, the academy gathered all students in the grand hall to announce the results of their investigation. As Zephyr had told me, everything was dismissed as unfortunate coincidences, a series of natural aura resonance disturbances that triggered mass hallucinations. There was no mention of an unknown resonator's interference or even the phantom prison. And of course, no word about the princess's kidnapping either. Honestly, I wasn't surprised at all. Announcing the kidnapping would only stir rumors and damage both the academy's and the royal family's reputation. The prince must have pulled strings to keep it quiet. Politics are really troublesome things. Meanwhile, students murmured in disbelief. "That's it, just coincidences. I saw those things. They weren't hallucinations." The air was thick with frustration and lingering fear. Even now, dark circles shadowed many ice-proof that the nightmares hadn't faded, or maybe they weren't able to sleep at all. The headmaster Orlan then stepped forward. "This incident, while distressing, will serve as valuable experience," he declared. "True strength lies not just in body or mind, but in will and spirit. Use this to grow. Fight against your nightmares, which has been holding you back, and achieve inner peace." A pause. Then, and don't worry, the academy will grant 2 additional days of rest. Classes will resume in 3 days' time. A ripple of mixed reactions spread through the crowd. Some students brightened at the unexpected vacation. Others, still shaken, only nodded numbly. I shook my head. "You're all too easily swayed by 2 days off." Still, I couldn't deny the advantage. More time meant more opportunisto trained to study, to prepare for the future. Though after yesterday's lesson with Virion, maybe studying was the safer option. I shook my head, pushing thoughts of cosmic torture aside. Let's not think about that, I have other things to do. As the crowd of students dispersed, I turned toward the academy gates. A quick trip to town to meet Cassandra sounded like a perfect way to clear my head, but just as I took a few steps, a familiar voice called out, "Amenyel." I turned to see Amelia striding toward me. Despite her composed demeanor, there was a faint tightness around her ice-lingering fatigue maybe. Amelia, I greeted with a polite nod. What's up? A small smile tugged at my lips. I just did what I could. The unspoken, unlike some people, hung in the air, but neither of us voiced it. So I continued, what did you call me for? Amelia's fingers twitched slightly, a rare show of unease. Do you know where Aaron is? I haven't seen him since that night. His door's locked too. My eyes narrowed just a fraction. That's odd. Aaron wasn't the type to vanish without a word, especially not after everything that had happened. But there's a chance that he might be experiencing something if he remembered his nightmare and what he did after being possessed. Though I hope he doesn't remember our fight. I haven't seen him either, I then admitted. Then, with a faint smile, I added, but if you want to know, there's someone else who might have a clue. Amelia blinked, then her brow furrowed as she pieced it together. Do you mean, Livia? I nodded. Because Livia was the only person who was truly good friends with Aaron, and she herself told us about having secret places to visit in the academy. I watched her go, a quiet sigh escaping me. They can handle it on their own, right? It wasn't my business, not really, and yet. A familiar, unwelcome itch of curiosity prickled at the back of my mind. Damn it, it is probably because of all that beating, yeah. Princess Sarah sat curled up on the plush bed of the guest dormitory, her silver blonde braids mussed from restless tossing. In her small hands, she clutched the one treasure she'd never let anyone see, a handkerchief embroidered with silver lilies, its edges frayed from years of secret clutching. Mother, her whisper cracked like thin ice, her rose-gold eyes swollen from crying. She remembered why she'd been given this handkerchief. She'd been 6 years old, sobbing in the palace gardens because the other noble children and siblings had mocked her for tripping during an important ceremony. Silly girl, they'd sneered. Princesses don't stumble. But her mother had found her, kneeling in the dirt without care for her silk skirts. She'd wiped Sarah's tears with her thumbs, warm and gentle. Listen well, my little star, Mother had said, pressing the handkerchief into her hands. Real princesses aren't perfectly or brave, and brave hearts cry sometimes too. When you need me, hold this tight and remember. Sarah squeezed the fabric now, just like she had then. It didn't smell like lilies anymore, but if she closed her eyes, she could almost feel her mother's arms around her. The nightmare had brought it all back, Mother's fever-bright eyes in her sickbed, the way her voice had grown weaker each day until... No, she jammed her fists against her eyelids. She wouldn't think about that part. Instead, her mind skittered to the other awful Memoride kidnapping, waking to shouts, seeing masked figures, the glint of a dagger flying straight at her the moment she woke up. Then, clang through the fluttering black fabric wrapped around her, she'd seen him. That boy, the new shop's manager. He'd fought like the knights in Mother's stories, ones who battled monsters to save princesses even when bleeding and outnumbered. Moonlight had turned his messy hair silver as he moved, dodging, striking, getting knocked down and getting back up. When the masked man had stabbed him, she'd nearly screamed. When he'd finally won, she fainted once again, perhaps from too much shock and emotions. And then... She had woken again, this time to hushed voices. Through her lashes, she saw him, the boy who had fought like a storybook knight, standing beside another boy with silver hair and piercing eyes that made her want to hide under the blankets. Don't notice me. Please don't notice me. Thankfully, he didn't notice her being awake and left. But the scary guy did. He found out at one glance. So she made him promise not to tell her savior about it. You won't tell him, will you? The memory of her own whisper made her toes curl now. She'd sounded so small, but he'd agreed. Or at least he hadn't disagreed, which with him was practically a vow. And then yesterday... Sarah flopped onto her back, the handkerchief pressed to her burning face. She'd meant to be dignified, to stride up and deliver a proper royal thank you, crisp and flawless. Instead, she'd frozen like a startled rabbit when she saw him in the library slouched over some massive book, his hair messy from running fingers through it, his gray eyes so focused they seemed to glow. She'd stood there like an idiot, watching him turn pages, until, to what do I owe the pleasure, Your Highness? His voice had startled her so badly she'd nearly yelped, and then... That was it, that was all she'd managed before fleeing like the castle hounds were after her. Pathetic. A good princess doesn't act like that. Her mother said that. He probably thinks I'm a bad princess. The sharp knock at the door startled Sarah upright. Who is it? She called, hastily wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Princess, came the muffled voice of her guard. His Highness requests your presence immediately. Why yes, I'll be ready shortly. As the guard's footsteps retreated, Sarah let out a shaky breath. She splashed cold water on her face, scrubbing away any trace of tears. Why is Big Brother summoning me now? He'd said they wouldn't leave until tomorrow had something happened. With Lanny leading the way, she walked through the guest dormitory's halls, her slippers whispering against the marble floors. When they reached the designated meeting room, Sarah barely waited for the door to open fully before stepping inside. And froze, she saw a familiar figure standing there instead of her brother, her eyes crinkling with amusement. Cassie. All thoughts of nightmares and awkward encounters vanished as Sarah launched herself forward, crashing into Cassandra's waiting arms. The big sister Cassie laughed, her embrace firm and comforting, just like her dear mother's. "Hello, Your Highness," Cassandra murmured, smoothing Sarah's mussed braids. "Did you miss me?" Sarah nodded frantically, her braids bouncing. "Yes, I really missed you." "Why didn't you come to the ball? I was really scared and alone." Cassandra's lips curved into her usual sheepish smile, with one that always made Sarah forgive her instantly. "Sorry, Princess. You know how I've been buried in that new project. I couldn't get away." The princess buried her face in Cassandra's chest again. She felt Cassandra's fingers gently comb through her hair, the rhythmic motion soothing her frayed nerves. Over Cassandra's shoulder, Sarah caught Lanny watching them with soft eyes. The night gave Cassandra a barely perceptible nod, some silent understanding passing between them. Princess, Cassandra murmured, pulling back just enough to meet Sarah's rose-gold eyes. "Do you want to leave with me?" "I'll leave. With you?" "Yes, that's right." Sarah's breath caught. "Why, you aren't lying, right?" Cassandra's smile deepened, warm and sure. "Of course not. This time I'll keep my promise. If you want, we can go right away." "Yes, yes," Sarah's excitement faltered. "But, what about Big Brother?" "Already handled," Cassandra said, smoothing Sarah's rumpled sleeve. "I spoke with him earlier. He agreed you'd be safer with me for now." Lanny stepped forward, her armor clinking softly. "It's true, Your Highness. His Majesty approved the arrangement." Sarah's heart fluttered like a caged bird suddenly set free. Then let's go." Cassandra chuckled. "Then gather your things. We'll leave immediately." With one last squeeze, Sarah darted from the room, her footsteps light for the first time in days. Lanny followed after, right as she should. The moment the door clicked shut, Cassandra's smile faded. Alone now, she exhaled slowly, running a hand through her hair. A strange glint flickered in her eyes, something between gratitude and grim resignation. "I owe him once again," she whispered to the empty room. "We both do." I leaned against a tree just outside the guest dormitory, arms crossed, watching as three figures emerged: Princess Sarah, her knight Lanny, and Cassandra, whom I'd brought here not long ago for this very purpose. Good, everything went smoothly. A quiet satisfaction settled in my chest. The plan had been a bit risky, but necessary. Earlier, I'd overheard that the prince had been summoned by the academy staff some urgent matter about his departure tomorrow. I realized he was being restless and thought about what to do, and finally found a way. Cassandra herself was the final piece. I'd rushed to town as soon as I heard the princess and prince were leaving the next day. The original plan had been scrapped, had no time for subtlety now. I explained everything happened while mixing a few lies, hiding my involvement and saying I found out this by my friend, and convinced her princess's life was in danger. Then I offered her to take the princess with herself, that way she would be much safer. I also intentionally gave a hint about Prince not being good as he seems on the surface. Cassandra had listened, her eyes analyzing the info before nodding. "Leave the rest to me." She must have been suspicious of the prince even before that. It looked like she trusted my words completely too. Now, as I watched the three of them step out of the dormitory, Princess Sarah happy, Lanny relieved to her master's smile, Cassandra playing her role flawlessly, I let out a slow breath. No hiccups. No last-minute surprises. Good work, me. I pushed off the tree, satisfied, but then a prickling sensation crawled up my spine. Someone was watching me. I kept walking, forcing my steps to remain casual even as my mind raced. Why doesn't my background character Aura work on her? Is it because she has a system too? Shaking my head, I shoved the thought aside and made my way to the library. Yeah, I'd mustered my courage. Even if Virion decided to turn me into a cosmic punching bag again, even if those grinning stars chased me through another nightmare dimension, I wouldn't back down. Strength came at a price, and I was willing to pay it. Probably I hesitated at the library doors, hand hovering. Just go in. What's the worst that could happen? The answer, of course, was a lot. Sighing, I stepped inside. Luna sat at her usual spot behind the reception desk, so engrossed in her book she didn't even glance up. Her green ponytail draped over one shoulder like a vine, and the soft glow of the library's lanterns made her look almost ethereal. Better not disturb her. I slipped past, diving into the maze of shelves. My eyes scanned the shadows, the rafters, the spaces between worlds where a certain serpent might lurk, looking for someone. A voice dripped into my ear like honey laced with poison. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Virion hung upside down from the ceiling, his emerald scales glinting, a book balanced precariously on his tail. His grin was all teeth. "Wingman boy, ready for Phase 5? We are still on that." I gulped inwardly and eventually nodded. "Yes, I'm ready. I really want to get stronger." Virion's slit eyes gleamed with approval. Good, you really suit to be my student." His tail flicked, sending the book spinning back onto a nearby shelf with unnatural precision. "Well then, let's go." Before I could brace myself, the air in front of us ripped open, a jagged tear in reality, swirling with emerald light. Virion's grin widened as the portal yawned, and then whoosh, we were swallowed whole. I squeezed my eyes shut, half expecting the gut-wrenching plunge into cosmic void, the mocking laughter of stars, the sensation of my atoms being juggled like playthings. But none of that came. Instead, my boots thudded against solid ground. I blinked. We stood in a vast, ordinary-looking training halif, ordinary, meant a space the size of a stadium, lined with weapons racks, straw dummies, obstacle courses, and strange, pulsating crystals embedded in the walls, not to mention those majestic winged snake images on the ceiling. Virion chuckled at my stunned expression, his laughter echoing off the walls. What, don't like it? Or do you want to play with the stars again? I shook my head so fast my neck cracked. And no, I think yesterday was enough. And my eyes darted across the training equipment. This is definitely the best place to train. Jai Virion's grin widened, scales shimmering with mischief. Don't worry, today you won't be getting beaten. A pause, at least not as much as yesterday, so I'm gonna suffer again. Great. Virion coiled around a training post, his emerald scales glinting in the crystalline light. Yesterday was just a test, he said, tail flicking idly. I evaluated your capabilities, your limits, everything I needed to know, including your body, your mind, and your spirit. His slit pupils narrowed. You're decent at the latter too, but weak at the first. And your foundation, he made a dismissive noise, almost close to zero. I still wonder how you took out those thieves and survived my Starfall playground so long. I nodded, rubbing my still aching ribs from yesterday's evaluation. That's fair, though I'd say I'm pretty weak at the other two as well. Modesty doesn't become you, boy, Virion chuckled. So today we'll review your foundation, what you know and don't know. I raised a hesitant hand like a student in class. We should probably start from the beginning. As you've guessed, I have no foundation in combat. It's just my imagination and decision-making skills that are good, that's all. Virion's head tilted at an unnatural angle. Oh, didn't you train or learn to fight before? I shook my head, no. Although I've fought a few times and know a lot of theoretical knowledge about fighting and other stuff, it's all book smarts. I flexed my hands, remembering my recent routine. But I have recently started training my body every morning and night. A slow, terrifying grin spread across Virion's serpentine face. Jai, is that so? Well then, his tail snapped, and suddenly the training hall shifted, walls sliding, equipment rearranging itself. Let's see what your theoretical knowledge is worth. The space transformed into a simple sparring circle. First, he said, one hand extending toward me. Show me your stance. I swallowed hard and positioned my feet shoulder-width apart, raising my fists like in those martial arts stories. Was it like this? Virion's sigh could have wilted flowers. Oh dear, this is worse than I thought. With a flick of his tail, a wooden training sword flew into my hands. Let's try something simpler. Show me a basic sword stance. As I adjusted my grip, Virion suddenly appeared behind me, his cold scales brushing against my neck. Tell me, clever boy, he whispered, how does one hold a sword properly? My mind raced through every book every diagram I'd studied. Thumb along the blade for control, not wrapped around the hilt. Elbow slightly bent, not locked. Weight distributed, good. Virion clapped all four hands, making me jump. At least your theory isn't completely worthless. Now, he produced an identical training sword. Show me how to handle a spear. What about the sword? Just do as I say. I will explain to you later. Virion replied, oh, okay. I nodded and adjusted the now transformed spear in my hands. Like this. You are more pathetic than I thought. I felt an arrow pierce through my heart. Now an axe, it should be like this. Right. Are you going to axe your enemy or your own wrists? Another arrow. Now let's see the bow. Bow should be easy, right? Everyone can handle it. Here is it. Sigh, I suddenly regret agreeing to you. Black lines appeared on my forehead as I barely contained my anger. It should be my line. I suddenly regret asking you to teach me. But then a more painful thought surfaced. Am I really that hopeless? One by one, Virion made me wield nearly every weapon imaginable. Swords, axes, spears, daggers, maces, chainblades, even a ridiculously oversized scythe that nearly took my head off when I tried to swing it. Each attempt ended the same way, with Virion's merciless critiques carving deeper into my confidence than any blade could. Your footwork is atrocious. Do you intend to tickle your enemies to death? I've seen corpses with better coordination. You are going to hung yourself if you use it that way. By the time we finished, my hands trembled, my muscles burned, and my gaze had gone disturbingly empty. My confidence had long plummeted to zero and gone all the way to 1,000. I stared at my palms, the echoes of failure ringing louder than Virion's taunts. Is it because I'm a background character? Is that why I have no talent for any weapon? The thought slithered through my mind, poisonous and suffocating. But beneath the crushing weight of inadequacy, a tiny spark remained, stubborn, foolish hope. I can make up for it, hard work, strategy. I don't need to be a prodigy if I'm clever enough. Did I see it wrong? Virion's muttering cut through my spiraling thoughts. His serpentine form coiled tightly around a training post, emerald scales flickering in agitation. No, that's not possible. What is he talking about? Could it be I have some hidden talent? When he noticed I'd regained focus, his demeanor shifted abruptly. He shook his head in disappointment, clearing away my delusions. Though after a few moments, the mocking glint in his eyes faded, replaced by an unsettling gravity. Listen carefully, he said, his voice clearer and more measured than I'd ever heard it. I didn't put you through that humiliation just for my amusement. Are you really sure about it? A flick of his tail, and the scattered weapons vanished at all but one. A simple, unadorned dagger remained, floating between us. I asked you to wield everything because compatibility matters more than talent. Slit pupils pinned me in place. Pick the wrong weapon, and you'll spend a lifetime climbing a mountain only to realize you were on the wrong peak entirely. The dagger spun lazily in midair. There was once a warrior, Virion continued, who had a gift for hammers. Natural, effortless mastery. But he chose swords instead because hammers lacked elegance. A derisive snort. He died pathetically, slain by a true hammer wielderone who'd embraced their natural weapon without shame. The dagger drifted toward me. Virion's voice sharpened. Weapons aren't for posturing. They aren't for dreams of being cool or flashy. His tail lashed, cracking like a whip. Virion's voice dropped lower, each word deliberate. One uses a weapon because it is the bridge between intent and reality. His tail flicked, and suddenly the training hall shifted, walls dissolving into a swirling void where fragmented scenes flickered like echoes of lives lived. A hunter's arrow piercing a wolf's jaws mid-leap survival. A knight's shield deflecting a blade aimed at a child protection. A rebel's dagger slipping between corrupt nobles' ribskilling. A chef's cleaver mincing herbs creation. A blacksmith's hammer shaping molten steel transformation, etc. The visions vanished as abruptly as they'd appeared, leaving only the dagger between us. Virion's gaze bore into me. A weapon is a tool, nothing more, nothing less. But the moment you pick one up, it becomes an extension of your will. Your reason, survival, protection, vengeance, even something as mundane as cooking determine its weight. He tilted his head. So tell me, boy, what is your intent? I stared at the dagger. My palms still ached from earlier failures, but the question cut deeper than any mockery had. Did I want strength to survive this world's dangers, to protect those I cared about if I had some, or was it something else? I need to carve my own place in a story world that had written me as a background character. Before I could answer, Virion's tail snapped. The dagger flipped, hilt first, into my grip. Good, you hesitated. He bared his fangs in approval. The wrong answer would have been certainty. Only fools think they know their own hearts at first glance. Or, never mind. The training hall reassembled itself around us, the weapons racks now glowing faintly. We'll start with daggers, Virion declared. Not because you showed talent with them, you didn't, but because your eyes sharpened when you held one. That's enough for now. I stared at the dagger in my hand, my breath slowing. The weight of it felt right, not because I was suddenly skilled, but because something in my mind had clicked into place, a clarity I hadn't realized I was missing. I see. The thought was quiet, but it carried the weight of revelation. A weapon wasn't just about strength or talent, it was about purpose. Then. Crack! The floor beneath me shuddered, stone tiles grinding as they rearranged themselves into a circular battlefield. A bad premonition prickled at my neck. Slowly, I looked up. Virion's grin had twisted from mentor-like to downright sadistic. Master Virion, you're turning from a mentor to a tormentor real quick. Virion's chuckle slithered through the air, now dripping with sadistic glee. Now, let's see that epiphany in actual combat, shall we? His scales darkened to a venomous jade. It's time to meet your new friends. A chorus of eerie laughter erupted behind me. Cuckoo. Haha, keek, each voice more unsettling than the last. Goosebumps raced down my spine. Hee hee, is this our new toy? Shush, you'll scare him. Haha, don't worry, he's gonna realize it soon anyway. Third brother is right. I whirled around and froze. 4 turtlemen stood before me, each grinning like they'd already planned my funeral. Their shells were polished to a shine, their beady eyes glinting with mischief. Each one held a different weapon, a katana, a bow staff, nunchaku, and a pair of sai. Why am I having deja vu? I muttered inwardly. Virion cackled, slithering through the air like a pleased predator. These are the 4 turtle brothers. I found them half dead in a sewer, saved them, taught Themen. Turns out they excel in different weapons. Now they'll be co-teaching you, I gaped. This sounds so familiar too. Wait, damn, aren't you afraid of copyright? And couldn't you think of a better backstory? At least change a few lines. Jai, let's start the fight, boys. Virion's tail flicked dismissively. Teach your new to friend well. The largest turtle, wielding the katana-type sword, stepped forward. Enough talk, let's play. The battlefield trembled. The 4 turtle brothers lunged. And I realized with dawning horror that Virion had just thrown me into a bootleg Ninja Turtles deathmatch. I barely had time to tighten my grip on the dagger before the first turtle struck. Leon the Tyrant, roared the katana wielder, his blade flashing downward like a silver waterfall. The strike carried enough force to split boulder sand. My arms nearly buckled as I barely deflected it. The impact sent me skidding backward, boots screeching against stone. Damn, he's fast. Before I could steady myself, a wooden staff cracked against my ribs. Dono the Peacekeeper announced the second turtle, twirling his bow staff with infuriating ease. Pain exploded through my side, and I wheezed, stumbling. Thwack thwack, twin nunchaku lashed out like striking vipers, smashing the backs of my hands. My palms screamed, bones vibrating as if shattered. Guh, the dagger clattered to the ground. Mike the Jestblade, chirped the third turtle, his voice echoing in my skull like a bad hangover. Gasping, I looked up just in time to see a green foot fill my vision. WHUMPH. The kick lifted me off my feet before slamming me onto my back. Before I could even groan, a sigh plunged into the stone beside my face, its tip quivering. A fourth face loomed over me, grinning like a lunatic. Ralph the Reaper, he said, tipping an imaginary hat. Pleasure to meet you, brother. I blankly looked at him, having no strength to reply. Then from the sidelines, Virion's delighted cackling. Jai, wonderful teamwork, boys. Now do it again, but slower this time. Let our poor friend learn this time, Leon sighed. Master Virion, if we go slower, he might actually survive. Mike cracked his knuckles. Yeah, where's the fun in that? I lay there, staring at the ceiling, my entire body one giant bruise. I've made a terrible mistake. I really did make a mistake, because the lesson lasted for 6 hours this time. 6 damn hours. Well, 5.5 if you counted the merciful 30-minute break where I lay face down on the floor, whimpering into a bowl of suspiciously glowing broth Virion called recovery soup. It tasted like bitter milk and boiled tree bark. The Turtle Brothers were thorough teachers. Every time I thought I'd learned something, how to brace against Leon's strikes, how to sidestep Dono's staff, how to not drop my dagger when Mike's nunchaku came flying, they'd switch tactics, adjust speed, or just flat-out cheat. Your stance is still garbage, Leon remarked, casually parrying my desperate slash before kneeing me in the gut. Elbow in, idiot, Dono sighed, whacking my arm with his staff to correct my form. Wow, you block like my blind grandma. Mike cheered, his nunchaku somehow hitting me behind my guard. And Ralph just laughed and hit harder. But slowly, painfully slowly, I improved, not in leaps, not in bounds, but in millimeters, a fraction better at absorbing impacts, a half-second faster at raising my dagger, a slightly less terrible understanding of how not to die, and then it happened. Leon lunged. I twisted. Dono's staff whiffed past my ear. Mike's nunchaku clacked against my dagger instead of my face, for one glorious, shining moment. I had them, I grinned, and that's when Ralph dropkicked me from behind. Reaper's special delivery, I ate floor. Again. Now 5 minutes later, I lay sprawled on the battlefield, staring at the ceiling with the blank serenity of a man who'd accepted his fate. Why did I think this was a good idea? Virion's face swam into view, upside down and grinning. Jai, you lasted 3 seconds that time. Good work. I made a noise that was half groan, half sob. The turtles gathered around me, nodding approvingly. Not completely hopeless, Leon admitted. You still suck, though, Mike added cheerfully. Cut it, are you all? He needs a rest. Dono chimed in. Ralph poked me with his sigh. Same time tomorrow, brother. I closed my eyes. I need a new life. And I lost consciousness. The 4 turtle brothers gathered around Amenyel's unconscious form, poking at his bruised face with varying degrees of curiosity. Is he out? Mike asked, flicking Ammon's forehead. No response. Yeah, look, he's not reacting at all. Ralph grinned, poking harder with the tip of his sigh. Cut it out, Dono sighed, smacking Ralph's hand away with his staff. Wasn't all that enough? Ah, sorry, Ralph chuckled, rubbing his head. Couldn't help it. A small shadow dropped from above Virion, now in his small form, landing neatly on Ammon's chest. His emerald aura pulsed, tendrils of green energy seeping into the boy's battered body, stitching together the worst of the damage. The brothers fell silent, watching as the bruises faded slightly, Ammon's breathing steadying. Well, Virion finally asked, tilting his head. How was it? It was fun. Ralph cheered, only to yelp as Dono's staff bonked him on the head. Ouch, what was that for? He's asking about the boy, idiot, Dono corrected with a disappointed sigh. The turtles exchanged glances before launching into their assessments. Pathetic, Leon declared bluntly. His footwork is trash, his grip is amateurish, and his reflexes, laughable. He crossed his arms. Is that all? Virion squinted its pupils. Okay, he didn't at least cry. I'll give him that. Leon added after a pause. Hear me out now. He's helly funny kid, he blocks like a drunkard stumbling into walls, Mike added, twirling his nunchaku. But hey, at least he tries to adapt and learn. That's more than most meatheads we've encountered before. His pain tolerance is decent, Dono picked on, and he listens to our words well when he's not too busy getting kicked in the face. Me. Ralph raised his hand like an eager child. Virion turned its gaze to him. He's really fun to play with. Yeah, he's like. Ralph pondered as if searching for the right word, like a squeaky toy that doesn't break immediately. Virion's tail flicked, amused. Jai so teachable. Leon snorted. Barely. But yes, Dono conceded. If he survives the week, Mike added cheerfully. As long as he plays with us, Ralph put an end line. Virion's grin widened as he coiled tighter atop Ammon's chest. Good, then we'll continue tomorrow. Ammon, still unconscious, let out a faint, despairing whimper. The turtles nodded in unison. Somewhere in the depths of his exhaustion-addled mind, Ammon swore he could hear the universe laughing at him. I was flying, not metaphorically, literally soaring through the cosmos, planets whizzing past like colorful marbles, stars blinking at me as I flipped midair with the grace of a space-faring acrobat. I had freedom. I could do anything I wanted, swim in the cosmic ocean, sleep while hugging clouds, and much more. Then, thwack, a cartoonish green star with a bow staff smacked me upside the head. Stop dreaming, idiot. Wake up, WHAP. Another star, twirling nunchaku, struck my ribs. Why are you so afraid? Don't be wishy-washy. I turned instantly to lock eyes with a katana-wielding star, its glare sharp enough to split atoms. Beside it, a sai-wielding star cackled, rubbing its knuckles ominously. Cuckoo cuckoo, the bow staff reared back. Smack wake up, my vision exploded into white. WAH, I bolted upright, sheets tangling around my legs, forehead slick with sweat. My heart hammered like a drumline gone rogue. Huff huff. Just another nightmare. Yeah, this was the second time tonight. I rubbed my temples, the dull throb of exhaustion pressing against my skull. The memories of yesterday came flooding back. Virions, training, the turtle brothers beating me into the ground, and that awful recovery soup that tasted like punishment incarnate. After passing out, I'd woken up in my own room, sore but somehow intact. I'd spent the rest of the evening studying, forcing my exhausted brain to focus on anything other than the phantom pain in my ribs. Small breaks, more studying, then collapsing into bedonly to jerk awake 2 hours later from the first nightmare, featuring a katana-wielding comet chasing me through a black hole. I'd given up on sleep after that, burying myself in books until my eyes burned. Around 3 a.m., I must have dozed off at my desk because... Oh, I wasn't in bed. I was slumped over my study table, cheek pressed against an open textbook, drool pooling near a map of the town. Damn, I need a life. Standing up, I stretched my arms with a groan, muscles protesting like an angry mob. My temples pulsed in time with my heartbeat, so I massaged them, willing the headache to fade. I need a bath. Now, grabbing a towel and fresh clothes, I trudged into the bathroom. The hot water helped, washing away the sweat and lingering exhaustion. By the time I stepped out, towel draped over my shoulders, hair still damp, I almost felt human again. Almost. Then. Knock, 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 I froze. Who the hell is knocking at this hour? I glanced at the clock, my lips twitching. 7:45 a.m. Oh, it's not that early. Still, who'd visit me at this time? Knock, knock, I sighed, adjusting the towel around my neck and yanked the door open. Who is? My voice died. Standing in the hallway were three very familiar figures. Princess Sarah, Cassandra, and Lanny, the ever-stoic knight. All three stared at me. I stared back. Silence. Then, good morning, boss, and boss's bodyguard. The words tumbled out before I could stop them. Princess Sarah blinked. Cassandra's lips twitched. Lanny's expression didn't change, but I swore her eye twitched. Well, this is awkward. I blinked. Something was off. A faint blush had crept onto Princess Sarah's cheeks, her ears turning pink. Cassandra's gaze had dipped slightly lower than my face before snapping back up, her own ears reddening. Even Lanita stoic, unshakable Lanita had the barest hint of color dusting her nose. A question mark practically materialized above my head. Is there something with me? Before I could check, Lanny moved like lightning gone hand covering the princess's eyes while the other pointed accusingly at me. Pervert, she hissed. Another question mark joined the first. What did I do? But the next second, a dangerous suspicion began swirling in my mind. Gulp. I hope I'm wrong. Cassandra cleared her throat delicately. We must have come at the wrong time. Sorry, manager, but can you? She gestured vaguely at me. Finally, I looked down at myself. Pants, thank goodness, were present and accounted for, but my torso was completely bare, water droplets trailing down my skin, sliding over the newly defined muscles that Virion's brutal training had carved into me. My abs, previously non-existent, now had the audacity to look almost impressive. I forgot to wear a shirt, a beat of silence, then... Click, I quietly closed the door. Time skip. After the incident best forgotten, the four of us sat around my modest dining table, the lingering awkwardness from earlier slowly dissipating with each sip of tea. Princess Sarah still seemed slightly dazed, her fingers tracing the rim of her cup absent-mindedly, while Lanny maintained her usual stoic composure. Cassandra, ever the professional, had already shaken off any embarrassment and now sat with perfect posture, her business face firmly in place. So I began, setting my cup down carefully. Not that I'm not pleased to have such distinguished guests, but what brings you here so early? Cassandra's lips curved into that particular smile she wore when about to rope someone into one of her schemes. She folded her hands neatly on the table. As you know, she started, her voice smooth and measured. Our shop's grand opening was originally scheduled for this weekend. However, after some discussion, here she glanced meaningfully at Princess Sarah, we decided to push it to today to late afternoon instead. I nodded slowly. That made sense. But I get the feeling it might be related to Princess's problem. But this presents us with an opportunity, Cassandra continued, her eyes glinting with that sharp, calculating look I'd come to associate with her best and dangerous ideas. We haven't done any proper advertising in the town yet, and then an idea struck me: why not advertise in the academy? Because with no classes at the academy today, I could see where this was going. The entire student body is essentially free with nothing to do. I finished for her, already feeling the trap closing around me. Exactly. Cassandra's smile widened. And we're better to find our first wave of customers than among hundreds of bored, wealthy students looking for somewhere to spend their allowances. She launched into her plan with the precision of a general outlining a campaign. Discounts for group orders, free study space with purchase, limited time offers to create urgency. Each tactic was carefully designed to exploit every psychological weakness in the average student's wallet. I found myself nodding along despite myself. Say what you will about Cassandra, but the woman knew her marketing. She's going to become the business queen after all. And this is where you come in, she said, turning that dangerous smile fully on me. I stiffened. Here it was. As both a student at the academy and the shop's manager, she continued smoothly, "You're uniquely positioned to spread the word. Who better to vouch for our establishment than someone they already know and trust?" I opened my mouth to protest, but Cassandra pressed on. "Think about it. A few well-placed comments in the right ears, maybe a demonstration of our products. Nothing too strenuous, of course." Her tone suggested that nothing too strenuous would likely involve me single-handedly converting the entire student body into loyal customers. Across the table, Princess Sarah finally seemed to snap out of her daze. It really would help," she added softly, her cheeks still faintly pink. "If you're willing, that is." I looked between the three of them, Cassandra with her shark-like grin, the princess with her tsundere plea, and Lanit, who simply raised an eyebrow as if to say, "You brought this on yourself." Founder boss, sponsor boss, and boss's bodyguard indeed. With a sigh that came from the depths of my soul, I reached for the teapot. "I suppose I don't have much choice, do I?" Cassandra's triumphant smile told me all I needed to know. I stood in the Academy's central plaza, dressed in the shop's exclusive manager's uniform, a sleek black tuxedo with a necktie that felt like a noose. A stack of flyers sat neatly in my hand, their edges crisp and untouched. Cassandra had called this model drip marketing. "Just stand there," she'd said, with your usual indifferent, cold gaze. "Let the outfit do the work." I glanced toward the trio, Cassandra, Princess Sarah, and Lanita, huddled behind a statue a fair distance away. They were barely hidden, peeking out like amateur spies, giving me enthusiastic thumbs-ups and what they probably thought were motivating gazes. "Why are you hiding behind a statue? Everyone can see you." I suppressed a sigh. This was ridiculous. I knew exactly what Cassandra was doing, using me as bait to lure in customers, specifically female ones, and while I wasn't against honest marketing, this felt cheap. 10 minutes passed. Nothing. A few girls walked by, whispering behind their hands as they pointed at me. The boys barely spared me a glance before moving on. I'm really not cut out for this job. My background character aura was too strong. Even in a tuxedo, I was practically invisible, and this damn tea, it was choking me. Frowning slightly, I reached up with my right hand and loosened it, tugging at the collar for relief. A beat of silence. Then, "Excuse me," I turned. A group of girls had materialized out of nowhere, their eyes bright with interest. One of them, a brunette with a ribbon in her hair, stepped forward. "Are you free right now?" she asked, her voice a little too eager. I blinked. What? But then I remembered mission. "Stay indifferent. Play the part." "I'm working," I said flatly, gesturing to the flyers. "Our new shop opening today. We are offering discounts, gifts, and bonuses. The shop is a new business of Lady Cassandra, the future business queen." Well, the last part was an improvisation. The girls exchanged glances before the brunette pressed on. "So if we go to the shop, will we see you there?" I hesitated. "If you're lucky," I muttered, "because I'll only be there on weekends." The girls squealed before snatching up flyers and scurrying off, already chattering excitedly. From behind the statue, Cassandra's grin was triumphant. Princess Sarah looked equal parts impressed and flustered. Lanit just shook her head as if she'd expected nothing less. I stared at the spot where the girls had been, then down at my loosened tie. What just happened? Can a loosened tie do something like this? Or is this tie an artifact? Shaking my head at the bizarre tie phenomenon, I moved on to the next phase of Cassandra's brilliant marketing plan, the free sample demonstration. I set down the stack of flyers and opened the elegant lunchbox, revealing perfectly portioned desserts alongside a chilled can of juice. Just as I took my first sip, a voice piped up behind me. "Brother, are you not gonna eat it?" A question mark practically materialized above my head. I turned to see a familiar, chubby-faced boy from the ball, the one who'd shocked everyone by transforming from a glutton into a poetic genius mid-feast. "Oh, it's the unstoppable eater." My lips twitched. "This is for display," I said flatly. The boy's eyes locked onto the desserts like a hawk spotting prey. "So you're not eating it?" I sighed, plucking out a miniature fruit tart. "This is a sample from our shop. You can try it if you want." The boy's hands shot forward, then paused. "Your hands are clean?" I asked, squinting my eyes. "Yes, I always keep them clean." "Of course." "Here," I offered the tart. He blinked. "For free?" "Yes, good, good. This is really from Lady Cassandra's business." He smacked his lips. "The taste is as excellent as always. I'll take one then." I nodded and handed him a flyer but didn't let go when he tried to take it. The chubby boy stared at me in confusion, our hands locked in a tug of war over glossy paper. "Brother," I maintained eye contact. One condition, tell your friends I released the flyer, especially the ones who appreciate good food. A slow grin spread across his face. Oh, clever. He pocketed the flyer with a wink. Don't worry, I know exactly who to tell. As he waddled off with newfound purpose, I exhaled. Phase 2 complete. Behind the statue, Cassandra was practically vibrating with excitement. Princess Sarah looked torn between amusement and concern. Lanit just facepalmed. I popped a tart into my mouth. Maybe this marketing thing isn't so bad after all. Just as I finished my late breakfast, well, more like a marketing prop at this point, an author voice piped up behind me. Mister. Good, at least they let me finish. I'd sensed them approaching with echo of life, so I wasn't surprised. Still, I turned with what I hoped was a convincingly questioning look. Another group of juniors stood there, led by the ribbon-haired girl from earlier. She fidgeted slightly before blurting out, can you do that again? What? I replied, feigning ignorance. The juniors didn't buy it. In unison, they demanded the necktie thing. My lips twitched. Is the necktie more appealing than I am? A quick glance toward Cassandra confirmed my suspicions. She was practically vibrating behind the statue, nodding furiously and mouthing, do it. Princess Sarah looked torn between second-hand embarrassment and fascination. She was blushing even harder than these fangirls, you know. Lanit had given up entirely, her face buried in her palms. With a long-suffering sigh, I straightened my tie properly first. If I'm doing this, I'm doing it right then, fixed the juniors with my iciest stare. This is the last time, I said coldly. I'm not an actor. Then, with deliberate slowness, I adjusted my tie properly, straightening the knot and smoothing the fabric with precise movements. The juniors gasped in unison. So cool, one whispered. That professional touch, another sighed. Flyers were snatched from my hands with surprising enthusiasm as they scattered, already chattering excitedly about the shop's opening. One particularly eager girl stumbled in her haste, only to be steadied by her friends, her face flushed with excitement. I stared after them, deadpan. What in the world just happened? Behind the statue, Cassandra was scribbling notes like a mad scientist. Princess Sarah's cheeks had gone pink again. Lanit muttered something that sounded suspiciously like disgraceful under her breath. I adjusted my tie back into place with a scowl. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But as I glanced down at the now empty flyer stack, a grim realization settled in. But it's working. Damn it, a few minutes later, the chubby boy returned, this time with an entire entourage of hungry-looking friends in tow. Brother, I'm back, he announced proudly, extending his hand like a merchant collecting payment. My lips twitched. One can only eat one sample. I began sternly, then sighed. But since you actually brought customers, I'll give you another one. This is the last time. His group descended upon the samples like a pack of starved wolves, demolishing the remaining tarts with frightening efficiency. They even had the audacity to pull out their own drinks from somewhere, washing down Cassandra's delicate pastries with Academy-brand juice boxes. As they left with satisfied smiles and full stomachs, I stared at the empty sample box. At least they're honest about being here for the food. Then, can you do that again? I didn't even turn around. No, why not? Because I said coldly, finally pivoting to face Cassandra, who had abandoned her hiding spot and was now making a teasing smile. You've already seen it twice, boss. Princess Sarah peeked out from behind Lanit, her expression a mix of curiosity and embarrassment. Lanit's sharp gaze flicked between me and the growing crowd, her stance protective but not aggressive. Cassandra clasped her hands together. But it's working. Look at all these flyers we've distributed. I glanced at the empty stack. Then at the growing crowd of giggling students lurking nearby. Then at my stupid, traitorous necktie. I crossed my arms. I'm gonna resign then. Resignation denied, Cassandra sang, producing another stack of flyers from nowhere. We have a grand opening to prepare for. Princess Sarah finally spoke up, her voice oddly determined, and you have to be there, as the manager. Lanit's sword made an ominous shing noise as she adjusted it. I looked between the three of them, Cassandra's scheming grin, the princess's flushed but stubborn expression, Lanit's murderous orand realized with dawning horror. I've been outmaneuvered, fine, but I'm not gonna give up that easily. If they wanted a proper promotion, they'd get one me way. I turned to the students and raised my voice, clear and professional. Attention. Our shop's grand opening today will be hosted by Lady Cassandra, the brilliant business mind behind this venture, and Princess Sarah, our esteemed sponsor. The reaction was immediate but more orderly than I anticipated. Students murmured excitedly, some stepping forward to ask questions, others exchanging glances of interest. A few even bowed slightly in the princess's direction, showing proper respect. Lanit shifted closer to the princess, her watchful eyes scanning the crowd not because they were unruly, but because it was her duty. Cassandra, meanwhile, lit up like a lantern, engaging students with practiced charm, handing out flyers with flair. 10 minutes later, the last flyer was gone, the crowd dispersed with promises to attend, and the plaza settled back into calm. Excellent work, everyone. Let's prepare to return to town, she announced before turning to me with purposeful eyes. Oh, before we go, we should stop by your room to collect those documents we left earlier. She gestured subtly toward the academy buildings. Princess Lanny, please go ahead to the carriage. We'll join you shortly. Princess Sarah nodded obediently while Lanny's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment's hesitation, the knight escorted the princess toward our waiting transport. The moment they were out of earshot, Cassandra's cheerful expression shifted into something more serious. Actually, there's another reason we came to your room so early. She lowered her voice. The prince sent word last night that he would arrive this morning with his guards to escort his sister back himself. I refused, of course, and told them we would leave on our own. My thoughts immediately connected the dots. Is that why you came so early in the morning? Cassandra continued, her voice barely above a whisper. But I suspected he might still come to town personally to check if we truly left. So we decided to come here instead and delay our return until I received a message from my subordinates that he'd left. A smile crept onto her face. The marketing campaign was actually an idea I had while coming here. Might as well make good use of our time. Incredible. I couldn't help but mentally applaud her. Turning even a political inconvenience into a business opportunity, she's truly a genius. As if on cue, Cassandra produced a small letter from her sleeve. And it seems our wait is over. He has already left town. We can return now. She turned toward the carriage with renewed energy, and I followed, shaking my head in quiet admiration. As we rejoined the others, I caught Lanny's questioning look, but simply nodded reassuringly. The carriage wheels began turning, carrying us back to town. 20 minutes later, the carriage rolled to a stop in front of the Knowledge Emporium, its freshly painted sign gleaming in the afternoon light. The entrance had been decorated with ribbons and a banner announcing the grand opening, giving it an air of cheerful anticipation. As we stepped inside, the familiar scent washed over me. The interior was just as we'd left it: polished wooden shelves, neatly arranged books, and a cozy seating area where customers could read or enjoy Cassandra's specialty drinks. Behind the counter stood the twin sisters, Myra and Lyra, their matching red braids swaying as they turned in unison. I also got to know them yesterday when I came to talk with Cassandra, and I can't still tell them apart. Oh, the boss is back, they chimed, their voices harmonizing perfectly. At one of the tables near the window, a young man with messy brown hair sat feeding a small blue bird from his palm. At the twins' announcement, his head snapped up and his eyes widened the moment they landed on us. His hands trembled slightly, crumbs from the birdseed scattering onto the table. Without a word, he scooped up the bird, tucked it into the folds of his coat, and bolted for the stairs, vanishing to the upper floors before any of us could react. I blinked. Wait, could it be? Was that my mysterious colleague? I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. Cassandra followed my gaze to the now empty staircase and nodded. Yep, that's him. The colleague I told you about. She sighed dramatically. As you can see, he's not exactly the social type. That's putting it mildly. One of the twins, Myra or Lyra, chimed in, twirling a red braid around her finger. We spent a whole year just to get him to stop hiding every time we walked into the room. And another 6 months before he'd say more than 3 words at a time, the other twin added, shaking her head. It's that serious. I studied the empty staircase, reassessing. Then this wasn't just ordinary shyness, it was the kind of deeply ingrained social anxiety that came from either trauma or extreme introversion. The type where eye contact felt like an invasion and casual conversation required mental preparation. And women, especially assertive and extrovert ones like Cassandra and the twins, would naturally put him on edge. Too much intensity, too much expectation. Whatever the case, his reaction suggested more than just simple nervousness. Well, at least that explained why he'd bolted. But since we're both men, breaking the ice should be easier. Right, first things first, I needed to know what to call the guy. Turning to Cassandra, I asked directly, what's his name? Her grin turned downright mischievous. Why don't you find out yourself? You'll be working together anyway. I stared at her. Of course she'd make this difficult. Fine. I exhaled sharply, rolling my shoulders. I'm off to my office then. Don't disturb me. The moment the words left my mouth, the twins burst into giggles and even Cassandra muffled a laugh behind her hand. Their expressions practically screamed, we all know who the real boss here is and it's not you. While Princess Sarah piped up hesitantly, maybe I could help. He might feel more comfortable if no. Lanny's refusal was immediate. Yeah, let's not traumatize the poor guy further, Cassandra added, waving a hand. One person at a time is enough for him. I gave a firm nod of agreement. Yeah, you should just stay with them, Princess. The last thing we needed was to overwhelm the guy with royalty on top of everything else. Even I find it difficult sometimes. Leaving them to their chatter, I ascended to the 3rd floor where my modest office sat adjacent to the warehouse, though warehouse was too generous a term. In reality, it served as our information archive, a carefully organized repository of records and intelligence. Bypassing my actual office, I went straight for the archive room and pushed open the door. The archive room, which had been nearly empty the first I saw, now held orderly shelves occupying about 1/10 of the space, neatly stacked with papers and documents. The shy young man sat hunched over a table beneath the room's small window, scribbling notes with intense concentration. The bluebird perched on his shoulder chirped quiet, melodic notes into his ear, as if giving commentary on his work. I paused in the doorway, observing the scene while running through social strategies. 1. No sudden movements or direct questions that would startle him like a frightened deer. 2. Find common ground through his interests currently, that bird, his work, and maybe whatever he's writing. 3. Acknowledge, but don't emphasize his shyness. Treat him normally without being oblivious. 4. Give him an out. Make sure he doesn't feel trapped in the conversation. 5. Let him set the pace. Allow pauses without rushing to fill the silence. Perfect. Casually, I moved to the nearest shelf and began examining documents, gradually working my way closer to his table. The wooden floor creaked slightly under my steps, but I kept my movements deliberate and unhurried. Let him get used to my presence first. The bird noticed me first, tilting its head with a curious peep. The young man's pen froze mid-sentence as he slowly lifted his gaze, shoulders tensing slightly when he registered my presence. Morning, I said without looking up from the file in my hands, keeping my tone casual. That's a smart-looking bird you've got there. A safe opening. People always like talking about their pets. Good. I pretended to study the document while edging closer. What's its name? Kai, he murmured, eyes darting between me and his papers. The bird Kai chirped as if confirming. Kai, it really suits him. I finally reached the table adjacent to his and leaned against it, still giving him plenty of personal space. I'm guessing you two are friends. The young man looked up in surprise at my question, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Why, yeah, he murmured, his fingers gently stroking the bird's feathers. Kai is my only friend. He's always with me. A faint, vulnerable smile touched his lips as the blue bird nuzzled against his cheek. When no one else would talk to me, Kai stayed. He listens, understands. I nodded slowly. Just as I thought, for someone with such extreme social anxiety, an animal companion would naturally become their closest confidant. Children who struggled to connect with people often poured all their affection into pets, and it seemed this young man was no different. After all, they never judge or expect you to be someone you aren't. You must be happy, I said with a genuine smile, to have a friend like Kai. He looks really smart. His intelligence must be high. I tilted my head curiously. All right, can you understand Kai's language? The young man's fingers tightened around his pen, his earlier tension returning. Noticing his discomfort, I quickly backtracked. Sorry, I just thought you guys could talk with each other, considering how well you understand each other. To my surprise, a small but bright smile lit up the young man's face, the first proper expression I'd seen from him, transforming his previously nervous features into something unexpectedly handsome. We do talk. In our way, as if to prove his point, Kai chirped a rapid series of notes at me, puffing out his blue chest proudly. I couldn't help but chuckle. See, even I can understand that without knowing bird language. Yes, we're friends, or yes, we can talk with each other, right? The bird nodded enthusiastically, bobbing its head up and down. This little guy isn't normal, is he? He's really amazing, you know. He must be a rare species. Leaning back slightly, I shrugged. But that's good too. Makes your bond even more special. He's a moonlight songbird, the young man said softly, his fingers gently tracing Kai's iridescent blue feathers. They're very rare in this region, only found in the emerald peaks to the east. Oh, I leaned forward slightly, genuinely intrigued. I've never heard of that species before, and I meant it in all my studies or almost non-exist memories. I'd never come across mention of such a bird. Could you tell me more about him? The young man nodded eagerly, his earlier shyness momentarily forgotten in his enthusiasm. Kai's memory is incredible. He can remember every book's location just by seeing the cover once. And his song, when he sings at night, just as he was gaining momentum, the archive door burst open. One of the twins, Lyra, judging by the slightly longer braid, stood gaping at us. Manager, boss is calling. Her eyes widened comically as she took in the scene. Why, you're actually talking to him. Just when things were going well, I nearly facepalmed myself. Meanwhile, like a startled rabbit, the young man immediately hunched back over his papers, his brief moment of openness vanishing. Kai flapped his wings in clear annoyance, letting out a sharp chirp that sounded suspiciously like a scolding. I shot Lyra my most withering glare, silently communicating how spectacularly she'd just ruined the moment. She at least had the decency to look sheepish. Turning back to the now withdrawn young man, I kept my voice low and even. We'll continue this later. I'd really like to hear more about Kai when you have time. There was the barest hint of a nod from the bowed head as I followed Lyra out, making a mental note to find out the young man's name in our next conversation. As we descended the stairs, Lyra kept glancing back at me with undisguised curiosity. How did you get him to talk like that? It took us months just to get him to say, "Gee, good morning." I shrugged, though I couldn't help feeling a small spark of pride. Maybe he just needed someone who didn't come on too strong. The unspoken, unlike you lot, hung in the air between us. Lyra pouted but didn't argue as we reached the shop's main floor, where Cassandra and others waited. But whatever crisis she'd summoned me for would have to wait. My mind was already planning how to rebuild that fragile connection upstairs. After all, if this shy archivist and his remarkable moonlight songbird were now my colleagues, I had a feeling understanding them would be key to survive the upcoming events and scenarios. Finally, it's over. Late evening had settled over the shop by the time the last customer left. My legs gave out the moment the door clicked shut, and I collapsed onto one of the sofas, throwing an arm over my forehead with a groan. Turns out, the crisis Cassandra had summoned me for was the early arrival of customers far earlier than planned. What was supposed to be a soft opening turned into a full-blown, chaotic debut when a flood of students showed up before we'd even finished setting up. And of course, Cassandra and Princess Sarah had to give an impromptu speech, some grand spiel about the shop's purpose, future, and ideals, which only hyped up the crowd further. What should have been a manageable number of customers quickly spiraled out of control. The long queue of students attracted curious townspeople, and before I knew it, our expected crowd had tripled. Which meant I, the supposed manager, had been reduced to playing waiter alongside the twins, darting between tables, taking orders, and occasionally glaring at giggling students who recognized me from the academy. The only saving grace, Cassandra actually rolled up her sleeves and manned the counter, her sharp efficiency keeping the orders flowing. Without her, the whole place would have descended into absolute anarchy. A thud beside me made me crack an eye open. One of the twins, Myra, I think, had face planted onto the adjacent sofa, her red braids frayed from the day's chaos. "I'm dead," she mumbled into the cushions. Same, her sister's voice floated from somewhere on the floor. I didn't even have the energy to laugh. My arms ached from carrying trays, my feet burned from hours of running around, and my face hurt from forcing polite smiles at customers who thought it was hilarious to ask, "Hey, aren't you that guy from the academy? You mean the necktie guy?" Yeah, I nearly punched them, the boys, in the face right there and then. Well, at least it's better than getting beat. Or is the latter good? Now, I'm not a masochist who enjoys getting beaten. It's probably because I would rather get beaten than put a pretense like this. The sound of footsteps made me tilt my head back. Cassandra stood over us, looking far too composed for someone who just survived a retail war zone. "Well," she said, hands on her hips, that went better than expected. I stared at her. She grinned. I considered throwing a cushion at her, but remembering she was the boss and also contributed to work, I held back. And there was my kind heart, too. Princess Sarah peeked out from behind her, her usual grace slightly wilted but her eyes bright. We actually did it. Everyone seemed so happy. Lanny, who had somehow remained pristine despite the chaos, nodded. Revenue projections were exceeded by 280. Of course, she'd been keeping track. "Wait, she's good at this too." Cassandra clapped her hands together. "All right, enough lying around. We've got a real problem now," I groaned. "If you say more customers, I quit." She smirked. "Worse, we're out of pastries." Silence. Then in unison, the twins and I let out identical, exhausted sighs. Cassandra's smirk faded into a more serious expression. "Jokes aside, we're really out of everything: desserts, specialty drinks, even basic ingredients." She crossed her arms, adopting her business tone. The main shipment wasn't supposed to arrive until next Monday, the day after our planned opening. But since we rushed things by 4 days, I nodded slowly, the full weight of the problem settling in. 5 more days without supplies. That meant empty shelves and disappointed customers right after our successful debut. Sighing, Cassandra rubbed her temple. "This is probably my fault. I didn't consider the supply chain when I pushed for the early opening." The twins immediately sat up in protest. "Boss, it's not your fault." "Yeah, everything happened too suddenly." Princess Sarah clasped Cassandra's hand with surprising boldness. "And everyone was so happy today. It went amazingly well, Sis Cassie." While they were busy comforting Cassandra, my mind raced through possible solutions. After a moment, I lifted my head. "What if we do this?" All eyes turned to me with varying degrees of anticipation. "We cooperate with or outright buy from local shops to cover us until the shipment arrives." I counted off the advantages on my fingers. Since they're in town, we can make daily purchases. The food will be fresh and we won't have storage issues. Princess Sarah bit her lip. "But what about the taste? Our customers loved your special recipes." A knowing smile crossed my face. "Don't worry about that. I know someone who can help is the best when it comes to food." And also the main reason our stock disappeared so fast, I added mentally, remembering how Gavi the Glutton had single-handedly demolished tray after tray during his quality testing, ordering more as soon as he finished each portion. Thankfully, I got the contact dorm room number of our fatty junior. He personally gave it to me, saying in case I would need his help. And I must say, that guy sure knows what to do. Cassandra nodded slowly, her business instincts clearly assessing the plan. "This might actually work," but she frowned slightly. "Classes start tomorrow. You won't be able to help with the arrangements." I waved off her concern. "Don't worry. I'll meet with that person tonight and either visit the shop early tomorrow morning if I can, or send a list of recommended shops through someone." I glanced around at the exhausted but attentive faces. I'm sure you can handle the rest. And like you said, with classes starting, students won't be able to come until afternoon. That means you'll only have townspeople as customers till then. You can manage them with whatever supplies left until the new plan kicks in. As I finished speaking, I noticed everyone staring at me with varying expressions of surprise and admiration. The twins' mouths were slightly agape. Princess Sarah's eyes sparkled with something like hero admiration, and even Lanit's usual stoic expression had softened into something resembling approval. Cassandra clapped her hands toast-almost subconsciously, a proud grin spreading across her face. I really picked a top-tier manager. Good job, me. She patted her own shoulder in self-congratulation before turning back to me. All right, manager, you've got your mission. Go charm our savior into helping. I pushed myself up from the sofa with a groan, my muscles protesting the movement after the day's exertions. Right, I'll head out now before it gets too late. I glanced at the clock on the wall, already nearing 8 in the evening. If all goes well, we should have everything arranged by tomorrow's opening. As I moved toward the door, Princess Sarah suddenly called out, "Wait." She hurried over, her tiredness seemingly forgotten in her enthusiasm. "At least take some of the leftover pastries with you, for your negotiations." I opened my mouth to refuse, then reconsidered. Knowing Gavi, food might indeed be the best bargaining chip. Good thinking, Princess. That might actually help. The twins scrambled to pack up a small box of the remaining treats while Lenny watched with her usual quiet intensity. Cassandra leaned against the counter, her earlier exhaustion replaced by satisfied energy. "Just don't let him eat everything before he agrees to help," she warned. "I'll do my best," I said dryly, accepting the box from Myra, or was it Lyra? The sweet aroma of cinnamon and sugar wafted up, making my stomach growl. I realized I hadn't eaten since lunch. With a final wave to the group, I stepped out into the cool evening air. The streets were quiet now, a stark contrast to the day's chaos. As I turned to leave, movement caught my eye from the second-floor window. There, barely visible behind the glass, was the shy archivist peeking through the curtains with squinting eyes. Kai perched on his shoulder, tilting his head curiously at me. I raised a hand in farewell. The archivist froze like a startled rabbit, but after a heartbeat, Kai chirped and fluttered his wings. To my surprise, the young man's fingers twitched in the smallest possible wave before he vanished back into the shadows. Haha, at least there's some progress, I thought, hiding a smile. And as I made my way back to the academy, I mentally prepared my pitch for Gavi. Knowing him, this could go one of two ways. Either he'd be thrilled at the opportunity for unlimited food access, or he'd demand some ridiculous favor in return. Either way, the shop's survival might depend on the appetite of our resident bottomless pit. I sighed, adjusting the box of pastries under my arm. Just another day in the life of Cassandra's unfortunate manager. The small, cozy, if chaotic, slice-of-life arc has come to an end for now. Our characters have survived their grand opening, but the real challenges are just beginning. Brace yourselves. The pace quickens, the plot thickens, and the mysteries lurking beneath the surface will soon rise. Stay tuned. Things are about to get interesting. The classroom door creaked as I pushed it open. "May I come in?" Professor Elvira's sharp gaze snapped toward me, her eyebrows rising. "Why are you late, student Ludra?" I bowed slightly, my voice carefully measured. "I apologize, miss, I overslept. It won't happen again." She stared at me, her eyes tracing the dark circles under mine, the sluggish way I held myself. After a tense pause, she sighed. "All right, take your seat." I trudged to the back of the room, sliding into my usual spot at the end of the third row beneath the window. To avoid further suspicion, I forced my attention onto the lecture, even managing to answer a question when called upon. But the truth, I hadn't slept at all. Or rather, I hadn't slept enough. After finalizing the deal with Gavi last night, which involved promising him first dibs on all new menu items for a month, I'd been abducted by Virion. My so-called master had dragged me back to the training grounds, where the Turtle brothers proceeded to beat me senseless for another 6 hours. By the time I stumbled back to my room, midnight was creeping through the windows. I'd collapsed onto my bed, only to jerk awake 3 hours later from a nightmare at those damned weapon-wielding stars. Aginan spent the remaining time scrambling to finish today's assignments. A measly hour or two of sleep later, I'd hauled myself to town to deliver Gavi's instructions to the twins, choked down the light breakfast they'd prepared, and then I'd passed out on the way back to the academy, which explained why I was 15 minutes late. I really need a life, I thought, my eyelids drooping. My time management was a disaster. If I didn't organize things soon, I'd be the only one suffering for it. Finally, the class ended. Just as my head began lolling forward, a voice cut through the fog. "Amaniel," I turned sluggishly. Emilia stood beside my desk, her silver brows furrowed. "Morning," I mumbled. "Need something, are you okay?" Her voice was uncharacteristically soft. "You look like you might collapse. Should I take you to the infirmary?" She hesitated, fingers twisting the hem of her sleeve. "So, did you maybe see Aaron?" I blinked. No, I haven't." "Why?" My gaze flicked to the empty seat beside hers. "Oh, he's not here." Emilia shook her head. "No, he didn't come today." She looked away, cheeks faintly pink. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked you. It's fine, I said automatically, but my drowsiness was already fading. Because now I was curious. Emilia looked a bit uneasy, so something was definitely wrong, and the fact that Aaron was missing today, damn it, curiosity kills the sleep. I could roughly guess the situation, and that was exactly why my interest was piqued. But well, what I can do. I shook my head slightly, forcing myself to push the matter aside. Whatever was going on with Aaron wasn't my business. I had enough problems of my own to deal with, like staying awake through the next class. The break ended all too soon, and the next professor strode in. I sat up straighter, pinching my thigh under the desk to keep my eyes open. The lecture on business theory droned on, the professor's voice becoming dangerously soothing. My eyelids grew heavier, my head dipping forward. The classroom door flew open with enough force to rattle the windows in my mind. I jerked upright, heart pounding, as all heads turned toward the entrance. There stood Aaron, our resident Romcom protagonist, looking just as disheveled as I had earlier, dark circles under his eyes, uniform slightly askew in that same sluggish posture. A collective sense of déjà vu settled over the classroom. Murmurs broke out among the students. Wait, didn't this just happen? Our late arrivals trending now. At least Ludra looks slightly better. I stared at Aaron, my sleep-addled brain supplying. Are you copying me? Aaron offered the professor the same bow I had. Sorry I'm late, overslept. The professor, an elderly man with far less patience than Professor Elveras, sighed deeply. Take your seat, and try to keep up with the lecture. As Aaron shuffled to his desk beside Emilia, I noticed how she immediately turned toward him, her lips parting to whisper what was probably a greeting or concern. But Aaron deliberately angled his body away, opening his textbook with pointed focus. Emilia's shoulders slumped almost imperceptibly before she faced forward again, though she still kept stealing worried glances at him. My eyebrows rose. It's that serious, huh? The classroom buzzed with unspoken questions, but Aaron kept his gaze firmly on the board, his jaw set. And despite my earlier resolution to stay out of it, I couldn't help but wonder. What could make our usually cheerful, easygoing, a bit not dense as a brick rom-com protagonist ignore the heroine? Just as I was about to return to my battle against sleep deprivation, a familiar chime echoed in my skull. Ding. New scenario triggered, the hero's hollow heart. A blade reforged in guilt will only cut its wielder. The protagonist drowns in silence, pushing away those who care most. His curse drags them down with him. Will you pull him back from the edge, or let him fall alone? Objectives. Uncover Aaron's hidden turmoil. Hint, the cursed sword's aftermath lingers. Break his self-imposed isolation. Warning, force may backfire. Hidden objective, failure penalty. Aaron's mental instability worsens. Key relationships may fracture permanently. Rewards, sword, echo of remorse, a blade that hums with the resolve of its wielder. Increased favorability, Aaron, Emilia, Livia. For completing the hidden objective, I blinked slowly, absorbing the information. So that's why he's acting like this. Aaron wasn't just tired, was terrified. The nightmare from last time, the cursed sword's lingering influence and etc. He was pushing everyone away because he thought he'd hurt them. Classic tragic hero complex. I exhaled through my nose, weighing my options. On one hand, I really didn't want to get involved. I had my own problems, like the fact that my ribs still ached from last night's training and that I was running on less sleep than a corpse. But on the other hand, if I ignore this, things could get worse. Aaron wasn't just some side character. He was the protagonist of this damn academy's drama. If he spiraled, it'd affect everyone, especially Emilia and Livia, who were already caught in his orbit. And if he snapped again like he did during the hallucination incident. The last thing I need is a repeat of his crimson-eyed rampage. I rubbed my temples. Fine, I'll do it, but not now, not in the middle of class, and I need a plan. Then again, how exactly am I gonna do it? He probably wasn't the type to spill his guts over a chat, and if Emilia's concern couldn't crack his shell, my sleep-deprived mumbling stood no chance. All right, let's do a brainstorming. The professor's voice faded into background noise as I turned the problem over in my mind. My pencil tapped absently against my notebook, leaving a trail of tiny ink dots that vaguely resembled my crumbling sanity. Option 1, direct approach. Ask Aaron outright. Pros, simple. Cons, he'd shut down immediately. Option 2, ambush tactics. Corner him after class. Pros, no escape. Cons, might trigger fight or flight, emphasis on fight. Option 3, weaponized gossip. Have Livia accidentally reveal his secret trauma. Pros, plausible deniability. Cons, Livia would absolutely extort me for this favor, or just refuse. I scribbled out all three options. Too messy, too risky. The bell rang, jolting me from my scheming. Students shuffled out, but I stayed slumped at my desk, eyelids heavier than Leon's training weights. Maybe if I slept for 5 minutes, Manuel. The voice was flat and hollow, but familiar. I turned my head. Aaron stood beside my desk, his shadow stretching over my half-finished notes. Up close, the damage was where his knuckles were scraped raw had he been punching walls, and his uniform collar was misbuttoned. but it was his eyes that unsettled me, dull as tarnished silver, all that usual warmth snuffed out. For a long second we just stared at each other. Then, "Can we talk?" I blinked. Once, twice. Was I overworking my brain for nothing? All that mental gymnastics, and the solution just walked up to me. I opened my mouth, closed it, opened it again. "All right," I said slowly, "but let's do it after classes end." Aaron nodded once, sharp as a guillotine drop, and turned on his heel. Emilia reached for his sleeve as he passed it, didn't even glance back. I stared at his retreating figure, then out the window where afternoon sunlight glinted off the courtyard swordsmanship dummy's dented helmet. Why me? The question rattled in my skull as the next class dragged on. Sure, we were classmates, maybe even what passed for friends in this place, but Aaron had dozens of friends, admirers, and his heroines Livia and Emilia, and also that loud guy from the fencing club who always challenged him to duels. So I seek out the sleep-deprived transfer student who nearly got bisected by him last week. I tapped my pencil harder. Option 1, guilt. Maybe he remembered fragments of the hallucination incident where his cursed sword had nearly taken my head off. Option 2, convenience. I was the only one who hadn't tried prying into his weird behavior today or at all. Option 3, something worse. What if the sword's influence wasn't fully gone? What if this was a trap? I snapped the pencil tip. Why do I always overthink it? The answer was simple. Wait until we talk. The third class crawled by at the pace of a dying snail. When the final bell rang, I caught Aaron's eye across the room, a silent agreement passing between us. We waited as our classmates trickled out. Emilia lingered near her desk, fingers nervously smoothing her uniform, clearly wanting to approach Aaron but hesitating under his icy demeanor. Aaron stood abruptly, his chair scraping loud enough to make Emilia flinch. He jerked his chin toward the door as if to sat, "I'll be waiting." I gave a half-hearted wave in acknowledgement, just as I took my first step to follow. Tug, Emilia intercepted me, her fingers closing around my sleeve. Up close, the cracks in her noble composure were impossible to miss the slight tremble of her lower lip, the way her silver lashes stuck together like she'd been blinking back tears. Emilia's grip on my sleeve tightened slightly before she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "Emmanuel, he's been avoiding me." Her fingers trembled against the fabric. "Not just me, Livia too. Everyone. He won't talk, won't even look at us." She swallowed hard, her pale throat working. "And he looks worse each day. I'm afraid he hasn't been eating either." She pressed a small lunchbox into my hand, still warm, the delicate floral pattern at odds with her white-knuckled grip. "Can you share it with him? And please, try to help him." I stared at the lunchbox, then at her. The desperation in her usually composed face made my stomach twist. She must be really worried about him, huh? I exhaled through my nose. "All right. But I can't promise anything." I turned toward the door, lunchbox in Hondan froze. Aaron stood just outside the classroom, his shoulder propped against the doorframe. The angle suggested he'd heard everything, but his expression remained unreadable. Well, that saves me the trouble of repeating it. I pretended not to notice, jerking my chin toward the hallway. "Let's go." He pushed off the wall without a word. The academy corridors stretched endlessly as we walked in silence, our footsteps echoing. After 3 turns, I cleared my throat. "Is there somewhere? Private, I don't know the campus well." Aaron didn't answer immediately. Then all right. He took the lead, his stride purposeful. We passed empty classrooms, a deserted warehouse wing, and finally exited through a side door into the gardens. The crisp autumn air carried the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves as we followed a hidden path behind the main hedges. The sound of rushing water grew louder until we rounded a bend, and there it was. A secluded clearing where a small waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pond, surrounded by maple trees whose leaves burned gold and crimson. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting the entire scene in a dreamlike amber-green glow. The perfect hidden sanctuary. Aaron stopped at the water's edge, his reflection fracturing in the ripples. Few people know this place and people rarely visit. I nodded, taking in the serene isolation. Definitely a protagonist's secret spot. The kind of place where dramatic confessions or power-ups happened in stories. Setting Emilia's lunchbox on a flat rock, I pulled out a sandwich wrapped in crisp parchment paper, the smell of roasted chicken and herbs wafting up. From my own bag, I retrieved a small bottle of honeyed Tion, of the few edible things the twins had given me this morning. Without ceremony, I held the drink out to Aaron. He stared at it for a long moment, his fingers twitching at his sides before he finally accepted. The silence stretched as he turned the bottle in his hands, watching the amber liquid swirl. So I said around a bite of sandwich, "What did you want to talk about?" Aaron's grip tightened on the bottle. "I'm sorry," I froze mid-chew. He remembers everything, huh? Swallowing thickly, I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. "What exactly are you sorry for?" His head snapped up, eyes searching my face with an intensity that made my skin prickle. After a beat, his shoulders slumped slightly. "You don't remember? Okay." Now I let him think that I'd forgot, that I hadn't been affected, that his secret was still safe, or it was all an illusion. I could play along, pretend ignorance. It would be easier for both of us. but the weight of Amelia's lunchbox on the rock between us, the raw scrapes on Aaron's knuckles, the way his voice cracked on that single word, sorry. All of it made the lie stick in my throat. I took another deliberate bite of sandwich, buying time as I studied him. The way his breathing had gone shallow, the barely there tremble in his fingers. This wasn't just guilt, thighs was fear. Fear of what he'd done. Fear of what he might do again. Fear that I, the one whom he nearly killed, might remember. Setting the sandwich down, I met his gaze squarely. Here goes nothing. I hope I won't regret this. Of course I remember, I said quietly. You tried to kill me. Aaron's breath hitched. His fingers clenched around the bottle hard enough to make the glass creak, knuckles turning white where the scrapes hadn't yet healed. The amber liquid inside sloshed violently, mirroring the turmoil in his ice shock, denial, and something darker, something that made his pupils dilate until only a thin ring of silver remained. I didn't. Yes, you tried to kill me, I interrupted, keeping my voice cold and flat. Why are you trying to deny it? His entire body jerked as if struck. The bottle slipped from his grasp, shattering against the rocks. Honeyed tea seeped into the cracks between stones like liquid gold. And no, his voice cracked, raw and broken. It wasn't me. It was Aaron, just accept it. Admit it, the words hung in the air like a blade suspended mid-fall. Aaron's breath stuttered. His hands, still bleeding from split knuckles, trembled at his sides. For a moment he looked like he might bolt like a wounded animal backed into a corner. Then slowly his shoulders sagged. His fists clenched so tightly his nails bit into his palms, fresh blood welling up. His gaze lost focus, staring through me rather than at me. Yes, the word was a whisper, raw and broken. I did it. A shuddering inhale, I tried to kill you. His voice cracked. I am the one to BL. Am I dead? I cut in, tilting my head. Aaron froze. A visible question mark might as well have materialized above his head. His guilt-twisted features slackened, replaced by pure stunned confusion. I didn't give him time to recover. So am I dead now? Did you kill me? And no, Aaron rasped, barely audible. Right, I'm alive. You didn't, or more accurately, you couldn't kill me. I leaned back against the rock, taking another bite of my sandwich. And it seems like you weren't exactly in your right mind. After all, you wouldn't try to kill me since we were something like friends. I paused, chewing deliberately. Well, unless you hated me for being Amelia's ball partner. Aaron's head snapped up. I didn't shh. I held up a hand, silencing him. I'm not done talking yet. Aaron shut his mouth with an audible click of teeth, his bewildered expression making him look like a scolded puppy. He stared at me like I'd just turned the world upside down, which, in a way, I had. Okay, good, I continued, brushing crumbs off my lap. So you tried to kill me but couldn't. I'm alive. And I didn't ask for any apologies. I waved my sandwich for emphasis, or compensation, or whatever dramatic repentance you're torturing yourself with, did I? Aaron shook his head unconsciously, his eyes wide. Good. I took another bite before pointing the remaining half of my sandwich at him like a professor's pointer. If the victim, that's me again by the way, didn't demand anything for what you did, why are you like this? My gesture encompassed his entire disheveled appearance. Your hair looks like a bird's nest, your uniform is wrinkled enough to pass as origami, and you smell like you haven't seen a bathhouse in weeks. And I hear you've been ignoring everyone, holing up in your room like some tragic hermit. I leaned forward. Come on, why are you acting like a noble lady who just discovered her fiancé ran off with the maid? Aren't you supposed to be a man? Even kindergartners handle their guilt better than this. Aaron's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. His words stuck in his throat, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. I sat back and let the silence stretch, watching as emotions warred across his face: shame, frustration, realization, and something darker beneath the surface. The waterfall's steady roar filled the space between us, giving him time to sort through the storm in his head. After what felt like minutes but was probably only 30 seconds, Aaron finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. It's not exactly about that. About what? I prompted. He swallowed hard. It's not. Not just about what I did to you. I raised an eyebrow. So you mean you aren't sorry for nearly bisecting me? And no, I'm sorry. He flinched at his own raised voice. What I mean is, there's another reason. His fingers dug into his thighs. It's complicated. The way his eyes flickered to the side told me everything. This wasn't just about the incident with me. Something or someone else was haunting him, and I think I pretty much figured it out, but I had to make him say it himself. I had to make him confront his past, his fears, and whatever darkness that sword had dragged into the light. Is it really complicated? I asked, tilting my head. Or is it just yourself who's complicating everything? Aaron flinched. Why you don't understand, then make me understand. I stared him down, my voice firm. Tell me about it and let me judge if it's as complicated as you think. Or are you going to keep everything bottled up until you die of loneliness? Silence. Aaron's jaw worked, but no words came out. His fingers dug deeper into his thighs, the fabric wrinkling under his grip. After a few seconds, I chuckled and leaned back. All right, you don't have to tell me anything. His head snapped up, eyes wide with what might have been relief or maybe regret. I smiled. It's because I already figured it out. I took a slow sip from my tea bottle. It's that sword, right? The one you tried to stab me. Aaron's breath hitched before I could finish. How did you? Isn't it because I'm smart? I grinned, even as I laughed inwardly. It couldn't be more obvious than that, Besides, I have memories packed with knowledge of stories, and something called a system you probably don't even understand, oh clueless Romcom MC. Out loud, I continued, and it's not an ordinary sword, is it? I tapped my chin mock thoughtfully. Perhaps it's a powerful ancient weapon, or maybe a cursed one. Something that demands a price for using it, your life force, your aura, or even yourself. Aaron's eyes widened further, his face paling. Bullseye, I smirked. Judging by your reaction, it's the latter, huh? I took another bite of sandwich, chewing slowly before adding, you were either possessed by that sword or consumed by it, your emotions, your darkness, whatever nonsense it is. And I leaned in, voice dropping. That wasn't the first time, was it? You've done something before, in the past. Aaron's breath stopped entirely. I watched as his mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for air, his eyes darting between me and the pond as if searching for answers in the rippling water. His fingers twitched at his sides, torn between reaching for an invisible sword and clutching at his own chest. After a long moment, I sighed dramatically and pushed off from the rock. All right, it's not my place to meddle in your tragic backstory. Just pretend I said nothing, then I'll wait. The desperation in his voice made me pause mid-turn. I glanced over my shoulder to see Aaron hunched forward, his hands gripping his knees so tightly his tendons stood out like bowstrings. Hee. I couldn't help but smirk at how easily he'd taken the bait. But considering the state he is in, it is totally understandable. I'd only taken 3 steps when his voice cracked through the clearing. I'll tell you. Slowly, I turned back. Aaron's posture had collapsed entirely, his shoulders slumped, his head bowed so low his bangs shadowed his eyes. A single drop of blood fell from his clenched fist to stain the autumn leaves beneath him. Okay, I said simply, retaking my seat on the rock. I grabbed another sandwich from Amelia's lunchbox and held it out to him. But eat first. You look like you're about to pass out. Aaron stared at the offered food as if it were some foreign object. His throat worked silently before he reached out with trembling fingers. He stared at me in confusion, as if to say, are you playing with me right now? Wash your hands first, you aren't gonna eat it with that hand, right? I smiled as Aaron stood up stiffly, like a scolded child told to wash up before dinner. Shoulders hunched, he shuffled toward the stream, muttering under his breath, still too proud to pout outright. I watched him gamad, stained, bloodied, and miserably obedient. He was finally ready to talk, and I was ready to hear the story he'd buried so deep it nearly consumed him. Aaron took the sandwich with trembling hands. He opened his mouth. Bite, I chew, swallow, bite, my lips twitched. At this rate, we'll hear your story by next week. Just eat first, I said, tossing him another sandwich, then talk. Aaron paused, a crumb clinging to his lower lip. For a second, I thought he'd argue, but then he nodded stiffly and devoured the next sandwich in 3 ravenous bites. What followed was a spectacle. 5 sandwiches disappeared in under a minute and a half. Aaron ate like a man who'd forgotten food existed, barely pausing to breathe. He hesitated at the 6th, fingers hovering over the last one before nudging it toward me with the solemnity of a knight offering his sword. So you were starving, I mused, chuckling inwardly. Guess I'll warn someone to stock up on snacks later. As I chewed my own sandwich, Aaron straightened, his fingers brushing through his tangled hair. He adjusted his wrinkled collar, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and with visible effort lifted his chin. The transformation was almost comical, from tragic hermit to vaguely presentable protagonist in 30 seconds flat. Guess my insults about his looks hit harder than I thought. Finally, Aaron took a shuddering breath, his hands settling on his knees. The waterfall's roar filled the silence as he stared at his reflection in the pond. When he spoke, his voice was low but clear. I am a bastard son of the Dunsmuir house. The words hung between us, heavy with years of buried resentment. Aaron's fingers dug into his knees, his nails leaving crescent marks in the fabric of his trousers. My mother was a maid, he continued, his voice flattening into something dangerously calm. My father never recognized her as his wife, not even as a concubine. A bitter smile twisted his lips. To him, I wasn't blood, just a nuisance, a stain on his perfect noble lineage. He called me a mistake when he bothered to remember I existed at all. He looked up slightly, jaw tight. And I don't recognize him as a father either. Never. I remained silent, chewing slowly. The story was cliché, the kind of tragic backstory you'd find in any dime store novel. But clichés became clichés for a reason. And in reality, stripped of dramatic embellishments, it was just cruel and unbearably sad. Aaron's reflection rippled as he leaned forward, but it was my mother who suffered the most. His voice cracked on the last word. His wives, his legitimate children, they never missed a chance to humiliate us. The other servants followed their lead. They'd accidentally spill boiling water on her hands, forget to give us meals for days. His breath hitched. As a child, I could do nothing but watch. I was 6 the first time I came home to find her crying in bed. She wiped her face the moment she saw me and said, Aaron, sweetheart, you're back early from your lessons. His imitation of her cheerful tone made my chest tighten. For once I stayed silent, just listening as his story poured out like blood from a reopened wound. A maple leaf drifted down, landing between us like a bloodstain on the rock. Aaron stared at it, his eyes glazing over with memory. It hurt, but no matter what they did, my mother would always smile. His fingers brushed the leaf gently, almost reverently. She'd hide her burns under long sleeves. Tell me stories when our stomachs growled with hunger. Say that as long as I was happy, she would be the happiest mother in the world. His throat worked, barely able to push the words out. When they made her scrub the banquet hall floors on her knees, she'd come home singing about how clean everything looked. When winter came and they forgot to give us firewood, she'd bundle us together under every rag we owned and tell stories about summer meadows. I clenched my fists, all while her fingers turned blue. He closed his eyes, and then I promised her. I promised myself. His whisper was barely audible over the waterfall. I told her and myself that I'd become a great knight, buy her a house with proper heating, make those who hurt her kneel and apologize. A hollow laugh escaped him. She'd just kiss my forehead and say, "My sweet boy is all the recognition I need." She was the strongest person I knew. His voice trailed off, fingers curling into fists so tight his nails bit into his palms. Fresh blood welled up, dripping onto the rocks below like scattered rubies. For a long moment there was only the sound of the waterfall, its steady roar filling the silence where words should have been. Then so quiet I almost missed it. And then one encounter changed everything. His shoulders tensed, bracing himself. It all started at that lake, my secret place. A shaky breath, a ghost of a smile flickered across his face, the echo of a child's stubborn pride. I tell my reflection all the things I couldn't say out loud, how much I hated them, how badly I wanted to be stronger, how one day, his voice cracked, one day I'd make Mother smile without pain behind it. I could almost see him, small, determined, bruised but unbeat. But for that to happen, I obviously needed to get stronger, so I'd hide in the bushes and watch the swordmaster train my so-called siblings. The word dripped with old bitterness. Then I'd try to copy the moves alone. Stance all wrong, grip too tight, falling on my ass more often than not. His calloused fingers mimed an awkward child's grip on an imaginary sword, 8 years old and stubborn as hell. I'd fail 100 times, then cheer when I finally got one tiny thing right. The smile turned fragile. I'd run home covered in bruises and leaves, bragging to Mother that I'd protect her someday. Aaron's throat worked as he stared at his reflection. She'd wipe the dirt off my face and say, his voice broke momentarily, "My brave little knight, but don't push yourself too hard. Always worrying about me, never herself." The maple leaves above us rustled, though there was no wind. Then one evening, when the sunset turned the lake to liquid gold, his entire body tensed. I was practicing a particularly stupid spinning move I'd seen the swordmaster demonstrate. Fell flat on my face, of course, a humorless chuckle. When I looked up, a visible shudder ran through him. I saw her. His whisper was barely audible. She was standing on the water. His whisper was hushed, reverent, the voice of an 8-year-old boy seeing magic for the first time. Not floating, not waiting, standing on it like it was solid ground, her silver robes rippling around her ankles without getting wet. His pupils dilated, reflecting phantom moonlight. And she was smiling at me, not the sharp, mocking smiles I was used to, but gentle, just like my mother. Just like my mother, I went silent. A cold suspicion slithered into my gut as I studied Aaron's face, the way his voice dipped when he spoke of her, the way his fingers twitched as if reaching for a ghost. She might not be in this world anymore, but I didn't say it, didn't dare. Aaron continued, his voice softening with memory. I couldn't tell when she appeared in front of me. His fingers hovered in the air, mimicking a child's hesitant reach. 1 second she was standing on the water. The next, a breath, she was right there, kneeling, extending her hand. His lips quirked just slightly. "Do you need my help?" The imitation of her voice was feather light, and his throat bobbed. I didn't even think, just nodded, reached out a beat, and just like that, it all began. I nodded slowly, my mind painting the scene in sharp strokes. A small, bruised boy, a woman with silver robes, fingers brushing for the first time. Aaron exhaled, his smile deepening with something bittersweet. Turns out she didn't just mean to help me stand up that time. His fingers tapped against his knee, restless. After that, she'd always appear when I came to the lake. Always watching, always. Teaching, a quiet laugh, gently correcting my mistakes, showing me how to hold a sword properly, how to move, how to breathe. His gaze turned distant. I learned faster than I ever had before. Within a year, she told me I wielded a blade better than most grown men. A scoff, half pride, half disbelief. And then she started testing me. His fingers curled into fists, small monsters in the forest, weak ones at first, then bigger, faster, a pause. She'd watch from the shadows, never interfering unless I was about to die. A smirk tugged at his lips, and for the first time, I wasn't helpless. His voice dropped quieter. It solved one problem at least, the hunger. A flicker of warmth in his tone. I'd hunt, bring back rabbits, birds, whatever I could catch. And my mother, she'd cook them for us. Those were the good old days. Aaron's voice trailed off, his fingers absently tracing the edge of his sleeve. For a moment his expression softened, just a boy, remembering the first time life had ever been kind to him. For a while, things were really good, a huff of laughter. I got stronger, fought back against the bullies, made sure my mother never went hungry again. His fingers flexed, calloused and scarred. Even the servants started treating us a little better, not out of kindness, but because they didn't want to risk pissing off someone who could actually swing a sword now. A smirk, faint but there. Then he found me, his voice flattened. The shift was instant like clouds swallowing the sun. The swordmanship instructor, a muscle in his jaw twitched, the one who trained my precious half-siblings. The word dripped venom. I was practicing by the lacquer running through the forms she taught me, and then a sharp inhale. I heard a gasp. His fingers mimicked the memorized sudden freeze of a child caught in something he shouldn't have been doing. When I turned, the swordmaster was standing there, mouth open, eyes wide. Like a bitter chuckle, like a miner who just stumbled onto a gold mine. Aaron's imitation of the man's voice was pitch-perfect, breathless, frantic tone of someone seeing potential where they'd only ever seen trash before. Where did you learn that? Show me that move again. No, slower this time. A pause. And then before I could even answer, his fingers twitched. Prodigy, genius, unbelievable. Each word was spat out like a curse. I wanted to tell him about her. Aaron's voice dropped to a whisper. But then, I heard her voice, just in my head, clear as day. His fingers pressed against his temple as if reliving the moment. Keep it a secret, a beat, so I lied, a humorless smile, told him I'd learned it all myself, by peeking at my siblings' training. And then the man lost his damn mind. Aaron's laugh was hollow, started raving about how the family would produce another great swordmaster, how he had to inform my father. How I had to join the official training and so on. His voice wavered just for a second. I was still a kid, a whisper, I let myself hope, a breath, so I agreed. The words hung between us, heavy with the weight of a child's foolish dream. Then for a while, things did change. The servants stopped forgetting our meals. The knights actually acknowledged me. My training became official. That man personally overseed it himself, saying I will become the master of a great swordmaster. A pause. But my family, a scoff, still looked at me like dirt on their shoes. His fingers clenched, and my father, a sharp, brittle laugh, never even came to see me. Silence. Then but my mother, his voice softened just slightly. She could eat, smile, even laugh sometimes. A fragile thing, but that was enough. His fingers uncurled. I trained even more harder, got stronger, but I still went back to the Lakido her. Learned more than that swordmaster could have ever taught me. A smirk. And within a year, I'd beaten every other kid under 16 in the family, even some of the lower knights. A pause. That was also when I finally left the estate and went into the city for the first time. His expression shifted something almost fond, and that's when I met her. A beat. I met Amelia. The name was spoken carefully, like it might break. I saved her from some thugs. She called me a hero. A snort, as if, but the corner of his mouth twitched. But we became friends. She visited often to play with me, and I'd show off my swordsmanship, play the hero while she was the princess. I would slay the evil monsters and save her, all foolish kid stuff you know. And she soon became the third closest person I had after mother and her. But his voice darkened. But good things don't last. A chill ran down my spine. Aaron's fingers tightened around his knees, not for someone like me. It was raining that day. Aaron's voice was hollow, distant, like he wasn't even here anymore, just a ghost retracing footsteps through a memory he wished he could forget. I squinted at him, something sharp twisting in my chest. Damn. The young man in front of me, bruised, hardened, all jagged edges and quiet fear, suddenly looked so small, like the boy he'd just been describing was still trapped inside him, screaming. Aaron continued, his fingers twitching as if grasping for something that wasn't there. I was coming back from the city, a flicker of warmth, just for a second. I'd bought her favorite desserts. A souvenir to some stupid hairpin with little flowers on it. His thumb rubbed his palm absently. She always liked those useless pretty things. Then, silence, a wrong kind of silence. The air around us thickened, grew heavy. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as something cold and razor-edged seeped into the space between us. Killing intent, faint and fragmented, but there. Aaron's next words came out shredded. I came late, too late. His knuckles cracked as his hands fisted. Those bastards were. A sharp, aborted noise, kicking her, beating her, while laughing his voice broke. I was frozen. The admission was raw, ugly, the kind of truth that claws its way out of a person's throat. I couldn't move then, like a dam bursting, then the rage hit, like a wildfire. My body moved on its own, my protective instincts and emotions taking me over. His pupils dilated, black swallowing gold. I dropped everything, desserts, the gift, and ran, tried to fight them off with everything I had, a hollow laugh. But then I realized I had no sword. While they were above in both age and numbers, I was just a stupid kid swinging my small fists at grown men. His fingers pressed against a phantom bruise on his ribs. Obviously, they put me down quick. They made me watch as Thaddius, she a pause. The unspoken they made me watch hung between us, thick with unspeakable horror. She kept calling for me, even then, even through the pain. The rain in his memory seemed to fall around us now, cold and relentless. When everything was fading, I heard her. His voice dropped to a whisper. Use me, I knew that voice. How could I not? His lips twisted into something between a smile and a snarl. This time, too, she reached for me, just like the first time, a beat. And I took it, his hands lifted, shaping the memorized weight, the shift, the change. She became a sword in my arms, beautiful, black as midnight. My breath caught. But before I could process it, next thing I knew, I was standing over one of them. Aaron's voice went eerily calm. The rain was still falling, but the ground wasn't just mud anymore. His empty stare focused on his palms. My hands were red. My sword was painted with red. The words landed like a guillotine. My mind went blank for a moment. His fingers flexed, staring at his palms as if they were still stained. Then I heard another voice, my mother's, a flinch when I looked at her. His breath hitched. She was staring at me like I was a monster. The words hung in the air, sharp as shattered glass. Then I collapsed. I opened my mouth and then closed it. What the hell am I supposed to say? They deserved it, maybe. But would that help? Your mother didn't mean it. No, it won't probably work either, because she had looked at him like that. That kind of wound won't heal with empty words. Before I could fumble for something anything, Aaron continued, his voice scraping like gravel. When I woke up, I was lying on a luxurious bed. His fingers dug into the fabric of his trousers, and she was lying beside me. A pause, then the adults came. My father, a bitter laugh. For the first time in years, he actually looked at me and said. His imitation of the man's voice was cold, dripping with false warmth. My son, a sneer, not mistake, not stain. His fingers twitched. My kid self thought maybe, just maybe, a sharp exhale. But now I know better. He only saw me as a weapon worth sharpening. The words hung between us, heavy with years of betrayal. Aaron shrugged, too casual. Anyway, somehow things smoothed over, a humorless smirk. Even though everyone knew what happened, what I'd done, no one said a damn thing. His nails bit into his palms. In fact, those hypocrites praised me, called me strong, a true dunsmuir, a scoff, and my mother. His voice cracked. She was recognized as a concubine, given proper rooms, respect and recognition, a beat, but his fingers curled into fists, her smile disappeared. The admission was quiet, devastating. She was the one who told me to throw the sword, throw her away, that I shouldn't, a shuddering breath. I didn't listen. His hand lifted, hovering over empty air as if gripping an invisible hilt, because she was already a part of me. Others couldn't see her, but I could, a flicker of something like devotion. She was the one who helped me, made me stronger. We were together always. His voice hardened, so I refused. A long silence. But then, another incident happened. His fingers tightened, and that time, I agreed, a beat. Then I snapped the sword in half without hesitation. Like she was nothing, like she hadn't been the only one who ever, but I was firm, because I had realized her true nature, a hollow laugh. So I killed her, threw the pieces back into the lake where we first met. His voice dropped to a whisper, but as she shattered, she cursed me. A chill ran down my spine. You will never belong to anyone but me. Aaron's imitation of her voice was haunting, soft, wounded, venomous. Everyone who loves you and you love will suffer and die. Gulp. I didn't believe her until my mother died a month later. The words landed like a death sentence. His voice splintered. It was all my fault. The curse was real. His hands fell limp. Mother, she died because of me. The confession was barely audible. I lost the meaning of life. His hands fell limp. I stopped training. I swore to never hold a sword again, a bitter smile, and I ran away from the castle, lived like a ghost hunting, doing odd jobs. His fingers twitched. Then, 3 years ago, I saved a girl from monsters, a flicker of warmth. Is it Livia? She insisted on repaying me. A scoff, but I didn't want another person to die because of me, so I pushed her away. His lips quirked just slightly. She kept coming back like a stubborn weed. A pause. Eventually, I started to recover. His voice softened. We enrolled to this academy and spent 2 years together. A shrug, then, you know the rest. I was reunited with Amelia. I met you. His fingers clenched. For a while, I almost believed everything was going to be okay. I was starting to have hope. Then, his voice turned to ice, until the air itself seemed to still. She came back. She wasn't dead. Her curse was still there. I saw them dying. His head lifted slowly. When his eyes met mine, something in them had shattered. I will kill them too. I will kill Amelia. I will kill Livia. And I will kill you. The silence between us stretched like a taut wire. I didn't back away, didn't flinch. Just met Aaron's shattered gaze with my steady one, watching as the raindrops from his memory seemed to still cling to his lashes. After hearing his story, I analyzed everything, but it had holes and inconsistencies, the biggest being whatever incident had made him realize the sword's true nature. But that could wait. Is that what you truly believe? My voice cut through the silence like a blade through fog. Aaron's stare intensified, burning gold meeting steel. The unspoken answer was obvious in his eyes. Why are you asking the obvious? I ignored it and continued. Is that why you're distancing yourself from everyone? From Amelia, from Livia? His fingers twitched. A muscle jumped in his jaw. Is that why you look like death warmed over? I gestured in his current situation once again. Why are you isolating yourself from the world? The waterfall's roar filled the silence as I leaned forward. Answer me. Aaron's throat moved, but no words came. Fine, I exhaled sharply. Let me answer for you then. I saw the exact moment he braced himself, shoulders tensing like a man awaiting execution. You think by pushing everyone away you'll save them from the curse. That's your grand plan, isn't it? Lock yourself in somewhere alone so no one else dies. His minute nod was barely perceptible. Yes, wrong, the word cracked like a whip. Aaron flinched. Oh, it's true you're doing this for them. My voice softened. But perhaps you're also doing it for yourself. His breath hitched. You don't want to kill again, don't want to suffer again. Don't want to. Aaron's hand shot out, grasping my collar. His fingers trembled against my throat. Shut up, he whispered, voice raw. You don't know I know you're terrified. My words came out softer still, not just of the curse, but of your own heart, because if you let people in again, his grip tightened. I didn't pull away. You might have to watch them die again. A shudder ran through him. The anger in his eyes wavered, revealing something far more vulnerable beneath. For a heartbeat, neither of us moved. Then, a choked sound escaped Aaron's throat. His grip loosened, his hand fell, and for the first time since he'd started his story, the mighty Aaron broke. His shoulders caved inward like a collapsing bridge. His breath came in ragged gulps, each one shuddering through his frame like a dying storm. The great swordsman, the cursed prodigy, reduced to this, a raw, trembling thing barely holding itself together. I didn't reach out, didn't offer empty comforts, just waited as the waterfall's roar filled the space between us. When he finally spoke, his voice was shattered glass. I can't. 2 words, an entire world of pain. I can't watch it happen again. His fingers dug into his arms hard enough to bruise. Not to M, not to Livia, not to the unspoken you hung between us. I nodded slowly. I know. His head snapped up, gold eyes burning with sudden fury. Then why? Because you're wrong. I met his glare without flinching. No, it's your way of thinking that's wrong. I watched the tremor in Aaron's hands, the way his breath still came too fast, like a cornered animal realizing there's no escape. Listen carefully, I said, voice low but clear over the waterfall's roar. This might be because you only focused on swords your whole life, had no one to teach you about other matters. Aaron's golden eyes flickered, confusion cutting through the pain. But that's no excuse now, because I am here. I leaned forward slightly after a chuckle. What you're doing, this isolation, it's not solving anything. You're just running away. His breath hitched. Problems don't disappear because you ignore them. Not in academics, not in daily life, not in relationships. My gaze sharpened, and certainly not with curses. Aaron's pupils dilated slightly, like a man realizing he's been walking in circles. I pressed on before he could retreat again. If you want this curse gone, you have to face its root, not the symptoms, the cause. His fingers twitched against his knees. And tell me, I continued, voice dropping, if you still think your way is right. Let's look at the results. A beat, first at yourself. My gesture took in his hollow cheeks, the shadows beneath his eyes. Are you happy? A flinch, healthy, his throat worked. At peace, silence. The answer screamed louder than words. No, I let the word hang between us. And the list can go on. Aaron's shoulders hunched further, but most importantly, did the curse disappear? His fingers dug into his thighs. No, he whispered. Exactly, my voice softened, which means the problem still exists. You've just been delaying it. The truth landed like a stone in still water ripples spreading across his expression. And those people you're pushing away. I held his gaze. Do you really think ignoring them will save their lives, make them happy? Aaron's lips parted, but no sound came. Or do you imagine they'll just forget about you, a humorless smile, move on like you never mattered? His breath came faster now, shallow, uneven. We both know the answer. I finished quietly. No. I let the silence stretch just a beat longer before delivering the final blow. If you don't believe me, I can give you proof too. Both girls sought you out, didn't they? Emilia, Livia, even when you pushed them away, they kept coming back. They tried to talk to you. They tried to understand you and your pain. Aaron's breath hitched. Okay, let's talk about Emilia first. I tilted my head slightly. You heard what she said back then, right? She's clearly more worried about you than herself. Flash of pain crossed his face. And did you notice? My voice dropped. Those dark circles she tried to hide with makeup. I'd bet my last coin she hasn't slept properly since you started avoiding her. Aaron's golden eyes widened abruptly. His hand flew to his chest, fingers clutching at his shirt like his heart had been physically struck. The raw ache in his expression was almost painful to witness. Direct hit. I smirked inwardly, so I let the question hang. Do you understand now? A long pause. Then, yes, the word came out cracked but clear. His head lifted slightly, gold eyes glimmering with something fragile. But what should I do then? There was that spark of hope. Sure, it was small, but it was undeniably there. So my smile was all teeth. You're asking the right person. Aaron blinked. In fact, I waved a hand. It's simple. You just need to solve the problem. His brows furrowed in adorable confusion, like a puppy hearing a strange noise. I coughed to hide a chuckle. Well, simple might be overselling it for someone of your intellect. Aaron's glare could have melted steel. All right, all right. I raised my hands in surrender. Stop looking at me like you're deciding between stabbing or strangling me. After a deep breath, I met his gaze squarely. Here's the plan. You fight the curse. Not by running, be facing it head on. Aaron's pupils dilated. What, isn't this what you are proficient at? His lips twitched, but he nodded, gesturing for me to continue. First, I held up a finger. You train yourself properly this time. I mean not just your body or your swordsmanship. I tapped my chest, then my temple. but also your spirit, your heart, and your mind. Aaron's golden eyes narrowed slightly in confusion mixed with realization. I sighed inwardly. Let me dumb it down for you, I said, rolling my shoulders. If there's a curse, there's always a way to break it. That's how these things work. A spark of understanding flickered in his gaze, which means, I continued, your curse can be broken too. You just need to find out how. I counted off on my fingers. Research the curse. Learn everything about that sword spirit and the sword itself. Understand what really happened that day at the lake, and why exactly did those incidents happen. Aaron's fingers twitched at the mention of the lake and incidents. Sure, it won't be easy, heck. It will be incredibly difficult for you, I admitted, and your options will be limited, but we both know that it's 1,000 times better than your current plan of becoming a hermit and waiting to die. The corner of his mouth twitched almost a smile. Progress now about getting stronger. I leaned forward. It's not just about swinging a sword better. Remember, well, strength opens doors of countless possibilities and opportunities. Of course, there will be dangers accompanying them. Aaron tilted his head slightly, like an intrigued hawk, but with real strength, I explained, you can meet powerful people, the kind who might know about curses. You can travel to ancient libraries or hidden ruins where answers might be buried. You can reach places where the truth is kept, Aaron finished quietly, his voice gaining strength. Exactly, I grinned. See, you're not completely hopeless, and you already met such a person, didn't you? Who, this damn, a ghost of a smirk tugged at Aaron's lips. His golden eyes, still slightly red-rimmed, glittered with something dangerously close to amusement. I froze. Why you? My finger jabbed at his chest. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Aaron's smirk widened just enough to be infuriating. So this is how you thank your master, huh? I crossed my arms. Guess I've got myself an ungrateful student after all. The words came out rough but sincere. I reached over and patted his shoulder, nodding sagely. Good, you're finally worthy of my teachings. This only made him laugh harder, but it came unrestrained and full of emotions, echoing off the waterfall stones. It was bright, alive, like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. My glare returned instantly. Why are you laughing, huh? Is my face funny? My words, I huffed, turning away with exaggerated offense. You scoundrel of a student. Aaron only laughed even harder, shoulders shaking as if years of tension were pouring out of him. The sound was messy, imperfect, but utterly genuine. I leaned back, hiding my satisfied smile behind a scowl. Mission accomplished. When his laughter finally subsided, something in Aaron's posture had changed. The weight on his shoulders seemed lighter, the hollowness in his cheeks remained, but his gaze, where before there had been only shattered glass, now held the barest glimmer of steel reforged. I waved him off. I did this because I wanted to. If you really need to repay me, a pointed look, just stop causing trouble. Aaron chuckled, the sound warmer than I'd heard since the last time we talked. Your words are my order, Master Ammon. Good. A beat of comfortable silence passed before Aaron shifted. Can I ask one more thing? He rubbed his neck. Last one, I promise. I rolled my eyes. Hurry up. My wisdom-giving time is almost up. Aaron's lips quirked, but his question came out earnest. Where do I start? I stared at Aaron for a long moment before allowing my smile to return. First, I held up a finger. Think about everything we just discussed. With a clear head this time. My second finger joined the first. Then tidy yourself up and take a bath. I don't have to tell you why, right? Good, and then do your homework before evening because you will be busy. Aaron leaned forward slightly. And then, do what you must do. He blinked at me blankly. I threw my hands up. Do I have to spell out every little sorry? He mumbled, looking genuinely chastised. I sighed dramatically. Fine, you should properly apologize to those girls. Show some sincerity for once. I counted off on my fingers. Take them to dinner. Or cook for them if you're capable, though I doubt that. Aaron opened his mouth to protest, but thought better of it. And share whatever you feel comfortable sharing from your past or your future goals. My voice softened. Let your heart guide you, but use your brain first. A slow, warm smile spread across Aaron's face, the first real one I'd seen in weeks. The sunlight caught his golden eyes just right, and damn if he didn't look every bit the handsome protagonist again. Don't thank me yet, I grumbled, suddenly needing to look away from that radiant expression. I almost forgot the most important rule. I leveled a stern finger at his face. Keep proper distance, be appropriate. Aaron's smile didn't falter. Understood. No holding hands, no physical contact, no being lovey-dovey. I get it, he laughed, raising his hands in surrender. I'll be appropriate. You'd better. I crossed my arms. And until you get married to them, I am Mary. We're not even. All right. I waved my hand dismissively, watching as Aaron's face flushed at the marriage comment. Don't overheat that simple brain of yours. Standing up, I stretched my arms overhead, feeling my joints pop. Well then, I dusted off my pants. I'm heading back to the library. You can return that lunchbox yourself and thank her properly on my behalf. Sandwiches were really good. Aaron opened his mouth. What about you? I've got matters to attend to. I cut him off, my face twisting slightly. The hesitation in my expression didn't escape Aaron's notice. His eyes narrowed as he studied me, clearly wanting to ask something but holding back. Damn perceptive now are we. I knew exactly what he was wondering. I looked so reluctant. The answer burned in my chest, because I don't want to get beaten to a pulp again, damn it. But with people like you, Cassandra, Zephyr, and whatever unknown dangers lurk in this academy in the world, I have no choice. I have to get stronger too. Turning on my heel, I began walking away, the grass crunching underfoot. 4 steps, 10, then. I stopped dead in my tracks. Aaron hadn't moved from his spot by the waterfall, watching me with that same searching gaze. Sighing, I turned back to face him fully. The words came out before I could stop them. Listen, alternative title. Indeed, the beginning of strength is to accept one's weakness. This scenario ended up longer than planned, but I'm happy with how it turned out. Aaron's emotional breakdown and gradual recovery were challenging but rewarding to write. The dynamic between him and our background character remains one of my favorite sequel parts, heartfelt and snarky. What did you think? Did the emotional beats land? Let me know your thoughts. I'd love to hear them. I strode through the garden's arched exit, gravel crunching underfoot. Behind me, the waterfall's roar faded into the hum of campus life-jittering students, rustling leaves, the distant clang of training swords. I hope he understood. The thought slipped out before I could stop it. Aaron wasn't stupid, just tragically stubborn. But that flicker of warmth in his eyes at the end, maybe, just maybe. Ding, a chime like silver bells echoed in my skull. Oh, it's about time, huh? Scenario completed. The hero's hollow heart, guilt is a silent blade, sharpened on the whetstone of good intentions. You found the hands clenched around its hilt not in malice, but in misguided protection. Where others saw only a warrior's stubborn pride, you recognized the fear of a boy who loved too deeply to risk love again. Achievements. Allowed the cursed to spill his anguish without judgment, transforming silence into shared burden. Forced confrontation with self-destructive patterns through relentless yet precise verbal strikes. Used biting humor to dismantle emotional barricades, leaving no room for retreat into solitude. Presented not just hope, but an actionable map from darkness training, research, and most crucially, reconnection. Rewards, sword, echo of remorse, a blade that vibrates when its wielder's resolve wavers, humming with the memory of their turning point. Favorability, Aaron, Emilia, Livia, they will remember who returned the light to eyes grown dull with isolation. Unexpected effect. The storyline's trajectory has been slightly altered. Where there was only the certainty of further self-destruction, now glimmers the fragile possibility of a different ending, one where love is not a liability, but the whetstone upon which true strength is forged. Damn, was Aaron's story meant to be tragic, not a rom-com? That was the only way to explain the content of the unexpected effect. Or perhaps, Aaron might have lived with the curse but no love. I hope I did the right thing. But I really hope that he does have a happy life. The boy has suffered enough. Title earned. Heartstring tugger, you walk the razor's edge between cruelty and compassion, wielding truth as both scalpel and suture. Where others see brokenness, you find the precise pressure points to mend or unravel a soul's deepest wounds. The strongest chains are not iron, but untold stories. Oh, the empty titles are back now, huh? Achievement unlocked. Reverse psychology works. You've demonstrated that sometimes the straightest path to healing is a mirror maze of contradictions. By weaponizing expectation against despair, you've proven that even the most armored heart retains its keyholes. Not all locks require force, some need only the right twist of words. Are there some kind of requirements for them to have effects or something, or are they just random? Sure, getting praised and acknowledged is nice, but if they have actual effects, it's always better, you know. Hey system, I'm asking you, ding, are you gonna finally ends? Should have known, hidden objective completed. Hero's light, you did not merely pull the drowning man to shore, you taught him to recognize the weight dragging him under. In guiding Aaron to confront his curse without surrendering to it, you forged a path where self-preservation and connection walk hand in hand. The strongest bridges are built when we first acknowledge the chasm. Reward granted. Lanterns glim LV2. I was already settled on a nearby bench, flipping open a book as a cover while the system messages scrolled through my vision. I mused inwardly, scanning the latest prompt. But why is it already LV2? Feeling generous today, system. As if in response, a translucent window materialized before my eyes. Lanterns glim LV2 active. The darkest chains often glint when held to the light. Effects. Reveals emotional burdens as visible stains on targets. Identifies trauma types. Duration 1 minute. Cooldown 8 hours. Range line of sight light. Restrictions. Cannot discern specific memories. Overuse causes temporary visual echoes. Ineffective against C tier and above mental defenses. Upgrade conditions. Witness 3+ emotional breakthroughs. 1-3. Prevent a mental collapse using this skill. 1-1. My fingers tightened around the book's spine, so it leveled up during Aaron's breakdown. The prevent mental collapse condition was also already checked likely the moment I'd stopped him from spiraling further. A useful skill, no doubt, but a thought slithered through my satisfaction. Am I destined to become some kind of emotional punching bag healer now? The system remained silent, but the answer seemed obvious. With people like Aaron, Cassandra, Zephyr, and who knows how many other walking disasters in this world. Yeah, I'm gonna need this. I snapped the book shut with finality. The skills description lingered in my mind, particularly the upgrade conditions. 2 more emotional breakthroughs. Guess I'd better stock up on tissues and patience. Guess I also need to stock up on ointment and bandage too. The familiar, stomach-churning sensation of spatial displacement hit me as Virion's portal spat me out onto the training grounds. My boots skidded against the polished stone, the weight of the new weapon at my hip a strange but welcome presence. Almost immediately, 4 pairs of beady eyes locked onto me. Mike, twirling his nunchaku, was the first to break the silence. Oi oi, what's this? He jabbed a finger at the sword. Didn't we spend the last 3 days beating dagger techniques into that thick skull of yours? Leon's katana glinted as he tilted his head, unimpressed. Pathetic. Can't even commit to one weapon. I grinned, rolling my shoulders. I'll keep learning daggers, but today I'm using this. My fingers brushed the hilt of Echo of Remorse, its weight humming faintly against my palm. Since it gets stronger with my resolve, I won't get beaten that badly, right? A dry chuckle slithered through the air. Virion coiled lazily around a training post, flicked his tail. Jai, what's the difference? A weapon's a weapon. Let's start the show already. Ralph cracked his knuckles, grinning. Yeah, what's it matter? You don't know how to use any of them. The 4 of them lunged. Okay, let's do it, me. Observant eye flared to life, sharpening the world into a grid of trajectories. The slight twitch in Leon's shoulder before his katana strike. The microsecond delay in Dono's staff swing. The rhythm of Mike's nunchaku spins, predictable after 3 days of eating dirt to them. I sidestepped Leon's slash, pivoted under Dono's staff, and Echo of Remorse met Ralph's sigh with a resonant clang. The blade vibrated, a pulse of warmth flooding my grip, not just a weapon, but a mirror to my will. So I amplified it. I won't break. Mike's nunchaku came whirling toward my ribs. I twisted, letting the chain whip past and countered with a downward slash. He yelped, hopping back. Hey. Since when could you? Leon's eyes narrowed. HMPH. Sloppy form, but his katana blurred, a silver streak aimed at my throat. I barely parried, the impact rattling my bones, but I held my ground. His learning speed's annoying, Leon muttered, though there was a grudging respect in his tone. Virion's laughter echoed like wind chimes made of knives. Jai, not bad, boy, but let's see how long that lasts. The turtles shifted. No more playful teases. This was going to be a coordinated assault. Swoosh. Leon's katana became a storm of precision, Dono's staff a relentless metronome, Mike's nunchaku a chaotic whirl, and Ralph. Ralph was a battering ram with a sai in each hand. I weaved, blocked, countered, Echo of Life thrumming beneath my skin, mapping their movements like ripples in a pond. For the first time, I wasn't just surviving, I was fighting back. A feint from Leon, a dip of Dono's shoulder. I ducked, swiping at Mike's ankles. Thwack, Ralph's foot collided with my spine, sending me face first into the dirt. The turtles loomed over me, weapons poised. Mike grinned, still ended up on the ground, huh? Leon sheathed his katana with a click. But you lasted 2 minutes this time, that's something. Virion's tail flicked, the training grounds resetting. Jai progress, now do it again. I spat out a mouthful of dust, groaning, still getting beaten, but not as badly. And for the first time, as I pushed myself up, the turtle's smirks held something new. The faintest glint of anticipation, and I too had the same emotions. 4 days later, I lay sprawled on the training hall floor like a discarded ragdoll, staring at the ceiling with dead eyes. My arms splayed wide, fingers twitching occasionally, only proof I wasn't actually a corpse. The weight of Echo of Remorse still pressed against my right palm, its faint hum syncing with my ragged breathing. Not far away, the Turtle brothers huddled in their usual post-beating conference. Their voices carried just enough for me to hear, no doubt, intentionally. His persistence time increased by 23 today, Dono mused, tapping his staff against his shell. At this rate, we'll need to adjust tactics by next week. Mike spun his nunchaku with a grin. Ooh, or we could just hit harder now. Remember that combo move we used on the sewer Kraken? Leon's katana shinged as he sheathed it. Idiot. We're supposed to train him, not pulp him again. A pause. Yet Ralph cracked his knuckles. But he's getting funner to fight, like a squeaky toy that learned to bite back. You all really want to beat me to death, huh? My lips twitched on the side. Yet despite their sadistic tendencies, Dono's data didn't leave me learning curve was steepening. Where I'd once lasted mere seconds against their assaults, now I could hold out for minutes. I had begun predicting their patterns with the help of observant eye and my brilliant mind. And of course, Echo of Life also played a role by mapping their movements like sonar pulses. Even Echo of Remorse seemed to grow sharper with each clash, its vibrations syncing with my stubborn refusal to stay down. On the other side, Virion's latest whim had me alternating weapons daily, dagger one day, sword the next. I think it is probably the next level of the compatibility test. Or maybe the winged sadist just enjoyed watching me fumble with different weapons. Just as I debated the merits of playing dead forever, Echo of Life pinged a new presence entering the training grounds. It was eerily familiar, but due to my already low stamina and mental strength, I couldn't exactly pinpoint it, so I could only guess. Thankfully, the turtle's greetings confirmed it. Oi, tough boy, Mike chirped. Got new ideas to discuss, friend? Dono actually sounded eager. Saber guy, Leon acknowledged curtly. HMPH, unfunny guy is here, Ralph sang-songed. I lifted my head with monumental effort. Zephyr stood at the hall's edge, arms crossed, his usual, ready to die. Expression in place. After a long moment, he spoke, his voice cutting through the training hall's heavy air like a winter wind. Are you free after this? A pause. Blink once for yes, twice for no. I blinked twice, then rasped, why? He didn't flinch at my pathetic state. Instead, his gaze flicked over the bruises, the sweat-soaked clothes, the way my fingers still trembled around the hilt of echo of remorse. Maybe he is seeing his past in me, considering he is Virion's student too. Does that make him my senior brother? I prepared a training plan for you. I blinked once. Oh, a flicker of something gratitude maybe on my chest. I managed a weak nod. Thank you, Zephyr gave a single, curt nod in return. Meet me after you finish everything. I'll be in the library. Then before I could even process the implications of Zephyr of all people voluntarily planning something for me, he turned on his heel. A portal ripped open beside him, swirling with his aura. Without another word, he stepped through, vanishing as abruptly as he'd arrived. The training hall fell silent. Huh, Mike said, breaking the quiet. Did tough guy just offer help? Dono finished, tapping his chin. Unprecedented indeed. Leon's eyes narrowed. Suspicious. Ralph grinned, or maybe he's just happy to see this guy getting beaten too. I was right about that. Gah, I groaned, letting my head thunk back against the floor. Great. Now even Zephyr's in on torturing me. But despite the exhaustion, a small part of Meth part that wasn't currently a bruised, aching mess was weirdly touched. Zephyr didn't do unnecessary things. If he'd gone out of his way to prepare a training plan for me, it meant he'd actually thought about it, which was either terrifying or flattering, or maybe both. Before I could dwell further, Virion's voice echoed from above, dripping with amusement. All right, today's show ends here. His serpentine form coiled lazily in midair. I'll send you to your room. Get some rest, cause you'll definitely need it. The last words curled with ominous promise. Then before I could protest, the world lurched. A familiar pop of displaced air later, I found myself sprawled on the cold tiles of my bathroom floor, just like the past 3 days. At least he's consistent. Thankfully, I'd learned my lesson after the first time and stashed clean clothes in here beforehand. Pushing myself up with a groan, I peeled off my sweat-soaked, dirt-streaked training gear and dumped it in the hamper. The bath was already drawn, steam curling invitingly over the rim. Another small mercy. I sank into the hot water with a hiss, the heat seeping into my battered muscles. Leaning back, I let my eyes drift shut, the day's events replaying in my mind. The turtle's relentless assault. The way echo of remorse had steadied my strikes. Flicker of approval in Leon's eyes when I'd actually managed to counter and somehow copy him. And now, Zephyr's unexpected offer. What kind of training plan did he even make? Knowing him, it was either genius or brutal, probably both. A smirk tugged at my lips despite the ache in my ribs. Guess I'll find out soon enough. For now, though, I sank deeper into the water, exhaling slowly. Rest, while I still can. And I also have to visit the shop and bid farewell to Cassandra and the princess. Of course, do my job as the manager, though I have to finish early if I want to hear Zephyr's plan. They said they would leave after lunch, and it's probably 9 a.m. now. I can take a quick nap and easily get there before that. Yeah, I'll take a quick nap. The warm water lapped at my shoulders as I sank deeper into the bath, the heat coaxing my exhausted muscles into reluctant relaxation. My eyelids grew heavy, the steam curling around my face like a comforting blanket. Just a few minutes. But the moment my head started to loll forward, I jerked upright with a sharp inhale. No, not here. Sleeping in the bathtub was a rookie mistake that would leave me with wrinkled fingers and possibly a crick in my neck, and right now I didn't have the luxury of time. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself to sit up, water sloshing as I dragged a hand down my face. Who knows when I'll see them again? Cassandra, the princess, this might be my last chance to properly say goodbye. Sleep can wait. I'm already used to it. With renewed determination, I hauled myself out of the bath, water cascading off my skin as I reached for a towel. The cool air prickled against my damp body, but the briskness helped shake off the lingering drowsiness. My frame, once lean and unremarkable, now carried the subtle definition of someone who'd been repeatedly pummeled into improvement. Not bad, though still far from a perfect six-pack. Shaking off the thought, I turned to the fresh set of clothes laid out on the counter, my manager's attire, crisp and formal. The dark fabric was tailored, the silver embroidery along the cuffs catching the light as I dressed. A final glance in the mirror confirmed I looked presentable, professional, even. Good enough. Taking a deep breath, I squared my shoulders and stepped out of the bathroom. The bedroom was quiet, sunlight streaming through the curtains. My gaze lingered on the bed for a moment, so tempting, but I pushed the thought aside. Time to say goodbye. With that, I strode out the door, leaving exhaustion behind for now. I nodded to the twins standing at the reception as they greeted me in unison. Welcome, manager. The warm aroma of freshly baked goods and brewing tea wrapped around me as I stepped inside. My eyes swept across the first floor, already bustling with customers filling about two-thirds of the tables. The murmur of conversations and being immersed in books looked pleasing to the eye. Business is doing well, I noted with satisfaction. One of the twins tilted her head. Will you be having breakfast, manager? My stomach growled in response before I could speak. Right, I'd gone straight to training this morning without eating. After a moment's consideration, I nodded. Yes, please, could you have it delivered to my office? Of course, she chirped before hurrying off toward the counter. As I ascended the stairs to the third floor, I paused on the second floor landing. Through the open study area doors, I spotted familiar figures sitting together at a corner table. Whoa, I thought, squinting at the unlikely trio. I thought it would be awkward between them for a while, but look at them now. Seems like my advice worked. Aaron sat sandwiched between Amelia and Livia, the two girls taking turns explaining something from a thick textbook. Amelia pointed at something while Livia scribbled notes, probably to make it easier to teach. The swordsman looked more at ease than I'd seen him that day, his eyes bright with concentration rather than haunted by shadows. Good, and that's one less thing to worry about today. A small, proud smile tugged at my lips before I continued upward. It was probably Livia who brought them here. The third-floor hallway was quiet compared to the floors below. My office door stood slightly ajar, a sliver of light spilling into the dim corridor. Someone's inside. Pushing the door open, I found my shy colleague hunched over my desk, his quill scratching rapidly across paperwork. His bird companion, Kai, perched on his shoulder, chirping softly until it noticed me and let out an excited trill. The young man startled violently, nearly upsetting his inkwell before recognizing me. His shoulders tensed immediately, fingers tightening around his quill. I chuckled inwardly. At least he's not running away this time. Good to see you too, I said, leaning against the doorframe. See, why you too? He mumbled, eyes darting between me and the documents. Kai, however, fluttered over to land on my shoulder, nibbling affectionately at my hair. I reached up to scratch the cute bird's head, taking over my paperwork again. You really don't have to, you know. He shook his head quickly. And no, I mean, I don't mind. It's cute quiet here. His voice trailed off into near silence at the end. Yeah, I like a quiet atmosphere too, I said, stepping closer to glance at the documents spread across my desk. The neat columns of numbers and carefully itemized lists caught my attention immediately. Oh, you're working on next month's budget analysis, I asked, tilting my head to get a better look. The young man gave a weak nod, his fingers nervously tapping against the quill. Yes, amazing, I muttered, genuinely impressed. Can I take a look? Why, yes. He slid the papers toward me with trembling hands. I picked them up, scanning the contents. Though I wasn't an expert in financial planning yet, I'd done enough research since becoming a manager to recognize a well-structured budget when I saw one. I spent half a day on it, and this wasn't just a simple projection. It accounted for multiple scenarios, from slow business days to sudden surges in customers. The calculations were meticulous, yet presented in a way that was surprisingly easy to follow. It's good, I said, tapping the page. No, scratch that, it's amazing. You've even factored in seasonal fluctuations and potential supply shortages. He probably did it because of the opening day, and the supply issues arose after that. The young man's cheeks flushed slightly at the praise, but his shoulders relaxed just a fraction. I pointed at one section. But here, what if we leaned into the bookshop side more during exam seasons? The midterm exams are coming at the end of this month in our academy. So instead of just offering discounts on study materials, we could bundle them with our most popular drinks or desserts. Call it a student survival kit or something attention-grabbing. Those rich students would pay a premium for convenience and we'd move more inventory. Oh, the young man's eyes shone in astonishment. I tapped my chin, considering another angle. And we shouldn't just focus on students, right? What about the regulars? The scholars, the apprentices, even the common folk who save up for a good book and a cup of tea. The young man blinked up at me, his quill hovering over the page. Here's the thing, I continued, leaning against the desk. Not everyone has coin to spare, but the ones who do come consistent like ones grinding day after day are the backbone of a place like this. Why not reward that? His brow furrowed slightly, but his grip on the quill tightened with interest. Imagine this, we will track their visits. Every time someone buys a drink or rents a study booth, they earn points. Hit a certain number and bam, free hour in the second floor study nook, a dessert on the house, maybe even a discount on premium things. I smirked. Call it the loyalty ledger or other fancy name you can think of, but the idea is amazing, right? The young man's eyes widened. His quill hit the parchment with a frantic scratch, ink splattering slightly in his haste. But why stop there? I crossed my arms. Daily trivia at the counter, simple stuff, like what's the capital of the Eastern Kingdom? Or name 3 basic alchemy ingredients. Winners get a free biscuit or a half-price refill. It costs us almost nothing, but suddenly we're not just a shop, we are the place where you might leave smarter and with a slightly full stomach. The scribbling grew even more feverish. Kai hopped from my shoulder to the desk, tilting his head at the frantic notes. And not this, too, it's not charity, I added, grinning. It's investment. Happy customers come back. They bring friends. They study harder because, hey, maybe today's the day they win that free honey cake. And before you know it, I snapped my fingers. We're the talk of the town. The young man's pen finally stilled. He stared at the notes, then up at me, something almost like awe in his gaze. That's really good. I shrugged, just common sense. Well, common for me anyway. Kai chirped, as if seconding the compliment. The young man's lips curled into the faintest smile, so small I might have missed it if I hadn't been watching. You really are amazing, he murmured, so quietly I almost didn't catch it. But then his expression dimmed again, his fingers tightening around the quill in a way that made his knuckles go white. I squinted at him. This guy, of course, I said, crossing my arms with exaggerated confidence. Isn't that why I'm the manager? His head jerked up, eyes wide. Before he could retreat into his shell again, I pressed on. But list and all I've got right now are ideas. I tapped my temple. I'm not exactly some financial genius yet, and we both know one person alone can't run this place. Leaning forward slightly, I met his gaze. That's why we've got Boss, the twins, our sponsors, and I paused deliberately. The quill slipped from his fingers. Kai let out a startled chirp as it clattered against the desk. His voice cracked. I'm just, and nobody. Nobody? I snorted. You're the one who actually understood my rambling just now and turned it into something workable. I gestured at the meticulously organized budget sheets. And hey, you're doing my paperwork without being asked. If that's nobody, then I must be a ghost. His mouth opened, then closed. A flush crept up his neck. Kai, ever the opportunist, took that moment to peck affectionately at his ear as if scolding him. I smirked. See, even Kai agrees. So cut the nobody crap. You're part of this shop, know whether you like it or not. Why, yes, the young man murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Be more confident, I said, intentionally raising my volume just enough to make him flinch. Why, yes, he blurted out, then immediately looked shocked at his own outburst. Kai ruffled his feathers in approval. I grinned. Good. Now list and everyone has their worth. Yours just happens to involve keeping this place from drowning in paperwork and turning my half-baked ideas into actual plans. I extended my hand. I'm your manager. You can call me Amaniel or Ammon for short. Let's have a good cooperation. I know. He fidgeted with the edge of his sleeve. Boss told me about you. Oh, she already introduced me to you, huh? My eyebrow arched. But I don't know anything about you, so. The young man hesitated, his gaze darting between my outstretched hand and Kai's expectant stare. After a tense moment, he reached out, Kai's grip tentative at first, then firming slightly as he spoke. Emery. I'm Emery, the young man repeated, his voice steadier this time. A small but noticeable improvement. I gave his hand a firm shake. Good, glad to work with you, Emery. As we let go, my echo of life pulsed faintly, alerting me to the presence just outside the door. Not that I needed it. The shadows stretching across the floor and the poorly suppressed shuffling gave them away immediately. These guys. I shook my head and turned back to Emery, who was already retreating into his shell of embarrassment. All right, I'm gonna go meet with Boss and the princess. I'll be back for break fast. We can continue our discussion then. Oh, okay, Emery nodded, his fingers nervously smoothing the edge of the budget papers. Stepping toward the door, I heard the telltale scuffle of hurried footsteps retreating. I swung it open to find Cassandra leaning casually against the wall with exaggerated nonchalance. One of the twins, Lyra, I think, holding a breakfast tray with suspiciously wide eyes. Lanit in full retreat, the princess slung over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes, her ears burning crimson as her eyes met mine. I barely suppressed both a facepalm and a laugh. Walking past them, I kept my tone deliberately dry. Don't you know eavesdropping is bad manners? I paused, glancing at the twin with the tray. And I'm Myra, she supplied helpfully. Yep, guessed it wrong again. As I walked to the information room, the group finally broke their terrible act of innocence. Wow, manager, Cassandra called after me, her voice dripping with playful admiration. You're really amazing, you got his name on just the second try. Yeah, Mr. Manager, the princess added, peeking out from behind Lanit's shoulder, her face still pink. You were very good. I didn't turn around, but my smirk was audible. You guys wouldn't understand, it's because we are both men, that's why, huh? But I got it on my first try, Cassandra interjected, tilting her head with an innocent smile. I stopped mid-step, my temples twitching. Of course you did, it's probably because you are the protagonist, I grumbled inwardly as if to console myself. You guys must have had one of those cliché encounters where the shy character miraculously opens up to the main heroine. That's different. They got it on their first meeting too, the princess added helpfully. Yeah, Lanit confirmed with her usual stoic nod. Did I just get slapped 2 times? I paused again, then chuckled as realization struck. Let me guess, it was Miss Lanit who nicely asked for his name during your first meeting, right? The 3 women exchanged glances. Yes, they admitted in unison, clearly surprised I'd guessed correctly. I smirked. With your Zephyr-like aura and icy stare, poor Emery probably gave his name on the spot. Can't blame him better than dying after all. Shaking my head, I finally reached the information room and pushed open the door. The others filed in after me, settling around the central table where a map was laid down. Were they discussing their route back to the capital or something? I thought as we settled around the table, the map of the kingdom spread before us. I already learned it from the books, so I didn't pay it much mind. And so we began talking, starting from the events since the shop's opening, chaotic first day, the supplies problem and solution, the steady growth of customers, and the unexpected friendships formed. Cassandra spoke of her vision for the shop's future, her tone shifting between businesslike and oddly sentimental. She's really leaving this place to me, I realized as she emphasized again and again to contact her immediately if anything happened. She won't probably be back for a while, huh? The weight of responsibility settled on my shoulders as the manager, but it wasn't unpleasant. Then came their travel plans, first to the capital, then onward. So I interjected, you'll first escort the princess to her home, then go to the empire yourself to establish your business empire. Cassandra nodded. Yes, but you got one thing wrong. She turned to the princess, who straightened with sudden determination. I'm going together with Cassie, the princess declared, her eyes sparkling. Huh, I blinked. The princess continued, her voice gaining strength. I'm going to become Cassie's right hand myself, and go with her to the empire. I'll become a business queen too. My gaze flicked to Cassandra and Lanny, but their expressions gave nothing away. Cassandra looked as composed as ever, while Lanny's stoic face might as well have been carved from stone. That's good, I said carefully. But what about your family? Are they going to allow it? The princess giggled, waving a hand dismissively. Hee, don't worry. Daddy loves me the most, he'll definitely agree. And if he doesn't, I can run away with Cassie. I sneaked another glance at Cassandra, who gave me a subtle, reassuring nod. I see, I said, though my mind raced. Her father loves her the most. Could this be one of the reasons why her brother hates her and attempted to kill her? The classic trope surfaced in my thoughts: a king who cherished his late wife above all else, and by extension, doted on her child. If that were true, then jealousy alone could have driven the prince to extremes. At least this is how it goes in some stories I know. But I am sure Cassandra has a plan. That much was clear. Princess will probably be safer with her than with her family. At least they will be together, although Cassandra is probably a trouble. Let's not set red flags. Stopping my thoughts from spiraling any further, I looked at them. Then I wish you all a safe trip. And I promise to make this shop #1 on this street. Cassandra's lips curved into a smirk. You're supposed to say in the kingdom. How are you going to become my right hand with that attitude? Cassie, the princess cut in, grinning. I'm the one who's going to be your right hand. Laughter filled the room, bright and unburdened. For a moment, even Lanny's stern expression softened at the edges. I smiled faintly as they giggled and laughed, a quiet thought drifting through my mind. Why can't life always be this simple and joyful? The question came unbidden, soft and fleeting. But even as it settled, I understood the answer. Life wasn't meant to be simple, not in the way stories or fleeting moments pretended it could be. And ease was a blessing, while hardship was a teacher. And sometimes they were the same thing wearing different faces. Still, even a fleeting moment of ease was worth savoring. It didn't last forever, but maybe it didn't have to. Maybe what mattered was making more of them, piece by piece, action by action. Not waiting for the world to fix itself, but building small corners of peace where people could breathe, laugh, and live. Like this shop. Like the way Aaron had found his way back to life and back to Amelia and Livia. Like how Emery had finally given me his name. Like the princess who had traded a gilded cage for a future she chose herself. Cassandra's voice pulled me back to the present. Well then, manager, she said, rising from her seat with a grin. Try not to burn the place down while I'm gone. I snorted. No promises. The princess giggled, tugging at Lanit's sleeve. We should go pack. Cassie, can I bring my no? Cassandra and Lanit said in unison. The princess pouted. As they filed out of the room, still bickering, I lingered for a moment. The room was quiet again. Dust motes drifted lazily in the narrow beam of sunlight sneaking through the window. You couldn't see much through it, just a sliver of sky, a hint of rooftops. Still, that bit of light was enough. I glanced at the map spread across the table, at the empty chairs, and at the untouched papers waiting for me, small corners of peace. They didn't have to be grand, they just had to be real. And this shop, messy as it was, could be one of them. I drew in a quiet breath, then with a shake of my head I turned to follow them, one piece at a time. The farewell lunch had been peaceful, surprisingly so. Laughter, light teasing, and even Lanit's stoic expression softened for a heartbeat as the princess piled honey cakes onto her plate. But now, hours later, the shop felt quieter, the absence of Cassandra's sharp wit and the princess's bubbly energy leaving behind a lingering hollowness. Now, on to the next meeting. The library was quiet at this hour and day, and even the usual small, studious crowd was nowhere to be seen as dusk approached. My boots clicked against the polished floor as I wove through the aisles, searching for a certain silver-haired menace. Ah, there you are. Zephyr sat in his usual corner, a book open in his hands. As I approached, he snapped it shut, but not before I caught a glimpse of the title. Poisons. A chill crawled up my spine. Is he really trying to poison me? You're here, Zephyr said, his voice as flat as ever. Ah, yes, I replied, forcing nonchalance. So what training plan did you prepare for me? Zephyr stood without a word, slashing a portal into existence with a flick of his fingers. I stepped through before the portal could close and froze. A laboratory stretched before me, shelves lined with vials of bubbling liquids, jars of shimmering powders, and rows of pill bottles labeled in neat, precise script. The air smelled sharp, a mix of herbs and something metallic. "Are you an alchemist too?" I asked, unable to hide my awe. Zephyr didn't look up as he stopped at a table. You could say that. Then, without warning, he tossed two objects at me. I fumbled to catch them: a glass vial filled with murky green liquid and a small pill bottle. Clink. "What are these?" I asked, eyeing the vial with suspicion. The contents seemed to glisten unnaturally. "They aren't. Poison's right." Zephyr met my gaze, his ice blue eyes glinting. "Your training resources." That doesn't answer my question. The room was empty, eerily so. The air was clean but carried a faint humidity, like the stillness before a storm. My footsteps echoed against the polished stone floor as I turned in place, taking in the barren space. "What is this place for?" I asked, my voice bouncing off the walls. Zephyr stood near the center, his silhouette stark against the sterile backdrop. "Your training room." His gaze pinned me in place, unblinking. "First, I want to tell you what this is," he said, each word deliberate. "So listen closely." A beat of silence. "Then I'm going to train you myself, and it will be hard, painful, unbearable." His eyes gleamed like shards of ice. "But the results will be worth it." I nodded, swallowing hard. "I'm going to train you with poisons." The words hit like a physical blow. "Poisons," I repeated as if I'd misheard. "Yes." Zephyr tilted his head slightly. "But don't worry. I've spent these past days preparing the perfect plan. We'll start with the most basic and painless ones." I stayed silent, my mind racing. "Why poisons?" I quickly formulated guesses in my mind, but I really didn't expect this from Zephyr, or I just don't know him well. As if reading my thoughts, Zephyr continued, his voice low. "Poisons are hard to detect. Unlike in fights, you can't defend against them unless you have antidotes, or a powerful healer resonator." A pause. "Or you develop a poison immunity," I finished quietly. "Right." Zephyr's fingers twitched toward the vials at his belt. "If you train your body to resist them, you won't have to fear poisoned food, drinks, or blades. You'll fight without hesitation." Although he spoke less and in short words, they carried a weight that went beyond instruction, a bitterness that hinted at experience. What kind of life did he live? "How long did you train?" I asked before I could stop myself. Zephyr stilled. 3 years. "Did it work?" Instead of answering, he uncorked a vial from his pocket and downed its contents in one swift motion. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, his face contorted. Veins bulged along his neck, his knuckles whitening around the empty vial. A strangled breath escaped him, his body trembling with visible effort. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the tension bled away. His breathing steadied. The veins receded. When he opened his eyes again, they were calm. "I see," I muttered. "Let me think for a bit." "All right." The silence stretched as I weighed the decision. I knew this trope: characters ingesting poisons to build immunity, enduring agony to emerge unshakable. In stories, it was brutal but effective. In reality, painful, long, arduous. Unless you had insane or compatible talent, dumb luck, or a teacher who knew exactly what they were doing, the odds of success were slim, and the odds of dying higher than I'd like. So, should I do it? I was already getting pummeled daily by turtle brothers, tossed through cosmic voids by Virion, and juggling a shop that might collapse without Cassandra. Did I really need to add voluntary poisoning to the list? Was it even necessary? Maybe the system will give me a poison resistance skill or an ability eventually. The thought was tempting. A quick fix, a cheat, no suffering required. But when would I survive long enough to get it? An unknown assassin already tried to kill me once, and I have a feeling it's not that simple, that my life is still in danger. If another assassin or anyone decided to slip something into my tea, I'd be dead before I could blink. No amount of cleverness could outmaneuver a toxin already in your veins, as Zephyr said. And then there was Zephyr himself. He'd done this himself, survived it, maybe he even mastered it. He wasn't just a learner, but also an experienced trainer, the proof that it could work. And he'd already prepared a plan, tailored to minimize risk. So what should I do? "Ammon, come on, be a man." I motivated myself as I started to falter while looking at the vial. My fingers trembled slightly, just enough to make the liquid inside shimmer. "Wait." Zephyr's voice cut through my thoughts, sharp and urgent, but it was too late. Squinting my eyes shut, I tipped the vial back and gulped its contents down in one go, teeth gritted in anticipation of the burn, the convulsions, I blinked, waiting. Nothing, no pain, no fire in my veins. Just a faint herbal aftertaste lingering on my tongue. "I'm fine." I turned to Zephyr, brow furrowed. "Hey, what kind of poison was this?" Zephyr stared at me, really stared. His ice blue eyes narrowed slowly, as if he were witnessing the single dumbest creature to ever walk the world. "That was the antidote for the poison, fool," he said flatly. Oh, my face heated up instantly. I scratched the back of my head, awkwardness flooding me. "That's why he tried to stop me." I thought he was just worried about me. All right, I'll take the actual poison this time, I announced, reaching for the pill bottle with renewed determination. Zephyr's hand shot out, catching my wrist in a vice-like grip before I could pop the lid. No, fool, he hissed. It won't work that way. You already have the antidote in your system. The poison won't take effect until it clears, which will take hours. Oh, I deflated, nodding like a chastised student. Sorry. Zephyr released me with a sigh, rubbing his temples as if I'd single-handedly shortened his lifespan. Don't worry. Thankfully, I prepared another type of poison as a backup. He took out a small amber vial. We can start your training with that. I perked up, giving him a thumbs up. Cool. Zephyr looked like he wanted to strangle me. Instead, he pinched the bridge of his nose and began explaining in clipped tones. Turns out, poison training wasn't as simple as swallow and suffer. There were steps precise, controlled steps to avoid, death. This one, Zephyr said, holding up the amber vial, is ordinary, harmless, relatively speaking. It'll cause mild nausea, maybe a headache, perfect for beginners. He paused. Like you. I nodded along, trying to look serious despite the lingering embarrassment. First, you'll take a quarter dose. Then we monitor your reaction. If you don't collapse, we proceed. If you do, I get an antidote and a lecture. Zephyr's eye twitched. Yes. Under Zephyr's watchful gaze, I carefully picked out a tiny reddish pill from the bottle, the kind you'd see in those cultivation stories where protagonists swallowed poison like candy. I placed it on my tongue and waited. Nothing. I swallowed slowly. Still nothing. Zephyr observed me intently, scribbling notes on his notepad with clinical precision. Take another, he ordered. I obeyed, then another. Still nothing. Then another too. Finally, after the fourth pill, a faint discomfort settled in my stomach, that subtle, creeping unease that whispers nausea is coming. Zephyr's pen paused. 2 more. I took 2 additional pills, the discomfort intensifying slightly but remaining manageable. Interesting, Zephyr muttered, scribbling faster. He glanced up, assessing me like a specimen under glass. Your immune system is already exceptional for an ordinary human. Might be even better than some low-rank resonators. I nodded. It's probably because of that bath, the pill Virion gave me. Zephyr's head snapped up. The Clearflow pill? No, it wasn't that. Virion gave me something else, but my eyes were closed because I was in the water, so I couldn't see what it looked like. Zephyr's grip on his pen tightened. Describe it. What happened after you took it? I recounted the experience at searing heat, the feeling of my body being reforged from the inside out, the way my senses sharpened afterward. Zephyr's eyes widened fractionally. This might have been the biggest reaction I saw from him since our first meeting, because for a man who rarely showed emotion, it might as well have been a gasp. That. He stared at me, his gaze sweeping from head to toe as if seeing me for the first time. What is it? I asked, uneasy. Was it that valuable? I knew it wasn't ordinary. Something like that, Zephyr replied, his tone deliberately neutral, but the way his pen dug into the paper betrayed his surprise. He finished writing with a final, decisive stroke. All right, this is enough for today. You passed. He snapped the notepad shut. I'll prepare a new training plan. The current one is insufficient, but we'll still use it as a foundation because we can't exactly jump right into higher-level poisons. All right, I nodded in understanding. And remember, never underestimate even, ordinary, poisons. Complacency kills faster than toxins. Zephyr pointed his pen at me, his voice serious. Yes, I'll keep that in mind, I nodded firmly. And I meant it. In countless stories I knew, there were cases where overconfident characters would often meet their downfall through seemingly harmless poisons. There were even clichés where assassins disguised lethal toxins as common, once a deadly dose hidden beneath an ordinary exterior. Never let your guard down, I reminded myself. Even the most mundane things can kill you here. Zephyr studied me for a moment longer, then gave a slight nod of approval. Good, then we're done for today. He turned to pack up his vials, his movements precise. I watched as he carefully labeled each one before storing them away, no room for mistakes when dealing with substances like these. So I ventured after a moment, when do we continue? Zephyr didn't look up. Tomorrow, same time. A pause. And don't eat beforehand. Oh, that doesn't sound ominous at all. Right, no afternoon snacks, got it. With that, Zephyr flicked his wrist, opening a portal back to the library. The swirling energy cast eerie shadows across his face as he finally met my gaze. Rest well, tomorrow won't be as gentle. And with those comforting words, he let me get back to the library while he was left alone in the sterile training room as the portal closed. I exhaled, rolling my shoulders. The faint nausea had already faded, but the weight of what lay ahead lingered. Poison immunity. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't flashy. But in a world where a single meal could be your last, it might just be the difference between life and death. And if Zephyr's reaction to Virion's pill was any indication, I was already further along than I'd realized. And now, I have to survive another deadly training. A month later, the streets of the town bustled with life merchants hawking wares, students rushing with armfuls of books, and the distant chime of the academy's bells marking the hour. Among them walked a red-haired, handsome young man, his posture regal, his eyes alight with quiet fascination. So this is a human city. Nolan, for that was the name he had chosen for this geislet, his gaze drift over the crowded plaza, taking in the clamor, the sense of baked bread and meat, the way humans moved with such hurried purpose. They really are different. His attention was caught by a long queue stretching from the entrance of a particular building. People shifted impatiently, clutching papers and muttering amongst themselves. Above them, a sign swayed gently in the breeze, Knowledge Emporium. What is this place? Intrigued, he approached. A few in line shot him irritated glances as he passed, one even opening their mouth to snap at him, to tell him to wait in line until Nolan met their gaze with a faint, disarming smile. Their annoyance melted into dazed confusion, their words forgotten before they could even form. By the time he had slipped past, they blinked, looking around as if waking from a dream. Did someone pass just now? Inside, the shop was even more crowded, the air thick with the scent of parchment, ink, and something sweet. Some of the young humans huddled over books, others chattered excitedly near the counter, waving their papers and strange numbered cards. Why are there so many people? He mused, scanning the room. A chuckle sounded beside him. You asked the right person. Nolan turned around. A bespectacled student stood there, adjusting his glasses with a practiced flick of his fingers. The lenses caught the light, flashing dramatically as he grinned. Ah, you see, the student began, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. This isn't just some haphazard gathering. It's the shop's study and win prizes, or more precisely, midterm exam rewards event. It is a meticulously structured incentive system. Finger flick, glasses gleam. Nolan's lips twitched in amusement. The human was enthusiastic. First, the enthusiastic human continued. Participants must meet one of two criteria. Either study here for at least 15 hours over the past 3 weeks, another glasses adjustment, or make 5 purchases while showing improved exam scores. And the rewards? Nolan inquired, feigning mild curiosity. The student's eyes sparkled behind his lenses. Oh ho, they are amazing, of course. A 10% score increase gets you a free drink and pastry. 15% adds a book voucher, 20 or higher. He paused dramatically. A premium study kit, high-quality inks, quills, and a reservation for the private booths upstairs. Nolan arched a brow. So generous. Yes, but that's not all. The student leaned in conspiratorially. There's also daily mini-game, solve a riddle, win a biscuit, answer trivia, get a discount, although they are time-limited and only happen 5 times daily. But the crown jewel, he lowered his voice. It's the loyalty ledger. Loyalty ledger, exactly. The student beamed. Every purchase or study session logs points. Rack up enough and you unlock rewards-free hours in premium booths, dessert platters, even discounts on reading rare books. He sighed wistfully. Whoever came up with this is a genius. Nolan smirked. You sound like you really like them. The student adjusted his glasses so aggressively that they nearly flew off his face. That's its purely academic admiration. Nearby, a twin employee called out, next in line for reward verification. Oh, sorry, it's my turn, gotta go. As the flustered student hurried away, Nolan chuckled, eyeing the shop's bustling interior with newfound appreciation. Clever, he thought, very clever. I like this place. With a last glance around, he decided this would indeed be his first target. The thought solidified in Nolan's mind as he scanned the shop again. Humans were predictable creatures, but this Placeth's system was something else. A carefully constructed web of incentives, loyalty, and subtle control. Perfect. A glint passed through his crimson eyes. With practiced ease, he slipped through the crowd toward the twins at the reward counter, his aura already weaving a subtle haze around him. The humans nearby blinked as if waking from a daydream, their protests dying before they could form, just as he was about to reach the front. Thud, someone bumped into him hard from behind. Nolan stumbled forward, the crowd too dense to regain balance. A blue-haired girl turned in his direction at the exact time, her eyes widening as he lurched toward her. Her hands flew up instinctively to shield herself. Ah, damn it. There was no space to dodge, no time to stop, just as Nolan braced for impact. A hand seized his collar from behind. The grip was iron steady, yanking him backward with unnatural precision. Nolan's boots scraped the floor as his body was abruptly stopped, his face mere inches from the girl. Then the hand pulled his body to itself, balancing his body. Be careful. The voice was calm, almost exasperated, and gone before Nolan could turn. The girl gasped, staring past him at the retreating figure, a black-haired young man melting into the crowd, her face flushing. P pervert, she then hissed at Nolan before scurrying away. Nolan stood frozen. What just happened? He stared at the blue-haired girl's retreating figure, his crimson eyes glinting with icy amusement. Was I just called a pervert, me? The absurdity of it prickled at Hemaprince, reduced to a common nuisance in some human shop. His fingers twitched at his side, the urge to correct her misunderstanding with a flick of his fingers. But then a strange discomfort curled in his chest, faint, fleeting, like a single drop of ink in clear water. Whatever, I'll let you get away with this once. He shook his head, dismissing the encounter as an unfortunate hiccup, and turned back toward the reward counter. The twins stood behind it, one already extending a hand toward him as he approached. Nolan tilted his head, feigning polite confusion. The twin Myra, according to her name, to garked a brow. Do you have an exam paper or a loyalty card? Nolan's smile was all practice charm. Ah no, I've come for something else. He leaned in slightly, his voice lowering. I'd like to meet your manager. Myra's lips pursed. She exchanged a glance with her sister, Lyra, who was busy stamping another student's loyalty card. Oh, you're one of those, Myra muttered under her breath. She straightened, professionalism plastered over her reluctance. Sorry, but the manager isn't. Nolan's crimson eyes gleamed as his aura coiled outward, subtle as a sigh. Suddenly Myra's words faltered. Please come to more. Her pupils dilated, her posture slackening ever so slightly. Behind her, Lyra's hand stilled mid-stamp, her gaze drifting vacantly toward the shelves. The chatter of the surrounding students blurred into a meaningless hum. Easy. Nolan's smile sharpened. Can I meet your manager now? Myra nodded, her voice dreamy. The manager is on the third floor, but it is restricted around him. The shop's clamor resumed as if nothing had happened. The twin shook her head, blinking rapidly, then turned to her sister. Did just something happen? Her sister frowned. I think no anyway, work faster. We still have long line of customers. When are we getting a new employee? Beats me. Just like that, the shop's noise rushed back in a wave. Meanwhile, Nolan was already weaving through the crowd toward the stairs, his steps light. Humans, so delightfully fragile. The students around him resumed their conversations, none the wiser. None except one, unseen in the chaos. Slate-gray eyes tracked Nolan's every move without him noticing. It was the black-haired young man from earlier. He leaned against a bookshelf, arms crossed. His grip tightened around a steaming teacup liquid inside bubbling faintly despite having gone cold minutes ago. A moon elf prince, he muttered. The words dissolved into the shop's chatter unheard. Tusk, troublesome. Gulping down the drink, he put it on the table and followed after Nolan. I hope we won't become enemies. Character Insight LV2. Active, a translucent blue screen materialized in my vision as the skill activated, overlaying red-haired guys retreating back with damning clarity. Alias Nolan. True name Nolarian Velo Tarathil. Affiliation male lead moon elf prince. Present goal find the shop's manager and use his ability to manipulate him and enter the knowledge emporium. Threat level 2 stars. I exhaled through my nose. Good thing I grinded this skill to LV2. Without it, I'd have dismissed him as just another arrogant noble. But a moon elf prince, with that male lead tag, my fingers tightened around the now cold teacup. The ceramic groaned in protest. 2-star threat my ass. That rating only accounted for direct combat power. The real danger was in the details. Manipulative charm. He'd hijacked the twins' minds like turning pages in a book. Not to mention the fact that it was area effective. If it wasn't for my high mental defenses, I wouldn't be able to resist it either. Arrogance. The way he'd smirked after being called a pervert like the insult couldn't even touch him. Or it was exactly because the insult touched him. Disdain. That fleeting look of disgust when the human crowd jostled him. And worst of all, male lead affiliation. In this world screwed up narrative rules that meant plot armor thicker than dragon scales. If I tried to gut him now, some guardian spirit would probably materialize to block the strike while the system would spit out a fatal error, protagonist integrity compromised, warning. And the last words I see would be, you died. Wait, my eyes snapped back to the blue-haired girl now fussing with her skirt near the pastry counter. If Nolan was a male lead, then that Kring accidental fall scenario. Was that a forced meet-cute event? Was it called tripping into the heroine's arms? I nearly crushed the cup from cringe. The haughty prince trips into the clumsy commoner girl, their eyes meet, and bam, instant romance flag. Or more accurately, he trips into a gorgeous girl in a staged coincidence, only to get verbally slapped with an insult and branded a pervert. And because this world runs on twisted narrative logic, he'll fall head over heels precisely because she had the audacity to humiliate him. I really hate this trope. This is worse than even those trashy villainous novels. I finished the thought with a mental grimace. The kind where the colder the heroine treated the male lead, the harder he fell. Disgusting. Fortunately, I'd yanked the guy away before the trope could trigger, though that girl's lingering gaze at me had been strange, almost like. No focus, options. Confrontation risky. His charm magic might not work on me, but that male lead tag meant the universe itself would bend to keep him alive. I'd probably trip on a conveniently loose rug mid-strike. Play along, let him manipulate me. No, that's risky too. The last thing I needed was this entitled brat demanding I hand over the shop's ledger or worse, forcing me into some elven political scheme. A headache pulsed behind my eyes, just when my life was getting peaceful. The world decides to throw a ticking bomb at my life, under the guise of an arrogant elven prince. Look at the guy. He didn't hesitate at my office door. No knock, no courtesy, just a smooth turn of the handle and an arrogant stride into my office like he owned the place. Spoiled princeling. I waited 3 breaths. Let him get comfortable. Then didn't your parents teach you to knock? My voice cut through the room's stillness as I stepped into the doorway. Or are you just a thief with terrible manners? Nolan froze mid-step toward my desk, his crimson eyes widening a fraction. A satisfying sight. He is probably surprised that he couldn't detect me. Of course, because I spent the last month training my background character aura to the point where I could sit on the same bench as someone and they'd assume I was part of the furniture. Main characters like him. They're used to having the world revolve around them. They don't notice things unless those things have theme music and dramatic lighting, unless they know me. Personally, like Aaron, Cassandra, or Zephyr, my apologies, the elf prince recovered fast, his surprise melting into a smile sharper than a gutting knife. He gestured to the untouched tea set on the side table. I assumed the manager would welcome valuable clients. Ah, so that's how you want to play. I leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. Clients bring business. My gaze dropped pointedly to his empty hands. But you were clearly trespassing into someone else's private room. A flicker in his irritation. Good, ha 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 ha. Nolan threw back his head and laughed, the sound like shattering crystal. His crimson eyes began glowing with an eerie lunar light, pupils elongating into slits. I squinted. Why are you laugh? My words cut off abruptly as my jaw locked. A foreign pressure wrapped around my mind like silk cord. She's charm magic, slithering past my defenses. Shoot, heh. Acting so smart, Nolan chuckled, twirling a lock of red hair around his finger. Glow in his eyes intensified. Are you the manager? I rolled my shoulders slightly before answering in a deliberately flat tone. Yes, his lips curved. Good, then can you accept me into the shop? Yes. Excellent. He stepped closer, the scent of frost and starflowers clinging to him. What position will I get? A deliberate pause. Will you give me yours? The pressure increased. With every ounce of willpower, I wrenched control of my tongue just enough to twist the answer. No, Nolan's smile faltered. The cords in my mind frayed as I struggled to fight back. But at the right moment, I seized the opening, letting my lips curve into the faintest smile. I will give you another position. Nolan leaned in, moonlit eyes narrowing. Oh, tell me what it is. I exhaled through my nose and delivered the killing blow. Janitor. Janitor. Nolan's sculpted brows drew together, irritation cracking his princely composure like thin ice over a lake. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Shoot, now I've done it. I kept my face carefully blank even as my pulse quickened. Honestly, though, who told him to be so infuriating? He got what he deserved. Yet the creeping energy in the room reminded me of something. Princely tantrums tended to be lethal. So, what should I do now? The silence stretched between us, thick enough to choke on. Did you just suggest? Nolan's voice dropped to a velvet-wrapped blade that he caught himself just in time, his jaw tightening. That someone of my standing would, no, esteemed guest, I can explain. I blurted, scrambling for a foothold in the conversation. Brain, do something. Wait, what if? What if he likes being insulted? Should I try? Nah, not a chance. I immediately dismissed the thought. That's a speed run to an early grave. Unlike some blue-haired girl, I wasn't a beautiful female lead who could get away with slapping princes, meaning I didn't have her heroine immunity. As a background character, I just get labeled disposable obstacle in his personal narrative. Speak. He took a step closer, the air shimmering with barely contained aura. All right, time for plan B. I straightened my posture and clasped my hands in what I hoped looked like awestruck admiration rather than calculated flattery. Esteemed guest, please forgive my clumsy words. I let my shoulders slump in a show of defeat. It's just, we've struggled so desperately with some matters, but your arrival might just be the solution to these problems, and someone of your elevated refinement shouldn't be burdened with tasks like mine. Honestly, your very presence seems to purify the air. Dust dares not exist near you. Nolan's eyelashes flickered, a barely there twitch at the corner of his mouth. Good, you really like being buttered up, huh? Encouraged, I continued in my most obsequious tone. Your esteemed presence made me realize something important. I watched his micro-expressions like a hawk tracking prey. The way his fingers relaxed told me I was on the right path. A noble guest of your refined tastes must naturally despise uncleanliness and disorder. Nolan's chin lifted in unconscious agreement. And the truth is, I leaned in slightly, lowering my voice as if sharing a grave secret. We're utterly inadequate when it comes to maintaining proper standards. No matter how hard we try, I gestured helplessly at the spotless office. It's never enough. But you honored one. I let genuine awe color my voice. You're the perfect person to oversee this matter. I dare say this position was created for you. A faint flush colored Nolan's pale cheeks. The way darkness flees before your radiance. I shook my head in mock wonder. It's like watching moonlight cleanse shadows. His fingers, which had been curled into fists, relaxed slightly. I realized then, I said, pressing a hand to my chest, we haven't been searching for just any custodian. Thankfully, I managed to change the word to a less insulting one. We've been searching for you. The prince's breath hitched almost imperceptibly. Meanwhile, I could only continue to express my honest feelings. You must have seen today's disgraceful state downstairs, I continued, layering just the right amount of shame in my voice. We couldn't begin to fix it, but you with your impeccable standards and commanding presence, you could restore order with but a word and that sharp, commanding gaze. His posture straightened unconsciously, his shoulders squaring. That is why I concluded with a deep, flattering bow. I can think of no one more suited for this vital role. It must be destiny that brought you to us. The prince exhaled sharply through his nose. For a long moment, he simply stared at me, his crimson eyes narrowed in suspicion. I waited, hoping my sincere feelings would reach him so that his ego would override his intellect. I suppose, he drawled at last, examining his perfectly manicured nails, if your establishment is truly in such dire need of oversight. His lips curved into a smirk that didn't quite hide his pleasure. It would be beneath me to refuse. It worked. This guy is really a greenhorn. Just as I was about to exhale in relief, Nolan's crimson eyes sharpened. But he purred, tapping one elegant finger against his chin. What are the benefits? My lips nearly twitched. Of course, it wouldn't be this easy. I schooled my expression into earnest enthusiasm. Dear honorary custodian, I spread my hands wide. First, you'll enjoy complimentary breakfast and lunch from our finest menu, breakfast. Nolan sniffed. You expect me to rise at dawn like some common laborer? No, I backpedaled smoothly. Your inspection hours would naturally be flexible, whenever your discerning eye deems fit to grace us with its wisdom. No, I have another idea. You can work at night, no one will disturb you then. In the moonlight, spreading purity across the room, what a noble thing to do. His nostrils flared in approval. And of course, I continued, a generous salary befitting your station salary. He looked genuinely offended. You think which will be donated in your name to the local orphanage. I interjected brightly, to spread your magnanimous influence throughout the community. The prince's protest died in his throat. His fingers twitched likely imagining the fawning praise from children. Or more precisely, he didn't expect this and now couldn't take back his words. I pressed my advantage, lowering my voice conspiratorially. Think of the advantages. As our custodian you could reorganize the shelves, the books, the furniture, the inventory to your exacting standards. No one would question your presence anywhere in the shop. Nolan's pupils dilated slightly. Hook set, the prince preened, his aura shimmering with self-satisfaction. I suppose. Such an important legacy does require personal attention. Exactly, I beamed. Only you can elevate this humble establishment to greatness. Now the finale. Ding hummel. Our new employee exhaled, his princely pride thoroughly massaged. Very well, if my presence is so indispensable, then I shall grace this role with my expertise. He flicked an imaginary speck of dust off his sleeve. But mark my words, I will not tolerate mediocrity. Of course not, honored custodian. I bowed slightly to hide my triumphant grin. We wouldn't dare disappoint you. And there was also this hidden scenario, the fiery sun tames the arrogant moon, completed. The princess of the sun was meant to scorch the spoiled moon into submission, her wildfire fury destined to temper his arrogance. But fate is a fickle weaverware she sought to burn. A stray star swept him away with nothing but a broom. Rewards. 100,000 aura coins, veil of the unseen burden, a weightless armor rumored to be woven from stardust, arrogant moon's temporary submission. Oh great. Even the system was acknowledging my bullshit, but hey, a win was a win. Now, I only needed to keep this spoiled prince from realizing he'd just been tricked into unpaid janitorial work. One crisis at a time. First, let's get him leave. Honored custodian, I began with practiced deference. Might I ask if you have other companions with you? Nolan's eyes narrowed. No, why? I clasped my hands eagerly. I merely wished to know if you required lodging. If you permit me to recommend an establishment worthy of your stature. His posture relaxed marginally. You're as perceptive as I suspected, human. You flatter me. I ducked my head, biting back a smirk. My meager intellect is but a candle to your radiant wisdom. The prince's lips curled in satisfaction. This, recommendation, 3 Streets East Gilded Quill Inn. I painted the air with my hands. Impeccable service, discreet staff, and their lavender-scented linens are said to rival royal bedding. Though of course I added quickly, no mortal luxury could truly compare to, yes. Nolan waved a dismissive hand, though his eyes gleamed at the mention of royal comparisons. I'll inspect it myself. With a final dramatic flourish, he snapped his fingers, presumably canceling whatever charm aura he'd been maintaining. As I felt the mental pressure dissipating, I immediately let my eyes glaze over, swaying slightly like the dazed twins downstairs had done. Who? I blinked rapidly, rubbing my temples. Who are you? The prince's smirk could have powered a small village with its sheer smugness. I'm your new employee. You just appointed me honorary custodian manager. He arched an eyebrow. Don't tell me you've forgotten already. I did. I frowned, then brightened with manufactured realization. Of course, we've been desperately needing someone of your exalted standards. Nolan supplied helpfully. Exactly, I beamed. You may begin tonight after dinner. The night shift suits your radiant presence like pale moonlight purifying the shadows. Nolan inclined his head, clearly pleased with the poetic nonsense falling from my lips. I shall return at sundown then, ensure the lesser staff don't interfere with my work, of course, and let me escort you, so I can make sure you won't cause unnecessary trouble. I finished inwardly. As we descended to the first floor, I made sure to walk half a step behind him like a proper subordinate, Students instinctively parted before Nolan's regal presence, though whether from his aura or the sheer force of his arrogance remained unclear. Until later, I said after reaching the entrance. And I watched as our new janitorium, honorary custodian, strode toward the exit without so much as a backward glance, his pristine cloak flaring dramatically behind Hima's if the very air owed him reverence. I watched from the doorway, arms crossed, my earlier triumph now tempered by the weight of what I'd just done. Whoa, I really convinced a prince to become a janitor. The system's notification still burned in my mind, a reminder that I'd altered yet another storyline just by preventing a cliché. But it's really strange. Outside, the rain had begun to fall soft at first, a quiet murmur against the cobblestones. The students who had been milling about earlier had vanished, either seeking shelter or hurrying home before the weather worsened. The air smelled of damp earth and impending winter. It's been raining too much lately. Is it a sign of an early winter? Swoosh. Just then, the drizzle sharpened at a sudden downpour, crashing down like a curtain of silver needles. Nolan, who had taken all of 3 steps, froze at the threshold, his perfect features twisting in displeasure as the rain lashed at his immaculate attire. Oh, this is priceless. I bit back a laugh as he scowled at the sky, as if personally offended by the audacity of the weather. And then, flash of blue, my breath hitched. A girl, no, the girl passed through the entrance, her azure hair a vivid streak against the gray. Oh no, my pulse spiked. Oh no, this was the textbook cliché cringe, helping a girl on a rainy day, except gender flipped and wrong way round. The universe was trying to course correct the meet cute I'd derailed earlier. Damn, if there is a rain, is this scenario bound to happen one way or another, and every damn time. Yesterday, it was Aaron who almost got caught in this trope, Livia and Emilia, coincidentally, forgetting their umbrellas, forcing him to share one with them. I'd thwarted it by providing him with 2 spare umbrellas. Funny thing is, they also copied it from other people. But now the variables had shifted. The rain, the girl, I think I have a clear idea of who she is. And Nolan standing there like a disgruntled statue, his pride warring with the fact that he was about to get drenched. If she offers him shelter under that umbrella. That's how it would start, a single act of kindness, a conversation, a spark, just like how the original storyline was supposed to go. I observed as the blue-haired girl hesitated, her fingers tightening around the umbrella's handle. I watched the realization dawn in her iced noble-looking stranger caught in the rain, the obvious solution, the inevitable offer about to form on her lips. My hand twitched at my side. I have another umbrella, I suddenly froze, halting my hand. Wait. A cold droplet slid down my neck, snapping me back to myself. Why am I even bothered about this? Why am I even bothered about this? The thought echoed through my mind like a stone dropped into still water, ripples spreading outward, disturbing the surface of my certainty. I watched the scene unfold before me, the blue-haired girl hesitating, Nolan standing stiffly in the rain, the universe itself holding its breath for the inevitable meet cute. I'm not close with either of them. So why? It wasn't as if I had some moral obligation to disrupt every cliché I stumbled upon. Although I'm not exactly fond of clichés or cringeworthy moments, is that really a valid reason to interfere? Logic said no. This wasn't like before, where Aaron's avoidance of Emilia and Livia had been a matter of life and death, or Zephyr needs help to improve his relationship with Luna. This was just rain, an umbrella, a meet cute that might lead to something, but it is obviously unrelated to me, and rationally speaking, it's really not my place to intervene. They were strangers. The girl, I didn't even know her name. I'd only seen her once before when I'd stopped Nolan from tripping into her arms a while ago. Besides, the system isn't forcing me with penalties or missions this time either. No urgent notifications, no hidden scenarios, no consequences if I just step back. So why am I still having these thoughts? A cold droplet slid down my neck, mingling with the unease settling in my chest. Or am I becoming too accustomed to intervening? The realization hit me like a splash of icy water. Had I gotten so used to disrupting narratives that I'd started doing it reflexively, without even questioning whether it was necessary? Did I forget my path or wasn't firm enough to begin with? But I squinted my eyes. Even if I did something, the world is still trying to put everything back in its place anyway, like rain finding its way to the sea. Like this moment right now. A bitter taste filled my mouth. What's the point then? The rain fell harder, drumming against the cobblestones, drowning out the noise of my thoughts. Am I really doing the right thing? For the first time since I'd arrived in this world, I hesitated. What if I just do nothing? No meddling, no scheming, no desperate attempts to rewrite the script. Let's just watch this time. I exhaled, my grip on the spare umbrella loosening, and so I did nothing. The girl took a hesitant step forward, her fingers tightening around the umbrella's handle. Excuse me, she called out, her voice cutting through the downpour. You'll catch a cold standing there. Nolan turned, rainwater dripping from his red hair, his expression one of mild annoyance. The girl extended the umbrella toward him. You can share mine if you'd like. For a moment, Nolan just stared at her. His crimson eyes flickered over her face, her outstretched hand, the simple kindness in her gesture. Then his lips curled into a sneer, And why, he said, voice dripping with disdain, would I share an umbrella with some commoner? The girl's expression froze. Nolan didn't wait for a response. He flicked his soaked hair out of his face and strode past her, his cloak billowing dramatically despite the rain. The girl's outstretched hand trembled, then slowly she lowered it. Her face darkened. "You," she whirled around, her blue hair whipping through the air. "You arrogant, insufferable." But Nolan was already gone, vanishing into the storm without a backward glance. The girl stood there for a moment, fists clenched, before huffing and marching off in the opposite direction. Just like that, the moment passed. No meet cute, no forced romance, and I had done nothing. Maybe some stories were better left alone, I thought as the rain continued to fall. I stood in the doorway, watching as the two figures disappeared into the storm, their paths diverging as quickly as they'd crossed. There were no system notifications, no hidden scenario completions, just silence. A strange weight settled in my chest, not relief, not regret, but something in between. Had I been wrong all this time? Had my constant meddling been unnecessary? Or had I just gotten lucky? I didn't know. But for the first time, I wondered. What happens if I stopped trying to control everything? The thought lingered, unanswered, as the rain washed the streets clean. Is this really the path that I wanted to walk? Was that truly a background character's path? A dry chuckle escaped my lips. It seems like I need to review everything. The rain-soaked streets blurred before me as I turned away from the doorway. Well, thankfully, I didn't make any mistakes yet, I hope. But that was the problem, wasn't it? I've been acting on instinct, disrupting tropes, averting cliches, playing the unseen hand that nudged fate off its rails. But why? Because I could, because I thought I knew better. Had I been helping people or just satisfying my own ego? I sank into my chair, the wood groaning under my weight, and stared at the ceiling. Time for an honest evaluation. I closed my eyes, letting the memories surface like pages from a well-worn book. From the beginning, then. The transfer student cliché I derailed on my first day. The carriage incident and the noble in peril event which led me to meet Cassandra. Getting a job, getting involved with her. The ball incident and saving the princess. Aaron's self-destructive spiral I'd interrupted. Zephyr and Luna's strained relationship I'd nudged forward. And now today, conning a moon elf prince into becoming a glorified janitor. My fingers drummed against the desk's worn surface. Each action had seemed justified in the moment. Necessary, even, but strung together like this. A sigh escaped me. The inkwell reflected my tired expression, warped and wavering in its dark surface. After what felt like hours but was likely only minutes, I reached a temporary conclusion. I wasn't wrong to act, but I'd been acting without proper boundaries. Some events needed disrupting, like when lives hung in the balance or when people were being manipulated against their will. Others were just the natural friction of human and elven interaction. The difference, I realized, lay in harm, in consent, in genuine need rather than narrative inconvenience. This must be the right path. My fingers stilled on the desk's surface. Outside, the rain had softened to a murmur, its earlier violence spent. Like the storm, my frantic need to control every outcome was passing. The inkwell's reflection showed a man no longer at war with the world's design, just someone learning his place within it. This was the true calling of a background character, not passive observation nor compulsive meddling, but the discernment to know when to sweep in and when to let the dust settle. I chuckled darkly at the realization. Even self-awareness, it seemed, could become its own kind of blindness. I'd been on the right path all along, just starting to stray from its true purpose. But the downpour had washed my vision clear before I wandered too far astray. Through the window, the first break in the clouds appeared, a sliver of silver light falling across my desk. I turned back to the shop's accounts, the numbers suddenly sharper, the work more purposeful. The quiet labor of building something real, rather than endlessly editing stories that weren't mine to tell. The numbers flowed across the ledger like a quiet river, each calculation falling into place with unexpected ease. The scratching of my pen, the occasional rustle of parchment, the distant murmur of closing time activity downstairs, these became the only markers of time's passage. When the twins' voices finally pierced my concentration, I blinked in surprise. The light outside had deepened to indigo, the shop's lanterns casting warm pools of illumination against the gathering dark. Manager. Myra's voice carried equal parts amusement and exhaustion as she peeked into my office. We're heading out. The last customer left 20 minutes ago, though there's a rather unordinary person waiting for you downstairs, Lyra added, her nose wrinkling. But manager, can he really do the job? Right. I told them I hired Nolan a bit before, right? My lips twitched as I set down my pen. As I said, he's our new custodian. You don't have to worry about him. Just treat him like he is someone respectable, but don't get involved with him yet. Anyway, go and get some rest. You worked hard today. Yes, manager. I followed them downstairs, the twins gathered their cloaks, and I found myself adding, take the back Alice main square still flooded from the storm. Myra gave me a look that clearly said we're not the ones who need protecting, but nodded all the same. The door clicked shut behind them, leaving me alone with the soft sounds of rain dripping from the eaves. and one very out-of-place moon elf prince. Nolan stood by the alchemy books section, long fingers trailing along the spines as he rearranged them with casual disregard for the existing system. His nose wrinkled slightly at a particularly worn volume of common herbs. "Mr. Custodian," I called, leaning against the banister. "You came." He didn't turn, of course. Bookshelf gave a protesting creak as he forced a thick tome into the wrong section. I gave my word. How noble. I bit back a laugh. "Wait here a moment." The storage closet's hinges squeaked as I retrieved the promised tool-stool bucket sloshing with soapy water, rags draped over the rims, brooms balanced precariously atop. The weight felt satisfying in my grip, like the punchline to a joke only I understood. Nolan had moved to the window when I returned, his silhouette framed by rain-streaked glass. He turned at my approach then froze. "Let's begin, Mr. Custodian." I beamed, thrusting the cleaning supplies toward him with ceremonial gravitas. His gaze dropped to the bucket, then to the mop, then to my face. The progression of his expression was nothing short of poetic: confusion, dawning comprehension, outrage, and final a glorious, grudging acceptance. His fingers flexed, the ghost of his earlier charm magic flickering at his fingertips before dissipating. "You," his voice was dangerously soft. "You can't possibly expect," but I was already prepared for it. "But of course, honorary custodian," I said with practiced deference, pressing a hand to my chest. "I would never presume myself above you. But since this is your first night, I thought you might appreciate company for this noble work." I lowered my voice conspiratorially. "Just this once, before you outshine us all tomorrow." Nolan's mouth opened, then closed with an audible click. His fingers twitched at his sides, caught between princely outrage and the trap of his own pride. I turned away before he could formulate a protest, dunking a rag into the soapy water with exaggerated care. "Let's begin with the tables and shelves," I announced, wringing out the cloth with a satisfying twist. "Not a single stain or speck of dust shall escape our vigilance." The rag made a wet plop as I extended it toward him. Nolan stared at it like I'd offered him a dead rodent. His jaw worked silently for 3 heartbeats before his fingers-manicured nails gleaming even in the dim lantern, light-snatched the cloth from my hand with all the grace of a cat forced to bathe. "This is how I do it," I instructed, moving to the nearest study table. My strokes were methodical, the damp rag gliding in concentric circles. "The key is systematic coverage, not brute force. Like polishing a sword, is it right, sir?" I peeked over my shoulder. Nolan stood frozen, his nose wrinkled at the mundane task, yet his crimson eyes tracked my movements with unsettling precision. To my surprise, when he finally approached the adjacent table, his motions were mirror perfect, if anything, more refined than my own. His long fingers manipulated the rag like an artist's brush, each stroke eliminating dust with surgical efficiency. My, I breathed, genuine awe coloring my voice. "To think such skill came so naturally to you. This position was really made for you." Nolan's shoulders straightened imperceptibly. "Elven artisanship demands similar precision," he muttered, though the corner of his mouth twitched upward, "just applied to more dignified materials." Naturally, I agreed, watching as he attacked a stubborn ink stain with unexpected fervor, though I dare say our humble shop has never seen such royal treatment. I never expected this to happen either, you know. Well, why should I complain when I got such a competent, practically free laborer? "Hey, don't touch that spot. I will do it myself." Oh, all right, honorary custodian." And for the next 30 minutes, we moved through the emporium in strangely companionable silence. Nolan proved alarmingly competent wiping down shelves with military precision, arranging books with obsessive symmetry, even discovering a cobweb in a ceiling corner I'd sworn didn't exist. Does this guy really have a cleanliness complex? By the time we reached the back storage room, I found myself offering sincere praise. "You're a natural honorary custodian. At this rate, I'll have to petition the town lord to create a new award for." I caught the rag that was about to hit my face. I peeled it away to find Nolan smirking, his earlier irritation replaced by something dangerously close to amusement. "Enough flattery, human. Where are the floor cleaning implements?" I blinked, then grinned. Perhaps this arrangement wouldn't be as one-sided as I'd thought. 30 minutes later, the shop gleamed under the lantern light, every surface polished to perfection. Even the usually dusty window panes now sparkled like crystal. I took a long sip of my juice, surveying our handiwork. Whoa, the shop's practically shining. Nolan leaned against the counter, swirling his own glass with elegant fingers. "Naturally," he said, though the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his satisfaction. "Though that room remains, under someone else's exclusive care," I cut in smoothly, wiping imaginary dust from my sleeve. "Beneath your esteemed attention, really. Just some old records and supply manifests." The prince's crimson eyes narrowed, but to my relief, he let it drop with a dismissive wave. "Whatever you say." I exhaled quietly. The last thing I needed was Nolan's particular brand of charm magic unleashed on poor, skittish Emery. That disaster could wait for another day. Nolan set down his glass with finality. "Tomorrow, we address the disorganized state of your alchemy section," he declared, as if issuing a royal decree. Looking forward to it, I lied cheerfully. See you tomorrow, honorary custodian. The door clicked shut behind him, his retreating footsteps soon swallowed by the night. I locked up, extinguishing the lanterns one by one until only moonlight remained, silvering the freshly cleaned floors. Outside, the full moon hung unnaturally large in the sky, its pale glow painting the cobblestones ivory. I paused, staring up at its cratered face as I waited for a carriage. Moon elves, was their name literal? Did they hail from that glowing orb above? Or was it their luminous eyes, their pale skin, their mercurial natures that earned them the title? And that guy, he's probably using a disguise, right? No way his hair and eyes are the opposite of the moon's color. The clatter of hooves interrupted my musings. As the carriage rumbled toward the academy, I leaned back against the worn seat, watching the moon track our progress through the window. Whatever secrets Nolan held, whatever schemes brought him to our shop, I would deal with them accordingly, in the right way. The carriage wheels faded into the distance, the night swallowing the last echoes of its departure. Silence settled over the empty street, or so it seemed. A shadow detached itself from the alleyway, stepping into the silver glow of the moon. Nolan, his lips curled into a smirk as he watched the carriage disappear around the bend. HMPH. Do you really think you can deceive me, human? He hadn't left, not truly. The prince flicked his wrist, dispelling the illusion that had masked his presence. The glamour of red hair and crimson eyes melted away, revealing his true visage hair like liquid moonlight, eyes gleaming silver, his features sharp and regal under the faint glow. That manager is hiding something, and Nolan hated secrets that weren't his own. With effortless grace, he leapt toward the second-floor window, the one he deliberately left unlatched while the human wasn't looking. His fingers caught the sill, and he slipped inside without a sound. The shop lay still, bathed in the pale light filtering through the windows, landing lightly on the floorboards. The room was dark, but to his keen eyes, the shadows held no secrets. His boots made no noise as he crossed the room, his senses attuned to every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind against the glass. What secrets does that room hold? He mused, his voice barely a breath. At the top of the stairs, he paused. The manager's office stood to the left, its door slightly ajar. But his attention was fixed on the other room, the one the human had so pointedly tried to steer him away from, which only increased his curiosity. Didn't the stupid human know about the oldest rule of secrecy? The more you tried to hide something, the more you made it shine like a moonstone. A mistake, and one Nolan would gladly exploit. Just what could be in there? And more importantly, who could own such a place? His fingers brushed the door's handle, his pulse steady despite the thrill of discovery. With a slow exhale, he pushed it open. And froze. The room was nothing like he expected. Neatly arranged documents lined the shelves, their spines meticulously labeled. Tomes of varying thicknesses sat in perfect order, their leather covers worn from use. But none of that mattered because there, bathed in the faint silver moonlight streaming through the small window, was a figure lounging in a high-backed chair. Nolan's breath caught. His tongue felt leaden, his throat tight with something between shock, disbelief, and a wild, surging joy. His fingers twitched at his sides, his usually composed expression fracturing. The figure turned slowly, deliberately, and met his gaze. A face achingly familiar, a face he hadn't seen in years. Be Big Brother. The words tumbled out before he could stop them, raw and unguarded, his voice barely above a whisper. The man in the chair smiled a lazy, knowing curve of his lips and tilted his head. His silver hair, longer than Nolan remembered, spilled over his shoulders like a waterfall of moonlight. His eyes, the same piercing mercury as Nolan's own, gleamed with quiet amusement. Little Moon, he murmured, the old nickname rolling off his tongue like a forgotten melody. You've grown up. Words hung in the air, soft and devastating. Little Moon, you've grown up. Nolan's chest tightened, a millennium of suppressed emotions threatening to rupture like a volcano held at bay by sheer will. The figure before him, his brother, sat there as if no time had passed at all, as if a decade of absence meant nothing. 10 years. 10 years of searching, of chasing whispers and dead ends. And finally, leaving his home, title, and name behind because everything without him had been unbearable. Yet here he was. In this dusty, insignificant human shop, in the last place Nolan would have ever thought to look, but ironically the first place he had stopped. His brother watched him with that same infuriatingly wise gaze, the same affectionate amusement that had once made Nolan feel both cherished and utterly transparent. His voice caught, 1,000 questions tangled in his throat. Why did you leave? Where have you been? Did you ever think of me? Why are you here? What had you been doing? And so on. But before he could force out a single word, his brother smiled that smile, the one that had always disarmed him, and murmured, "Come." And then Nolan was moving before he could think. One moment, he stood frozen in the doorway. Next, crossing the distance in 3 swift strides, he was crashing into his brother's arms, his face buried in the familiar scent of moonsilk. His brother's arms wrapped around him, pulling him close with a quiet chuckle, a hand settling on his head, fingers threading through his hair with the same gentle weight as they had when he was a child. Nolan didn't trust himself to speak. Because if he did, he couldn't hold his tears back anymore, so he just clenched his fists in his brother's robes, his forehead pressing against his shoulder. You, idiot, he choked out, voice raw. His brother chuckled, the sound vibrating through him. Missed you too, little moon. And for the first time in 10 years, Nolan let himself smile from the bottom of his heart. They stayed like that for what felt like both an eternity and no time at all, Nolan clinging to his brother like a child afraid of being left behind again, his brother's hand resting in his hair, steady and warm. The silence between them was thick with unspoken words, but for now it was enough. Eventually, his brother's fingers stilled. How long are you going to stay in my arms? He teased, voice light. I thought you'd grown up. Nolan stiffened, then jerked back, hastily scrubbing at his face with his sleeve. I am grown up, he muttered, though the way his voice cracked betrayed him. His brother's smile softened, but he didn't comment. Nolan took a steadying breath, forcing his composure back into place. The moment of vulnerability was over now. He needed answers. But more than that, he needed one thing. Brother, he began, voice low but firm, I won't ask you anything else. Not why you left, not why you're here. I'll only ask you this. He met his brother's gaze, his own silver eyes burning with quiet desperation. Please, let's return home together. I've missed you. I've been searching for you since the day you disappeared. For a heartbeat, his brother's expression wavered, something unreadable flickering in his mercury eyes. Then slowly he shook his head. Sorry, little moon, I can't return. The words hit like a physical blow. Nolan's breath caught. W.Y. His brother exhaled, long and weary, as if the weight of the world had settled on his shoulders. It's complicated. The words hung in the air, heavy and evasive. Nolan's fingers twitched at his sides, his patience fraying. Why? He demanded, voice sharp. Did something happen? Is there something or someone preventing you from returning? Brother, please just tell me. I will solve them myself. His brother hesitated, lips parting as if searching for the right answer. Then a melodious voice chirped from the window. It's because of why, Kai. His brother's quiet but firm interruption cut through the air like a blade. The voice stopped mid-sentence. Nolan's eyes widened in recognition, then narrowed into icy slits as a small, shimmering blue bird fluttered into the room, landing gracefully on his brother's shoulder. You, the bird tilted its head, beady eyes glinting with mischief. What me? Nolan's voice dropped to a lethal whisper. You kidnapped my brother, didn't you? The bird let out an indignant squawk. Excuse me, kidnapped. His Highness came with me willingly. Nolan's glare could have frozen lava. Liar. The bird puffed up its feathers, utterly unfazed. HMPH. Are you jealous that His Highness took me with him and not you? An invisible arrow struck Nolan right in the chest. Why you? He whirled toward his brother, betrayal flashing across his face. Brother, is this true? You chose Thisthi's overgrown feather duster over your own precious little brother. The bird gasped dramatically. Overgrown feather duster. Who are you calling stupid, you moon-brained princeling? I'll pluck you bare and roast you over a fire. I'll turn your precious hair into a nest for mice. I'll dip your wings in ink and use you as a quill. I'll train crows to shout, Nolan smells, every dawn I enough. His brother's voice, though quiet, carried the weight of command. Both Nolan and the bird froze mid-squabble. A tense silence fell. Then his brother sighed, rubbing his temples as if dealing with two unruly children. Kai is not the reason I left. Nolan crossed his arms. Then what is? The bird opened its beak, but a single glance from his brother had it snapping shut with a disgruntled peep. His brother's expression softened slightly as he met Nolan's eyes. I can't tell you everything, not yet, but I didn't leave because I wanted to abandon you. Nolan's throat tightened. Then why did you leave without me? This. It is because you were young. I didn't want to put you in danger. Then what about Kai? I took him because, you know what he is. Yeah, unlike you, I'm powerful, you dimwit. Erg. Nolan clenched his fists, his earlier bravado crumbling under the weight of the truth he couldn't deny. Kai wasn't just some stupid bird, as he accused him of being. He was that. And if his brother had taken him along, then the danger he'd faced must have been. No, he wouldn't think about that. Not now. Instead, he lifted his chin, meeting his brother's gaze with renewed determination. Brother, I'm strong now, he declared, voice ringing with conviction. I awakened a month ago. I even got a powerful resonance gift. His brother's expression softened, a distant emotion flickering in his mercury eyes. Good, I'm happy for you. Nolan's chest swelled, and for a moment he couldn't resist shooting a smug glance at Kai C. My brother's proud of him, but the bird's knowing smirk made him bite back his gloating. Right, this wasn't the time to brag. Then an idea struck him, a brilliant idea. Brother, he said slowly, a grin spreading across his face. You won't return with me, right? His brother hesitated. Yes, so you should return, he. Nolan cut him off with a laugh, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Then it's decided. I'm gonna stay with you here. Silence. His brother and Kai tilted their heads in perfect unison, their expressions identically dumbfounded. Then, almost imperceptibly, his brother's lips twitched. Of course, this was so like the little moon, acting all clever and composed, but beneath that polished exterior, stubborn as a boulder and just as immovable. Once he set his mind to something, no force in the moon or the earth could dissuade him. His brother sighed, rubbing his temples. This foolish, stubborn little brother of his. Listen, I know you won't agree, but you can't. Nolan cut in, lifting his chin with a smugness that could rival the sun. Because I already got a job here. Starting today, I am the honorary custodian of this establishment, so you can't drive me away even if you want to. Another silence. His brother stared at him. Kai blinked, tilting his head. Honorary. What? Nolan's grin widened, his nose and pointy ears practically pointing skyward with pride. That's right. A prestigious position, I'll have you know. Only I can do it. The job was destined for me. Thankfully, the little moon didn't notice his brother's lips twitching. Kai blinked again, his bird brain working at full speed. Then, he glanced at his brother and looked back at Nolan, squinting its eyes. Nolan's proud grin faltered. What? For a long moment, his brother simply looked at him, that infuriating, knowing look that had always made Nolan feel like he'd missed something obvious. Then slowly his brother exhaled, rubbing his temple as if fighting off a headache. Honorary custodian, right? He repeated, voice carefully neutral. Yes, Nolan declared, puffing up. A high position bestowed upon me by the shop's manager themselves. Kai couldn't hold itself back anymore. It suddenly let out a choked noise. Wait. The bird flapped his wings frantically. You mean you actually think, Kai? His brother's voice was mild, but the bird snapped his beak shut with an audible click. Nolan frowned. What? His brother studied him for another heartbeat, then sighed, shaking his head. Never mind, so you agree then. For a brief, glorious moment, his brother considered telling Nolan the truth that honorary custodian was just a fancy title for janitor, that the clever human manager had played him like a lute. Watching his little brother's face crumple in outrage would be hilarious. But, on second thought, this might work in his favor. If Nolan stayed as a custodian, he'd inevitably realize the deception. The humiliation would be unbearable for his prideful little brother to storm out within a week, maybe even leave on his own entirely. Yes, that could work, and in the meantime, well, he could keep an eye on him, and figure out another way and then another in case the first two fail. All right, his brother said at last, his voice carefully neutral. If you're so determined you can stay and work as a honorary custodian. Nolan's eyes lit up like twin moons. Really? Oh yeah. Nolan beamed with joy. Kai wheezed like he was dying and opened its beak. Wait, hold on, his brother shot the bird a warning look. Kai snapped his beak shut with an indignant peep. His brother ignored them both, turning toward the window with a thoughtful expression. Though I should warn you, the work may not be as glamorous as you imagine. Please. Nolan waved a hand dismissively. I've already proven myself today. The manager was impressed by my skills. Oh, I'm sure they were, his brother murmured, lips curving slightly. Kai made another strangled noise. Nolan narrowed his eyes. Why do I feel like you're laughing at me? Perish the thought, his brother said solemnly. Nolan, still oblivious, was practically vibrating with triumph the next moment. Then it settled. I'll start properly tomorrow. He spun on his heel, already marching toward the door, then paused, glancing back over his shoulder. You're not going to disappear again, are you? The quiet vulnerability in his voice made his brother's chest tighten. No, he lied smoothly. I'll be here. For now. Nolan's shoulders relaxed, his smile returning full force. Good, then I'll see you tomorrow, brother. And with that, he swept out of the room, his cloak billowing behind him like a banner of victory. The door clicked shut. Silence. Then Kai exploded. What was that? You're just going to let him stay? As a janitor, his brother exhaled, leaning back in his chair. It's for the best. He'll leave on his own soon enough. And if he doesn't, then I'll think of something else. Kai groaned, flopping onto the desk with a dramatic thump. You two brothers are impossible. Kai grumbled but didn't argue. Outside, the moon hung high in the sky, its silver light still spilling through the window. His brother's gaze drifted toward it, his expression unreadable. He had a feeling this wasn't going to be as simple as he'd hoped. I woke to the sound of my own gasp, the remnants of another nightmare this time, featuring a broom-wielding moon chasing me through the cosmos for unknown reason, still clinging to my skin like sweat. Whatever, I am long used to them anyway. They are working in my favor, waking me up at the right time every day. 5:33 a.m. Good. Rolling out of bed, I washed my face, the cold water shocking the sleep from my bones. Then the real pain began, my daily warm-up, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, a 10-kilometer run, a certain bald-caped hero's regimen minus the going bald part, hopefully. By the time I finished, my muscles burned, but the exhaustion was familiar, almost comforting. Then, as I returned to my room, a familiar rip in reality. Virion's emerald portal yawned open beside my bed, the serpent's grinning face peering through. Jai, ready for today's beating, boy, I sighed, wiping sweat from my brow. Bring it on. I spent the next 7 hours in Virion's domain, while only 1 hour passed outside, and as usual, the Turtle brothers were waiting. For the first 20 minutes, I held my own dagger, flashing, deflecting, footwork almost passable. Then Leon smirked. All right, boys, level up. And the real beating began. Dono's bow became a certain monkey's staff. Mike's nunchaku twisted like living snakes. Ralph just dropkicked me from every possible angle, and let's not mention Leon. That guy is the most ruthless of them all. But what I was proud of was obviously my results. The past month has carved its lessons into my bones. Daggers no longer felt foreign in my hands. They were extensions of my will, dancing between my fingers with lethal precision. Swords, though still not my forte, no longer made me look like a toddler swinging a stick. And archery, well, at least I could hit the target now without skewering a bystander. Progress, not that the Turtle brothers cared. Again, Leon barked as my dagger went spinning from my grip for the umpteenth time. I wheezed, rolling to avoid Dono's staffingly for Mike's nunchaku to whip my ribs. Crack, guh, pathetic, Leon sighed, twirling his sword. You drop your guard like a drunk dropping coins. Ralph, ever helpful, cheerfully added, at least you're unbreakable. These turtles. But despite the pain, despite the bruises, I grinned. Because a month ago, I wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes. Now, I could hold my own for 20 before they had to level up. That counted for something. By the time Virion dismissed me, my body was one giant ache. But the pain was familiar, almost comforting. A hot bath and a quick nap later, I dragged myself to class, my brain still half steeped in combat reflexes. Thankfully, I managed to secure my scholarship on last week's midterms barely. Those 2 months of all-nighters had paid off, though my eye bags now had their own gravitational pull. Just a few more months of this, I reminded myself. Then I will catch up. Even though I didn't have to worry about money because of the system's rewards, I still wanted to keep studying. Guess I was also becoming accustomed to it. Lunch was a welcome reprieve. Emilia and Livia had resumed their routine of packing absurdly lavish meals for Aronan, by extension me. Today's spread included honey-glazed roast, buttered rolls, and a suspiciously heart-shaped dessert. You start first, he muttered, his eyes gesturing to the heart. I am not that fond of desserts, I replied, snagging a roll. I then gave him the don't count on me look and continued eating in silence. Livia giggled. Aaron, you like desserts, right? Emilia nodded, pushing the dessert toward him. You look like you really want to eat it. Damn, did they become more sweet after the incident. But for a moment, it was easy to forget curses and combat and cosmic entities. Just us, 4 idiots eating too much food and pretending life wasn't absurd. And this was another piece of peace I found. The library was my next stop. Books sprawled across the table, notes piled like miniature fortresses. My scholarship depended on maintaining top marks, and I'd be damned if I let a few near-death experiences ruin my GPA. Advanced alchemy, political theory, empire's history. I cracked my knuckles. Let's do this. A few hours later, my neck cracked as I lifted my head from the mountain of notes, blinking at the dimming lanterns. Done, for today at least. I stretched, my muscles protesting from both the morning's training and hours of hunch studying. But there was no rest, yet Zephyr awaited. The silver-haired menace didn't even greet me as I stepped through his portal, just tossed me a vial of something that shimmered like liquid mercury. Drink, I eyed the concoction warily. This one's new. MN. Zephyr's glacial stare didn't waver. Your resistance is improving. Time to escalate. Fantastic. I downed the vial in one go. For 3 seconds, nothing happened. Then fire, it erupted in my veins, a white-hot scourge that turned my vision red. My knees hit the training room floor as I choked back a scream, fingers clawing at my throat. Zephyr observed dispassionately, stopwatch in hand. Breathe through it. Your body knows what to do. Easy for you to say. I wanted to snarl, but my tongue felt like molten lead. Then miraculously, after 4 damn minutes of suffering, the pain began to ebb. My ragged breath steadied. The fire dulled to embers, then to nothing. I slumped forward, sweat pooling beneath me. What was that? Midnight lotus extract. Zephyr pocketed the stopwatch. Common in assassination attempts. You survived. Barely. A flicker of something almost like approval crossed his face. Let's continue. All right, the knowledge emporium. Just before dawn, the twins were tidying up when I arrived, their usual bickering filling the shop. Manager, Myra, or was it Lyra, waved. Your new guy's amazing. He cleaned the entire dining area in like 10 minutes. Her sister nodded vigorously, and he made the windows sparkle. Even the ones we didn't know were dirty. Of course he did. His pride wouldn't probably allow anything less than perfection, even in menial labor. I forced a smile. Glad to hear it. Where is he now? He came just not long ago. He's on the 3rd floor. Right, he said he will start from the information room. All right, see, wait, did you say the information room? Shoot. Take care, you two, I have to go. I sprinted toward the 3rd floor. I hope nothing bad happens. Nolan's ears burned a vivid red as he dragged the mop across the shop's wooden floors, the rhythmic swish-swish doing nothing to soothe his irritation. Every so often, he shot a glare at the 2 figures observing him from behind the Shelveshi's brother, disguised in his human form, and the insufferable blue bird, Kai, perched smugly on his shoulder. That damn bird was clearly enjoying his suffering. Damn, it still hurts the same, Nolan grumbled inwardly, resisting the urge to rub his throbbing ears. His brother had twisted them, like he was still some misbehaving child instead of a grown moon elf prince, even if he had technically run away from home. And why? Because he'd been caught. It seems like his brother had seen everything yesterday, how he'd used his resonance gift to slip past the shop's wards, how he charmed the manager into granting him the prestigious title of honorary custodian, and most damning of all, how he'd accidentally, okay, maybe not entirely accidentally, used his gift on the twins during lunch break, making them cheerfully scrub the dining area with him like a trio of overenthusiastic maids. It had been fun and efficient. His brother, however, had not found it amusing. Nolan's grip tightened on the mop handle, his knuckles whitening as he recalled his brother's scolding. The memory alone made his ears throb again. Using your gift to manipulate others for your own selfish desires. His brother's voice had been dangerously calm, the way it always was before a storm. Have you truly become this arrogant, little moon? Nolan had bristled at that. I was just being efficient. Humans are weak, we shouldn't. I use my gifts to make things easier. His brother's eyes had darkened, mercury flashing like a blade unsheathed. Weak, right? You were also looking at them with disdain, didn't you? As if they were beneath you. Tell Medit I teach you that. Nolan had opened his mouth to argue, but his brother wasn't finished. You said you missed me, but it seems you've forgotten everything I ever taught you. The words had stung more than any physical blow. Nolan gritted his teeth. I didn't kill anyone, did I? He thought bitterly. So what's the problem? Humans were weak, fragile. Their lives were fleeting, their will so easily swayed. What did it matter if he nudged them here and there? It wasn't like he was hurting them. Right, a flicker of doubt wormed its way into his chest, but he shoved it aside. Then he recalled his brother's response to these words. His brother hadn't yelled, hadn't scolded him any further. Instead, he'd just looked at him. That gaze filled with disappointment, regret, and worst of all, pity had been unbearable. Nolan had never seen his brother look at him like that before, not even when he'd accidentally set the royal gardens on fire as a child. It had made his chest tighten uncomfortably, so he'd gritted his teeth and muttered an apology, because that was what always worked with his brother. A sincere apology and the lecture would end, and it had, sort of. His brother had sighed, that familiar mix of exasperation and affection in his eyes. Then, "Twist, don't worry, little moon," his brother had said, his voice deceptively light even as Nolan yelped. "This big brother of yours will drill everything back into that thick skull of yours." Another tug, "And don't apologize to me. Apologize to those you've wronged. Understood?" Nolan had barely managed a strangled "you understood" before his brother finally released him, leaving his ears throbbing and his pride bruised. Now, as he mechanically pushed the mop across the floor, the memory churned in his mind like storm clouds. Apologize to those I've wronged. The word sat uncomfortably in his chest, because the elder Ithildor Empire's revered teachers had taught him something very different. A prince does not apologize to lesser beings. Your gifts are proof of your superiority. Use them as you see fit. The weak exist to serve the strong. That is the natural order. Their voices echoed in his head, clashing violently with his brother's teachings. Nolan scowled, scrubbing at a stubborn stain with more force than necessary. Who's right? His brother, who had always treated even the lowest servants with kindness, or the elders, who had raised him to believe in the inherent hierarchy of power? A part of Hima's small, stubborn part whispered that his brother had abandoned those teachings when he left, that he had grown soft hiding among humans. But another part, one he didn't want to acknowledge, remembered the warmth in his brother's voice when he spoke of the shop's workers, and the way he treated them not as servants but as equals. Nolan's jaw tightened. This was ridiculous. He was a prince. He shouldn't be agonizing over something as trivial as whether or not to apologize to a couple of human girls. P.S. Background character S's are forgotten already. XD. Yet. The memory of his brother's disappointed gaze burned hotter than any reprimand. With a frustrated growl, Nolan slammed the mop into the bucket, sending water sloshing over the sides. Fine. If it would shut his brother up, he'd do it. But that didn't mean he had to like it. Swoosh, just then the door burst open, and a familiar figure, the manager, stumbled inside. Their eyes darted first to Nolan mopping furiously, then to his brother and that insufferable bird. Visible wave of relief washed over their face. "Good evening, honorary custodian," the manager said, nodding at Nolan. "Don't worry, I won't disturb your work." Nolan gritted his teeth but managed a stiff evening under his brother's watchful gaze. He watched from the corner of his eye as the manager carefully stepped around the freshly mopped rows, making their way toward his brother. The two exchanged nods. "Manager," his brother greeted, voice warm to warm. "You, okay?" the manager asked, glancing between them. Brother shyly nodded. Nolan nearly snapped the mop handle in half. Why was his big brother acting like that? Were the humans forcing him to? "He's cleaning the room for me," his brother said casually, casting a meaningful glance Nolan's way. Nolan immediately focused back on mopping, shoulders tense. "Oh," the manager nodded slowly, comprehension dawning. "Well then, it's good nothing happened." A beat of silence. Too much silence. Nolan's mop stilled. Was something supposed to happen. Was something supposed to happen. Emery's hesitant voice cut through the silence, somehow oddly calm. I blinked, snapping out of my thoughts. "Ah no, it's nothing," I said, shaking my head. "I just thought you might be uncomfortable with, well, you know what I mean, but I guess I was worried for nothing." Emery tilted his head slightly, his hair catching the dim light. His expression was unreadable, but there was no tension in his posture, no sign of distress. Strange. My gaze flicked to Nolan, who was now aggressively mopping the same spot on the floor, his crimson eyes narrowed in concentration or irritation. His earlier arrogance had dimmed, replaced by something almost resembling obedience. No way. What is happening here? I suppressed a frown, glancing at Emery again. How did the spoiled prince manage to work just fine beside Emery? Two possibilities surfaced in my mind. One, he used his ability on Emery, most likely. Nolan had already demonstrated his willingness to manipulate humans for convenience. Emery's sudden ease around him was suspicious. Two, they actually talked and became acquaintances. Highly unlikely. Emery was skittish around strangers, and Nolan's personality wasn't exactly welcoming. So I studied Nolan more closely, noting the way his jaw clenched every time Emery spoke. There was no glazed look in Emery's eyes, no unnatural compliance adjust his usual quiet demeanor. If Nolan had used his ability, wouldn't Emery be more dazed? Unless Nolan's control was subtler than I thought, or he had already canceled his ability. Kai, perched on Emery's shoulder, caught my stare and winked. What did it mean by that? I thought inwardly, but couldn't understand it this time. Anyway, since no harm was done, it should be fine now, right? All right, I said, stepping toward Nolan. Let me help you then, honorary custodian. Nolan spun around so fast the mop nearly flew out of his hands. His crimson eyes widened slightly before he quickly shook his head, almost terrified at the suggestion. Oh, all right, it's all yours. I backed away, eyebrows raised. What the hell happened to the prince? Was he really enjoying this? Is it because of his cleaning complex? Or was this another layer of his pride, refusing to share menial labor like it was beneath him? Well, whatever it is, it's working out for me. My body ached from the day's training, my limbs heavy with exhaustion. If not for sheer stubbornness and my strong body and mind, I'd have collapsed the moment I stepped into the shop. But I couldn't rest yet, not while Nolan was still here, unsupervised. Emery might seem fine now, but leaving them alone was too risky. So I leaned against a bookshelf, arms crossed, and watched as Nolan scrubbed the floor with great care. His movements were almost obsessive, like he was erasing invisible stains only he could see. Then, manager. Emery's voice came from beside me, so close I nearly jumped. When had he moved, I didn't sense it with my echo of life either. I'm that tired, huh? I wanted to discuss something with you, he said softly. Can we go to your room? Discuss. My pulse spiked. Did something happen? Is it about Nolan or the shop? As I led Emery out, I noticed Kai didn't follow us. The blue bird fluttered onto Nolan's shoulder instead, puffing up his feathers. Noticing my glance, Kai chirped at a sound that was somehow reassuring. He wants to stay with our custodian, Emery translated without turning. Right, I nodded, though unease prickled at the back of my neck. Please don't let that bird get charmed into a feather duster. Kai was Emery's closest companion, if Nolan did anything to him. No, stop overthinking, I exhaled, forcing my shoulders to relax as we reached my office. The moment the door closed, Emery's posture shifted. The quiet, skittish demeanor melted away, replaced by a weary exhaustion that mirrored my own. He sank into the chair across from my desk, rubbing his temples, so I began carefully. What did you want to discuss? Emery's mercury eyes flicked up to mine. It's about Nolan, he said. Our honorary custodian, I asked, my voice turning serious. So it was really about him. Did his lips twitch just now, or am I imagining things again? Yes, Emery replied after a pause. Sure, I said slowly. What is it? Emery hesitated, his fingers tracing the edge of my desk. This Sunday. Can you take him with you while you go to the orphanage? Silence. My mind raced. Why is Emery asking me this? And why the orphanage? Was this Nolan's idea? Had he somehow manipulated Emery into suggesting this? Or was this purely Emery's own request? I can't tell anything without more information. I can take him, I said carefully, but with his personality, I'm afraid the children will be, why you misunderstood me. Emery cut in quickly, waving his hands. I just thought he might help by cleaning the orphanage too. You said you would have to help them with it too. My eyes widened. That's actually a brilliant idea. Why should I hire for money when I have a free worker in my team? A slow grin spread across my face as the possibilities unfolded. With the right Frassinga little strategic flattery, a dash of princely ego-stroking, I could absolutely gaslight Nolan into deep cleaning the entire orphanage while the rest of us handled the children. But I still would need to hire some workers. I can't leave everything to him after all. Oh, honorary custodian, only someone of your impeccable standards could restore this place to its proper glory. Though I could already see it, Nolan, sleeves rolled up, scrubbing floors with sniper-like precision while muttering about human filth. I looked up at Emery and gave him a thumbs up. You're really a genius, Emery. I'll do as you said, then. A sudden thud from the next room. Emery and I exchanged glances. Should we check on them? I asked. Emery sighed. Probably. Nah, I must be really tired.